Chapter 1. The Demon King in the Goblin Lair. Thoughts. Life is so exhausting. What is the purpose of reading novels? Is it not for enjoyment, but rather to experience humiliation within the pages? The author is not a successful individual and does not harbor notions of discomfort within the narrative. Hence, this book lacks humiliation and depth, merely existing as a self-indulgent fantasy. In a nondescript goblin lair nestled within the treacherous depths of the wild expanse forest, the goblins were living their routine lives one fateful day. After the goblin chief finished devouring the blood-soaked carcass of a wild hare, he, for once, lifted his gaze toward the clear sky, sensing that today would still be a good day. Alas, his premonitions had never come to fruition. Deep within the lair, the usual unsettling moans suddenly ceased. The goblin chief found this exceedingly strange at this hour. It should have been the time when the females were birthing their young. As he ventured deeper into the lair, he beheld his typically boisterous green kin kneeling in eerie silence, bowing towards the depths of the cave. It was then that the goblin chief realized the atmosphere within the lair had grown markedly heavy. The once murky and fetid air now thickened beyond measure. A palpable wave of terror assailed his psyche, sending shivers of dread coursing through his green skin. It felt as if some insurmountable force, akin to a natural enemy, lurked within the confines of the lair. Then he beheld an aberration slowly slithering from the shadows of the cave's depths. Even by goblin standards, the entity was peculiarly grotesque. Coupled with an almost tangible aura of explosive malice, it was nothing short of horrifying. The figure resembled a goblin offspring in stature, yet it was entirely devoid of color, a pallid silhouette. What horrified the goblin chief further was that this creature bore no face. Where a head should be, there was neither hair nor features. Yet, he could feel an intense gaze emanating from the small, pale figure's lifted head. Loathing, killing intent. A powerful will surged through the goblin chief's consciousness, causing his already limited intellect to falter, leaving him in a haze. At that moment, the pristine visage of the pallid humanoid transformed, and in place of eyes, two slender crimson lines appeared. Suddenly, the lines burst open, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, their golden slitted pupils radiating a blinding brilliance. A somewhat juvenile, yet overwhelmingly domineering voice echoed within the souls of every goblin in the lair. The goblin chief's muddled consciousness was abruptly jolted awake by this proclamation. He fixated upon the head of this pale aberration, unable to discern a mouth, yet transfixed by those soul-stirring, slitted pupils. Before he could react, a viscous sensation enveloped him. His vision blurred, crimson flooding his sight. Then, darkness. He was dead. With a thud, the goblin chief's modest form collapsed to the ground. Under the weight of an inexplicable pressure, the kneeling goblins also succumbed to death, falling silently into the abyss. Blood streamed from their orifices, staining the cave crimson. In that instant, every goblin within and around the lair perished from genetic collapse. The diminutive white figure closed its blood-red eyes, its previously pale face reverting to a featureless visage. Sitting quietly amidst the bloody cavern, it possessed an uncanny ability to perceive its surroundings without the need for eyes. Those eyes had merely served as conduits for some latent power. Octavia glanced down at his pale little hands. His chaotic consciousness gradually crystallized. Memories surged forth, and soon his personality triumphed over instinct. Have I transcended? Octavia was the name he bore in this life, a name imbued with an enigmatic power that eclipsed his former identity, rendering him unable to recall his past name. What is the sensation of death? What lies beyond in the realm after death? Octavia had no knowledge. He only remembered playing a game before his demise. With a blink, he found himself here. From the moment of his birth, he was governed by an overwhelming instinct for slaughter, unwittingly annihilating an entire goblin tribe. He abhorred this feeling, being driven by such potent emotions and instincts instilled within him a sense of revulsion. Fortunately, his naturally formidable will restrain the urge to kill. Thus, Octavia found himself with the leisure to survey his surroundings. Firstly, he noted his perspective was rather low. Then, The unfamiliar environment, a dim cavern permeated with the stench of blood and decay. Everywhere lay the lifeless forms of green-skinned goblins. Surprisingly, this pampered individual from Earth felt no discomfort remarkably. He had once been a person who would feel pity even when killing a rat. Octavia understood that this apathy was linked to his current body. Compared to these green-skinned diminutives, the otherworldly beings in the depths of the cave, treated as breeding vessels, evoked a greater sense of empathy within him. Regrettably, all the mothers, including the one who bore Octavia, had been slain. They had fallen victim to the instinct-driven slaughter of the newly awakened Octavia. After swiftly acclimating to his diminutive arms and legs, Octavia darted out of the cave. Though devoid of facial features, this featureless aberration possessed remarkably keen senses, which was rather astonishing. This filthy goblin lair, reeking of excrement and refuse, assaulted his senses with dozens of nauseating odors, overwhelming him. He disregarded the fallen goblin corpses outside the cave. Octavia's small, white form perched upon a large stone outside the lair. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any immediate danger, and thus calmed his mind, focusing his thoughts. Then, a panel-like interface materialized before his eyes. Name, Octavia. Level, LV10. Race, Demon King Larva. Age, 1 year. Strength, 12. Stamina, 20. Agility, 6. Spirit, 400. Magic, 120. Skills, Death Command. Goblin Exclusive, Demon King's Authority LV1. Monster Summon LV1. Rapid Regeneration LV1. Appraisal LV1. Earth Magic LV1. Talents, Ultimate Life Form, Adaptive Evolution, Demon Creation. Passive, Blessing of 666 Ancient Gods, Watchful Guardian of the Transmigrator, Divine Enemy. Titles, Chosen Demon King, Goblin Exterminator, Goblin Monarch, Goblin Slayer. Evaluation. In the distant past, the ancient gods harbored malice towards the new gods, creating numerous biological weapons, and Octavia 9527 is one of many Demon King-type vanguards, having usurped the powers of the Goblin King, specifically designed to exterminate goblins. Wow, this is amazing. Though devoid of facial features and a mouth, Octavia's astonishment reverberated through the air. In his previous life, he was an avid reader of online literature, yet he had never anticipated a transmigration, much less envisioned himself becoming a Demon King one day. Unlike many naive youngsters, Octavia, having endured the harshness of society, was acutely aware of reality. Transmigration was far from a glamorous affair. For instance, on his very first day, he had killed his biological mother, all while being born in a filthy goblin lair. What a catastrophic beginning. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary being, but a Demon King. Had he been just another goblin, it would have been infinitely worse. Though the featureless white humanoid was hardly an improvement over the green-skinned goblins. After the initial shock of the panel, Octavia noticed that each entry had a sign, suggesting the possibility of expanding the information. Thus, he delved into the details of his level. LV10, the average level of adult intelligent species, is LV5. Next was strength, with other races averaging around 5 to 6 points. It was then that Octavia realized, as a Demon King larva, he was not as weak as he had presumed. His short legs could outrun adults, and his small hands could easily crush goblins. Moreover, his magic and spirit were even more astonishing according to the panel. Other races had single-digit figures at lower levels. Chapter 2. Written as the Demon Race, read as the Terminator. The sky remained clear, and Octavia continued to sit atop the large stone. He was still processing the information on the panel, though unfamiliar with this world. He was not entirely ignorant. His mind housed fragments of inherited memories. This recollection resembled a documentary, allowing him to sift through knowledge as if browsing the internet. These memories originated from his biological mother in this life. The Demon King, named Octavia, parasitically entwined with the goblin bloodline, inherited the memories of his mother upon birth, simultaneously discarding the goblin legacy. He was the perfect assassin. The more goblins relied on foreign entities for reproduction, the greater the likelihood of a Demon King's emergence. Each time a demon king named Octavia was born, it would severely curtail the overpopulation of goblins. The fact that such goblins had yet to be eradicated struck Octavia as absurd. After all, with but a single command, he could annihilate an entire goblin tribe remarkably efficient. The skill known as Death Command granted Octavia absolute dominion over the goblin race. The lower the level of a goblin, the more potent its skills become. An ordinary goblin, under the influence of this ability, may succumb to genetic collapse, while those of slightly higher caliber may meet a rather explosive demise truly tyrannical in nature. Conversely, the dominion of the Demon Lord is shrouded in mystery. Its activation instills a palpable sense of authority among other beings, particularly among monsters and subhumans, who experience this sensation more intensely. Weaker creatures may even prostrate themselves in reverence. As for the summon monster skill, it is aptly named, allowing the summoning of minions at level 1. One can only recruit feeble beings, such as goblins. However, the wielder of the Goblin King's authority is the natural sovereign of goblins, rendering this skill somewhat lackluster at present. The high-speed regeneration ability requires little elaboration. As a demon lord, it is quite reasonable to be difficult to kill, is it not? According to the information provided in the evaluation section, it appears that this world is replete with demon lords. Here, it seems that the demon lords are produced in bulk. For instance, the demon lord Octavia is a mass-produced model, essentially a parasite within the conceptual framework of the goblin population. Octavia places particular importance on the passive ability known as Divine Enemy. Since the demon lords are the elite soldiers crafted by the ancient gods, it stands to reason that they are not adversaries of the ancient gods themselves. Based on the information at his disposal, it is known that there exists a distinction between ancient deities and new gods. He has neither encountered the ancient gods nor the so-called new gods, and thus, he possesses little understanding of the concept. However, the meager experiences of his mother during her brief life have provided him with some assistance. His mother was a novice adventurer with a modest grasp of earth magic, having inherited the level 1 earth magic from her panel. Although she was inexperienced, she had traversed several cities, witnessed the so-called statues of gods, and listened to the tales propagated by missionaries. The ancient gods were vanquished by the new gods. And now, the world is predominantly governed by the faith in the new deities that Octavia comprehended. The superior of the demon lord has been defeated by the enemy. He is akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Having entered the military in the year XX, he intends to follow the path of survival. If he is not invincible, he shall remain in hiding. According to his mother's recollections, this area is quite remote. However, the presence of otherworldly individuals captured by goblins indicates that it is not entirely devoid of human activity. Danger. Suddenly, Octavia felt a profound sense of insecurity that he surveyed the chaotic surroundings, rife with signs of crime. It would be prudent to cleanse the scene before proceeding. Grateful to his mother, he too has become a noble mage. Despite his immense strength, the efficiency of his diminutive limbs is rather limited. Nonetheless, Octavia need not exert himself, as his magical energy wanes. The earth magic is activated in his memories. His mother would chant incantations to cast spells, yet Octavia approached it as if playing a game. Utilizing magic as long as his mental fortitude and magical energy permitted, the lifeless green corpses outside the cave were gradually consumed by the earth. How marvelous! Although the pristine, expressionless head bore no discernible emotion, Octavia's heart brimmed with exuberance, utterly fascinated by the magical phenomenon before him. Having lived a lifetime in a materialistic world, he now truly felt the fantastical sensation of being transported to another realm. Upon assessing the energy expenditure, he noted that it was not excessive. Cleansing the corpses outside the cave had only required 10 points of magical energy. Octavia leapt down from the large rock, attempting to stand and walk towards the cave. When he was born, he could only crawl. Now, he was capable of walking. He could hardly believe it had been less than an hour that he felt as though he was not an infant, but rather a being of another realm. Ultimately, he buried all the corpses, save for those of the otherworldly individuals, expending 30 points of magical energy. Octavia did not feel fatigued. His magical energy replenished faster than it was consumed. Comparing his performance to his mother's in his memories, he attributed it to the extraordinary gifts of the demon lord lineage. After all, in his recollections, his mother was merely an 8th-level low-tier mage. who began to lament her defeat after dispatching just 10 famished, emaciated goblins. With only 8 levels as an ordinary human mage and a meager magical energy of less than 10 points, she relied on physical prowess for combat. From this perspective, Octavia considered his 120 points of magical energy to be remarkably potent. He felt a semblance of security and an increment in confidence regarding his survival. Nonetheless, this was insufficient. He shifted his focus to the demon creation feature on his panel at midday. The sun blazed fiercely. 3 women, expressionless, traversed the desolate forest, akin to a civilized no-go zone. The leading woman cradled an infant swathed in swaddling. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that what she held was not an infant at all, but rather a pale, formless monstrosity. Indeed, it was Octavia at this moment. Octavia was comfortably held, feeling somewhat drowsy, for he was but a newborn. The golden-haired woman holding him wore tattered leather armor and wielded a simple iron sword to slash through the obstructing foliage. Following her were 2 women dressed like rustic village maidens, one wielding a rusty knife and the other a dung fork. These 3 women were the demon kin that Octavia had conjured using his demon creation skill. Through identification, the panels of the 3 revealed the following: codename, Mother level, LV10 race, primordial demon, human mimicry strength, 10 stamina, 11 agility, 13 spirit, 20 magical energy, 50 skills, basic swordsmanship LV1, earth magic LV1 talent, mimicry max, imitation LV5, rapid learning LV1 passive, demon lord's protection, blessing of the ancient god evaluation, a subordinate species of the demon lord, a culmination of the ancient god's malice, a biological weapon more fearsome than the demon lord itself. Codename, Lily level, LV7 magical energy, 35 skills, farming LV1, household chores LV2 codename, Nano level, LV7 magical energy, 35 skills, farming LV1. Dissection LV1. Octavia wholeheartedly concurred with the evaluation of the demon kin on the panel. These were not mere demons. They were akin to Terminators, far more terrifying than he, the demon lord that in the realm of horror films. They were no less than monstrous entities, more fearsome than xenomorphs. Octavia expended 135 and 35 points of energy to create 3 primordial demons, contrary to his imagination of beautiful succubi or grotesque demons. What appeared before him were 3 enlarged versions of Octavia himself, formless figures cloaked in darkness, evoking a sense of joy within him. It was then that he understood why the goblins had displayed such despair upon seeing him. Upon identifying the attributes of the 3 demons, he was astonished to find their values woefully inadequate, leading him to believe that his 120 points of magical energy would go to waste. Upon closer inspection, the max skill shone particularly brightly. The max mimicry did not disappoint. As the most formidable presence within the cave, his mother, an 8th-level adventurer, became the target of mimicry for the demon kin known as Mother. A woman, identical to the golden-haired figure from his memories, emerged in the cave. Due to the increased energy expenditure and reduced values associated with mimicry clothing, the demons did not don such garments. Their clothing and weapons were relics accumulated from the victims of goblin nests throughout the ages, resulting in their tattered and rusty condition. After burying the otherworldly individuals, the 3 demons cradled Octavia and set forth on a journey to seek a secluded place far removed from human habitation. Octavia, having exhausted his magical energy in creating the 3 demons, even drew upon some of his mental strength to mend the deficit, rendering him somewhat weary. The demon known as Mother mimicking his own mother was also a manifestation of Octavia's selfish desire to fill the void of maternal love. Regardless of his past life, he was now merely an infant, though he had slaughtered an entire goblin tribe, capable of running and jumping, and could easily crush a goblin with a single slap. He remained a small, endearing creature in need of maternal affection. Chapter 3. Snuggling with the demon sisters. As afternoon arrived, the sun still shone brightly, yet within the primordial jungle, shadows began to creep in. The wilderness echoed with the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects, devoid of any trace of civilization. A gray-haired wild rabbit, significantly larger than those on Earth, comparable in size to a dog, grazed leisurely on the verdant underbrush. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed by. Instinctively, the alert rabbit, possessing an abundance of survival experience in the wild, attempted to leap away. Yet, it was too late. With a resounding thud, the rabbit was struck by a tremendous force. sent soaring into the air and ultimately impaled against a nearby tree. The source of this force was an old dung fork. Blood gushed forth from the wound as the rabbit struggled momentarily before succumbing to death. Shortly thereafter, a slender figure clad in a patched dress emerged from the rustling grass. She was Lily, the primordial demon. Emotionless, she moved with the efficiency of a machine, withdrawing the dung fork and carrying the rabbit back without any hesitation. Soon, she arrived at a clearing devoid of underbrush, where Mother, Nana, and Octavia awaited. Octavia utilized earth magic to level the ground, initially intending to dig a hole for shelter as one might in Minecraft. However, he soon realized that his magical energy recovery had slowed. Moreover, he felt hunger gnawing at him. It was then that he remembered he had not truly been born. His magical energy was not infinite, requiring the consumption of nutrients from within. The demon lord's juvenile form was not even comparable to an infant, but rather a humanoid demon egg. Or, one might say, a humanoid chicken egg. This is also the reason why he lacks a mouth, small beak, and flower, which is truly absurd. Otherwise, he would have to applaud like high-class dolls among the demon race. Thus, he must supplement his nutrition. Otherwise, he would suffer from developmental issues. Hence, he sent Lily to hunt, while his mother and Nana remained to protect him. The famished being was merely a weak and pitiable demon king egg, exceedingly fragile. If it were Lily's original form, a village girl hunting in the abyssal forest would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, the body Lily assumed was not purely that of a village girl. The strength of the primordial demon race is composed of two aspects: the initial magical power bestowed by the demon king and the inherent values of the mimicked form. Therefore, when the magical power granted by the demon king is substantial enough, the body values of the primordial demon race after transformation may even surpass those of the original Lily, devoid of emotions. Fear and pain due to selective mimicry was far more powerful than a mere village girl and could even overpower adventurers of the same rank. Hunting was a breeze for her, rather than bleeding the large rabbit. She placed it directly before Octavia, originally cradled in Nana's warm embrace and drowsily drifting off. Octavia instinctively leaped from Nana's arms upon seeing the bloodied rabbit. He swiftly approached the carcass. Previously, Octavia had pondered how he, lacking a mouth, would consume food. Now, driven by instinct, he knew what to do. He clumsily pressed his small hands against the rabbit's wounds, and soon, blood-red patterns spread across his pale hands. He was siphoning the rabbit's blood. During this process, he felt a faint trace of magical power. Before long, as Octavia's hunger subsided and a slight sense of fullness washed over him, the robust rabbit had withered as Octavia curiously stepped away from the rabbit's remains. Nana approached, holding a small knife, and deftly utilized her dissection skills to break down the rabbit. The three demons then began to consume the rabbit's flesh raw. Indeed, demons require sustenance as well. It is quite scientific. Once this was accomplished, darkness enveloped the sky. A mist began to rise, and the roars of beasts in the forest grew increasingly intense. Octavia understood that this place, known as the abyssal forest in his mother's memories, became exceedingly perilous at night. The abyssal forest, also referred to as the night fog abyss, teems with dark monsters, nocturnal demons, and ferocious beasts, rendering it hell for low-level adventurers and posing a certain danger to Octavia as well. Consequently, Octavia conjured earth magic, constructing a temporary underground dwelling. Once the four entered, he sealed the ground with earth magic. Since they were not human but rather horrific monsters resembling aberrations, there was no need for them to breathe. Octavia could perceive his surroundings without eyes, clearly seeing the underground scene even in darkness. To conserve magical power. This subterranean space was not large, perhaps somewhat cramped. Octavia's keen senses first registered discomfort. The leather armor was rigid. The coarse burlap dress emitted a foul odor. Thus, at his command, the demons shed their armor and the malodorous garments, which Octavia sealed away in a small compartment using earth magic. Consequently, three soft, odorless white bodies enveloped Octavia. It felt comforting. Due to the limited mimicry, the demons did not replicate the scent of humanity, remaining quite clean. After enjoying the fresh sensation for a while, Octavia suddenly felt a chill, as if embraced by three refrigerators. He hastily instructed the three demons to enhance their mimicry. Soon, Octavia sensed the warmth and fragrance of feminine bodies, further enhancing his comfort. It wasn't long before Octavia succumbed to a light slumber. After all, he was merely an egg, incapable of enduring intense exertion. With several meters of soil separating him from the surface, the sounds of rustling, night fog, and monsters were of no concern to him. After all, the four of them were not benevolent beings. They were categorized as monsters, each unafraid of the other. Before drifting off, Octavia contemplated the primordial demon race. He was entirely satisfied with the creation of this skill by the demons. He marveled at how terrifying the primordial demon race was, akin to entities emerging from a horror film. Their mimicry max was no mere jest, not to mention the accompanying skills of imitation LV5 and rapid learning. Their ability to mimic targets was so lifelike that if necessary, they could even replicate memories. They could even reproduce. After all, as long as an entity is adequately replicated, it becomes real. It's akin to copying and pasting. Two identical individuals could coexist in this world, even more remarkable than twins. When the primordial demon race achieves complete mimicry, these emotionless and soulless weapons of slaughter, upon mimicking brains and various chemical organs, would behave like ordinary beings with flesh and emotions, provided there were no orders from the Demon King. Previously, Octavia had wondered why there was no mention of the primordial demon race in his mother's memories. The peculiar demons in her perception were entirely different from the primordial demon race, a native. His mother's understanding of demons was that they were merely strange beings with odd features, entirely dissimilar to the terrifying primordial demons. Now, Octavia speculated that the so-called demons might indeed be descendants of the fully mimicked primordial demons. If the creation of demons was a talent inherent to every chosen demon king, it would not be impossible. Consequently, Octavia began to contemplate various strategies that if he were to encounter enemies of the opposite sex in the future, he could have the demons imitate them and then present them with a child connected by blood, allowing them to experience the joys of motherhood. If the opponent were male, he could have them mimic his wife. Of course, Octavia merely entertained these thoughts, recognizing that it was undoubtedly the Demon King's instincts at play. He, Octavia, was a paragon of virtue, disdainful of such base actions. Perhaps, Octavia instinctively shifted within the embrace of the three spheres, seeking a more comfortable position. Although Octavia had been rather lascivious in his past life, in this existence he remained a mere absurdity, a humanoid egg, devoid of worldly desires, merely succumbing to the inertia of thought. In his dreams, Octavia set a goal for himself, to survive in this world. As one must always have a short-term objective, that was survival. Living was paramount. Then, he contemplated whether he could seize a territory far from human habitation, leading a peaceful life, thanks to his demonic lineage. His memory was exceptionally clear. Aside from the obscured name, he could recall everything. Throughout his extensive journey in web literature, he had encountered various versions of traversing guides and industrial materials, while mobile phones and computers were out of the question. Ensuring a good life with adequate food, drink, and shelter, complete with toilet paper, was essential. In this life, he also aimed for tranquility and happiness. Chapter 4. A special lesson in dreams. As night fell, moonlight bathed the earth, and mysterious mist enveloped the entire abyssal forest. Amidst the fog, a dark silhouette crawled ominously. The rugged terrain, overgrown with weeds and roots, posed no hindrance to its movement. It pursued the scent of fresh blood. Swiftly traversing the forest, its motions as fluid as a fish swimming through water. Suddenly, it halted on a clear patch devoid of grass. It had found its prey, but regrettably, it was merely a bloody pelt, with no edible remnants. Perhaps this was the work of other predators. The shadow merely felt a fleeting curiosity before crawling away, considering the minor inconvenience insufficient to warrant a pause. The night stretched long, and many more prey awaited. Meanwhile, underground, the demons had no need for sleep. If a dim oil lamp illuminated the subterranean space, it would reveal a slightly eerie scene. 3 naked women, expressionless, stared intently at a pale, featureless infant cradled in their arms. The moment the dark silhouette approached, the mother, possessing earth magic LV1, slightly lifted her head, seemingly able to gaze through the soil at the ominous creature, her eyes unblinking. Meanwhile, Octavia, lost in dreams, did not sleep soundly. It seemed he encountered ancient gods in his dreams. Some beings claiming to be ancient gods attempted to impart knowledge to him, only to be interrupted by another entity identifying itself as a guardian deity. The guardian deity informed him in the dream of a fascinating object nearby. Then Octavia awoke, fearing that if he fell asleep again, that dreadful thing known as a remedial class would soon latch onto him. Startled by the unwavering gaze of the 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he inquired, "What time is it now?" "It is dawn," came the emotionless voice of his mother from the darkness. Octavia mused that if his biological mother were alive, her voice would likely resonate similarly, albeit with more warmth and humanity. Before drifting into slumber, Octavia had instructed the demon kin to count numbers. For the primordial demons required no rest, making it quite suitable for them to keep track of time. Although he was unaware of the precise hour, he felt that reaching a certain number would signal the impending dawn. He cautiously employed earth magic to create a minuscule opening in the soil above him, and soon a ray of sunlight streamed through. Indeed, it was dawn, amidst the warm morning light filtering through the trees. A large hole abruptly marred the otherwise even terrain. A figure suddenly leaped forth. A golden-haired woman wielding a long sword, clad in leather and chain mail, with a tattered backpack slung over her shoulder. She surveyed her surroundings, safe. Following her terse words, 2 more figures sprang from the cavernous void. Lily, armed with an iron pitchfork, and Nana, cradling the small demon lord. "I'm hungry," Octavia remarked, basking in the gentle sunlight. Momentarily forgetting the foul odor emanating from the village girl's dress, his words, both Lily and Nana turned their gaze towards their mother, who possessed a higher magical affinity and rank. Their mother regarded them in return. With a silent exchange akin to a well-coordinated tactical unit, the demon kin swiftly allocated their tasks. The mother took the small demon lord into her arms with one hand, while Lily and Nana ventured off to hunt. Watching the 2 village girls depart, Octavia reflected on the dream he had the previous night. Was it truly a dream? What intriguing things had the guardian spoken of? Should he investigate? Octavia hesitated, for in the realm of fantastical novels, dreams and curiosity often bore the mark of peril. Any peculiar occurrence warranted vigilance. However, when Octavia instinctively glanced at his personal status panel, his non-existent eyes widened in astonishment that he gasped in disbelief. "It's not a dream. Let me see." Goodness, several new skills had appeared on his panel, their names equally astonishing. Skills: Death Command, Goblin Exclusive, Demon Lord Domination LV1, Monster Summoning LV1, Rapid Regeneration LV1, Identification LV1, Earth Magic LV1, Necromancy LV1, Enchantment LV1. Remarkable. While the notion of attending a supplementary class in a dream was disheartening, the acquisition of such power was undeniably exhilarating. The trepidation of traversing this new world and the uncertainties of survival were momentarily alleviated. Octavia endeavored to recall every detail of his dream, yet the formidable memory granted by the demon lord's essence failed to manifest. He could not recollect whether the figures in his dream resembled beautiful teachers or were akin to Cthulhu. The images from his dream remained ambiguous and abstract, eluding verbal articulation. Resolving to cease his contemplations, he lamented the headache it induced. After all, with his already bald head, he pondered how he might cope with future baldness. Out of curiosity regarding his new skills, Octavia directed his enchantment towards his mother. Sensing the shift in his gaze and the magical aura, their mother lowered her head to the faceless demon lord nestled in her embrace. The characteristic unblinking, dead fish eyes of the primordial demon met Octavia's non-existent gaze for a moment. As if recalling something, she bowed her head and placed a gentle kiss upon Octavia's smooth, pale forehead. She fulfilled her role as a mother, bestowing upon him the warmth of maternal affection, and then resumed her vigilance of their surroundings. What a jest! The primordial demons required no enchantment. The demon lord could command as he pleased. Devoid of humanity, even lacking in intellect, the primordial demons were immune to enchantment. Their loyalty to their creator, the demon lord, was unwavering, impervious even to divine intervention. They were weapons forged by ancient gods. If they could be enchanted, their very existence would lack purpose. Octavia felt no embarrassment nor concern as he continued to experiment with his newfound abilities. Necromancy LV1 activated successfully with the expenditure of 1 point of magical energy. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Their mother noticed the peculiar sounds nearby, swiftly pointing her serrated iron sword towards the source of the disturbance. To her astonishment, a figure clad in blood-stained gray rabbit fur wobbled unsteadily to its feet. The head of the rabbit was a hollow cavity, resembling a gruesome wound. Due to the absence of friendly identification, their mother, encumbered by the small demon lord in her arms, found it impractical to strike. Instead, She summoned her magical energy, preparing to cast earth magic. Wait, it's an ally. Octavia interjected, halting his mother's actions, who obediently ceased her assault. Octavia conjured an earthen platform that lifted the undead rabbit. Raising it to eye level with him, nestled in his mother's embrace, Octavia meticulously examined this fascinating creation. Truly, this was a different world, a realm of magic that defied comprehension. The existence of the undead rabbit profoundly shifted Octavia's worldview. The platform revealed a rabbit skeleton, thoroughly devoured, draped in its former pelt. Without hesitation, Octavia activated his identification skill. Identification LV1 name. Undead Gray Rabbit level. LV3 race. Undead strength. 2 stamina. 4 agility. 5 spirit. 2 magic. 1 skills. Bite LV1 talent. Undead physique LV1 passive. Demon Lord's protection. Quite weak, yet astonishing. Octavia requested his mother place him atop the earthen platform, and the diminutive Octavia began to manipulate the motionless undead rabbit awaiting commands. Despite being entirely consumed, the skeletal remains were still of considerable size. Towering over Octavia, and no matter how many times he witnessed it, Octavia remained in awe of the marvels of magic. How could bones devoid of flesh possess movement? What held the joints of these bones together without any connective tissue? Countless questions loomed, yet remained unanswered. As Octavia perched upon the back of the large rabbit, embodying a rabbit knight, the 2 village girls returned from their expedition. Consequently, the large and dead rabbit, invigorated by the 2 rabbits brought back by Nana and Lily, made Octavia feel as though he had visibly grown taller. Truly, this was an otherworldly phenomenon. Sensing this transformation, Octavia couldn't help but exclaim that it was at this moment that Octavia finally felt a tangible sense of being a monster. Chapter 5. The bunny version of the undead catastrophe game console. Embracing a mindset of resignation, Octavia ultimately decided to explore what delightful treasures lay within the dreams he had been told of. His instincts as a demon king hinted at an impending surprise, though he was uncertain if he could endure it. This time, however, he did not require his mother to pave the way. His gaze shifted towards the massive rabbit. Its eye sockets flickering with eerie green flames. Though the life force of the original demon race was remarkably resilient, verging on immortality, they would recover from any injury as long as the Demon King infused them with new magic. Yet, this seemingly flawless original demon race possessed a fatal weakness: their magic cores. Most magical beings harbored magic cores, and the original demon race was no exception, compared to high-value and aesthetically pleasing units like his mother and Nanali. These 3 rabbit-sized undead served as far more cost-effective scouts. Despite their frail appearance, under the support of the Demon King's potent magic, the majority of their physical weaknesses were mitigated as long as the structure of the soul fire within their skulls remained intact. They could not be deemed truly destroyed. Furthermore, owing to a unique characteristic of that singular point of Demon King's magic, these undead rabbits retained a strength comparable to their living counterparts, unlike the utterly powerless wild skeletons, which lacked muscle. The combined might of the 3 attacking together rivaled that of a robust adult. The inaugural battle for the undead rabbits left Octavia thoroughly satisfied. The dense canopy obscured the sunlight, casting a stark shadow over the forest floor. This dim environment served as an excellent disguise for certain lifeless creatures. Beneath the trees, a large rabbit with a black and white coat was engrossed in its meal, its adorably large eyes vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Although the outskirts of the abyssal forest teemed with diverse species, the dangers they presented far exceeded those of the outside world. Each creature had its own unique survival skills, having adeptly adapted to the harsh conditions of this treacherous forest. However, the continued existence of the abyssal wild rabbit, positioned at the bottom of the food chain, was not due to its survival prowess, but rather its exceptional ability to thrive. It would not be an exaggeration to say that these rabbits single-handedly sustained a vast majority of the species inhabiting the outer forest, akin to their goblin counterparts. Yet, the seemingly vigilant black and white rabbit remained oblivious to the green fluorescence gradually materializing from the grass behind it. Suddenly, a rustling noise erupted from the underbrush. Startled, the black and white wild rabbit instinctively leaped into the air. But before it could gain much height, a shadow sprang forth from the bushes and brought it crashing down. Magic-1, Undead Rabbit 1. When it came to their kin, the undead rabbits seemed more adept than the formidable demon sisters. They were able to strike with lethal precision, never missing their mark. As Octavia observed the growing number of skeletal rabbits, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. Was this not a reflection of himself? Born into a goblin community, he could loosely be considered a goblin, despite lacking any goblin blood, being a divine creation that had usurped their niche. Yet, in this unfamiliar world, he possessed an innate understanding of goblins. As a demon king specializing in goblin extermination, he could confidently assert that his knowledge of goblins surpassed that of the goblins themselves, with an expert-level comprehension of their weaknesses that he could eliminate any goblin without the use of death commands. Even when confronted with powerful advanced goblins, Octavia, in his current juvenile demon king form, could wield a rusty knife to unleash attacks akin to a butcher's precision, turning his foes into sashimi. This was the allure of his specialization, an all-encompassing and merciless suppression of goblins. The ancient divine wars were indeed brutal, as he grew more familiar with his demon king form. Coupled with unconscious lessons from his dreams, some memories began to surface. Most of these recollections revolved around goblin tales, leading him to a clearer understanding of their origins. Octavia recalled goblins due to his sense of déjà vu. The scale of the undead bunny mini-catastrophe surged dramatically, reaching 30. Many were corporeal undead. The skeletal rabbits merely eliminated their prey without the ability to dissect or consume them. Octavia had no intention of depriving them of their flesh, finding it quite adequate as it was. For both the Demon King and the original demon race, there was no aversion to the negative effects of blood tainted with undead magic. The newly added corporeal undead could well be considered mobile rations. These expendable undead were sufficient. Any more would lead to an unwieldy troop, potentially attracting unnecessary attention. After all, many formidable beings lurked within the forest, and drawing their gaze could hinder Octavia's objectives for the day. Ceasing the hunt for the undead, Octavia and his company pressed onward toward their target that a multitude of undead rabbits galloped together. Trampling a clear path through the underbrush, the three demon sisters accompanied the young demon king. They disappeared into the dark thicket along the game trail. After a while, a hunched, greenish figure cautiously emerged from the nearby thicket, anxiously watching the direction in which the young demon king had vanished. Gripping his stone spear tightly, he fled in the opposite direction without looking back, oblivious to the faint, ghostly green glow that lingered in the shadows behind him. Shifting the perspective back to Octavia. As a goblin extermination weapon, he certainly could not overlook the nearby goblins. His recent thoughts of goblins coincided with their presence in the vicinity. Just then, he stumbled upon a new goblin settlement, aligning perfectly with his desire for new territory. Seemingly due to the overwhelming presence of the undead, Octavia faced little resistance along the way. The forest hunters refrained from provoking trouble. The undead soon discovered a natural cave. Such caves were common in the outskirts of the abyssal forest, serving as shelters for many tribes. Some weaker tribes relied on these caves to fend off the threats posed by the nocturnal mists. However, the cave discovered by the undead bore no signs of habitation by any tribe. Overgrown with weeds and vines, the undead incessantly gnawed at the tendrils, attempting to clear a path suitable for the Demon King's passage. Their efforts, however, proved rather ineffective. Ultimately, Octavia, growing impatient, employed earth magic to carve a path into the cave that, as per usual, the undead led the way. Octavia did not have to wait long for results. The natural cave was not particularly large, even somewhat cramped. Upon entering through the narrow opening, the cave's interior was fully visible, with a faint ray of sunlight streaming in, slightly weakening the undead. Even without this glimmer of light, Octavia could clearly discern the scene within the cave. A skeleton, presumably of a human, lay against the cave wall, surrounded by 5 grotesque wooden puppets. These puppets appeared even more ghastly than goblins, their mismatched proportions resembling the amateur handiwork of a child. Octavia found the sight somewhat startling, though not to the point of astonishment. These bizarre wooden puppets were indeed unsettling, given their horrifying appearance, yet they failed to intimidate a genuine monster such as the Demon King. Then, the keen-eyed young Demon King discovered something shocking. On the hand of the skeleton slumped against the cave wall, he recognized a familiar object, an electronic device. Octavia instinctively yearned to rush forward and grasp the object, examining it closely. However, he quickly suppressed the fluttering excitement within him and allowed the undead rabbit to approach. Gently touching the item, it slipped from the skeletal hand and showed no immediate reaction. After a moment of tense silence, the cautious Octavia steeled himself and instructed Lily to step forward. Obediently, Lily approached the skeleton. bending down to pick up the object before returning to her master. Octavia, held by Nana, maintained a respectful distance from Lily. Ultimately, nothing amiss occurred, although encountering what appeared to be an electronic device in the wild. Otherworldly jungle was already peculiar enough. After all, neither the innate goblin origin tale nor his mother's memories contained any mention of such an object. After a brief hesitation, Octavia decided to assess the item. Name: Game Master Summoning Device. Description: an object from beyond the realm's evaluation. Transmigration is both a technical endeavor and a gamble, requiring an equal measure of luck and personal effort. In times of misfortune, individual capability becomes particularly significant. Regrettably, an unnamed individual's luck was poor, compounded by their lack of skill. They perished from a backstab by the fourth calamity, merely a beta test, wielding a sharpened twig. A player with a penchant for chaos. The once promising star of the fourth calamity transmigrators quietly fell in an unremarkable corner. Perhaps the 5 subpar player vessels drained his meager brainstem and dexterity, leading to the demise of this transmigrator, who survived a mere 3 days at the hands of a player he encountered for the first time. Staring at the lengthy evaluation, Octavia was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the unfortunate commentary, he found it odd that a mere LV1 appraisal could yield such an abundance of information, suggesting that the Demon Lord's appraisal skill possessed capabilities beyond its level constraints. Moreover, whose evaluation was this? With no clear leads, Octavia tentatively attributed it to the celestial spirits of the 666 ancient gods, or perhaps the judgment of that guardian deity. After all, his panel hinted at a high probability for such speculation. The abnormal appraisal presented no alarming results. Unable to contain his curiosity, Octavia reached for the item known as the summoning device. Its metallic surface was cool to the touch, devoid of the anticipated chime signaling activation. As he explored its features, he realized it indeed resembled a gaming console. Elated, Octavia lifted the device triumphantly as sunlight poured into the cave, reflecting off the gleaming metal. Wow, a golden legend. I've struck treasure. Holding this incongruous gaming console, Octavia located the power button. After a brief wait, a melodious yet unfamiliar startup tune filled the air, followed by the screen illuminating with the message, "Welcome to the Game Master system due to user death. The account has been deactivated. Please re-register to log and enter username." A familiar sensation washed over him. Octavia felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Family. I'm playing video games in another world. Now a creature known as the Demon Lord, Octavia felt no sorrow for the comically tragic fate of his compatriot, quickly becoming engrossed in the novelty of possessing a gaming console in this strange realm. However, he soon regained his composure. This was not merely a gaming console, but a device that could summon entities known as players. As a seasoned internet enthusiast, Octavia was well aware of what the fourth calamity entailed, exemplified perfectly by players who attempted to eliminate NPCs at the first opportunity. Even if this were a genuine gaming console, Octavia had no leisure for games. Under the pressure of survival, did he truly have time for such distractions? He recalled childhood fantasies of carefree gaming in adulthood, envisioning a time when he could indulge in all manner of toys and models with money to spare. The reality of adulthood, however, revealed no such luxury. Thus, he powered down the console and stored it away. Octavia had more pressing matters to attend to. He required a stable refuge. This place was far too small. Utilizing earth magic, he placed the unfortunate skeleton into a coffin crafted from high-density soil, burying it within the cave, while also incinerating the 5 unsightly puppets, hoping his fellow countrymen would be free from the persecution of players in this new world. During the funeral rites for his fallen compatriot, Octavia stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. This unfortunate soul appeared to be genuinely from his earth, adorned in terrestrial clothing and possessing various identification documents. Could it be a weak earthling landing in the perilous forest? The difficulty level was hellish. Fortunately, he was reincarnated, suggesting that the transmigration route might indeed be the solution. Having completed the posthumous affairs of the fallen earthling, Octavia decisively departed with his subordinates. Chapter 6. Demon Lord. Are you still playing video games? The Demon Lord is indeed lacking in a certain desolate wilderness on the outskirts of the abyssal forest. Dozens of undead rabbits with glowing green eyes are tirelessly forging a path through the dense thicket. Following closely behind the undead is a golden-haired woman clad in tattered armor, wielding an iron sword. Accompanying her is a girl brandishing a pitchfork and another peasant girl cradling a pale infant. It has been a day since the discovery of the remains of that unfortunate villager. Thanks to the skills of the Goblin King's authority and the Goblin Slayer, Octavia possesses an innate sensitivity to goblins. Coupled with the tracking abilities of the undead rabbits that follow a particular goblin, Octavia's group soon identifies a new goblin settlement on the very day of their discovery, faced with a tribe of no fewer than several hundred goblins. Octavia refrains from rash actions. Instead, she conceals herself in the surroundings, quietly observing the goblin village while also taking the opportunity to develop her own powers. Like an alien species, Octavia exhibits an astonishing growth rate. Transforming considerably within just a few hours, she can cultivate formidable strength in a remarkably brief period, which gives her ample time to strategize without any sense of urgency. However, as a day quietly passes, the endeavor to seize control of the goblin tribe shows little progress, and Octavia has yet to formulate any plans. This is not due to the village possessing any formidable combat capabilities, nor is it because Octavia finds herself at a loss. Rather, she is currently engrossed in a game, rather neglecting her responsibilities. Having been born only a few days prior, Octavia's physique has expanded much like an inflated balloon, making her appear akin to a 2- or 3-year-old child. Yet, at this moment, she remains nestled in the soft embrace of the demon girl Lily, utterly absorbed in cradling a sleek, metallic black gaming console. She is playing a game. With her non-existent eyes, she gazes at the blue-haired beauty on the screen, emitting silly chuckles through her non-existent mouth. During the past day spent lurking near the goblin den, Octavia has taken the opportunity to explore this mysterious gaming console, which proclaims itself as the Game Master System. At a first glance, the console appears to be an ordinary touchscreen device. However, upon powering it on, a somewhat juvenile user registration process unfolds. After completing the login procedure, no boastful entity refers to her as a host. The overall design is simple and unpretentious, reminiscent of an ancient AI style. It is a genuine system, as one would interpret the term, rather than a mere imitation. In fact, its retro design lacks sophistication. The operational interface is quite straightforward, featuring only 3 primary functions: player summoning, game editing and creation, and game library. Simple, yet encompassing, it is deserving of the status attributed to a cross-dimensional traveler's golden finger. Octavia feels both intrigued and hesitant about the player summoning feature, deciding to postpone her decision for now. Aside from the somewhat enigmatic player summoning function, the console also includes a game creation module and authentic gaming capabilities. The game editing function, as the name suggests, allows limited modifications to the world perceived by players and the setting of various behavioral guidelines. For instance, restrictions such as preventing a player from attacking the game master or their allies can be configured using the editing module. The module is remarkably user-friendly, akin to foolproof programming, easily navigable even by children without prior coding experience. Subsequently, that unfortunate villager met his demise at the hands of an overzealous beta tester. Octavia notices that the editing module remains in its default settings, indicating that the previous owner of the console had not utilized this feature at all. Thus, this tragic event not only reveals the diversity and subjectivity of players, but also serves as a testament to the variance among cross-dimensional travelers. Those who traverse dimensions without skill remain as inept as they were, and those devoid of merit should not expect to become heroes after reincarnation. Instead, they often find themselves enduring a repetitive cycle of suffering, with some unfortunate souls experiencing even greater hardships than before. If the tales of cross-dimensional travelers depicted in Octavia's previous life were to hold any truth, then the plethora of orphans, tragic protagonists, and hellish beginnings portrayed would render the notion of reincarnation a futile endeavor, as it would only perpetuate suffering without clear purpose. Octavia had always loathed those who were utterly incompetent, yet prided themselves as genuine protagonists, and she similarly despised the narratives of their misfortunes. Now, as Octavia finds herself in a world she once romantized, she fervently yearns for immense power, determined not to fall into the pitiful category of a failed traveler. The sight of the unfortunate villager's remains and the absurdity of his death deeply unsettles her. This serves as motivation for her urgent exploration of the mysterious gaming console, as she craves power. The third function, the game library, is merely a straightforward repository of games. Conventional video games from Earth can be found within the library, By clicking on the desired game's icon, the console launches the game without any compatibility issues. Regardless of its format, IT is extraordinarily supernatural, quite miraculous, yet somewhat abstract. As Octavia fiddles with the console, she inadvertently opens the game library and becomes entranced, unable to tear her gaze away, as if under a spell. The library boasts an immense capacity, showcasing a plethora of video games from throughout Earth's history. It even includes some unfamiliar titles that appear to belong to a futuristic realm, sequels to familiar games such as XXX Game 2 and Game 5, which do not exist in Octavia's memories, are also present. When Octavia finally looks away from the screen, an entire day has passed unnoticed. The demon children, barely a year old, having recently been born, have yet to glimpse even a fraction of the vibrant world. Yet they already bear the weight of sustaining their existence. Although they lack emotions, Nana places the lifeless body of a wild boar beside the engrossed Octavia, with her non-existent eyes fixated on the game screen. Octavia unconsciously extends her hand toward the boar, engaging in a mindless act of blood-sucking. Suddenly, Octavia's mind wanders, and her gaze drifts away from the screen. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy wells up from within her, filling her small body. Octavia's consciousness experiences a significant elevation. Abruptly, she jolts awake from the stupor induced by the gaming world. How terrifying! Octavia gazes in trepidation at the cold gaming console in her hands. She had unknowingly succumbed to an inexplicable power, frantically playing the game as if possessed. Yet, this shocking realization soon fades from her mind. She contemplates the advantages of this mysterious power if she cannot resist the console's allure. Then the so-called players, ensnared by the console masquerading as a game, will likely exhibit even more formidable attachment. The feasibility of Octavia influencing players' behaviors through the console has greatly increased. She is neither an NPC nor a game developer. What she requires are workers, not mindless players. The console's captivating allure holds vast potential. In the past, Octavia might have felt apprehensive about such enchanting power. However, now that she has experienced her own transformation, she is confident that she will no longer be swayed by the console. That if she were to remain absorbed in it, it would merely indicate a simple addiction to gaming. After continuously absorbing a wealth of nutrients and magical energy, Octavia finally evolves. This evolution does not entail a sudden growth spurt, but signifies a progression into the next stage of a demon lord's life cycle. Name: Octavia. Level 15. Race: Demon Lord. Larva. New skills: Devour, Mimicry Max, Super Imitation LV1, Rapid Learning LV1. New talents: Demon Lord. Echo: Demon Lord. Shell Evaluation: Attempt to break your shell. Let the entire world tremble before you. At this moment, the body of Octavia underwent a dramatic transformation. His height surged upward, and his magical prowess surged with overwhelming force, while the terrifying might of his demonic lordship grew increasingly fearsome. The ignorant and fearless undead crawled upon the ground, and even the three demon kin, though equally devoid of wisdom and fear, prostrated themselves in reverence. Nearby, the goblin tribe was engulfed in chaotic uproar. All goblins, including their chief and elders, fell into a state of inexplicable panic. The lower-tier goblins merely knelt and trembled in terror. The little Karami were at a loss, as the illiterate goblins relied on their innate fragmented knowledge and the teachings of the elders to form a basic understanding of the world. The current situation left them bewildered and frightened. Suddenly, a sense of dread overcame them, compelling their bodies to kneel involuntarily. However, they thought that, even if the sky were to fall, their powerful leaders and elders would surely devise a solution. Yet, the goblin chief and elders, who bore the burden of their kin, were on the verge of collapse. The heavens had indeed crumbled. The more powerful one became, the more acute their senses among the tribe. The only two goblins of level 10 or higher felt as though the world itself was collapsing under the dual pressures of the king's authority and the demonic lord's dominance. At this moment, the two formidable green-skinned beings lay prostrate on the ground, resembling two fish washed ashore. Chapter 7. The goblin's skin is green. The nameless goblin savage village acquired a name today. As Octavia led his army of undead rabbits, wielding a terrifying aura, the might of the demonic lordship and royal authority peaked. The goblin chief and elder, both exceeding level 10, immediately bowed down without a hint of hesitation or dispute. Sliding to their knees on the spot, that night, Octavia spent the night in the village he had named Otaat. This time, he was still acclimating to his suddenly heightened powers. having advanced to the embryonic stage of a demon lord. His magical energy skyrocketed from 120 to 210 points, while his mental strength reached an astonishing 600 points. His mind had become so potent that he could directly manipulate reality without relying on magic. Simultaneously, due to his immense mental power, his inherent murderous intent toward goblins relentlessly impacted the surrounding goblins. Under the onslaught of this lethal aura, the goblins found it impossible to lead a normal existence. They could only tremble in fear, hiding within their makeshift shelters. This was entirely contrary to Octavia's initial expectations, as he had believed he could suppress his murderous intent toward the goblins through sheer will. However, in retrospect, he had underestimated the ancient god's disdain for goblins. They s an extermination machine specifically designed to target goblins. His oppression was unparalleled. In such circumstances, these goblins were clearly unsuitable as tools. In fact, even without the interference of murderous intent, these goblins would not qualify as competent instruments. Although they appeared to possess some intelligence and cunning tricks, they remained fundamentally foolish and barbaric primitives. The curse of the new gods had shackled their minds, and their flawed reproductive methods had degraded their bodies, evident from their crude huts and the squalid caves they inhabited, making it impossible for them to engage in menial labor or agriculture. Octavia's desire to dominate these goblins stemmed from a longing for a better life. He had no intention of leading a band of vile savages to commit wrongdoing. In terms of military might, he possessed formidable necromantic magic and had also progressed to level 2 in earth magic. Level 2 earth magic enabled him to summon earth golems, known as gremlins. However, level 2 earth magic summoned gremlins that were not particularly powerful. In the hands of an average adventurer, they merely served as clumsy 2-meter-tall meat shields, lacking any remarkable attributes. Octavia attempted to summon a gremlin at a standard level. It was a grotesque creature with short, stout limbs that crumbled as it walked. Nevertheless, with his formidable mental strength and vast magical energy, Octavia could design the gremlin with meticulous precision while enhancing it with an amount of magic that an average adventurer could scarcely fathom. Thus, the feeble, degraded goblins became somewhat redundant. Octavia had no intention of exterminating the goblins. Due to their remote location, these goblins bred with beasts, with no other intelligent races in sight, thus sparing them from tarnishing his vision. Although Octavia felt no sense of identification with the goblins, he similarly harbored no affinity for beings from other realms. But he did feel disgust. When confronted with such disgust, his murderous intent became difficult to suppress. In summary, Octavia was a superficial aesthetician. Having traversed from another world, he carried with him the memories and persona of his past life, making it impossible for him to identify with otherworldly beings. Ultimately, he would revert to the external aesthetics, navigating life through the cognitive patterns of his former existence. While there were indeed other intelligent races with females in the forest of despair, goblins, positioned at the bottom of the food chain, were not to be trifled with. Through communication with the goblin elder, one of the two goblins who remained unaffected by the murderous intent and pressure, Octavia gleaned much information about the current situation surrounding the forest of despair. The periphery of the forest of despair was a vague classification, vast beyond measure, akin to a sea of trees. The distribution of intelligent races therein was also correlated with their strength. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the more powerful the races encountered. Undoubtedly, the goblins, closest to the human strength threshold, were the weakest. Apart from goblins, the forest was home to various races: dog-headed men, lizard men, pig-headed men, bull-headed men, wergens, ogres, dragonfolk, winged beings, elves, and fairies. Upon hearing of such a plethora of fantastical races, Octavia was initially taken aback. What a bustling array! The priority of goblins was certainly diminished in light of the existence of winged beings, elves, and fairies, igniting a fervor in Octavia's heart. Ultimately, he managed to quell his restless spirit. He still had one method left untried. The goblins were not beyond redemption. That night, under the influence of level 2 earth magic, a 2-story house constructed of high-density earth material materialized in the center of Oda village. The house, seamlessly integrated, stood in stark contrast to the primitive huts surrounding it, creating a dissonant visual. Constructing a house using low-level earth magic would typically require dozens of low-level mages, and the magical power of an average individual would likely pale in comparison to that of a professional construction team. Mage fees were not trivial. Octavia could only build the house and create some simple, integrated furniture using earth magic, Though there were no doors or windows that night, his mother laid a thick layer of hay on the earthen bed. And then, along with the other two demonkin girls, cuddled with the now adolescent Octavia as they fell asleep. Outside, countless undead rabbits glowed with an eerie green light. As he acclimated to his newfound powers, Octavia's murderous intent gradually receded under his conscious suppression. Some goblins finally managed to shake off their boundless fear and trembled as they attempted to distance themselves from this village that had transformed into a den of darkness. However, they were halted by the undead scattered throughout the village. Octavia, too, found it challenging to secure a restful slumber. Since sleep had lost its former joy, given his currently inhuman strength, it was indeed possible for him to forego sleep altogether. He even needed no breath, as he lacked a respiratory system. Yet, Octavia understood that by sleeping, he could grow stronger, much like the dragonkin. His growth rate far exceeded that of dragons. Thus, he must sleep. He desired to become even more powerful. As the sun gradually ascended, Octavia awakened from the gentle embrace of the demonic beings. Gazing with non-existent eyes at the ochre ceiling above, his head buzzed, and a dull ache throbbed within his skull. In his dreams, he was first inundated with a vast inheritance of goblin lore, followed by an intense bombardment of knowledge from 600 esteemed masters, culminating in the rigorous training of a guardian deity's transcendent initiates. Even Octavia's superlative intellect was on the verge of overload. The ability of adaptive evolution proved to be exceedingly potent. Miraculously, his mind had not shattered, but rather swiftly acclimated to this inhumane deluge of information, mitigating the damage inflicted upon his brain. This phenomenon also accounted for the rapid growth of his mental fortitude. Each time he awoke, Octavia discovered his mental prowess steadily escalating. Lying in a daze upon his bed, he began to regain his composure only when 3 demons presented fresh prey before him. Upon draining the 3 beasts into desiccated husks and instinctively resurrecting them with necromantic magic, he finally pieced together the fragments of knowledge awakened during his slumber, gaining fresh insights into the goblin predicament. Utilizing the skill of Demon King's resonance, Octavia summoned the goblin chief and elder, instructing them to assemble their kin. Under the blazing sun, Octavia, accompanied by the demons and 2 formidable goblins, stood atop a raised platform crafted from earth magic. A haphazard assembly of several hundred male goblins, clad in scant attire, some merely draped in grass skirts, while others bore no garments at all, trembled in fear as they beheld the demon king above. Subsequently, the small demon lord, with a mere thought, commanded the undead, emboldened under the demon king's protection, to surge forth despite the sun's blaring rays. They executed a gruesome sterilization of the goblins. Below the platform, the air was filled with anguished cries. The goblins, most of whom were inadequately clothed, now cast aside their burdensome worries. Their troubles were methodically eradicated by the undead, resulting in hundreds of green phallic forms neatly arranged in a line. The 2 fortunate goblin warriors trembled, drenched in perspiration. Octavia paid no heed to the fallen goblins scattered about. Under his mental command, 10 earth and stone golems, born of immense magical energy, commenced the leveling of a nearby plot of land. Swiftly, under the efficient labor of the golems, a field was prepared. However, this was not a plot suitable for agriculture. Yet, Octavia had no intention of cultivating crops. Instead, he observed as the undead meticulously planted the goblins' discarded tools into the small pits previously excavated by the golems. The undead, composed of rotting flesh or frail, disjointed bones, were ill-suited as laborers, mere chosen fodder for battle. In contrast, the golems designed by Octavia proved to be exceptionally effective, efficient, and practical. The golems, equipped with water reservoirs, drew water from a nearby river and sprayed it over the field brimming with goblin tools. Octavia began to anticipate the forthcoming harvest. Indeed, goblins could sprout from the earth. There was no need for repugnant acts of abduction and violation. The goblins' ancestors had once thrived, having emerged from a civilization far removed from base desires. Why else would Octavia refer to this band of green-skinned savages as degraded goblins, compared to their forebears? Today's goblins were the epitome of savagery. Chapter 8. The Goblin Cultivation Guide. After the golems completed the task of covering and watering the goblin plantation, Octavia recalled that he should now infuse the soil with a special nutrient substance. This concoction was a highly effective fertilizer, meticulously crafted for optimal growth. However, The ancient gods had long since vanished, and the goblins had fallen into disarray. Such industrial-grade, high-tech fertilizer was beyond Octavia's means to procure or create. Yet, he possessed something far superior, his own immense magical power. This power, imbued with the grand characteristics of a demon king, held the secret to transforming decay into the miraculous. Standing outside the field, the pale and featureless youth raised his hands high. A dark, vibrant magic began to manifest, shifting from black to a spectrum of colors that gradually expanded outward. The heavy magical pressure stirred the ambient magic in the atmosphere, and soon the weather above the village grew ominous. With dark clouds forming a slight vortex, even without eyes, Octavia, with his keen senses, perceived that a multitude of both the living and the deceased knelt in submission behind him, the small green-skinned beings, who had just recovered from the agony of severed blades, collapsed once more like wheat before the scythe as the magical pressure descended upon them. Feeling the dense air, Octavia sighed, that is not quite right. Setting aside the question of whether he is overly dramatic, and excluding the inconvenient aspects, the Dark Lord's sound and light effects are indeed filled with prestige, and his passive abilities are undeniably strong. Octavia appreciates the beauty of such numerical values. As Octavia channels the power within him, an indescribably abstract and pitch-black magical force envelopes the entire expanse before him. Subsequently, this magic seeps into the earth. The goblins within the soil react violently under the influence of the Dark Lord's power. The weak and feeble roots rapidly swell and harden, only to explode into a meaty paste, which then coalesces into spores that continuously wriggle and combine, fervently drawing upon the rich power of the Dark Lord. Noticing the commotion in the soil, Octavia, having expended a significant amount of magical energy, lets out a sigh of relief, despite lacking a mouth. If the inheritance has gone as predicted, then according to his estimates, what would have originally taken a month of nurturing will be reduced to a mere 5 days by his abstract magic. Under the purifying influence of his Dark Lord powers, this batch of goblins may yield surprising results. The two intermediate goblins behind him kneel on the ground, gazing at the graveyard emanating a terrifying magical aura. Their faces etched with confusion, they do not comprehend what their king is doing. Although to these two goblins, the land that buried the remnants of their kin can only be referred to as a graveyard. They dare not voice their thoughts or ask questions, fearing to offend the king's majesty and subsequently face a brutal demise. But Octavia's magical recovery rate is swift, as his 600 points of mental power provide formidable endurance for his magic. He even possesses the capacity to heal the goblins who have suffered the loss of their masculine dignity. He discovers that this abstract magical force of the Dark Lord has a remarkably restorative effect on the goblins. Before long, hundreds of goblins rise, brimming with vitality, utterly unrecognizable from their previously fatal state. However, their gazes toward the undead are now tinged with greater fear, and when they behold Octavia, they regard him with the same trepidation as they would a Dark Lord. Their already timid hearts shrink even further. The pressure from Octavia is indeed overwhelming for these lowly goblins, as he has accumulated an excessive number of buffs specifically targeting them. First, there is the innate suppression of the Goblin King's authority, along with the tyrannical dominance of the Dark Lord that affects all living beings, followed by the terrifying killing intent of the Goblin Slayer and Goblin Nemesis. Additionally, the almost tangible mental force he wields disturbs reality, imposing an indescribable mental burden upon these frail creatures. Even the Goblin Leader and Elder, these two intermediate green-skinned beings, occasionally find themselves gasping for breath in fear, coupled with Octavia's current appearance, which exudes an aura of horror in the eyes of the goblins. It is akin to the sight of a gaunt specter, whether it is a mere illusion or not. Octavia perceives that these lowly goblins, having undergone harmless processing and castration, seem to exhibit slightly improved temperaments. They are no longer as irritable, nor as lazy and cunning. They have become somewhat more diligent in their tasks. The previously reluctant cleaning and sanitation efforts are now genuinely being executed, particularly the foul cave, reeking of decay, maggots, and excrement, is gradually being tidied up by the goblins. Of course, this is also influenced by Octavia's intervention. The skill known as the Echo of the Dark Lord plays a crucial role in this transformation. From birth, Octavia possesses the ability to communicate seamlessly with all races, akin to a form of telepathic connection. As he evolves into a larval form, a more formidable version of the Echo of the Dark Lord manifests. To him, This resembles a superpower. He does not expend magical energy. Instead, he amplifies the effect using mental power. The results are consistently terrifying, belonging to the realm of Dark Lord-level skills, wielding an overwhelming and relentless power. His words resonate in the hearts of all beings, imbued with strong suggestive qualities that compel them to subconsciously obey him. When necessary, his words can even transform the ethereal into the tangible, inflicting genuine harm on the target, both spiritually and physically. It is a true manifestation of verbal assault. As the goblins tire, Octavia gazes with satisfaction upon the once putrid village, now transformed, at least with a significant reduction in the offensive odor. That night, having become a larval being with an increased appetite, Octavia returns to his goblin plantation after draining 5 large rabbits. Accompanied by the 3 female demons of his kind, to his astonishment, he discovers that within a mere half-day, some grotesque green leaves, veined like blood vessels, have broken through the soil. This indicates that the goblin's 5th appendage can indeed yield something. Curiously, Octavia examines it and inhales sharply. Name: Goblin's flesh and blood breeding chamber status. Under development. Evaluation. One of the biochemical technologies developed by the ancient goblin civilization for interstellar colonization, capable of producing healthy native goblins endowed with complete knowledge, inheritance, and the blessings of ancient gods. Interstellar colonization? Are these goblins or green-skinned orcs? Octavia is taken aback by this revelation, experiencing a sense of absurdity akin to villagers sharing nuclear fusion technology with him. A stark contrast indeed. Recalling the visions from his inheritance dream, he remembers scenes from the Age of Divine War, where a group of green-skinned warriors charged into battle for the ancient gods. Thus, Octavia casually selects a lowly goblin for examination once more. Once again, he is astonished by the goblin's statistics. Name: meat dried species, degraded goblin level, LV6 strength, for magic, 0 skills, bite LV1, throwing spear LV1, thrusting LV1 talent, genetic degeneration, mental brand passive, Dark Lord's protection. Curse of the gods, ancient gods misfortune evaluation, a malformed goblin born through erroneous reproduction methods, recommended for elimination. The aberrant reproduction is one of the biochemical technologies the goblins developed for interstellar colonization. Fraught with numerous flaws. However, the goblins were cursed by the new generation of deities before completing this technology, resulting in the loss of their developmental capabilities. In a sense, this panel is quite extraordinary. Genetic degeneration stems from incorrect reproductive methods, while mental branding arises from the curse of the gods. The curse of the gods is a malediction from the new deities upon the ancient goblin bloodline. Inherited by the degraded goblins, the ancient gods' misfortune is the manifestation of the ancient gods' malevolence toward the degraded goblins. The ancient goblin civilization was among the followers of the ancient gods, and the degraded goblins, twisted by genetic degeneration and mental branding, are regarded by the ancient gods as the destroyers of the ancient goblin civilization. Their very existence is sin. Thus, under the subtle influence of the ancient gods, the degraded goblins face constant misfortune, struggling to truly thrive, relegated to a life akin to cockroaches in narrow crevices. The mental branding imposed by the new gods transforms them into filthy savages with an intense desire to reproduce with females of other races. While aberrant reproduction yields further degenerated offspring, this vicious cycle continues, leading to the complete disappearance of their once great civilization, leaving behind the feeble goblins of today. Once again, Octavia notices the term Dark Lord's protection, which surely refers to himself, does it not? It is likely a characteristic left over from the previous use of magic to heal the goblins. Subsequently, Octavia no longer paid much attention to these degenerated goblins. This world is filled with an abundance of novelties, and he has many more otherworldly features awaiting exploration. For instance, the mysterious mist that gradually rises as night descends before him. He discerns some notable characteristics of this mist, wherever intelligent beings congregate. The mist becomes sparse within a certain radius. Likewise, burning flames can produce the same effect. However, the halt of the mist does not imply that the predators within it will cease their pursuits. Periodically, a few unfortunate low-level goblins are dragged away by mist monsters, vanishing without a trace. This is also one of the reasons the goblin population in the Forsaken Forest cannot thrive. They are ensnared by the ecological chain of the forest, becoming fodder for the monsters. Yet today is different. This realm is now the domain of the Demon King, and the greenskin goblins are the Demon King's private property. For mere mist creatures to dare to snatch food from him is simply courting death. Chapter 9. Night of Octavia. Octavia stepped into the pitch-black cave, which had been thoroughly cleared by the goblins. Even in the absence of torchlight, he could still perceive the cave's interior. His initial impression upon entering was one of spaciousness. In truth, even without building shelters outside, this cavern could accommodate hundreds of goblins. Furthermore, Octavia discovered that in the absence of intelligent beings and torches, the cave was devoid of mist. This mist seemed not to be as terrifying as he had imagined. In fact, it could be physically obstructed. Regrettably, this once vast lair had been filled to the brim with the refuse of the foolish goblins over the years. Even the savage goblins could not endure such a hellish environment, which had forcibly honed their skills in constructing shelters. Wandering through the newly refreshed lair, Octavia felt not only the spaciousness, but also an overwhelming sense of poverty. This tribe was evidently larger than the one he had originated from. Yet it was strikingly destitute. There were no weapons, no clothing, let alone any treasures. He understood the reason: their remote location. These creatures would never encounter human villages or be hunted by human adventurers. It was unlikely they would provoke other tribes in the Forsaken Forest. Though foolish, they possessed a certain awareness of their status as the least among the denizens of the woods. Thus, they could only live a meager existence, struggling to survive with primitive tools such as wooden spears and stone axes. Nevertheless, this remoteness was also a source of satisfaction for Octavia. While distant from civilization, it also represented safety. Survival was paramount. At this moment, Octavia was filled with a sense of reassurance that he could now calm his mind to contemplate future endeavors. However, this spacious, cleared space also piqued Octavia's interest in creativity that he intended to utilize his versatile earth magic to undertake some infrastructural projects. He envisioned constructing a grand and formidable castle for himself, the Demon King. He had not crossed over merely to revive the ancient goblin civilization or to restore the goblins to greatness. He had come to indulge himself as Demon King Octavia. He could do as he pleased. The ancient gods had attempted to indoctrinate him in dreams, urging him to embrace the mission of the Demon King. Yet, each time, he was interrupted by the guardian deity. The presence of the guardian deity severed the ancient god's influence over his fate. They even provided him with what could be termed a joyful education on surviving in this otherworldly realm. Thus, he was freed. He could act as he wished, provided he was willing to bear the consequences, for there were no restrictions. Just as Octavia was lost in thoughts of creating 100 demon maidens and gathering various beast-eared and elven companions for his harem, a sudden warning arose within him, and he sensed the demise of 3 undead rabbits connected to his magical essence. "Master, there are enemies," stated Nana, stationed at the cave's entrance, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Her words concise. "Let us investigate." Although the undead surrounding the tribe continued to perish at this moment, Octavia was not anxious. He had already perceived the presence of an uninvited guest. This individual did not instill a sense of danger within him. Hence his calmness. The struggle between the undead rabbits and the intruder grew increasingly intense, prompting the low-level goblins to gather in trepidation at the cave entrance point. 2 mid-level goblins within the tribe cautiously approached the source of the commotion. Weapons in hand, as night fell, Octavia had arranged for the undead rabbits to lurk in the mist outside the range of the tribe's torches. In fact, the current undead legion was no longer composed solely of rabbits. It had incorporated various beast types, including boar, wolf, tiger, and leopard. All were remnants left by Octavia and the Demon King. As time progressed, Octavia's mastery over his own powers grew ever more adept. When Octavia arrived behind the goblins, the 2 mid-level goblins finally sensed the faint yet oppressive aura of the Demon King. "Your Majesty." Upon realizing Octavia was behind them, the goblins hastily prostrated themselves on the ground. Octavia paid them no heed, instead fixating on the swirling mist that the torchlight could not penetrate. Previously, Octavia had constructed dozens of covered fire pits around the tribe using earth magic, which were tended by low-level goblins who added firewood. The flames flickered amid the roiling, mysterious gray mist. Numerous green lights and a pair of blood-red lights could be vaguely discerned, entwined in a deadly dance. The green lights, one after another, vanished in succession, while the crimson glow persisted defiantly. Octavia felt quite satisfied with the undead as a combat unit. Though they might not be ideal laborers, they were loyal soldiers. They fought fearlessly, resolutely executing their master's commands. In contrast, the gremlins left behind by Octavia remained motionless. Akin to statues, the potent aura of the Demon King gradually dissipated over time. Gremlins were merely earth puppets, a quintessential example of brute force relying on the miracle of magic, lacking intelligence and a stable power source. They were merely temporary constructs of magic. Even though Octavia had designed more efficient joints and transmission structures to conserve magic, soulless entities ultimately could not act autonomously. They still required Octavia's control. Moreover, Octavia lacked the ability to create intelligent AI from clay and had yet to discover a reliable means of storing magical energy. In battles, these solid statues were of little use. After all, he had the undead and the demon kin. Thus, the goblins and gremlins became superfluous ornaments. Octavia observed with interest for a while, only to find that the feeble beast undead were incapable of dealing with the entities within the mist. After sacrificing 20 expendable troops, his patience waned. The beings within the mist did not seem formidable to him. He felt capable of crushing them. Yet, despite the onslaught of over 100 beast undead, they had still lost 20 to the adversary. Octavia found this somewhat surprising. He halted the mother of the intruder, who had drawn her sword upon sensing the fluctuations of the Demon King's emotions. As he suddenly conceived a new idea, he intended to take matters into his own hands. That a level 15 Demon King larva was no trifling matter. The traits of ultimate life forms and adaptive evolution instilled within Octavia a profound sense of confidence. Although he was still encased in the shell of the Demon King, rendering him an immature form, these two seemingly impressive skills had yet to reveal their true potential. Nevertheless, Octavia was eager to test his strength and familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. Thus, he commenced with identification. Unbeknownst to him, his identification skill had naturally risen to level 3, likely a result of the ancient god's rigorous training. Name: Forsaken Hunting Lizard level, LV12 race. Beast-type monster strength, 19 stamina, 24 agility, 20 spirit, 16 magic, 12 skills, Fiery Claw LV1. Bite LV2, Fire Breath LV2 talents, Night Vision LV1, Anti-Magic Skin LV2, Thick Scales LV3 passive, Gray Mist Blessing, Dragon Blood Blessing Evaluation, a gray mist creature with faint dragon blood, a formidable predator. Relatively rare in the outskirts of the Forsaken Forest. Wow. Identification always brought surprises to Octavia, each revelation eliciting his AWS. Oh, powerful. I want it. This encapsulates the thoughts of Octavia upon witnessing the identification. A tall, robust physique, an elongated tail, a menacing lizard-like head, and sharp claws. Adorned with striking horns atop its head, it resembles the death claw from some post-apocalyptic game of a past life. Its jet black scales, akin to armor, exude a sense of weightiness, crawling with skeletal undead yet utterly unscathed. Though devoid of eyes, Octavia could be described as radiating with excitement at this moment. As he advanced, the mist retreated as if encountering a formidable adversary, dissipating in his wake, with the gray fog lifting. The combatants gradually came into view amidst the scattered bones. Amongst the debris, the towering, ebony-hued hunting lizard struggled to shake off the undead clinging to it. Several of the undead were flung away, creating gaps. Yet, the undaunted undead pressed on relentlessly, quickly filling the void. As long as the magical energy infused by Octavia remained unspent, and the soul fire within their skulls remained intact, they would continue to fight until the very end. Octavia observed with keen interest as the massive lizard dispatched a small rabbit with a single claw, while glancing at his skill panel. Devour Mimicry Max. Ready for action? Chapter 10. Devour Mimicry, the mighty hunting lizard. Currently in full display of its prowess, bit down on a tiger-like undead that had climbed onto it. Suddenly, its primal instincts detected a dreadful threat. An ominous presence was drawing near. Its blood-red vertical pupils, filled with bloodlust, contracted abruptly. With formidable biting power, it shattered the skull of the skeletal tiger, extinguishing the soul fire within. It then whipped around violently, expelling a column of fire in a certain direction, which expanded into an inverted conical shape after extending 10 meters. Its effective range reached 15 meters. A blinding orange flame illuminated the night. The fire struck directly at the quietly approaching Octavia. The searing heat washed over him, illuminating his featureless, pale-visaged. He stood his ground, arms outstretched to embrace the oncoming heat wave. It was scorching, intensely hot, but not painful. The 2-minute ordeal of blistering flames charred the ground beneath his feet, rendering it blackened and hardened, while igniting the surrounding grassland. The hunting lizard soon ceased its fiery onslaught. Its meager magical energy had been exhausted. Steam billowed from its gaping maw. The lizard gazed in terror at the strange being that remained unscathed. Though the forest of despair teemed with malevolent spirits and bizarre monsters, it had never encountered anything quite like this. Moreover, this being exuded a perplexing aura, appearing both as a dangerous monster and a feeble cub, which deterred it from fleeing at the onset. Now, however, escape was imperative. Having wandered and battled through the depths of the forest, reaching the outskirts to devour the barbarian tribes, it had witnessed many sights. Yet, it was the first time it encountered a humanoid being that could withstand fire for such an extended period without harm. Demon Lord's shell, rapid regeneration, adaptive evolution, ultimate life form. Octavia sensed the activation of certain skills at that moment. As he was enveloped in flames, the presence of these skills intensified that he felt a violent transformation occurring beneath his pale exterior. He was evolving once more. Fire resistance LV2, high temperature resistance LV3, magic resistance LV1. He had grown stronger at this moment. The Demon Lord's resonance detected the fear and retreat emanating from the lizard that it intends to flee. Leave it behind, to serve as nourishment for my growth. The cold, commanding voice echoed within the colossal beast's mind. Monsters summoning LV1. Demon Lord's dominance. Demon Lord's resonance. The enormous beast, standing 4 meters tall, suddenly froze mid-escape. Under the influence of unfathomable forces it found difficult to resist. A mere intermediate monster, crushed beneath the weight of the life hierarchy, was helplessly reduced to a mere plaything. It obediently sprawled on the ground. Ha! What a relief! Octavia drained the 8-meter-long, 4-meter-tall giant beast. When he rose from the deflated lizard's carcass, the boy's form exhibited no signs of change. The vast quantity of blood seemed to have vanished into an abyss. Content. Octavia surveyed his surroundings. Due to the nature of the despair hunting lizard's hunting ground, no other formidable monsters or beasts were in sight. That he noticed that the undead, demons, and greenskins were still inclined to kneel. Could it be that the Demon Lord's dominance is, in fact, a widespread will detection skill? Octavia glanced down at the desiccated corpse beneath his feet. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to conceive an intriguing plan, letting out an involuntary chuckle. Rise, great lizard. The pale humanoid stood atop the enormous carcass. Arms raised high at a cascade of vibrant, multicolored black magic surged forth, pouring into the corpse. Necromancy LV2 activated. 200 points of magical energy converged, but it was insufficient. Octavia wished to test his limits, with an expenditure exceeding even that of a high-level spellcaster. 200 points of magic swiftly depleted. Mental energy began to rapidly convert into magical energy to compensate for the deficit. 220-230-250-260-300 points. Subsequently, while Octavia's limits had yet to be reached, the soul of the despair hunting lizard and its undead form approached their breaking point, teetering on the edge of collapse. Even LV2 necromancy could not breach this threshold. Is it not possible? Then so be it. At this moment, the lizard's skeletal remains had expanded to 20 meters, standing 6 meters tall. It had become a colossal entity. Apart from the expressionless demons, the greenskins exhibited expressions of terror. Their bodies weakened. They collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the creature gradually rising to its feet. Under the lead of the Goblin Elder, they began to worship the pale figure standing upon the monster's shoulders. The azure moonlight cast a gentle glow, illuminating the scene. Octavia paid no mind to the greenskins. He meticulously assessed his newly acquired subordinate. The despair hunting lizard not only had its size greatly augmented by the overwhelming power of the Demon Lord, but its appearance had undergone significant transformation as well. Its formerly emaciated body regained a robust form. However, Octavia understood that this was merely an illusion. The seemingly brawny physique was hollow. Its thick scales had thickened considerably, forming plates akin to steel armor, solidifying its imposing exterior, while its weight had not increased significantly. Even so, from a distance, it resembled a Godzilla. Identification, name, Undead Despair Hunting Lizard Level, LV30 Silver Race. Undead, Skeleton Species Strength, 52 Endurance, 83 Agility, 41 Spirit, 35 Magic, 300 Skills. Fiery Claw, LV3. Bite, LV3. Fire Breath, LV4 Talent. Undead Vision, LV3. Magic Resistance, LV3. Thick Scales, LV4. Undead Control, LV1. Undead Resurrection LV1 passive. Demon Lord's Protection, Dragon Blessing Evaluation. A fearsome creature birth from the Demon Lord's progeny. With a steel-like body capable of rending iron with its claws, capable of melting steel and corroding life with its undead flames, boasting formidable magical resistance and even greater physical resistance, it is an almost perfect silver-tier killing machine. Difficult to find an equal in the outskirts of the Forest of Despair and the borders of the Northern Kingdom. Even among silver-tier beings, it is challenging to achieve victory in one-on-one combat. Only the Demon Lord progeny named Octavia 9527 can effortlessly subdue it, satisfied, utterly pleased, incredibly euphoric. If Octavia had a mouth, it would surely be grinning ear to ear. Then, miraculously, a mouth indeed formed, splitting open his pale visage, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth that rapidly sprouted. Ha! The muffled, raspy laughter echoed beneath the moonlight. This time, it was not the mental voice of the Demon Lord's resonance, but a genuine laugh carried through the air. Readers might envision the laughter of a Baltan alien. Octavia's featureless head sprouted glossy black scales, swiftly hardening into a helmet-like exterior with lizard-like attributes. Sinister horns, resembling those of the hunting lizard, gradually extended from his head. Starting from his cranium, the black scales began to envelop Octavia's entire form, while a 2-meter-long tail, wrapped in sharp scales, emerged and began to thrash about. Soon, a grotesque figure clad in sinister black armor stood beneath the moonlight. Its gaping maw, adorned with jagged, pointed teeth, transformed into a fearsome mask. Ultimately, from this dark visage sprouted a pair of blood-red eyes, each featuring golden vertical pupils. These were not the true eyes of Octavia, but rather a manifestation of an innate skill, a conduit for the Goblin Death Command. However, through adaptive evolution and the intervention of ultimate life form characteristics, Octavia had completely mastered this organ, altering its essence. It had now become an amplifier for the Demon King's resonance. Octavia gazed down at his hands, encased in ebony gauntlets, with claws sharp enough to rend iron plates. His spirits soared with exhilaration. Even in the absence of a mirror, he was acutely aware of his striking appearance. He felt undeniably handsome, undoubtedly cool. He reached up to touch the horns adorning his head, surrounded by primitive beings. Devoid of humanity, or a throng of the deceased, he couldn't help but wish to cycle through the Demon King's resonance as a background score, eager to test the capabilities of his new mimicry and the power of a silver-grade undead. Octavia projected his mental energy, sweeping through the entire goblin tribe, yet found few suitable weapons. Ultimately, propelled by his mental force, his mother's iron sword soared toward him. With a whoosh, it shot straight at Octavia, who allowed it to strike him. A resounding clang echoed, sparks flying. The sword did not harm Octavia in the slightest, not even grazing his scales. Elated, he caressed his scaled armor. The mimicry of devouring was unlike that of the demon race. It was far more versatile and potent. He could freely combine different forms of mimicry, shaping it to his desires if necessary. He could even transform into a true hunting lizard, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. A staggering 20 points, he gazed at the lizard-like scales beneath him, as resilient as steel. Gripping the iron sword, he brought it down with force against the scales. Clang. In that moment, regret washed over him. He had committed a foolish act. The sword shattered. Staring at the broken blade in his hand, Octavia was momentarily dazed. His previously elevated mood plummeted. This sword had belonged to his mother, although Octavia felt no sense of belonging to this other world. His mother was different. She was a unique existence. Having inherited her memories, he had witnessed the brevity of her life, his familiarity with her surpassing even her own. Octavia turned to the direction from whence he came. The place of his birth. Having found a suitable resting place, it was time to relocate her coffin. Chapter 11. The Demon King's Night Patrol. Without further ado, the impatient Demon King set forth that very night. Octavia constructed a small box-like dwelling from dense soil atop the back of the hunting lizard, roughly the size of a small camper. From a distance, it resembled a large lizard carrying a tiny backpack, lending it an air of cuteness. He then embarked on his journey with 3 demons and the Goblin Elder, leaving all the beastly undead to guard their lair. Had it been the former Octavia, he would never have dared to venture into the foggy night. His previous understanding of his own power had been vague, his perception of the world fragmented, lacking reference points. He had lacked a concrete grasp of his own strength. It was akin to playing a game in a previous life, manipulating a mod for the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect, filled with excitement but no true comprehension of his potency. However, buoyed by the assurances of appraisal, he had swelled with confidence, albeit not entirely. The perilous Nightshade Forest was the perfect testing ground. Compared to daylight, the nocturnal creatures and savage beasts were far more active. Yet for Octavia, day and night bore no distinction. He could perceive everything around him with clarity. His formidable mental energy rendered this awareness even more acute, enabling him to detect even the subterranean creatures that sought to hide. The azure moon hung high in the night sky, casting its light upon the dense forest of towering trees, where gray mist swirled and billowed. Beneath the colossal trees, a massive shadow moved steadily forward. Flickering green will-o'-the-wisps danced within the fog. The hunting lizard did not move quickly, yet its immense size allowed it to cover 4 to 5 meters with each stride. Its pace was significantly faster than Octavia's previous walking speed. Inside the box, Octavia was engaged in playful antics with the demons, while the green-skinned elder stood outside, braving the cold wind with a foul-smelling beast hide wrapped around him. Octavia was utterly enamored with the mimicry skill. He felt as though he had acquired a new toy. Despite being a child at heart, no longer in the form of an armored figure, he had transformed into an adorable, large rabbit. Standing upright, he marveled at his fluffy body. The devouring mimicry was astonishingly miraculous, almost otherworldly. As long as he acquired a fragment of biological tissue, he could mimic that creature and gain its abilities. Simultaneously, every piece of biological information he had consumed since birth was stored in a repository, which he could access to facilitate mimicry. Octavia transformed into a wolf, then a tiger, delighting in the playful experimentation. Eventually, he focused on sensing his own bloodline. He reverted to his pallid, faceless form. In no time, the color began to shift across his pale, monstrous shell. The tender, fair skin of a human began to emerge, while thick, dark hair sprouted from his head, gradually forming a handsome visage. A young man appeared within the box. Octavia was not transforming into a human. Rather, he resembled someone donning a skin suit. His mimicry acted upon his monstrous exterior, layering the pale shell of his youthful form with a human skin facade. His features were akin to mere adornments, yet all necessary functions were intact. Filled with novelty, Octavia scanned his new appearance with his mental energy, compared to the grotesque visage that had once evoked the Joy Valley effect. He found himself far more fond of the human guise. He resolved that in encounters with unsavory individuals, he would surprise them with his true appearance. Although lacking a mirror, the images obtained through mental scanning were far more detailed than any reflection could provide. His current visage, though distinct from Octavia's former life, was not entirely fabricated. Rather, it was grounded in hereditary information. This meant that had his mother given birth to a normal child, he would resemble this form. Slightly handsome, yet not overly extravagant, it bore a resemblance to his mother. The organ nestled between his legs was also a default feature of Octavia, and he regarded this familiar yet alien appendage with mild dissatisfaction. However, it mattered not. The freedom of his mimicry skill was vast. He activated the ability, adjusting the size of the organ. Subsequently, he sought to experiment with various human organs, eager to test the limits of his mimicry. He began to close off his mental energy, forging a deep connection with the organs that resembled mere ornaments. The once dull, lifeless eyes transformed into vibrant, expressive orbs, while his previously expressionless face began to exhibit lively emotions. "Wow, it's so dark," the youthful voice echoed within the dim confines of the box. His speech flowed effortlessly, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. "BRR, it's a bit chilly. This sensation is, for the first time in a while." Octavia experienced a sense of pleasure. Perhaps it was the fruit he had consumed. The cold wind filtering through the window invigorated his human senses in response to the overwhelming stimuli of his highly mimicked human form. His organ reacted. He felt no embarrassment, embracing the sensations fully. Since he was merely mimicking using his monstrous shell, he was not truly vulnerable. His essence remained enveloped within its protective casing. It was simply too dark. In pursuit of authenticity, the humanoid race lacks the ability of dark vision. However, Octavia, wielding earth magic, conjured a fire pit and summoned the elders outside to bring in some firewood. Although aware of the king's formidable power of transformation, the elder's ancient green visage still displayed a look of astonishment upon perceiving the king morph into a small human boy through the dark vision. Nevertheless, he recognized Octavia's aura and dared not show any sign of negligence. In truth, The goblins were oblivious to Octavia's true identity as a demon lord. They merely followed the instinctual guidance of goblin authority, referring to him as king, during his interactions with them. Octavia did not identify himself as a demon lord, instead opting for the name Octa, neither affirming nor denying the title of king. After the elder departed, Octa extended his fair right hand, which then bizarrely split open to reveal a mouth directed at the fire pit. Let us regulate the magical output a bit with that. Flames erupted as a straight jet of plasma fire shot into the fire pit. The ensuing blaze illuminated the room, dispelling the chill of the air. Turning to glance at the three motionless demons beside him, a meaningful smile graced his face, reminiscent of certain individuals indulging in adult dolls. That's the first step. Octa hastily renamed the demoness known as Mother. Initially, he lacked necromancy and metamorphic skills. He merely wished to preserve a token under the formidable mental scan of Oda. Nothing within this cavern could escape scrutiny, due to its proximity to human civilization. The goblin relics within this cave were far more abundant than those found in Oda village. Scattered throughout the cavern were numerous weapons and agricultural tools belonging to adventurers and border settlements, alongside a plethora of tattered garments and an even greater accumulation of long-decayed bones. Oda had lost interest in the remains of beasts. To him, only the undead of intelligent races could be deemed genuinely useful. Excluding the coffin of his biological mother, Oda directly drained his magical energy to employ necromancy throughout the cave. Chapter 13, City Building Game. As his magical energy swiftly depleted, he began to convert his mental power to replenish the void left behind. Oda soon felt the intense weight of mental strain increase as connections to the undead were established, growing in number. After several minutes, when the connections ceased to multiply, the previously silent cavern erupted into a cacophony of activity. Skeletons emerged from the earth, their fragmented limbs, guided by the power of the Demon King, rearranging themselves into complete humanoid forms. Some of these skeletons brandished wooden spears, others clutched rusted blades, while many wielded decayed staffs. They crowded together, filling the cavern to capacity, and the clattering of bones resonated, creating a somewhat discordant noise that echoed through the space. Among these skeletal forms were both humans and diminutive goblins, their numbers astonishingly exceeding 2,000. Observing this throng of undead skeletons, equivalent to the student body of a school from his former life, standing densely before him and forming a sea of green ghostly flames, Oda felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and reassurance. However, the sheer scale of this undead army also kindled some apprehensions within him. He needed to hasten his departure back to Oda village. The proximity to human territories was simply too precarious. Prudence dictated that this was not a place for prolonged stay. Although the appraisal indicated that the silver hunter lizard possessed unrivaled power in the border region. The world is ever-changing, and it was entirely possible that a golden tier powerhouse might soon arrive at the borders. The movement of the thousands of undead was not insignificant. It could potentially attract a myriad of unnecessary troubles. A rational judgment would dictate that they maintain a distance from human activities. Although Oda harbored a desire to visit the human settlements, he restrained himself from this perilous notion, lest he be foolishly sacrificed. Thus, before dawn, Oda led his army of undead, a formidable force, towards Oda village. With the spiritual connection to the undead of Oda village guiding their path, they would not stray. Sensing the mental link with the undead of Oda village, Oda discerned that no disturbances had transpired there, as the number of undead remained constant. The return journey was remarkably smooth and tranquil, devoid of any ambushes, undoubtedly due to the overwhelming presence of the undead army, which even mid to high-level monsters dared not confront. This necessitated that the demon kind keep their distance while hunting, ensuring a safe return to Oda village. As time swiftly passed, a few days later, Oda village had undergone a significant transformation under the bright sunlight. Towering earthen walls, 6 meters high and 1 meter thick, now encircled the entire village. Within, a multitude of uniformly constructed low earthen houses stood in neat rows, all rapidly erected using the same template through earth magic. Oda and 3 demon girls walked along the main thoroughfare, expertly leveled by earth magic, surveying their handiwork. Hundreds of small dwellings, all constructed with identical designs, lined the streets, accompanied by deep drainage ditches on either side. Oda and the demons were adept at earth magic, with Oda serving as an inexhaustible source of magical energy for the 3 girls. Remarkably, the construction of these modest structures was completed in just a day by the 4 of them. Each house, though not designed for comfort, could accommodate 10 diminutive goblins. Oda had also crafted numerous hard earthen bunk beds and sleeping platforms within, allowing the goblins to simply gather some straw for a far more comfortable lodging than their previous makeshift shelters. The goblins were overjoyed, knowing these accommodations were meant for them, and they reveled in their newfound homes. However, the marvel of their earth magic creations bore a certain simplicity. Many items that could not be fashioned from earth magic would need to be supplemented by the development of light industry in the future. For instance, although spaces for doors and windows were left, no actual doors or windows could be installed. Only the leader and elders had the foresight to hang animal skins over these openings. While the other lower-ranking goblins remained oblivious, shivering in the cold of night. Though the lower-ranking goblins had experienced a temperament shift due to their castration, their intellect had not improved. Each was as dim-witted as the last, struggling to grasp new knowledge, relegated to menial labor or cannon fodder. Indeed, had it not been for Oda's royal decree, many goblins would prefer to frolic without attire, shunning even the simplest grass skirts. Oda had contemplated using his royal command to teach them some craftsmanship. But, much like mathematics, if one does not understand, they simply cannot learn. The royal edict could compel them into peril, yet it could not instill knowledge. Oda had also constructed several latrines and, after issuing a royal decree forbidding indiscriminate defecation, he ceased to concern himself with the squabbling little green-skinned beings who fought over their favored houses. Oda then made his way to the expansive cavern that served as the foundation for his castle, built against the mountainside. This structure, referred to as the palace by the goblin elders, was merely a 3-story villa. However, the construction of this edifice had consumed a considerable amount of Oda's magical energy, far surpassing that of the goblins' humble abodes. The building was formed from high-density clay molded by potent magic and sturdy rock. The courtyard walls rose to 8 meters, exhibiting a star-shaped bastion layout, marking it as the inner city. In just a week, Oda had already begun to consider himself a minor lord with some wealth. A castle hastily erected through magic, populated by hundreds of dim-witted goblins serving as serfs. While this may appear somewhat absurd, given his understanding of human society, he indeed wielded the military strength of a formidable minor lord. When accounting for the beastly undead generated from the refuse of their meals, the total strength of Oda's undead forces exceeded 2,300. The lower-tier goblins were not considered combatants. Among the mid-level forces were 2 intermediate goblins, 5 skeleton mages, and 10 skeleton swordsmen, totaling 17 mid-level combatants. Moreover, the intermediate undead, having been imbued with the essence of the demon lord, were potentially stronger than in life, albeit hampered by their lack of equipment. To prevent the corpses of these undead from deteriorating unnecessarily, especially during the day, Oda had constructed 3 vast underground warehouses in the outer city for the undead army to rest. Upon entering the inner city through the unbarred gates, traversing the barren courtyard, he entered the castle. The empty castle held little of interest. Oda proceeded directly to the cavern concealed within the castle. This cavern had shed its natural appearance, transformed by Oda into a structure reminiscent of an air raid shelter. Torches fueled by animal fat illuminated the depths of the cavern, which would serve as a future storage facility. Here, all manner of plant and animal materials, as well as resources scavenged from the goblin caves, would be stored. After inspecting everything, Oda stood upon the walls of the inner city, gazing at the new home he had built with his own hands. Feeling the warm breeze from the forest and comfortably closing his eyes. Now, Oda was engaged in a semblance of human mimicry. His black, tousled hair framed a handsome visage, clad in a faded long-sleeve shirt and brown leather trousers, complemented by a pair of worn leather boots. The 3 girls behind him had also discarded their foul-smelling old garments. Collectively, their appearances had improved, yet their clothes remained faded, patched, and stained, betraying their impoverished state. Such was the plight of the garments of the deceased, with most adventurers and farmers being of lowly means. These few outfits were the finest available, thoroughly cleaned and dried. Lilith, standing behind Oda, gazed at the demon lord's back. Her expression significantly softened from her previous stoic demeanor. Her golden hair danced in the breeze, shimmering with a faint golden hue in the sunlight. She donned the chainmail that Oda had repaired and the hard leather armor that had been mended anew. Clad in leather gloves, she wielded a brand-new longsword, sheathed in an old scabbard. This sword, named the Lizard Hunter Longsword by Oda, was crafted from the plated scales of a silver-tier undead lizard, utilizing both his fire-breathing skill and knowledge gleaned from dreams. The sword, entirely black, emanated an aura that instilled fear in living beings, and it stood as the finest weapon in Oda village. Next to her, Nana and Lily, with their brown hair, resembled impoverished village girls. Their attire and mannerisms reflecting their humble origins, they continued to wear similar long dresses typical of rural folk. Though they no longer carried pitchforks or rusty knives, Oda surveyed the superficially impressive village. He pondered the future. Relying solely on earth magic and personal labor would not suffice for the life he envisioned. Development required collective strength, as only through unity could he attain his aspirations. Hence, the importance of population became paramount. It seems we are in need of another well-as for the population. Oda turned his gaze towards the vast expanse of farmland enclosed by towering walls. The area, once teeming with grotesque, fleshy plants, had transformed into a multitude of enormous, egg-like structures. Atop these ovoid forms sprouted massive, fleshy leaves, while the surfaces of the shells pulsated with writhing vascular tissues. However, Oda felt no revulsion. To him, these were not grotesque masses of flesh, but rather precious lives waiting to emerge. Nourished by the power of the demon lord, a new generation of goblins was on the verge of birth. Remarkably, this transformation had taken merely 5 days, a process that would typically span an entire month for the flesh spores to develop. Oda held high hopes for this batch of newborn goblins. Unlike their cursed, degenerative adult counterparts, these flesh-bred goblins were poised to inherit the legacy of civilization. They would serve as excellent tools, and Oda eagerly anticipated their arrival. Tomorrow would mark the day of their birth. Time slipped away as Oda indulged in his city-building game and the goblins engaged in their chaotic brawls. As night fell, Oda, having labored throughout the day, began to feel fatigued. The toll on his mental energy had been substantial. Momentarily lost in the thrill of his endeavors, he fancied himself immersed in a real-life Minecraft. Not only had he dug a well, but he had also conjured a towering structure above it using earth magic. Leaving him somewhat dazed, a few clever goblins, nearing level 9, merrily brandished torches, igniting braziers scattered throughout the village. In the past, no goblin would have dared to undertake such tasks. Even the commands of leaders and elders were often disregarded. Once night descended, even goblins with dark vision would hesitate to move, their mating instincts dampened. Yet now, things were different. The king's orders were absolute, and when imbued with the demon lord's power, they became commands that could not be defied. Though the goblins' bodies were loyal, their minds remained wild. While diligently tending to their task of lighting fires, they chattered excitedly about their new home, their heads bobbing animatedly, a peculiar discord between body and mind. The drastic changes in their environment instilled a potent sense of novelty and alienation in the goblins, a restlessness that would likely persist for some time. Once the braziers atop the outer walls were lit, the thick pall of haze that had enveloped the area receded. Having completed their task, the goblins congregated and began to frolic. The bright atmosphere of the night was an utterly novel experience, further enhanced by the absence of their previously insatiable mating urges, leaving the goblins brimming with energy. Even as their stomachs grumbled, they remained undeterred. However, the sudden cacophony of bones clattering interrupted their exuberance, causing them to flee in fear at the approach of the undead. Shortly after the goblins departed, a regiment of skeletons, marching in perfect formation, emerged from the underground storeroom, their hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie green luminescence. They then split into smaller squads, ascending the walls to begin their nocturnal watch. The undead were remarkably competent soldiers, highly practical. As long as Oda infused them with his powerful mental energy, they would faithfully execute the behavioral templates he had prescribed, marching in orderly lines, patrolling during the night, and so forth, proving to be a source of great ease and efficiency. In the plaza that Oda had intentionally set aside before the castle, 3 demon girls had set up several large pots. These pots, crafted from high-density earth blocks by Oda's earth magic, contained the remains of a massive beast they had hunted during the day, simmering in plain water. They had also added chunks of coagulated beast blood and valuable coarse salt collected from abandoned caves. The cooking methods of the 3 demon girls were primarily derived from the memories of their mimicry prototypes, reflecting the culinary skills of the lower classes of the human borderlands. Since sustenance had not previously been necessary, only blood was required. Oda had neglected to impart culinary skills to the demon girls. Moreover, given the scarcity of resources, the modern culinary techniques he was aware of held little utility. and even the precious coarse salt was merely a relic of the deceased, entirely absent from the native inhabitants of Oda's village. Boiling the beast's meat in water resulted in a flavorless dish, and after several days of such fare, Oda too began to feel a sense of monotony. Initially, during his transformation into a humanoid, Oda had been moved by the long-forgotten act of eating, savoring each bite. Observing the demon girls devouring their food with gusto, devoid of any sense of taste, was a curious sight. Oda's gaze fell upon the beast meat in his hands. Yet he felt little desire to partake. The aroma of the meat drew all the goblins closer, but none dared to disturb their king's meal, even though he now appeared as a delicate, tender-skinned human, not to mention the terrifying aura emanating from beneath his human guise. Merely the presence of the three humanoid creatures beside him, who were not human at all, would suffice to intimidate any leader or elder. Even the lowly goblins, lacking much intelligence, instinctively adhered to their survival instincts and patiently awaited their turn. Currently, the village of Oda had implemented a communal meal system. Each goblin received a bowl of broth containing a piece of meat and some blood clots, sufficient to stave off starvation. However, this was hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. Nonetheless, the goblins were unconcerned, as this was a daily occurrence, an improvement far beyond what they had experienced prior to the king's arrival. In the past, those who ventured out to hunt often returned empty-handed, whether they went hungry or subsisted on foraged fruits, tubers, or wild vegetables. They barely scraped by. Many goblins did not return empty-handed. Some clever ones brought along snacks, edible fruits, wild vegetables, or tubers, as a backup. During such moments, Oda delighted in assessing the items that the lowly green-skinned goblins possessed. Thanks to the concealed effects of his human guise, Oda could stroll among the scattered goblins feasting on the ground without causing a ruckus. Chapter 14. The Demon Lord's Mourning. Wild vegetables, non-toxic. Amusing fruit, non-toxic. Matsutake mushrooms, non-toxic. Little human mushrooms, toxic. Oda observed the goblin before him, who was grinning foolishly at the air, and felt that his assessments were somewhat delayed. The goblins near the ones suffering from mushroom poisoning, upon witnessing their kin's odd behavior, showed no inclination to assist, instead retreating as if from a plague. Oda paid the unfortunate goblin no mind and continued his assessments. Such evaluations often brought unexpected delights. Much like the previous discoveries of fruits, vegetables, and matsutake mushrooms. Is that salt? He noticed a goblin sprinkling a white crystalline powder into the bland broth. Initially, he thought this goblin harbored some peculiar obsession. However, upon assessment, the rock salt revealed itself, igniting Oda's excitement. Although the demon lord, the primordial demons, and the undead, these unique creatures, did not require salt and suffered no adverse effects from its absence, the significance of salt could not be overlooked. Additionally, salt had numerous uses beyond consumption. The mere act of seasoning food was crucial. Firstly, as a human-mimicking entity, Oda preferred food seasoned with salt. Secondly, the establishment of his dominion relied on the presence of salt. Even goblins, whose vitality rivaled that of cockroaches, required salt in their diets. The goblin who had discovered the salt stood apart from the others. While he was not the most intelligent or brave, he possessed an insatiable curiosity and a spirit of exploration. He had previously brought Oda many intriguing flora and fauna. This particular goblin significantly differed in appearance from the other wild goblins. Donning a raincoat and a conical hat, a reward crafted by Oda after the goblin had discovered a crop of grains. Sensing the king's interest in the salt he held, this unnamed hat-wearing explorer, disregarding the steaming broth, placed his bowl on the ground and humbly prostrated himself, presenting a pouch of rock salt made from beast hide before Oda. Good. Good. You have done well. Do you remember where you found this? Gaga gaga. The lowly goblins are thus, unable to articulate the universal tongue of otherworldly realms, resorting instead to a cacophony of guttural sounds. Yet, Oda comprehends their utterances, for he is the Goblin King, endowed with the attributes of a demon lord, possessing the ability to decipher even the speech of magical creatures. The exchanges among the lesser goblins similarly consist of their disjointed croaks, a form of communication that is understood instinctively rather than verbally articulated. Remarkably, these lower-tier goblins manage to convey meaning even amidst their chaotic clamor, which is a peculiar trait of their kind. It is only upon ascending to the intermediate level that they inherit a semblance of the ancient universal language through their bloodline, or learn it through the wisdom imparted by the elder goblins. Although the conical-hatted goblin appeared to emit discordant shrieks at Oda for an extended duration, Oda grasped his intent. He knew the whereabouts of the salt and could guide the king to its location. Previously, the goblins had not sought out salt intentionally. Hindered by their short lifespans and the lack of knowledge passed down through generations, they may have forgotten entirely what salt is, particularly in this remote area. Far removed from civilization and human beings, where the goblins have become more primitive and savage, due to the scarcity of salt, the strength of the goblins here is quite lacking, merely bolstered by their numbers. However, after Oda employed coarse salt to prepare a communal meal, some of the relatively astute goblins rediscovered the existence of salt. Subsequently, when the conical-hatted goblin encountered rock salt, he joyfully returned with it. Oda used his mental prowess to levitate a beast-hide bag, which hovered before him. This bag contained unprocessed rock salt, filled with large chunks and some powdery fragments. Oda confirmed once more that this was indeed salt. In high spirits, he bestowed a polished iron knife upon the conical-hatted goblin, who delightedly played with the blade. He advised the goblin to refrain from venturing outside for the time being and to await his command. After which he resumed his appraisal of the salt. The flickering flames of the fire kept the encroaching mists at bay, allowing for a tranquil and stable night. Unmarred by any attacks, this night gave way to dawn. The chorus of birds and beasts filled the air. The morning fog, distinct from the gray mist, gradually dissipated. Yet, the small village of Oda remained eerily quiet, as not a single goblin stirred from their slumber. The vast majority of goblins snored contentedly, nestled in heaps of hay. The towering walls and humble dwellings created a comfortable environment, and the sense of security brought by their formidable king led these inherently indolent creatures to become increasingly lethargic. Unless hunger became unbearable, they would not budge, unless commanded by Oda through the resonances of the demon lord. Oda paid them no mind, for soon they would have no opportunity for idleness. The farming plan was brewing in Oda's mind. With the chosen crop laid out on his breakfast table, potato rice, a name Oda had coined for this wild plant. During a previous communal meal, the conical-hatted goblin had gnawed on this peculiar substance, leading Oda to recognize it as a chosen grain. This crop was quite extraordinary, with roots resembling potatoes and an above-ground structure akin to rice. While its leaves were also edible, it was a perfectly specialized creation, seemingly designed for consumption. Under the compulsion of Oda's command, hundreds of goblins diligently scoured their surroundings, ultimately yielding several hundred pounds of potato rice. Thus, in recent days, Oda had taken to consuming it for breakfast. Hoping to replicate the culinary delights of Earth, considering they were all starchy carbohydrates, disguised as a being of this otherworldly realm, Oda had failed to notice the differences between earthlings and denizens of this world. As a youth, his physiological responses in the morning were the same. Awakening from the tribulations of the ancient god tutoring, Oda opened his golden eyes to gaze upon the plain, unadorned ochre ceiling. To be frank, it was rather unappealing. Oda mused that if it were painted white, complemented by light fixtures and ceiling fans, it might be far more pleasing to the eye. He had grown accustomed to the slight headache and the sensation of expansion in his mind each morning. The phenomenon of adaptive evolution is truly fascinating. Whenever he incurs harm, he undergoes a targeted evolution to acclimate to that injury, ultimately achieving immunity. However, due to his lack of genuine contact with the outside world, well protected by the demon lord's shell, no harm had yet breached this exterior, resulting in a lack of overt manifestations of adaptive evolution. Only the immense information surges conveyed by the incomprehensible ancient gods in his dreams could directly bombard Oda's psyche and the inner structure beneath his protective shell. Oda was likely devoid of intellect. The inner realm beneath his shell was a chaotic void, leaving him unaware of what exactly had evolved through adaptive evolution, had it merely enhanced his resistance to the ancient god's essence. As his headache swiftly subsided, so too did a vast amount of ancient knowledge, leaving only a small fraction to be retained in permanent memory. Oda's gaze shifted slightly downward from the ceiling, landing upon the makeshift tent formed by the blankets. This bedding was a relic of some past adventurer. In truth, Oda was roused by the unusual pleasure derived from the physiological phenomena common to teenagers. As he awoke, his stiffness persisted, yet he found it difficult to resist the alluring sensations of skin nearby, prompting him to pitch a tent in respectful acknowledgement. Nana and Lily, two demon girls, flanked him on either side. All three nestled together under the covers. Lilith was absent, having gone to prepare breakfast. After growing weary of the rustic communal fare the previous night, Oda had fervently imparted the culinary knowledge of Earth to the demonkin, hoping they might recreate some delectable dishes for breakfast. "Ah, Master, you've awakened," Lily exclaimed, her voice sweet and drowsy, affectionately nuzzling her face against his. The two intermediate demonkin possessed keen senses and required little sleep. Even capable of remaining awake, they had feigned slumber, wary of disturbing Oda's dream studies. With Oda amplifying his magical energy and issuing his commands, the three primordial demonkin had enhanced their brains and chemical responses, becoming increasingly human-like in their expressions and even capable of laughter. They instinctively performed small gestures reminiscent of their original forms. However, their essence remained devoid of humanity. This was merely a disguise essential for slaying adversaries. Even with a perfect imitation of humanity, they would not transform into docile maidens. Their loyalty to the demon lord remained paramount. The dining area had been arranged by Oda on the second floor, while his bedroom occupied the third, in the sparsely furnished dining room. The stone table and chairs exuded a rustic charm. Imbued with a wild essence, 3 windows adorned the space, their shutters fashioned from makeshift grass mats and roughly hewn wooden poles. All 3 windows were flung open, sunlight flooding the room and illuminating it brilliantly. The earthy-toned, high-density walls bore numerous animal skulls, serving as one of the few adornments. Curiously, the hollow eye sockets of these skulls flickered with a green glow, creating a whimsical effect in the morning light, lending an air of modernity to the ambience. These were the remnants of the now obsolete undead beast troops. Lilith likely felt this aesthetic befitted the demon lord's grandeur. After all, it was her first attempt at crafting a demon kin, and she was unaware of how other demon lords and their kin appeared. Her original form had merely been a lowly adventurer, incapable of encountering true demon lords or their kin, relying solely on hearsay and rumors, embellished by the Emperor's fanciful imaginings. The unimaginable and incomprehensible were as foreign to demons as they were to humans. Oda sluggishly rose from bed, donning his attire before descending to the dining area with the 2 girls. The sound of his leather boots echoed sharply against the hard floor, creating a rhythmic thud-thud-thud. In truth, Oda harbored a desire to revert to the guise of a juvenile, allowing the demon kin to carry him about in less than a week. He had lost the privileges of infancy, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this change. Nevertheless, his formidable willpower dispelled such childish notions. A true man should lift maidens, not be lifted by them. Octavia aspired to embody the essence of masculinity. Upon seeing Lilith waiting by the dining table, the demon lord, having just resolved to transform into a muscular figure, instinctively embraced her, relishing the warmth of her abundant presence, dressed casually and fiddling with the plates. Lilith initially expressed surprise, but soon smiled and enveloped the demon lord, who stood a head shorter than her, in her embrace, her face illuminated by a maternal radiance, although they were of the same age. Oda felt fortunate to possess the ability granted by the demon race in this unfamiliar environment. Far from his family, having lost his earthly form and become something inhuman, he found these experiences rather disheartening. Despite his foolishness, he could not simply shout slogans like "I am the master of my fate, not the heavens," and accept everything with a sense of ease. After all, he had never anticipated such a journey. He had been living a grounded life on Earth, not affluent, yet devoid of suicidal discontent. However, after spending 5 days in this otherworldly realm, a sense of estrangement and loneliness began to creep upon him. Independent of his strong will, representing a natural transformation, surrounded by the doll-like demons, whose appearances were a far cry from those of earthlings, he encountered clumsy, green-skinned primitives and the rigid, robotic skeletons of the undead. Evoking a primordial wilderness, the conveniences of earthly civilization had completely receded from his grasp. Everything felt so alien. This rendered the boundaries of his identity as an earthling increasingly nebulous, as if the essence of humanity was gradually being stripped away. Possessing similar mimetic abilities and serving as a weapon of slaughter, the demon lord was, in fact, an enhanced version of the demon race. Inherently devoid of humanity, he sensed humanity slipping away from him. Panic ensued. The demon lord, conceived as a pure weapon of slaughter by ancient deities, had no need for humanity. Exterminating inferior goblins was merely a prelude to targeting the followers of the new gods. Ideally, the new gods themselves would be vanquished, paving the way for the ancient deities' return. The demon lord inherently held such potential, making him the avant-garde of the ancient gods. Perhaps, due to the intervention of the guardian deity. He whimsically renamed himself Oda and recently urged the demons to enhance their mimetic capabilities, rendering them more intelligent, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Most importantly, he transformed himself into a semblance of a human. Even if not an earthling, the profound sense of being human significantly alleviated his mental turmoil. The myriad intimate interactions and exchanges greatly mitigated Oda's psychological distortions. Otherwise, he might one day awaken to issue a death command. Annihilating his green-skinned serfs in an instant, he would then embark on a path devoid of individuality and humanity, a ruthless harbinger of chaos, relentlessly slaughtering without cease. That was not the future Oda wished to behold. At the very least, there should be an element of intrigue amidst the carnage, lest it become unbearably mundane. After burying his face in Lilith's large headlights to replenish humanity, Oda contentedly settled down on a stone chair. The headlights represented Lilith's autonomous action following her enhancement in intelligence. Her prototype's headlights were not nearly this grand, marking a deliberate differentiation on her part. Although Oda imparted Earth's culinary recipes, the constraints of rudimentary cooking utensils and seasonings rendered breakfast both bountiful and simplistic. The abundance stemmed from the forest, aptly named the Forest of Despair, which was surprisingly rich in resources. The despair of this sea of trees was born from the pervasive gray mist and formidable. Eerie creatures. At times, the barbaric tribes struggling for survival within the forest would unwittingly contribute to the source of despair. Those of the human race who fell victim to the barbaric tribes certainly experienced profound hopelessness. Upon the stone dining table, steaming Chinese buns, Western bread, hearty potato stew with beast meat, and vegetable soup graced the plates. The flavor was passable, yet Oda relished his meal with great appetite and joy, finding it far superior to the monotonous taste of boiled meat. Chapter 15. The green-skinned goblins modified by Mod. Once Oda finished his breakfast, the goblins could no longer linger in bed. Compelled by the king's command echoing in their minds, startled awake from their slumber, the goblins instinctively began to move. Once again, they exhibited their abstract behavior of disjointed actions, while their bodies busily stirred. Their heads darted about, engaging in loud exchanges and banter with their fellow green-skinned companions, devoid of any semblance of coordination. Given the goblins' low efficiency and intelligence, Oda discovered a method to directly manipulate their bodies through the authority of the Goblin King and the resonance of the Demon King. Due to the vast disparity in strength, Oda's powers permitted them to perform any task, with the sole exception of learning. Dozens of chattering goblins made their way to a large earthen warehouse, which lacked doors as there were no carpenters in the village, leaving the entrance wide open. The warehouse, relatively spacious for the goblins, was stacked with a considerable amount of firewood. The king commanded them to transport the wood, without specifying its purpose. Yet this did not hinder their work. Carrying large quantities of firewood by hand was a laborious and arduous task for the goblins, if not for Oda's royal decree. They would have had little inclination to undertake such a chore. In a small dwelling near the outer wall, there was a lone goblin. The nameless goblin had not received the king's order. Yet he rose, not indulging in sloth. His physical exertion was far greater than that of the other goblins, necessitating a correspondingly longer period of sleep for recovery, although transformed by the king into an absurdity. His activity level remained elevated, with some clever goblins channeling their excess energy into exploration and foraging. After all, the king provided only one meal a day, that being the bountiful meat stew served at night. Even the cunning yet foolish goblins bore no complaints, for they had previously subsisted on mere scraps that scarcely quelled their hunger. Now, at least they had the strength to seek additional sustenance. Emerging from a dry haystack, this goblin observed the sunlight streaming through the doorless entrance, deftly donning his cherished hat and cloak. Armed with a small knife bestowed by the king, he exited the small dwelling. Due to its proximity to the outer wall, the main thoroughfare remained tranquil, with noise only near the king's residence and the warehouse. The towering earthen walls stood empty of any figures. Soon, he heard the sound of bones grinding and a chorus of footsteps. A procession of skeletal undead, their green luminescence dimmed by the direct sunlight, ambled past him. The hat-wearing goblin recognized that the skeletons were finishing their shifts. The nighttime guard of Oda village was formidable, while during the day it was virtually unprotected. Although the village boasted towering walls, the gates remained unbarred, allowing for easy passage. No goblin was stationed to guard the walls, as it seemed the king held no expectations for the goblins, nor compelled them to stand watch during daylight hours. The hat-wearing goblin paid no mind. Once the skeletons had moved away, he boldly strode through the open gate, and ventured outside the village. His stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to seek out food nearby. Perhaps due to his rare cognitive abilities among low-level goblins, he was perpetually famished. Possibly, the considerable mental exertion drained his frail body of essential nutrients, compelling him to hasten his search for nourishment. Behind the hat-wearing goblin, several others rushed out, wielding stone spears and axes. It was evident that these were among the few clever goblins, unfortunate souls whose bodies struggled to keep pace with their intellectual consumption. The majority of degraded goblins remained oblivious to the fact that today marked the birth of the true goblin kind into the world. Only those transporting firewood and a couple of intermediate goblins were aware of this moment. In the square, an earthen pot crafted by earth magic was set up once more, simmering meat porridge within. Oda sat on a stone stool beneath a sunshade made of animal hides, silently observing as the demon girls stirred the large pot with spoons as large as shovels. This task could not be entrusted to the goblins, for with their feeble strength, Oda feared the fragrant beast meat porridge would transform into a foul-smelling goblin stew. The demon girls, appearing delicate, actually possessed strength commensurate with intermediate and advanced beings. Even with the two barely promoted intermediate goblins included, a mere few hundred goblins would stand no chance against an original demon race. Lilith alone, as an intermediate original demon, could wipe them all out. The goblins transporting firewood inhaled the enticing aroma, swallowing repeatedly, with some already hungry enough to make audible sounds. Occasionally, they cast longing glances at the king seated beneath the sunshade, however, without a royal command. They dared not act, for the food belonged to the king, and the lower beings had no right to interfere. Oda paid them no mind. The meat porridge was not intended for them. A bowl of sumptuous meat stew each day was already a generous offering from him, a testament to his benevolence. These creatures contributed nothing to his efforts. They were liabilities. Having grown weary of the city-building game, Oda felt that continuing to engage in it would amount to working for the indigenous villagers without compensation. The sight of the earthen pots crafted by earth magic irked him. They were particularly unsightly, and he longed for ceramic or iron pots. Alas, the poverty of Oda village rendered such wishes futile. The items molded by earth magic were not permanent. Their magical essence was ever dissipating, like those Grimm who played at building sandcastles, which would inevitably collapse after a time. Ultimately, he would have to return to the more grounded task of farming. The large pots prepared today, filled with meat porridge made from potatoes and rice, were intended to welcome those who would soon alleviate his plight. The original goblins were born through proper breeding methods. They would inherit many mature ancestral skills and overall possess higher attributes than the inferior goblins. Through the goblin heritage and identification, Oda acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding goblins, gaining new insights into their nature. Consequently, he placed significant importance on the biological cultivation vessels in the fields. For several days, numerous undead had guarded this experimental plot. Strolling through the somewhat eerie experimental field, Oda felt the pulsing and swelling emanating from the large eggs. Reminiscent of alien embryos, it was the rhythm of life. Under the compulsion of the king's command, the goblins gathered large amounts of rags and soft dried grass to fashion makeshift nests resembling bird cages. This was, in fact, cradles for infants, a necessity given the extreme poverty of Oda village. That a multitude of skeletal undead, carrying meat porridge and spoons, marched in orderly lines. 400 skeletons arrived at the feet of the massive biological eggs. There were 500 eggs in total, yet only 400 had corresponding skeletons standing vigil, leaving 100 without guardians. This was intentional on Oda's part. The remaining 100 would not be born today, as he had other plans. The weather was clear, and the sun shone brightly, a time when the undead were typically weakened. However, bolstered by the formidable magical energy of Oda, these undead maintained their vigor, showing no signs of diminishment and moving briskly. Feeling that the preparations were nearly complete, Oda activated the authority of the Goblin King, guiding the biological eggs to commence their birthing process. At that moment, the folds on the side of the eggs unfurled like a gaping maw, and a viscous, sanguine liquid began to flow forth. The undead operated with the efficiency of machines, uniformly extending their bony hands into the eggs, retrieving one by one the sticky green beings. These green creatures were still attached to the eggs by umbilical cords, which shriveled and detached at a visibly rapid pace. The liquid coating the green beings quickly lost its color and odor, drying and hardening as it fell away. Before long, the originally tightly shut eyes of the green beings opened wide, Their large pupils scanned their surroundings, their mouths sealed without uttering a sound. The cold, lifeless skeletons continued to diligently execute their master's commands, swiftly wrapping the green beings in RA. The little green-skinned beings emitted not a single sound. Even their consumption of food was eerily silent. When disturbed, the diminutive green creature instinctively opened its gaping maw, revealing a set of dense, sharp teeth that entirely marred its cherubic, chubby visage. However, it quickly froze, and after a brief moment, closed its mouth once more, concealing its formidable teeth within. Subsequently, it bestowed upon Oda a smile akin to that of an angel, and even its pale green skin could not overshadow its adorableness. Oda reciprocated with a smile. This indeed exemplified the art of survival specialization. Those grotesque beings, those unsightly creatures that provoked disdain in others, who would not wish to eliminate them. The little green creature struggled to comprehend the modern lingua franca spoken by Octavia. Yet the ancient language embedded in its innate knowledge was surfacing rapidly. In just a few days, it would be capable of understanding spoken words. That moment, the little green one possessed remarkably acute senses. In its eyes, Oda was not merely a fair-skinned, dark-haired youth. Those golden orbs radiated a terrifying will. The kings of its kin and the sovereign of monsters converged at this instant, overwhelming the creature's newly awakened perceptual faculties with an aura of bloodshed and annihilation. Faced with such a monstrosity, all it could do was offer a sweet smile, for this was the most advantageous survival strategy dictated by its bloodline. Oda, too, was taken aback. She could sense the fear and helplessness emanating from the little being in her grasp. It dawned upon her that she was a monster masquerading in human guise, truly a formidable race on the brink of traversing the cosmos, as evidenced by their profound capabilities. Even a spawn of mere spores exhibited numerous formidable attributes. It felt akin to encountering a green-skinned orc imbued with the whimsical charm of an anime mod. Oda was thoroughly pleased with the appearance of the native green creatures, for she herself was rather enamored with beauty. Aligning with the ancient goblin's belief that an appealing exterior enhances one's chances of survival. It was time for an appraisal. She hoped it would not disappoint. Oda gazed at the little green being in her hand, whose smile appeared somewhat rigid. Appraisal name: unnamed level, LV3 race, native goblin gender, female strength, 3 stamina, 5 agility, 1 spirit, 5 magic power, 5 skills. Ancient language LV2, ancient craftsmanship LV2. Chi seed, super ancient knowledge LV1 talent, regeneration LV1, whisper LV1 passive, demon lord's protection, blessing of the ancient gods evaluation. The goblins, aided by ancient traversers and deities, became one of the many powerful civilizations in the super ancient world. Cursed by the new generation of outer gods during the Divine War, their civilization faced obliteration, yet now they are reborn under the dominion of the demon lord. The ancient gods rejoice in your actions. Perhaps your dream courses will become gentler. Do not let the new gods see the goblins. Upon reading the appraisal, Oda's expression brightened. The 2 bothersome curses had vanished. However, upon seeing the evaluation, her brow furrowed slightly, her mood dampening a tad. Were these little darlings not meant to be seen? Oh well, it was of no consequence. This place was sufficiently remote, and she had grown weary of the primitive life. My little dears, whether my future days are good or ill rests entirely upon your shoulders. Oda affectionately rubbed her face against the frightened little green one's cheek. Then, Oda randomly selected a few more little green creatures to torment. Each one was filled with trepidation, yet every single one displayed a formulaic angelic smile towards her. What must these goblin infants, encountering a great demon lord on their very first day of existence, be feeling? Oda was unconcerned. Her spirits were soaring. Grow swiftly, little ones. While bestowing blessings upon these future chosen tools, Oda generously dispatched 3 powerful primal demons to oversee their care. She specifically instructed 2 intermediate elder goblins to ensure the protection of their pure bloodline. The 2 elder goblins, possessing greater wisdom and knowledge, nodded eagerly. Unlike the lower goblins who were driven by instinctive curses, they felt a sense of kinship towards these evidently extraordinary goblins, the goblin offspring. Having feasted heartily upon their birth, were placed by skeletons into a dedicated nursery for slumber. A multitude of human skeletons lay in wait within the shadows outside the nursery. These human skeletons, awakened by the demon lord's power, were formidable, particularly with many intermediate-level warriors among them. Chapter 16 Ding. Worldview updated. 2 days later. The dense forest lay tranquil and shadowy, with only strands of bright light filtering through the layers of leaves and branches. Cascading upon the floor blanketed with humus, suddenly, a flight of birds took to the skies in alarm that a towering tree came crashing down, its trunk emitting a mournful crack as it broke the stillness of the woods. The colossal trunk toppled several nearby, relatively shorter trees, causing the ground to tremble that a flurry of fallen leaves and splintered wood scattered in every direction. Upon the fallen trunk lay a massive lizard, adorned with fearsome horns, a jagged head, sharp teeth, thick, dark scales, and claws that glinted with a cold-sheened eye. In its deep-set eye sockets flickered a green light that instilled terror in the hearts of the living. As the giant tree completely collapsed, the creature showed no signs of pausing. This behemoth, measuring an astonishing 20 meters in length, swiftly crawled towards another designated tree. Rising on its hind legs, it extended its forelimbs. Its formidable, armored arms, encased in dark plating, enveloped the giant trunk, and with a sudden surge of strength, unleashed a tremendous force. The overwhelming power erupted, silver-tiered extraordinary strength proving indomitable. The rough bark of the tree cracked deeply under the immense pressure, showering the area with wood shavings. The wooden fibers burst in succession until the giant trunk began to lean precariously. Meanwhile, an abundance of green little beings had appeared beside the previously fallen tree. Among a throng of grass-skirted ruffians stood a singularly unique green individual. This goblin, donning a conical hat and a rain cape, nimbly snatched a frog and promptly stuffed it into its mouth, crunching it with gusto. Thereafter, it hefted a soil-colored axe and set to work. A cacophony of raucous cries erupted as the inferior goblins began to chop down the massive tree. The majority of these lesser goblins lacked the strength of adult humans, rendering their efficiency abysmally low. Only a few goblins nearing a breakthrough, reaching level 9, exhibited swifter and more powerful movements. The level 9 goblin, wearing a hat, vigorously hacked at the branches of the giant tree, occasionally catching insects from the tree for an additional meal. Nearby, a primal demon named Nana, wielding a spear with an iron tip, supervised the proceedings. This collective endeavor was for land clearing, a preliminary step in the farming initiative. Although she held disdain for rudimentary tools, viewing them as mere childish play, the impoverished Oda had no alternative. Utilizing her formidable magical prowess, she molded a plethora of makeshift agricultural and lumbering implements. The high-strength soil blocks shaped by her magic were robust. Otherwise, the thorny spikes would not have been able to pierce flesh. Oda refrained from employing her royal decree to compel the goblins, as she did not wish to act as a constant caretaker. Without constant supervision, the goblins might perish from overwork under the absolute commands of the royal edict, resulting in significant non-combat casualties. Therefore, she had Nana oversee the operations. Occasional lapses in diligence and inefficiency were of little concern. Under the pressure of the higher-ranking demons, work could still progress. Time was of the essence. It was time to report back to her master. After consuming sustenance for so long, where was their strength? With a resounding thud, her delicate jade-like hand struck the nearby tree trunk, creating a dent and scattering wood shavings. That Nana's expression remained impassive, her voice devoid of emotion. A group of lethargic goblins, initially languidly foraging through the underbrush for food, were suddenly startled into action, scrambling to labor with newfound zeal. The primordial demon-kin were, at their essence, instruments of slaughter, the terminators of the demon lord's adversaries, and they regarded all forms of life with an indifferent equality. In stark contrast to the more amiable demon lord as companions, they appeared demure and gentle, yet before these brutish tribes, their imposing presence was even more formidable than that of silver-tiered undead. Perched atop the tallest structure in Oda village, the ochre-hued well tower, Oda leaned against the railing, gazing out over the sea of trees beyond the village, nodding in satisfaction as she watched the cumbersome trees topple one by one. On one side were the undead hunting lizards, and on the other, the undead gold-devouring insects. Compared to the brute force employed by the lumbering lizards, the logging efforts of the gold-devouring insects were far more elegant and efficient. With mandibles crafted from alloy and scythe-like appendages, they utilized their exceptional armored bodies and undead forms to directly collide with and sever the trees in their path, leaving a trail of neatly cut stumps. After a brief observation, Oda's attention waned, and she began to toy with a complex wooden artifact in her hands. This was a Lubon lock, but it was not of her own making. Rather, it was a creation of the recently emerged native goblin carpenters. According to their claims, it was an ancient woodworking technique passed down from heroes of another world to the super-ancient Gubrians, subsequently inscribed into their very bloodline, that she manipulated this intricate piece of craftsmanship. Oda's mind brimmed with questions. Was this world truly inundated with so many traversers? It felt as if it were a sieve. Oda pondered the sheer volume of traversers in this realm. What manner of world was this? Could it be excessively perilous? Was the world beyond the wilds a chaotic punk realm filled with flying machines and artillery? The thought made her silently commend her decision to remain hidden away in this remote corner. Had she been a protagonist of a dark fantasy, she would have undoubtedly perished 100 times over, likely embarking on a spree of slaughter before abruptly meeting her demise. Such a scenario was not implausible, particularly given that the Demon Lord was a mass-produced entity, and these ancient gods appeared to favor traversers. Many traversers endowed with the Demon Lord's power were easily misled by the allure of the Demon Lord's immense strength, only to become unwitting pawns of their homeland. Wait, that doesn't add up. The Northern Kingdom is merely a medieval backwater. It is a nation of monster defense bordering the abyssal forest, the Northern Knights' Kingdom, where Oda's mother was born and where she herself engaged in her adventures. Although she had never left the Northern Knights' Kingdom, she had traversed many regions within it, and even as a lowly individual, she had gleaned that the world was not as disparate as one might think. Her memories did not conjure the punk world Oda had envisioned. Gunpowder existed, and certain nations indeed wielded firearms, yet there was no industrial revolution. The history of firearms in this world was ancient, spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, but she had not witnessed much of it within the Northern Knights' Kingdom. Suddenly, Oda recalled the era of the Divine Wars, an epic she had subconsciously overlooked. Many scenes from that era were, in fact, hazy. Nevertheless, amidst the grandeur of those battles, she seemed to glimpse colossal explosions and towering skyships. Yet, these magnificent creations were artifacts of the ancient god civilization, while the so-called new generation of deities faced a host of classical warriors decimated by firearms. Oda finally sensed a dissonance. How was it possible that a world teeming with traversers and mighty ancient civilizations had succumbed to defeat? Was there a mechanized descent of the gods? It seemed that the realm under the new god's dominion was not as terrifying as Oda had imagined. Yet, that couldn't be right. Oda felt an even greater panic rising within her. This was far more terrifying. An eternal medieval existence, just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Wasn't this precisely the kind of perfect world that many online literature enthusiasts adored? A realm where one might find themselves caught short without toilet paper, an abstract, romanticized medieval existence. It was a world Oda despised. Once, she too had yearned for such a life, until one fateful day. As she sat on the toilet, gazing at the soft, pristine tissue in her hands, she had her epiphany. Who would want to be a foolish primitive? Living well in the modern world, why would one wish to traverse to such a place? The allure of wandering into the wilderness for a brief experience was one thing, but to live that life indefinitely? Oda's heart was heavy with discontent. Was she destined to be a wildling for all eternity? Behind her, Lilith and Lily exchanged puzzled glances, observing the fluctuating emotions of their lord, the Demon King. The wooden Lubon lock remained unscathed in her grasp, yet the densely packed earthen railing bore the marks of cracks from her grip. Devoid of suitable clothing and weary of the deceased's garments, Oda retained a skin of human flesh that was adorned with a coat of black scales, resembling a knight. Thus, she maintained formidable strength. Regardless of the circumstances, I must survive. Living is of utmost importance. Just as Oda resolved to prioritize her survival, contemplating a life as a recluse in the depths of the forest, certain entities grew impatient. A wave of drowsiness washed over Oda, yet she resisted the inexplicable urge to succumb to sleep, feeling a strong aversion to the notion of attending a remedial class in her dreams. I shall not become the slumbering champion of sleep. In an explosive burst, vibrant black magic erupted forth, akin to the force of combat energy, compressing the atmosphere and producing a thunderous roar. The two demons were caught off guard and sent hurtling away from the tower. Oda had no time to concern herself with them, nor did she need to. As long as their cores remained intact, the demon kin were essentially immortal. From the moment of her birth, Oda had been growing stronger, her mental and magical powers continuously expanding. The power of the Demon Lord inherently bore a high rank, and at this moment, under her full force, the very skies darkened and clouds gathered ominously. Of course, rank did not equate to combat prowess. As a fledgling Demon Lord, Oda found herself in a brief stalemate before succumbing to a slumber akin to that of an infant. Just then, an entity proclaiming itself a guardian interjected. Oda awakened instantaneously. Standing atop the tower, she surveyed the world, experiencing an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Her understanding of the world and the future became clearer than ever. As the fog and confusion that had shrouded her since her traversal dissipated entirely, her worldview had been fundamentally transformed. Long ago, in an alternate realm, countless races and ancient deities progressed in an orderly fashion. Until one fateful day, perhaps when technological advancements reached a critical mass, a mysterious traveler from another world shared knowledge of firearms and steam engines with the ancient gods. This revelation opened the door to a new world for the super-ancient races and deities. Through extensive and meticulous research, the ancient gods successfully established a perpetual summoning of the traveler via intricate and esoteric rituals. They could summon new travelers as easily as drawing cards, allowing their civilizations, such as the ancient humans, elves, dwarves, and the mighty Jaburi, to soar to unprecedented heights. The descendants of the Jaburi, known as goblins, became a byproduct of this era's technological advancements, although their reproduction methods were still imperfect, leading to numerous flaws such as incomplete lineage and the birth of inferior males. Before the Jaburi civilization could refine this technology, they were abruptly annihilated by a sudden divine war. A group of self-proclaimed new generation deities, accompanied by classical barbaric beings, launched an assault upon them. Initially, in dreams, the legacy seemed hazy to Oda, who had imagined the divine war as a grand spectacle akin to the Battle of Five Armies. The reality was more akin to the last samurai versus the celestial giants, brutally overpowering primitive men, had it not been for the continuous reinforcements from the new generation of malevolent deities. The ancient gods could have obliterated them with a single strike. The super-ancient civilizations referred to these new gods as evil deities. Indeed, they were sufficiently wicked and malicious. The entire Jaburi race, armed with their biomechanical weaponry, fell victim to the curses of the evil gods, leading to a loss of rationality and a flurry of misguided reproduction, resulting in a vast number of degraded goblins. Naturally, the ancient gods would not stand idly by. The feeble outer gods posed no match for them. After dispatching their foes, the ancient gods would extend their aid to their kin. The term ancient gods embodies a lengthy accumulation of knowledge. And knowledge is power. The very fact that the evil gods dubbed themselves the new generation indicated their inherent weakness. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Oda had boisterously proclaimed, the phenomenon of mechanical descent transpired, transforming the impossible into a ludicrous reality. The ancient gods inexplicably lost, leading to their complete downfall. The once mighty super-ancient civilizations, capable of slaying deities with their ultimate weapons, were also swiftly eradicated. On that day, fleets of colossal ships plummeted from the sky. The mechanical giants collapsed helplessly upon the earth. Perhaps the outer gods themselves were unaware of why they triumphed, but this did not hinder their enjoyment of the spoils of victory. After all, they were but primitive beings, from the highest deities to their lowest kin, a band of savages. The manner of their victory was inconsequential. What mattered was that they had won. The remnants of the evil gods' kin were efficiently harvested by the ancient civilizations, nearly extinguished. Having inexplicably emerged victorious in the divine war, the evil gods subjugated the surviving descendants of the ancient civilization and obliterated all remnants of their knowledge, returning the world to a primitive state. In contrast to the ancient gods, these so-called new generation outer gods seemed to be even more conservative and retrogressive. Consequently, the world, from top to bottom, found itself trapped in an eternal medieval period. However, the new gods' dominion was not without its constraints. The ancient gods, unlike the new gods, were indeed indestructible. The outer gods' penchant for nostalgia was intricately linked to their dependence on faith for existence. The ancient gods, on the other hand, thrived without the need for worship. Upon their resurrection, the deceased ancient gods immediately launched an assault on the new deities. Just as the new gods despaired, the ancient gods were inexplicably obliterated once more. This cycle continued ad infinitum. Eventually, the ancient gods ceased to revive, existing in a state of neither life nor death, lurking in the shadows. Occasionally, they would stir to make their presence known. Meanwhile, the new gods dared not stray from their domain. Fearful of being singled out by the ancient gods, with formidable strength, even in their weakened state, the ancient gods could eliminate these foreign minor deities before being erased by some inexplicable force. Thus, this world persisted until the present day. Oda's guardian deity is named Huantian. This god is absent from the tale of deities. Before the divine war, the ancient gods summoned travelers in a manner filled with civility. exuding confidence and inclusiveness of a progressive civilization. Their amicable relationship with the original traveler motivated their initial research into the summoning rituals, as they sought to return the homesick traveler to his homeland. This mysterious ritual was, in fact, a byproduct. It could summon travelers from various realms, and naturally, it could also facilitate their return. Many travelers came and went, bringing boundless benefits to ancient civilization. Yet, this paradise-like era, a golden age, came to an end. Following the Divine War, the new generation of gods attempted to dismantle this ritual. However, how could primitive beings dismantle a star-destroying worship? It was utterly impossible. Thus, they begrudgingly resorted to utilizing it. After all, even primitive beings could turn off a light switch. Couldn't they? The ritual imbued travelers with immense power or potential, ensuring their survival in the alternate realm during the initial perilous phase, serving as both a reward and a cost of summoning by the ancient gods. After some time of employing the ritual, the new gods found it irresistible. Travelers were far superior to their kin. And as for the travelers' knowledge and perspectives, they deemed them superfluous. Moreover, due to their status as outsiders, they harbored a mutual fear of these interlopers. Consequently, their summoning was one-sided, akin to a one-way ticket, with travelers unable to return. Any traveler aspiring to advance societal progress and technological development would vanish without a trace or meet a tragic end amidst hostility, just like the demon lords crafted by the ancient gods. Summoned travelers were merely sharp weapons. Besides the ancient and new gods, the ritual also autonomously summoned travelers who would receive random powers and be placed in random locations. This was merely one operational mode of the ritual. The ancient gods had to manually disable it, but they were obliterated before they could approach, relegating them to remote summoning. The new gods, on the other hand, had no idea how to operate it. They resembled those who can only play on their phones or computers but are utterly clueless about settings. The ancient gods fared somewhat better. The demon lords were genuinely powerful and free, albeit with a tragic fate. However, the ancient god summoning of travelers became increasingly rare as they gradually succumbed to apathy. The fate of the travelers under the new gods was far grimmer. They were either discarded after use or ruthlessly eliminated if they failed to meet expectations. As for the randomly summoned travelers, the world under the new gods' rule diverged drastically from the globalized technological civilization of the ancient gods, descending into a savage, primitive, and terrifying realm. For instance, the abyssal forest was a death trap where many romanticized notions of a medieval fantasy met their demise. Many who yearned for a quaint medieval existence perished tragically, such as those degraded goblins who, before Oda, were timid and meek. These grotesque green-skinned beings, whose minds were muddled and who shared Oda's fondness for violence, would recklessly charge at the delicate humans, driven by their primal instincts to conquer and consume. The random abilities conferred by the ritual bore a sinister resemblance to a card game fraught with malice. Any abilities that were not powerful from the outset, but rather aimed at potential development, would inevitably lead to disastrous consequences. Even in the absence of various ferocious beasts, mere survival in the wilderness could claim the lives of many humans from Earth. Urban environments posed no less danger, rife with peril. Slave trading, rural societies, grotesque nobles with perverse tastes, and various cults and religions presented stark contradictions to the values of many from Earth. Oda recalled witnessing a girl, deemed a demon by the locals, being burned alive in a city through the memories of his mother. For a native like his mother, it may have seemed inconsequential. However, upon reflection, Oda perceived it as a likely misfortune befalling a soul that had traversed worlds. He speculated that she might have been vociferous or engaged in trivial inventions after her arrival. Then, there was the compatriot who met a peculiar demise at the hands of a player. Before the abyssal forest could unleash its horrors, his own abilities had led to his downfall. The concept of a traveler is exceedingly broad, appearing to manifest across an infinite array of worlds. The vast majority of such journeys are tragic. Thus, do travelers not yearn for a deity to rescue them before their demise? Do they not long for a god to extricate them from their predicaments? The time travelers are indeed extraordinary beings. Under the infinite desires of this unique existence, at a certain moment in an unknowable realm, the savior of the time travelers was born, known as Huang Tian. He shall bestow upon the time travelers limited protection and redemption as the guardian deity of all time travelers. It also implies that his power is rather limited and dispersed, although his status is of infinite grandeur. The redemption he can offer must be grasped by the time travelers themselves. Furthermore, in relation to the relatively boundless multiverse, the dissemination of Huang Tian's concept experiences a delay. For instance, prior to Oda's crossing, Countless time travelers had perished in this world, while simultaneously, many were being summoned. The concept of these time travelers acted like a colossal gravitational source, drawing forth Huang Tian's will. All surviving time travelers have consequently received the guardian deity's endorsement. As long as they actively seek self-rescue, the likelihood of success is greatly enhanced. This is also the reason why, when Oda resisted the ancient god's tutoring in his dreams, he directly encountered the magnificent figure of Huang Tian. Thus, the ancient god's influence over him is negligible. This worldview is also a part of Huang Tian's training program for time travelers. The ancient gods naturally do not wish for him to retreat into seclusion. They hope for him to stir up trouble. On the other hand, Huang Tian harbors no expectations of the time travelers. Merely surviving is sufficient. The purpose of this updated worldview is to instill confidence in Oda's will to live. The crux of this worldview is that neither the ancient gods nor the new gods will intervene. Everything in the mortal realm is but refuse, inconsequential and not to be feared, although he is merely a nascent demon lord at present. Survival will ultimately lead to invincibility. The vast and chaotic knowledge imparted by the ancient gods in dreams can impose an unbearable strain on the mind and brain. However, Huang Tian's training for time travelers is exceedingly gentle. Learn what you can, and whether you can apply it is entirely up to you. He imposes no demands, and should you perish, it is simply your fate. As the frequency of the dream training sessions increases, the image of Huang Tian within Oda's mind becomes ever clearer, but it remains uncertain why. Perhaps Huang Tian is a being of myriad faces, his visage shaped by the corresponding perceptions of each time traveler. Therefore, the Huang Tian in Oda's dreams is also a formless entity. He manifests as a colossal giant radiating infinite brilliance, his resplendent golden halo connecting countless worlds. Oda has never encountered a living compatriot. When he eventually meets one, he must inquire what Huang Tian appears to others. Just as Oda is regaining his confidence and envisioning the future, the two demon girls, Lily-chan and Lilith-chan, who had fallen, are once again ascending the tower. The tower's summit has been violently exposed to the elements by the demon lord's power. As Oda's magic stabilizes, the sky clears once more. He channels magic into the two girls, replenishing their energy. Afterward, he descends the stairs. Upon returning to his room, Oda retrieves a black gaming console. Chapter 17. The Demon Lord's army is recruiting. Terra Star is a planet that closely resembles Earth. Yet its civilization is far more advanced. It is an unremarkable day on Terra Star. As an uploader on a bullet screen website, Li Yuan embarks on his tedious and monotonous quest for inspiration. Donning his glasses, he opens his computer, swiftly scrolling through videos. Ah, how dull. Is there nothing spectacular, no remarkable content from Tristan? Thanks to the existence of the Terra Consortium, which essentially integrates the entire planet, the world is remarkably peaceful, technologically advanced, and secure, resulting in a dearth of significant news. Meanwhile, minor incidents of localized conflict in underdeveloped areas hold no sway for Li Yuan, who has long grown accustomed to them, finding little that could attract attention. After watching a plethora of recommended videos, feeling utterly bored, and sensing his inspiration waning, Li Yuan ponders a content creator with tens of thousands of followers focused on gaming. He ultimately decides to return to the realm of gaming for material, seeking out peculiar new games. Just as the saying goes, when sleep beckons, a pillow is delivered. At that moment, Li Yuan receives a dynamic notification. A game that had seemingly vanished for 3 years from internal testing is now commencing its second round of non-destructive internal testing. Li Yuan recalls this game, albeit faintly. While fully immersive sensory simulation games are no longer rare in this era, the game titled Codename Otherworld boasts industry-leading levels of freedom, with an extraordinarily realistic world structure and exaggerated details. Additionally, it has left a notorious mark in the annals of Terra Star's gaming history due to its series of self-destructive antics. The peculiar aspect of this game lies in the fact that players assume the role of a wooden figure. A fully immersive game that, paradoxically, lacks any sense of touch or smell, and players cannot speak but can only communicate using the built-in typing function of the gaming pod. The pursuit of realism in fully immersive gaming seeks an epic-defining authenticity. Yet this retrograde feature immediately deterred many potential players. Nonetheless, the game's inherent quality remains alluring. It is so genuine that it feels like a counterfeit, leading to a rush for testing slots as soon as the first round began. The second absurdity lies in the scarcity of testing slots, with only 5 individuals ultimately securing a place. The game does not support live streaming but permits recording. Moreover, the wooden character controlled by players is grotesquely unappealing, thus sparing those players who enjoy sculpting ancient gods considerable effort. However, the player's innate desire to stir up mischief is uncontainable, and shortly after the testing commenced, a reckless internal tester attacked an NPC that appeared on the scene. Seemingly starving and pleading for assistance in finding food, it must be said that the intelligence level of this game's NPCs is quite high. The shock and despair of being impaled by a branch left a lasting impression on Li Yuan when he later viewed the recorded footage from the internal tester. However, after that player killed the first NPC to appear, all internal testers were forcibly logged out. The game concluded abruptly, and it was automatically uninstalled from the gaming pod, with attempts to re-download failing. While the game's official account fell silent, this incident sparked fervent discussions online. Many in the fully immersive gaming industry speculated that a player's action likely triggered a massive bug, resulting in the collapse of the entire structure, possibly leading to the developers abandoning the project. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Bugs in fully immersive games are notoriously challenging to fix, while players are often a group of thrill seekers, each a mischief maker, adept at exploiting bugs to enhance gameplay. The abstract event of killing pivotal guiding NPCs, which leads to the collapse of game progress, once caused significant losses for early fully immersive game developers. Consequently, subsequent fully immersive games have imposed numerous restrictions on players, making it difficult to harm critical NPCs, and even establishing rules that limit player attacks on allies. To this day, it is rare for players to attack guiding NPCs, primarily due to the inexperience of newcomers in the realm of fully immersive gaming. Seasoned players are generally disinclined to attempt such actions. The fact that this new, technologically advanced fully immersive game imposes no restrictions on players is rather surprising, as it constitutes a fundamentally absurd oversight. A careless newcomer, eager to experiment, inadvertently brought the entire game crashing down. Li Yuan, along with many others, speculates that this scenario likely involves some wealthy outsider who, upon noticing the lucrative potential of this fully immersive game, hastily invested in hastily assembled teams to create this game, only to subsequently abandon it. This is a classic trope, repeatedly observed, where affluent and powerful enterprises seek to dominate through monetary prowess, devouring profits, yet ultimately leaving behind nothing but a mess. Now, the long-dormant official account of Otherworld has suddenly become active. Li Yuan observes fervent discussions in the comments section of the Bullet Screen website, with netizens speculating that perhaps the bug has been fixed or that funding has finally been secured. The official account of the game appears to have released a new promotional video, which is rapidly accumulating views. However, drawing from his extensive experience in various game testing phases, Li Yuan pays little heed to the video and directly navigates to the official website. He skillfully clicks to apply for a testing slot. After completing the application process, he takes a moment to browse the hastily assembled, rudimentary website, its simplistic design evoking memories of the early internet. Only 100 slots available, ha. Still as miserly as ever. Li Yuan finds himself at a loss for words. The number of slots is exceedingly limited. Do they operate on a substandard server? In this modern era, the sheer computational power required for a fully immersive game, even when considering the thousands of players it engages, is but a trifling matter, not to mention the necessity of simulating a realistic ecosystem, which demands astronomical figures in terms of processing power. One cannot help but question whether the marginal occupancy of player slots is truly significant in the grand scheme of acquiring such formidable computational strength. Li Yuan found himself somewhat perplexed by the strategies employed by this developer. Frustrated by the lack of useful information on this dismal website, he promptly returned to a popular streaming platform and opened a trending new video. He first disabled the comments, intending to absorb the content before indulging in the discussions. The video commenced with a dimly lit interior scene. The flickering flame of a primitive oil lamp cast a wavering glow. This meager illumination failed to brighten the somber environment, leaving the audience to glean hints of the architectural layout under the soft light. Li Yuan surmised that it was likely an ancient palace. Within the palace, tall, sturdy columns devoid of any ostentatious adornment were arranged in 2 rows, evoking a sense of solemn majesty. Between these 2 lines of columns lay a spacious floor, at the end of which rose a grand staircase leading to a massive stone throne. Perched upon this throne was a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, crowned with imposing horns, and possessing eyes that shone with a brilliant golden hue. I am Oda, the newly arisen Demon King, declared a youthful yet authoritative voice. Instinctively, Li Yuan straightened up, unsure why he felt compelled to do so. It was a reflexive action driven by an intrinsic sense of respect. I welcome the talented individuals from other realms. The Demon King's castle is in dire need of revitalization, and the feeble demon army urgently requires support. Rising from the throne, the Demon King, enveloped in scales akin to armor, stood tall. He earnestly sought those with exceptional skills to join his ranks. The chosen members of the demon army would be rewarded with exclusive items reserved for participants of the second closed beta. Hearing this, Li Yuan felt a flicker of excitement. After all, despite the developers' apparent amateurism, the fully immersive game was undeniably genuine. The very essence of this immersion rendered the exclusive items exceedingly valuable, especially if they remained untainted throughout the closed beta phase. Li Yuan found himself silently wishing and hoping to be selected as a participant in the second closed beta. Chapter 18. Technology through archaeology in the lavish yet dimly lit hall of the Demon King's castle. Where even 20 oil lamps could not dispel the darkness, Oda was performing an awkward, intangible presentation to the empty air before him. In light of the tragic events of the first closed beta, this internal test has been updated with the following content. I am the guide for this closed beta, and those from other realms who are recruited will be subject to compulsory restrictions. You shall not be permitted to launch any subjective attacks against me, and I hold the authority to permanently exile any transgressors. Similarly, any subjective attacks against allied units by those from other realms will result in significant experience point deductions and, depending on the severity, possible permanent exile. As the souls of the otherworldly beings are bound to this realm, their lives are singular and precious. I urge you all to cherish this invaluable opportunity. This closed beta offers but one selectable faction and race while introducing a new tutorial level. A broader worldview and map have also been incorporated. Welcome to the Otherworld. I eagerly anticipate our meeting. As Oda addressed the void, his demonic power surged, transmitting an intangible force to the dormant souls within the hall. With the amplification of his power, the once dim and cold spectral flames of the undead suddenly blazed with a vibrant green light. From the hollow eye sockets of the skeletons, the intense flames served as a temporary source of illumination, revealing a chilling legion of skeletal warriors aligned in two orderly ranks beneath the grand columns. The pale skulls, tattered equipment, and synchronized formations all exuded an aura of malevolence. Meanwhile, on Terra, Oda's impassioned speech was transmitted as a video to a certain streaming platform under the code name Official Account of the Otherworld. The viewers from Terra occasionally encountered subtitles elucidating Oda's terminology. For instance, Guide referred to a main storyline NPC, permanent exile meant a permanent ban, and soul binding denoted the binding of identity information, effectively eliminating the possibility of creating alternative accounts. In the mini Demon King's castle of Oda Village, Oda let out a sigh of relief, having spent an extended period in the wilderness among primitive greenskin beings. He suddenly found himself feeling somewhat socially anxious when performing in front of a group of modern individuals. According to the information provided by the gaming console, it was evident that the world on the other side was not Oda's homeland, Earth, but rather a parallel world known as Terra. In this near-future scenario, the Terra Coalition was capable of interstellar travel within the solar system and had even colonized Mars, due to the necessity of addressing the void. The highly intelligent original demon race was absent from the hall. Oda had brought only a group of undead to serve as props. Otherwise, being observed by a few demonesses while he fumbled through his performance would have proven exceedingly embarrassing. Regardless of his thick skin, upon completing the first promotional video, Oda promptly dismissed the undead performers, sending them back to their subterranean quarters to rest, and made his way directly to his study. Initially, he had dismissed players with disdain and indifference. However, the more he learned about this world, the more he recognized the immense potential of players who had been projected from a near-future reality. They could significantly aid him in navigating challenges and reducing trial and error costs, driven by a crisis awareness stemming from the belief that others are hell. He pondered whether other travelers might possess extraordinary abilities that could threaten his existence. Not to mention, the nearby desperate forest was an exceedingly perilous locale. Players who were indifferent to death represented an ideal meat shield. Learning that this world was not as perilous as he had initially believed, at least there were no godlike beings among mortals, brought him a modicum of relief. Yet he held no intentions of boasting or causing trouble. After all, he was impoverished, with his demon army consisting of ignorant creatures and simple-minded primitives, firmly situated in the realm of extreme poverty, lacking the resources to instigate any conflict. Even the presence of primitive goblins had initially filled him with great delight, but that joy was quickly overshadowed by profound disappointment. Gazing at the two types of parchment on his exquisitely crafted desk, Oda let out a weary sigh. The emergence of the primitive goblins brought him mixed tidings. The good news was that each of these small green-skinned offspring inherently possessed several highly practical innate skills, predominantly of a technical nature. Skills such as woodworking, metallurgy, agriculture, and papermaking were precisely what Oda urgently required. Ordinarily, he would have felt immense joy at this revelation. However, he soon learned of the illustrious past of the goblins' ancestors. Upon comparing their classical skills, most of which were at level 1 or level 2, with a maximum of level 3, he fell silent, envious, and unable to muster a smile. Where are my colossal ships and mighty cannons? Where are my biomechanical constructs? Where is my flesh and blood technology? Why are they absent? Did I miss something? Carpentry? Chi manipulation? Blacksmithing? Fundamental engineering? Alas, the realm is fraught with nothing but rudimentary classical techniques, devoid of even a hint of the resplendent advancements from the age of the ancient gods. Nevertheless, the disposition of adaptability and formidable willpower allowed Oda to swiftly regain his composure. As he tenderly caressed the yellowed parchment upon the table, a smile once again graced his lips. One sheet was crafted from relatively sturdy age paper, suitable for writing. The other sheet, however, was the true source of Oda's joy. It was a softer paper, heralding the end of an era in which the villagers of Oda had to endure the indignity of foregoing paper for their basic needs. Cost considerations were far from Oda's mind. Subsequently, Oda inscribed several lines of Chinese characters upon the yellow paper with a wooden stylus. His choice of script was not born of a desire for secrecy, but rather a matter of habit. In this world where traversers have become a commonplace phenomenon, encrypting information in Chinese was akin to a futile endeavor. The yellow paper bore the words, development plans, the holy city, archaeology, biological mechs, and player poverty alleviation initiatives, among others. Oda was cognizant of the reason behind the primitive goblin's innate inheritance being limited to simplistic classical techniques. This was due to the inadequacies of the technological advancements of the ultra-ancient Jaburians. In contrast to the propagation of varied species, the progeny born of flesh and spores, albeit differing in nuances from the Jaburians, were undoubtedly legitimate descendants. Their imperfection lay in their inability to inherit profound knowledge, compelling the Jaburians to resort to engraving classical knowledge within their bloodlines and subsequently educating their newborns to learn advanced concepts. During that epoch, the Jaburians were merely on the cusp of the interstellar age, having yet to embark on true astral voyages. It was the technology of flesh and spores that enabled the Jaburians to rapidly proliferate high-quality offspring, thus providing them with a sufficient population to advance their civilization. Unlike Oda's crude methods involving cutting and fueling devices, the Jaburians cultivated their spores using advanced, harmless techniques that did not impede their sexual reproduction. Oda found himself compelled to resort to sterilization procedures for the inferior goblins, as their only means of cultivating spores was through the crude fueling devices. However, this measure also yielded positive outcomes, as dismantling the goblins' fueling devices curtailed their nefarious behaviors and unsavory habits, facilitating better management. In Oda's perspective, sterilized inferior goblins were the preferable kind, especially since they lacked females. The native goblins with normal sexual relations were Oda's ideal subjects. As Oda gazed towards the depths of the abyssal forest, a glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes, for within lay the holy city of myriad races from the age of the ancient gods, a veritable treasure trove of ultra-ancient technology. Chapter 19, The New Garb of the Demon King. To this day, through the continuous amalgamation of dreamlike knowledge and inherited wisdom, Oda has unraveled the origins of the so-called abyssal forest. Deep within its enigmatic confines lies the once glorious holy city of countless races. A remnant of an ultra-ancient civilization, the once grand and advanced urban sprawl has long been reduced to dust, now transformed into an expansive sea of abyssal trees. This locale was also one of the fiercest battlegrounds of the Divine War, where many new gods fell, leaving behind a wealth of relics from the ultra-ancient civilization. Even after enduring the ravages of time, it is likely that some remnants persist. Even if they are mere scraps, they would be more than sufficient to satiate Oda's hunger for advancement. After all, Oda Village remains a primitive feudal settlement, and any form of progress would be considered an improvement over its current state. Yet, Oda quickly quelled his restless heart, for the central region of the abyssal forest was an extremely perilous zone. Despite possessing formidable demonic powers, he was still merely a humanoid entity and had yet to reach the pinnacle of a demon lord's combat prowess. The interior, warped by the malice of ancient gods and the despair of fallen new gods, was an unequivocal forbidden zone. Oda possessed the ability to glean skills from the departed, allowing him to witness the experiences of the hunt lizard in its former life. Though the territory it once inhabited did not constitute the true inner region, it was perilously close. Thus, it encountered entities that even the most foolish beasts would find terrifying. It was this fear of the horrors that emerged from the inner depths that drove the hunt lizard to seek refuge in the outer layers, where it preyed upon various barbaric villages for sustenance, reveling in its power until it crossed paths with Oda. The mere recollection of the inner monstrosities from the hunt lizard's memories sent shivers down Oda's spine. In his previous life, he had loathed horror games and had little interest in horror films, finding the very concept of grotesque curiosities and Lovecraftian horrors deeply unsettling. Although he himself was a non-human aberration, the horrors of the abyssal interior were even more distorted. If the juvenile demon lords and the primordial demon races relied on the joy of fear to terrify, then the monsters of the inner realm thrived on the allure of the grotesque and twisted. Oda referred to these creatures as aberrations, finding it challenging to articulate their abstract nature. For instance, the aberration that the hunt lizard encountered, having strayed from the inner region to its habitat, was a grotesque amalgamation of various organs, tentacles, and decaying animals, repulsively hideous. If the inner region was populated with such abominations, Oda was left in a quandary about whether to venture there. Moreover, Oda harbored a profound aversion to risk-taking, particularly when it entailed placing himself in perilous situations. After all, as long as he remained alive, he would be invincible. Why then should he take unnecessary risks? Furthermore, he was a demon lord and a lord at that, with numerous subordinates at his command. Only a fool would strive alone. He would prefer to remain impoverished than to court danger. Oda's inclination towards a reclusive lifestyle was quite pronounced. However, the thought of his motley crew of subpar subordinates led Oda to entirely abandon the notion of archaeological wealth and shortcuts, resulting in considerable disillusionment. Currently, the composition of Oda's demon army was highly irregular. To describe it, the undead and demons resembled extensions of Oda's limbs, with Oda himself serving as their brain. It was utterly impossible to dispatch these entities on tasks requiring strong autonomy. Forcing them into such roles would evoke a peculiar sensation akin to dismemberment. The outcome would undoubtedly be a disastrous failure, though thousands of undead may seem plentiful in the vast expanse of the abyssal inner region. They would barely constitute a ripple. As for the inferior goblins, ignored by the goblins, within the inner sanctum, they merely served as movable rations and trifles. If one were to identify the most suitable candidates, it would undoubtedly be the primitive goblins. Resilient and endowed with the ability to forage and inherent practical skills from birth, they can swiftly evade danger even in their juvenile stage, possessing a precocious intellect. They are exceptionally competent and represent a cost-effective warrior type. However, Oda would not deploy them as mere cannon fodder. Rather, they are far superior as builders, truly invaluable assets. After much contemplation, Oda reluctantly relinquished the notion of seizing the human relics buried deep within adversity. In life, one must comprehend the necessity of relinquishment and the art of balance, ultimately requiring a grounded approach. Thus, Oda spent 3 tranquil days, diligently constructing his village. The inclusion of primitive goblins catalyzed a remarkable surge in the productivity of Oda Village, allowing Oda, who had previously despaired over its impoverished and stagnant state, to finally savor the joys of cultivation. In the subsequent days, he continuously reveled in the pleasures brought forth by affirmative feedback. Once again ensconced in his study, Oda pondered the future development plans. Before long, however, he found his thoughts returning to the present. He gently caressed the smooth, intricately grained wooden desk with his hand, then ambled around the study, absorbing the feel of the newly laid wooden floor. Approaching the white-papered wooden window, he stood and gazed at the bustling green figures outside the Demon King's castle, filled with immense satisfaction. The little artisans among the primitive goblins had adeptly resolved many of Oda Village's challenges, particularly in the crucial craft of carpentry. These young woodworkers possessed exquisite joinery skills, creating intricate and durable pieces that were not constrained by the scarcity of metal. They swiftly produced a variety of wooden furniture and machinery, effortlessly alleviating Oda's difficulties. In a mere few days, Oda's quality of life experienced a profound transformation. To enable these young craftsmen to fully utilize their talents, Oda, under their guidance, wielded his formidable magical powers to mold the bones of magical creatures and the scales of silver hunting lizards into a diverse array of tools. For instance, the scales of the silver hunting lizard, shaped by necromantic magic, became extraordinarily sharp saws, planes, and axes, outperforming iron products. After all, the scales of the silver hunting lizard could be deemed an extraordinary material. Awakening on a large wooden bed that could accommodate 3 people, he found a stark contrast in comfort compared to the bed made of hard-packed earth. The tattered shrouds had been replaced with intricately woven grass mats. Thanks to the bountiful resources of the abyssal forest, the little craftsman had completed the production of fabric. Oda would soon be able to enjoy finely crafted bedding, venturing alone to the fabric factory erected by the primitive green-skinned folk. He noticed that this establishment differed from the earthen houses built with soil magic. It was solidly constructed of wood, embodying the wisdom of craftsmanship. The mortise and tenon structure contained not a single iron nail. As he approached, he was greeted by the fragrant aroma of wood, Though this exquisite wooden building was also temporary, a hastily constructed transitional product that would not endure for long. Upon entering the fabric factory, he beheld a row of weaving looms, limited in number, reflecting the modest demands of this primitive settlement. The laborers at the looms were not little green-skinned goblins, but rather silent, pale skeletons, setting aside their frail strength. Even the most basic skeletons served as efficient and stable power sources. As long as Oda provided sufficient magical energy, these undead could fulfill a portion of the steam engine's role. Thus, the production of fabric progressed swiftly, with the only limitation being the inconsistent supply of wild raw materials. However, Oda could not simply entomb himself within a golden toilet to serve as an energy source for his subjects. Hence, a steam engine remained essential. Your Majesty, you have arrived. As Oda observed the diligent skeletons operating the weaving machines, a chorus of bright, youthful voices broke through. Although Oda's eyes were mere ornaments, granting him a panoramic view, he instinctively turned towards the sound. He saw several adorable little green beings, who bore no resemblance to goblins, scampering towards him. In just a week, the newly born primitive green skins had grown to over a meter tall. During this period, Oda had exerted his efforts, unleashing his undead army to scour the surrounding nests, procuring copious amounts of meat, while the lesser goblins had unearthed substantial quantities of wild potatoes. This barely sustained the group of little ones who were growing as they feasted. Oda even speculated whether the ancient gods had employed the biological techniques of the Grebrians in the creation of the Demon King species, as he himself was also a peculiar entity that grew while consuming. However, as the little green skins approached a meter in height and gained mobility, their appetite dramatically diminished and their growth rate slowed. Thus, surrounding Oda were several female primitive green skins equipped with skills in tailoring, garment making, engineering, and carpentry, each stood just over a meter tall, gazing up at Oda with wide, watery eyes. I came to see if the clothes are ready, Oda said kindly, despite the short lifespan of the little ones and their pale green skin. The Grebrians' biological techniques were impressive, and the primitive strains were quite appealing, lifting Oda's spirits as a superficial admirer of beauty. Your Majesty, the clothes are ready, please follow us, one of the little tailors said. A touch of nervousness in her voice, Oda followed the excited little green skins to the dressing room, where he beheld several completed garments. These 3 sets are custom-made for you, while these are for several esteemed lords of the demon race. Oda received the new garments while casting a discerning gaze upon the attire of several diminutive goblins. The intricately woven linen tunics resembled knee-length skirts, complemented by loose trousers and sturdy, elevated-soled sandals crafted from thick animal hides. These garments were undeniably practical, particularly the reinforced soles, which served as a crucial defense against the various threats lurking in the untamed wilderness, such as sharp objects that could inflict harm. Oda's own attire was rather unremarkable, consisting merely of a long-sleeved shirt and trousers, paired with boots fashioned from the skin of the little green folk, bearing a striking resemblance to the tattered clothing he had previously worn, only the material had been upgraded. Clad in his new outfit, Oda donned a meticulously crafted bearskin cloak made by the goblins and stepped out of the fabric factory with great enthusiasm. The only slight disappointment was the absence of anyone to extol the virtues of his new attire, leaving him feeling somewhat discontented. The Liliths, having enhanced their simulations of humanity, now spoke in melodious tones, often imparting upon Oda a refreshing sense of spring during their interactions. It seemed they had channeled their innate talent for infiltrating other races into their service of the Demon King. Yet, Oda's village was currently lacking in personnel, with the 3 demon girls dispatched to oversee the work. Chapter 20. A day of leisure for the Demon King walking along the main thoroughfare paved with earth magic. Oda observed the industrious little green folk busily outfitting the earthen houses already occupied by goblins with wooden doors and windows. However, this task was not a priority, as only 2 or 3 craftsmen were attending to it. While the majority of the carpenters focused on constructing workshops and crafting various tools. As he passed, the little green folk greeted him with respectful bows, and Oda reveled in the sweetly reverent titles of king that accompanied their gestures. With each step, his spirits soared, uplifted by the harmonious voices of both genders among the indigenous folk. The uninhabited earthen houses had long been dismantled by the demons, and the new homes would be solidly built by the craftsmen, rather than being hastily erected as temporary shelters using earth magic. Oda village was not particularly large, and soon he found himself at the edge of the walls. Before him lay 100 acres of farmland, currently a dull brown but soon to be vibrant with the green leaves of potatoes and rice. Under the patient tutelage of the indigenous folk, the degraded goblins had finally begun to cultivate the land, albeit with clumsy techniques. Nevertheless, They were indeed tilling the soil. Of course, even if their bloodlines were suppressed by the indigenous offspring, the degraded goblins would not comply obediently with the commands of a few small children. Their nature, rooted in mischief and cunning, persisted, especially since Oda had not issued any compulsory royal edicts, merely ordinary task assignments. Their ability to maintain a modest, yet sufficient level of productivity was largely due to the presence of the three demon girls. The trio roamed the edges of the fields, employing physical methods of education whenever they observed the goblins slacking off. Gradually, the degraded goblins grew accustomed to the repetitive labor of farming, due to their non-human adaptability. Oda could thrive in any environment, becoming even stronger in harsher conditions. Thus, in more temperate climates, he would unconsciously overlook changes in his surroundings. For instance, although Oda's keen senses detected a shift in the weather, he instinctively disregarded it. Today, the sun blazed overhead, and the heat was palpable. The hands of the degraded green folk trembled as they wielded their hoes, already drenched in sweat. In the past, even under the compulsion of a royal decree, the goblins would have collapsed by now. Yet, in the absence of such an edict, they persisted, supervised by the demon girl wielding a large sword, working longer than ever before. This could be attributed to Oda's nearly month-long policy of raising pigs, as he provided them with meat soup and potato rice to help them gain strength. Consequently, they had the energy to toil in the fields. Compared to before, the physical condition of these goblins had markedly improved. They were no longer the frail beings that could be easily defeated by low-level adventurers. Now, 2 or 3 of them could potentially overpower a low-level adventurer with relative ease. Moreover, there existed significant disparities among the lower-tier goblins. Under Oda's orders, the little craftsmen utilized their ample resources of animal hides to forge armor for the level 9 elite goblins, equipped with leather armor and expertly crafted short spears. These low-level goblins could even hold their own against novice adventurers. Having long since noticed Oda, Lilith approached him with steady strides. Upon seeing Oda's new attire, she expertly lavished him with compliments. As the chosen performer and the first of Oda's demon folk, she was acutely aware of his lonely, affection-starved disposition. Thus, she instinctively embraced him, and together they beheld the scene of goblins laboring under the sun, sweat glistening upon their brows. Today, Lilith was not clad in armor. Oda's human form could feel the softness of the demon girl's flesh through the thin fabric, accompanied by her perfectly simulated fragrance. After you finish work, be sure to visit the fabric factory to collect a few more sets of clothing, and perhaps help retrieve some garments for Nanali who isn't here. Oda reminded him. Of course, my master, she replied. After adorning the demon sisters with new garments, Oda sought to update their equipment as well. His gaze fell upon the sword in Lilith's hand, once the finest in the entire village. This so-called great sword, crafted through Oda's formidable necromantic magic, now seemed due for refinement by the skilled artisans who could transform this crude sword blank into a true masterpiece. Simultaneously, he envisioned creating a new set of armor for them, utilizing the scales of silver-scaled lizards and the metallic shells of gold-devouring insects. Oda also realized that the materials from these advanced, necromorphized magical creatures possessed extraordinary properties, making them ideal for crafting exceptional gear. Furthermore, just like the demonkin, his undead also exhibited an indomitable trait. As long as Oda continuously supplied them with magical energy, they could slowly regenerate their missing parts by dissolving corresponding materials within their necromantic essence. Akin to a form of consumption. It could be said that each high-tier undead creature served as an inexhaustible treasury of materials for Oda. He particularly hoped for a few more oblivious, dire creatures to appear, as such treasures were always welcome, and Oda was open to any arrivals. However, over the past month, the only rare species worthy of his substantial magical investment for advancement were the great lizards and the giant insects. The rest were merely minor nuisances. The common magical creatures in the surrounding forest still comprised the traditional trio of goblins, slimes, and windwolves. It was rather unfortunate that goblins, despite being a mutated intelligent race, were regarded by the world as mere monsters. Slimes, while ubiquitous, were inedible. Windwolves, on the other hand, contributed high-quality pelts, updated Oda's skill repertoire, and could be consumed, albeit not very palatably. However, the skeletal wolves transformed from wind wolves formed the backbone of Oda's skeletal beast army. Due to their origins as magical creatures. As the daylight lingered, Oda, who had a fleeting desire to engage in a friendly gunfight with Lilith in the Demon King's castle, ultimately relinquished this enticing thought, entrusting Lilith to keep an eye on the goblins. After all, the village's highest combat strength was not present, resulting in a diminished defensive capability, although bolstered by Lilith and the formidable gold-devouring insect. Alongside thousands of undead, Oda felt an acute lack of security. This sense of insecurity was profound, encompassing not only his personal safety but also a fierce possessiveness over his assets, which constituted everything he owned. Should anyone assess Oda's typical stats, they would perceive him as a weak, intermediate wild creature. Yet, the so-called level panel could not accurately reflect the true power of Oda as a model of Demon King. As a mass-produced ultimate weapon of the ancient gods, Demon Kings varied in models, and with the inclusion of the Transmigrator core, many powerful variants emerged that even the ancient gods found unfamiliar. This element of surprise was precisely why the ancient gods remained intrigued by the Transmigrator Demon Kings. Oda was unaware of how many native Demon Kings and Transmigrator Demon Kings existed in the world today. Nor did he know whether they were friends or foes. Even Oda himself was uncertain of his true strength. Being a peculiar mechanism, he recognized that he could effortlessly slay silver-tier great lizards. He was akin to someone wielding superpowers in a low magic world. Upon encountering Oda, one would first undergo a willpower check. A critical failure would lead to demise. Thus, Oda's insecurity stemmed from the potential losses to his village. Akin to the dismay one feels in a dating simulation game upon being suddenly betrayed, feeling the sting of a mocking narrative. Nevertheless, this sentiment did not render Oda a miser, hoarding the silver great lizard as a mere guard within the village. Instead, he generously dispatched it. Oda understood well that higher-tier extraordinary beings constituted the village's greatest and most efficient productive force. Relying solely on those goblins, amidst the perilous depths of the dire forest, would render any progress nearly impossible. Depending on the feeble goblins for development would prolong the wait for Oda to attain the modern lifestyle he desired. The mobility of higher-tier entities was unmatched by their lower-tier counterparts. In other words, should the silver great lizard truly exert itself, the lower-tier goblins would be utterly incapable of perceiving the movements of such a formidable silver being. Similarly, the work efficiency of the great lizard was beyond the reach of the lowly goblins. Coupled with its massive size, which conferred a significant advantage in capacity, Oda had every reason to exploit this diligent silver undead. This morning, Oda dispatched a team to excavate a salt mine. The team comprised Lilith and Nana, two intermediate demons, a silver great lizard, and 29th-tier degraded goblins outfitted with the finest standard gear the village had to offer, including a rare intelligent goblin among them. Thanks to the abundant flora and fauna of the dire forest, coupled with its formidable power, Oda's village lacked for meat, having enough to sustain nearly 1,000 green-skinned beings. However, they were deficient in salt. The meager remnants of the deceased were insufficient. Salt was not only essential for invigorating the living, but also crucial for processing various meats and vegetables. Though the adventurer undead contributed rare low-level ice magic, such esoteric and continuously depleting magical resources could never replace the necessity of salt. Given this demand, Oda deployed the formidable great lizard, illustrating his commitment to the task. However, considering the immense strength of the silver magical beings, excavating rock salt should have been a trivial endeavor. Yet, as afternoon approached, they had yet to return, leaving Oda puzzled. After bidding farewell to Lilith, the charming little green-skinned villagers frolicked for a while until afternoon fell. Eventually, under the attentive care of the little green-skinned beings, Oda savored the ancient meat bun recipe imparted by the Transmigrators. To be honest, although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Lilith, Oda was utterly captivated by the culinary prowess of the little green-skinned villagers. It was simply delectable. Due to the mimetic nature of the experience, Oda felt a sense of satiety and joy. Of course, this was merely a simulated sensation. In reality, Oda could eat indefinitely and convert those materials into magical energy if he desired. However, there was no need for that, as Oda had an abundance of magical energy. Listening to the melodious voices of the green lowly singing, Oda's previously relaxed brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at the sky. Puzzled, why had they not returned yet? Could they have encountered trouble? The nearby Lolis, fearing their singing displeased their king, exhibited expressions of alarm. The native species, having undergone artificial adjustments, indeed displayed a heightened survival instinct. Albeit a tad too sensitive, perhaps Oda's overwhelming aura of terror, accumulated from his passive effects, incessantly bombarded the specialized sensory organs of these creatures. Honed for survival, Oda could not bear to see children cry, especially those as lovely as these. He immediately reached out to gently pat the little Lolis heads in a gesture of comfort. This demonstrated that the native species' survival strategies, while ineffective against other demon kings, had a unique effect on Ota. As he continued to soothe the Lolis with gentle pats, Oda began to sense the presence of his undead and demon kin. His connection with his creations remained steadfast. The distance to his creations was not great, merely 3 kilometers. It seemed they had encountered a minor inconvenience. When Oda activated his senses, the creatures around him were devoid of any secrets, instantly. The events of that morning unfolded vividly in his mind. Chapter 21. The Salt Mining Squad in a location several kilometers away from Oda Village. The Salt Mining Squad, comprised of goblins from Oda, was traversing through the increasingly sparse woods, due to their proximity to the salt mine. Even within the perilous forest, the vegetation gradually thinned as the squad advanced. Many goblins in the group had never ventured far from home nor left the forest, rendering them uneasy in this unfamiliar environment devoid of towering trees that shielded them from the sun. The leading figure, known as the Hat Man, felt a gnawing anxiety in his heart, equally unsettled by the alien surroundings. The rock salt he had previously collected was not from his own efforts but rather found nearby. The location where he had gathered the rock salt marked the extent of his courage, and at that moment, he yearned to flee back to the safety of his lair. However, the king was adamant that a salt mine must lie nearby. And with the king's decree in hand, he found himself unable to disobey, especially after being bestowed a name before their departure. He was now a goblin with a name, perhaps due to the king's recognition of his fondness for hats. He had been dubbed the Hat Man. Journeying several kilometers through the forest was no simple task, given the complex and ever-changing environment that significantly slowed their pace and escalated the costs of their expedition. Although the goblins, including the Hat Man, were all peak level 9, on the verge of transcending the threshold of the lower ranks, their foundation was too frail, and they were already beginning to tire. Gasping for breath, the two demon leaders in the group, Nana and Lily, perceptively noted this fatigue. While they held little regard for the lives of these lower beings, they understood that these green-skinned serfs were the property of their master. After a brief discussion, Nana and Lily issued a command to rest. Consequently, the squad sought out a nearby gentle slope, sheltered by a large rock that offered protection from the wind and sun. To take a break, the group also included 20 humanoid skeletons and 5 four-legged fleshbound undead. These fleshbound creatures were once known as the desolate blood cattle, low-level magical beasts resembling cattle, but with tough skin and thick flesh. Recently, to nurture a few hundred newborns, Oda's undead had swept through the vicinity of the village, decimating all creatures within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius, including nearly 100 desolate blood cattle. Oda had taken a liking to these robust creatures, preserving their flesh and reanimating them into a zombie-like state using necromantic magic. Even when facing mid-level opponents, these reanimated blood cattle could withstand attacks, and their effectiveness in numbers was quite formidable. With their thick hides, fearlessness toward death, and lack of pain, these 3-meter-tall zombie blood cattle resembled armored vehicles, and their horned charges were not to be underestimated. The tireless undead surrounded the goblins, who, despite appearing more elite than the undead, were far better equipped. The Hat Man leaned against the large rock, catching his breath while feeling the sturdy leather armor he wore. Although the native craftsmen were exceptionally skilled, their innate ancestral techniques were the pinnacle of classical craftsmanship. The lack of materials and tools hampered their abilities. Nevertheless, the rudimentary leather armor produced through primitive methods remained high-quality gear, especially considering the abundant, extraordinary materials found in the desolate forest, for instance. Oda had outfitted the village's strongest 20 level 9 goblins with finely crafted leather armor from the blood cattle. Additionally, they were armed with numerous iron short swords made from the remains of the deceased and throwing spears tipped with iron heads. These Na'vi goblins had never encountered humans, the closest resemblance they had seen to humanity being the terrifying demons and the bizarre goblin king of unknown origins. They had relied on their claws to dig for food, making do with crude ancestral stone axes. They had never laid eyes on pristine, high-quality leather armor, nor had they ever held sharp iron swords or those sleek, standardized short spears. Even the leaders and elders among them, who were mid-level warriors, lacked such equipment. The level 9 goblins were ecstatic in their loyalty to the king's sword. Even without the king's command, their newfound confidence from their gear would have compelled them to set off immediately. Of course, without the king's decree, it was likely that only the Hat Man would have ventured this far to the salt mine, and even he might have hesitated at such a distance. The goblins' courage waned rapidly as they distanced themselves from their village and the king. Save for the native breeds, Nana sat expressionless atop the large rock, resembling a doll as she surveyed the surroundings from her elevated position. Similarly impassive, Lily strolled nearby, scanning for any signs of the salt mine while holding a polearm, crafted of iron. This weapon had been custom-made for her by Oda from the local craftsman, as wielding a pitchfork in battle was deemed too absurd for the demon army's image. Consequently, Oda had transformed it into an impressive-looking polearm, given the extreme scarcity of iron in Oda Village. The materials for the polearm were naturally sourced from the remains of the deceased. It must be noted that the locale from which Oda hailed was notorious for its abundance of corpses. Having regained some energy, the goblins noticed that Nana had not issued a command to proceed, remaining silently seated on the rock. The green-skinned goblins were also feeling a bit peckish. Thus, these undisciplined little green creatures cautiously attempted to slip past the motionless undead. Trying to escape their encirclement, the goblins held a respectful fear of these moving corpses, as being near them always sent a chill down their spines. The Hat Man, feeling a sense of camaraderie, also darted out of the undead circle and, noticing that the demon lords remained indifferent, joined in the search for food. Utilizing his level 9 prowess and the nurturing care from Oda, the Hat Man swiftly snatched a lizard from the low bushes. Snapping its neck with a swift motion before stuffing it into his mouth, Oda had indeed provided the living with corresponding rations, such as jerky and flatbreads, but the goblins were reluctant to partake. After experiencing a physical decline, these previously simple-minded, beast-like creatures began to awaken a sense of appreciation for food and personal possessions, akin to that of more sentient beings. This was perhaps attributable to the fact that the Hat Man and his companions were among the few clever goblins within Oda Village's degraded populace, as well as the mere 20 level 9 elites present. Typically, such awareness of desire and personal ownership would only manifest at a mid-level. After consuming a beetle, the Hat Man glanced up at the demon lords perched on the rock. Upon seeing them still ignoring their presence, he continued his foraging with a sense of relief. The Hat Man harbored a deep fear of the demons, not only due to their formidable strength but also because of the unsettling aura they exuded. This feeling was something only the level 9 goblins could perceive. These demons only resembled true humans when in the presence of the king, although the Hat Man had never encountered human beings. This was his belief. The demons appeared exceedingly abnormal, their vitality diminishing the moment they strayed from the king, leaving them devoid of any semblance of humanity. Their indifference towards life instilled terror in the level 9 goblins, a fear that also spread to the generally dull-witted goblins below level 9. Thus, when Oda assigned the demons to oversee the goblins, the demons effortlessly established their authority. The text awaits revision. Chapter 22. The salt mining in progress. The desolate terrain near the target salt mine appeared barren. Yet it retained the characteristic richness of the desolate forest. Consequently, the goblins consumed none of the provisions brought from Oda Village. The agile level 9 goblins, relying on the generous offerings of various berries and small animals, easily satiated their hunger. The Hat Man, feeling content, patted his slightly protruding belly, the fullness evident even through his leather armor. This sense of satisfaction invigorated him, filling him with vitality. He glanced at the few fellow goblins beside him, similarly well fed, and then curiously observed the demon lord atop the massive rock, who had shifted from a sitting to a standing position. He pondered why the demon lord had yet to issue the command to proceed. Although the degraded goblins lacked knowledge of universal time measurement units in their underdeveloped minds, the man in the hat, drawing from past experiences, senses that this rest has lingered longer than usual. The sun, no longer as fervent as at the outset, has softened its intensity. Standing atop a rock, Nana remains expressionless, her gaze fixated on the direction of the salt mine. Thanks to the height advantage provided by the massive boulder, she perceives a distant white expanse, partially obscured by sparse vegetation. In the far distance lies a vast stretch of white land, which is their destination for the day, a salt mine located in close proximity to Oda Village. Were Oda present, Nana would undoubtedly shower him with melodious praises, extolling him as the chosen demon lord. The seemingly immense salt reserve is situated near a remote tribe that Oda casually selected, a fitting testament to his destined prominence. Nana indeed ought to issue the command to depart, yet a minor issue has arisen. Salt wields a powerful allure for the majority of creatures, given the rich biodiversity of the desperate forest. It is only natural that this salt mine is anything but tranquil. Rather, it is bustling with activity and fraught with conflict. Just moments ago, a silver giant lizard, tasked with scouting and eliminating dangers, encountered a formidable and rare magical beast while prowling nearby. Below the rocks, Lily possesses the authority over the undead granted by Oda. She was informed of the situation even before Nana. Upon establishing a mental link with the silver giant lizard and learning of the predicament, she promptly set off towards the salt mine with several intermediate skeletons in tow. The speed of the intermediate Lily was astonishing, so much so that the lower-tier goblins barely had time to react before she vanished from their sight. Upon arriving at the scene of confrontation, she quickly discerned the two titanic creatures facing off. The black giant lizard, measuring over 20 meters in length, was self-evident, while the other was a new species of magical creature that Lily had never encountered. It was a massive crimson serpent, stretching over 10 meters long. Its scarlet scales, interspersed with salt granules, made it appear as if it were a red monstrosity adorned with white spots. The serpent's fearsome head bore deep red horns. And at that moment, its icy vertical pupils were fixated on the intimidating lizard undead before it. The approaching demons and the undead in the distance were contemptuously disregarded by the serpent, which was confident in its ability to escape unscathed from the assault of these intermediate weaklings. However, the serpent could not discern the true strength of the lizard undead before it. Simultaneously, a sense of imminent death enveloped the serpent, a potent stimulus to its keen senses since its encounter with the undead. On the other hand, Lily chose not to bring her team closer to the two colossal beasts but instead remained at a distance, quietly observing. After a tense standoff, the crimson giant could no longer contain itself and, under the pressure of the looming death, launched a furious assault. The serpent's scales blazed an even brighter red, reminiscent of blood, and it soon erupted into a terrifying conflagration. The flame-wreathed serpent swiftly advanced towards the giant lizard, leaving behind scorched earth and sparks in its wake. As the serpent approached within 50 meters of the giant lizard, it suddenly opened its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, unleashing a long-prepared plume of searing fire that shot forth like a plasma beam aimed directly at the undead giant lizard. This fiery blast was far more dazzling and perilous than the ordinary flames previously spewed by the lizard. Generally, high-temperature flames and intense light have a pronounced restraining effect on the undead. Yet, at this moment, the undead giant lizard showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it braced itself to absorb the oncoming fire magic. The serpent's fiery breath collided with the giant lizard, sending shockwaves of flame that carbonized the surrounding low-lying vegetation. Such a high-output, powerful spell could not be sustained for long, and the fiery exhalation soon ceased. Amidst the steam and the warped air of intense heat, the giant lizard stood unscathed upon the charred earth. Its thick, multi-resistant scales had effectively withstood the potent attack. At a distance, Lily seized the moment to assess this unfamiliar giant serpent. The evaluation revealed it to be a high-level rare magical creature, a level 21 scarlet flame serpent. In many regions, it could be deemed a minor overlord, especially with its formidable fire magic capabilities. This serpent posed a challenging and troublesome adversary for many lesser fire-based magical creatures within the forest. However, the disparity between an intermediate magical beast and a silver-level undead was vast, akin to the difference between a child and a strong man. The passive resistances alone would overwhelm the serpent's most powerful abilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the serpent's momentary stupor due to its failed attack, the giant lizard, leveraging its agility beyond the serpent's dynamic vision, swiftly closed the distance. With a sudden, forceful strike, it unleashed its unmatched power, accompanied by a howling wind. With a resounding crash, the serpent's hardened scales shattered, sending its massive body crashing to the ground. The salt beneath was sent flying into the air. Unable to endure the tremendous impact, the serpent immediately lost consciousness, its once blazing scales rapidly cooling until the flames extinguished. The undead lizard harbored no intention of sparing the fallen serpent. A ghostly greenish hue interspersed with pale silver flames gathered within its fearsome maw, coalescing into a vast reservoir of energy, should it fully unleash this attack. Even the flame-resistant inferno serpent would be reduced to ash by the life-corroding properties of the undead flames. Yet, Lily, wielding the authority granted by the undead, intervened to halt the giant lizard's predatory intent, intending to crush and incinerate the serpent. Her reasoning was simple. This serpent belonged to her master as a trophy. As a previously unseen potent magical creature, preserving its integrity as a prize for her master was the duty of a loyal subordinate. Thus, at the command of the demon, the giant lizard decisively snapped the serpent's neck, ensuring its demise while maintaining the maximum integrity of its body. Just as the giant lizard effortlessly dispatched the serpent, Nana and her cohort arrived tardily. After eliminating a potential threat to their mining operations, the silver giant lizard resumed its patrol duties, circling around the area where the demons were located. Following a brief discussion, Nana and Lily combined their efforts to employ earth magic, creating a large pit into which they ordered the goblins and undead to toss the massive serpent's carcass. Subsequently sealing it with earth magic, they intended to excavate the serpent's remains upon their return to prevent other creatures from coveting or damaging it. The area surrounding the nameless salt mine was vast, and the section cleared by the silver hunting lizard was merely a small portion of the mine's periphery devoid of other creatures and magical beasts. After confirming safety with the giant lizard, Lily recalled it and dispatched the humanoid undead to execute their patrol duties. Under Nana's guidance, the giant lizard commenced efficient salt extraction at a seemingly suitable location. The colossal lizard undead, akin to powerful construction machinery. Effortlessly carved out a substantial quantity of salt blocks with its razor-sharp claws and immense strength. Behind the giant lizard, the goblins, burdened with tools, squawked as they transported the fragmented salt blocks, loading them into the enormous baskets affixed to the sides of the zombie blood cattle. The silver undead's excavation speed was remarkably swift, and soon they had unearthed a mountain of salt. However, the goblins, huffing and puffing as they transported the salt blocks, struggled to keep pace with the giant lizard. Shortly thereafter, the demons ordered the giant lizard to cease excavation and instead directed it to cut and crush the salt blocks. With the giant lizard's assistance, the efficiency of transporting the salt blocks saw a significant enhancement. As the afternoon approached, several undead blood cattle of considerable mass exhibited a noticeable increase in weight, each carrying 4 enormous baskets filled with salt. Under the demon's orders, the blood cattle attempted to take a few steps, each sinking deeply into the ground, leaving pronounced depressions in their wake. After the giant lizard hoisted the cold corpse of the serpent onto its back, the mining team, having labored throughout the day, finally began their return journey. Shortly after the salt extraction team departed, various creatures that had previously shied away from the silver undead began to reclaim a section of the salt land, leading to several skirmishes of equal strength and mutual victories. Chapter 23, Cacophony. As the team gradually distanced themselves from the white salt expanse, the vegetation surrounding the salt mining crew began to flourish once more. Familiar towering trees once again enveloped them. Upon returning to the familiar forest environment, the goblins, whose courage had waned in the face of the unfamiliar, regained their bravado. The air resonated once more with their jarring cacophony. In stark contrast to the goblins, who exhibited no awareness of danger or tactical acumen, the demons and undead within the team remained quiet and vigilant. The 2 demon girls naturally observed the disorder but made no attempts to quiet the goblins or impose order upon their chaotic ranks. They understood that such endeavors would be futile. Chaos is inherent to the degraded species, and only the absolute authority of the Goblin King, combined with the Demon Lord's dominance, could temporarily distort this nature. Thus, their master placed greater value on the primordial species. Unlike these disorganized lower-tier goblins, the high-intelligence demons, as well as the undead, maintained an unwavering tactical discipline. The undead consistently upheld tactical formations, vigilantly guarding their surroundings without any blind spots. Thanks to their distinct perception, unlike that of ordinary life forms, the undead could easily detect even the most concealed creatures, be they large rabbits or wild boars, as well as lower-tier magical beasts with adept stealth abilities. The world as perceived by the undead diverges significantly from that seen by conventional life. They can perceive the life force of living beings, rendering all creatures within their sensory range visible. To be precise, the undead summoned by Oda are fundamentally different from those conjured by typical necromancers. They could even form their own faction, referred to as Oda's undead. The undead created by Oda resemble clones, possessing a uniform tactical acumen akin to that of a copy-paste operation. Moreover, Oda's method of controlling the undead is not through shouting but through efficient and precise mental connections. He can also perform custom behavioral engravings via these connections, a feat unattainable by other necromancers. This is yet another remarkable trait of the Demon Lord Oda. Other necromancers must rely on inefficient card-drawing methods to acquire powerful undead. The undead transformed by conventional necromancers retain the same level and habits as they did in life. In summary, typical undead resemble a disorganized rabble, whereas Oda's undead are akin to clone soldiers, genuinely possessing the potential for a necromantic catastrophe. Oda infused the military knowledge he amassed from surfing the internet in his previous life into the core of the undead soulfire. Consequently, the undead unwaveringly executed these behavioral engravings, devoid of the doubts, hesitations, and fears characteristic of living beings. Even if some of this knowledge was cumbersome, redundant, or challenging, and even if it did not align with the current cultural context, Oda's undead would resolutely carry it out. The salt extraction team's journey through the forest was filled with cacophonous sounds. With the protection of the undead, the lower-tier goblins, who previously faced high mortality rates when entering the woods, now traversed the forest as if they were at home, exuding a boldness that suggested they were on a leisurely outing rather than embarking on a perilous adventure. These lower-tier goblins lacked proficiency in the common tongue, resorting instead to their cacophonous calls. Yet, this disorderly and unstructured racket, which could scarcely be deemed a form of sign language, served as a relatively effective means of communication among the lower-tier goblins. However, the validity of this effectiveness remains in question. The exchanges among lower-tier goblins constitute a mysterious phenomenon that is more about tacit understanding than verbal expression. Amidst their cacophony, substantial information may be concealed. Yet it could also be mere mindless noise devoid of conscious thought. For instance, one might observe a gathering of goblins appearing to engage in fervent conversation, with the man in the hat joining in with his own discordant squawks. Even though he lacks comprehension of what his companions are saying, merely mirroring their exuberance. Gak gak, ga, gagaga. The man in the conical hat suddenly emitted a high-pitched call, urging his companions to halt their advance. His surprise evident. However, it was abundantly clear that today they had not tuned into any abstract, mysterious wavelengths. This was a failed and ineffective communication. The others evidently did not comprehend his words, thus disregarding his quacking admonitions. His companions continued to chatter away in their incomprehensible garrulousness. Finally, with a resounding thud, the incessantly chattering companion collided violently with the sturdy trunk of a towering tree. The tree sustained minimal harm. Yet the level 9 goblin, despite its size, was merely a fragile mortal, immediately struck by the backlash of the impact. The forceful collision abruptly ended this absurd dialogue. Dazed, the companion was tossed onto the back of a blood cow by his kin, fortunate not to be abandoned and not hindering the progress of the group. Meanwhile, the Oda undead, like a well-trained tactical unit, swiftly dispatched each low-level magical creature attempting to ambush the goblins. Concurrently, Oda village felt a sense of relief as they were aware through their mental connection that this salt-gathering expedition was proceeding smoothly. Subsequently, Oda glanced at the sky and instructed Lilith to signal the green-skinned folk to wrap up their work, for there were no regulations in Oda village regarding night shifts. While it was true that Oda was a kind-hearted individual, he harbored little fondness for the degraded goblins, whose primal essence was deeply ingrained due to their stamped thoughts. Thus, the primary reason he refrained from ruthlessly exploiting the lower-tier goblins was that their capabilities were inherently limited. And the perilous abyssal forest was certainly not conducive to productive labor at night. For Oda, who held a profound obsession with survival, he would not recklessly squander the lives of his subordinates. The abyssal forest, shrouded in nighttime fog, resembled a horror film set. Apart from the native flora and fauna that had adapted to the mist, only those of sufficient level could increase their chances of survival within its depths. Intelligent races typically required camaraderie for warmth, relying on the mysterious effects of collective unity to dispel the fog and fend off the aberrations lurking within, though torches possessed some capacity to clear the mist. Their efficacy was quite limited and inconvenient due to their small range. Upon hearing Lilith announce the end of work, the green-skinned folk in the fields erupted in raucous celebration, joyfully carrying their tools away, though they were obliged to return them to the storage warehouse. However, a few stubborn goblins tossed their tools to the ground and fled, soon facing Lilith's corrective measures, while the demon race was quite lenient with the lower-tier goblins. One could not expect too much from these primitive beings. Some basic expectations still had to be upheld. This could only be instilled through rigorous training, etching habits into their very beings. Among the several hundred degraded goblins, only a handful displayed any semblance of cleverness, and even those who advanced to intermediate levels proved largely ineffectual. Degraded goblins were indeed of little use. The two intermediate goblin sub-leaders ultimately met their demise at the hands of Oda. Having been completely drained of their worth, Oda did not assign any tasks to these two intermediate castrados. Instead, he allowed them to retire in the currently overstocked Oda village, which had no shortage of provisions. After all, older goblins were rather rare, and thus they were allowed to remain. Surviving to old age as a degraded goblin was quite uncommon. Originally, this goblin tribe had the potential to consistently produce intermediate goblins, as evidenced by the existence of over a dozen level 9 specimens. Yet, the harsh environment of the abyssal mist resulted in a similarly high mortality rate for the intermediates. Thus, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the two idle elder goblins leisurely stood atop the city wall, observing the shorter green-skinned folk below as they unloaded their farming tools. At this time, before the communal meal, a few more industrious goblins were foraging in the nearby forest, which had been previously logged. However, the majority of the more lackadaisical goblins congregated in the square before the little demon king's castle, sprawled out to conserve energy as they awaited their meal. The task of lighting the braziers scattered throughout the village was taken over by the diminutive native goblins. These little folk were nimble and industrious, and although they were younger and shorter, the natives displayed greater strength than their fully grown counterparts, statistically dominating in every aspect. Oda stood on the balcony of the little demon king's castle, peering down at the slothful greenskins sprawled out in the square. Then glancing at the sky, he urged the demon girls in his mental connection to hasten their return. Although the presence of formidable silver-scaled hunting lizards ensured safety, Oda understood that the abyssal mist was not to be underestimated. As a top student molded by a dreamlike cram school, Oda was well versed in many secrets of the abyssal forest. This forest harbored a profound malice towards intelligent races, targeting those with higher intellects without reason. This explained why the forest periphery was populated by ignorant barbarians. Cultured beings tended to perish the quickest. The inability of human factions to penetrate the forest allowed for the accumulation of countless human corpses within the earth. Only powerful fantasy races could stubbornly resist the mist monsters, becoming permanent fixtures. For instance, the high elves and forest sprites, who had inherited ancient traditions. After contacting his demon girls, Oda departed the balcony and entered the dimly lit room illuminated by flickering oil lamps. A plethora of oil lamps provided ample light, and with Oda possessing the majority of Oda Village's resources, he would not deprive himself. After all, the drive to live, and to live better, propelled Oda forward. In the dining room, the adorable little native greenskins busily prepared the evening's meal for the Demon King, diligently working away. Unlike the almost free-range degraded goblins outside, Oda was quite particular about the appearance of his native treasures. With their advanced intellect making them the most dangerous in the mist, Oda could not allow them to reside outside. At night, some of the natives would stay within the little Demon King's castle, attending to Oda's needs, while others would dwell in the cave-like sanctuary that Oda had transformed, where the potent aura of the Demon King and Oda himself would offer the best protection. The myriad bizarre characteristics of the peculiar abyssal forest stemmed largely from the aftermath of the ancient divine war, which resulted in the fall of both ancient and new gods. Among these, the ancient gods held a relatively higher proportion and intensity, as they were far more powerful than the new gods, with their hauntings far exceeding those of the latter. As a legitimate demon king of the ancient god faction, Oda possessed certain advantages, including a slight resistance to the gray mist. Chapter 24. The emergence of the evil god's minions. Oda Village boasted an abundance of animal fat and firewood, given its location in the Sea of Great Trees, where timber resources were boundless. The village had long since ignited braziers in various locations, untroubled by the threat of fire due to the scarcity of wooden structures. As evening approached, the village was remarkably quiet, with goblins returning from foraging, their bellies only half full, lying in clusters in the square, akin to their lazy counterparts. Occasionally, they would quack a few words, eliciting a scarce response. More often than not, they were simply swatting at mosquitoes or spacing out, entranced by the flickering flames of the braziers. This was the life of a primitive tribe, dull and monotonous. The earlier excitement had stemmed from Oda's earth magic construction, the introduction of oil guns to produce offspring, and the novelty of farming, which had stimulated the impoverished minds of Oda's goblins. However, the goblins, who were not particularly contemplative yet possessed a remarkable adaptability, soon lost their enthusiasm, returning to the norm of their tribal barbarism. Numbness and lethargy became their standard. Only the elite goblins venturing outside would chatter incessantly along the way. It was only through the cycle of information exchange that thoughts were stimulated. Confined and isolated spaces led to silence and numbness. While those goblins who had long engaged in intellectual battles with human adventurers outside were evidently more agile than the indigenous dwellers of Oda Village, of course, the natives of Oda Village did not require such agility. After all, they were fortunate to have become Oda's subjects precisely because their nests lacked human female adventurers, allowing them to enjoy a diet rich in meat and a safer living environment than before. Rather than being reduced to goblin paste. At the end of the square, the little Demon King's castle, built at the entrance of the cave, was brightly lit within. A few small green beings were performing their innate talents at the solid wooden dining table. The delightful, clear, yet milky sweet children's songs echoed throughout the dining hall. Many little green folk, having finished their chores, joined in, clapping their tiny hands to the rhythm. Oda was enjoying the talent show of these little Lolas, all under a year old, while simultaneously relishing the dining service provided by Lilith. The little Lolas concluded a song. One of the small craftsmen, clutching a bamboo basket, approached eagerly. "King, look, it's a bamboo basket that won't leak." Through the mimicry of the hunting lizard's teeth, Oda was astonished to receive the bamboo basket presented by the little craftsman, akin to a treasured offering. While its practicality may seem peculiar, in terms of artistry and craftsmanship, this item was undeniably impressive. After swallowing his food, Oda smiled and offered praise, gently ruffling the child's hair. Unlike the generally degraded Mediterranean variants, these native children possessed lush and supple hair, a delight to the touch. The perceptive Lilith promptly fetched a ceramic water jug, pouring water into the bamboo basket. Once assured it would not leak, she added blooming flowers, transforming the dining table with a uniquely charming floral arrangement. Soon after, Another little craftsman approached, cradling an exquisite wooden carving as if presenting a prized possession. Just as Oda prepared to accept it with commendation, his brow furrowed suddenly. Before the little craftsman could display a tearful expression, he executed a gentle head pat. His thoughts had shifted to the salt mining team, which was near Oda's village and encountered a special situation requiring his judgment, with Oda's insistence on hastening their return. Lilith commanded the silver hunting lizard to forge ahead as an unstoppable vanguard. As dusk descended, they pressed on, heedless of the potential to awaken the lurking beasts in the forest, under the relentless advance of the silver undead behemoth. Trees were toppled, and underbrush trampled. Consequently, the salt-laden mining team's pace quickened. Before darkness enveloped the land, they reached a location perilously close to Oda's village, within the foraging range of the typically feeble goblins. In contrast to the elite goblins on the verge of breakthrough, those below level 9 had a significantly limited hunting radius. Ordinarily, this area posed little danger, being adjacent to Oda's village, especially after being ravaged by the undead army not long ago. Yet, it was precisely because of this devastation that the absence of wildlife rendered the place eerily secluded. Even the sounds of insects seemed faint and fragmented as evening approached. The tranquility became almost unsettling. The numerous personnel and the heavy cargo of the salt mining team shattered this eerie silence. As they neared Oda's village, the mental connection with the demon lord grew stronger, and the previously expressionless demon girls within the team began to exhibit signs of life. Ah, we are finally to meet our master. Lilith, adhering to her prototype's behavioral template, stretched casually, though her hard leather armor concealed any distinctive features of her form, quickening her pace, she thought, despite not having been gone long. I miss our master dearly. The more reserved Nana toyed with her shiny new iron dagger, clad in the same blood cow leather armor. Suddenly, Nana noticed the imposing black beast ahead halt abruptly, seemingly encountering an unusual circumstance. What is it? Lilith, displaying a look of confusion, approached with her halberd in hand, followed closely by Nana and a few curious elite goblins. Upon discerning the cause of the hunting lizard's pause, the two demon girls remained unreactive. The goblins, in their true biological essence, instinctively retreated, emitting terrified squawks. They beheld the grotesquely slain goblin, its green skin tattered and bloodied, cruelly suspended from a tree, sharp branches piercing its emaciated form. Ultimately, the demon girls found no suitable template for emotional display, merely observing the goblin's corpse with indifference. The fate of the goblin did not warrant their emotional simulation. It is not our master's serf. Lilith stated flatly. An unfamiliar visage, Nana echoed in the same tone. Could it be another barbarian tribe? If other tribes are found, might we not increase our master's domain with more serfs? The mention of the demon lord sparked a flicker of emotional response within the two demon girls. Lilith, with a hint of humanity, wrinkled her nose slightly, catching a whiff of the putrid scent in the air. She frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with the human olfactory experience, thus expressionless. She plunged her halberd into the ground and stepped forward. In mere strides, her human form transformed. She first morphed into a faceless shape, then sprouted lush, sturdy fur, becoming a robust windwolf. The windwolf, now taking on Lilith's form, diligently sniffed around the corpse before glancing in the direction opposite to Oda's village. A human-like smile appearing on its wolfish face, an expression that would strike fear into any normal observer. The highly intelligent demons naturally sought to discover a new tribe. With the primal demon's priorities aligned with the demon lord's interests, they quickly deduced that acquiring more serfs would please their master. However, this conflicted with the demon lord's command for their return, leading them to decide to note the scent and continue on their way. Before proceeding, they called upon the demon lord through their mental connection, inquiring if he had further instructions regarding this situation. A new tribe. Let us defer that until tomorrow. Did you document the scent? Good. Return swiftly. I have waited too long. Oda's urging. The team prepared to set off again, but before departing, Nana routinely examined the goblin. She then shared her findings with Oda. The results of her examination transformed Oda's previously carefree demeanor, as he shifted from a silly grin to a serious expression. Initially, he had been indifferent to the goblin's corpse, even though it lay near Oda's village. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Goblins often went missing in the perilous forest, succumbing to various fates, lost, ensnared by fog, attacked by wild beasts, or encountering bizarre mist creatures, though the examination indicated that the unfamiliar green-skinned goblin had met its end at the hands of a mist creature. What truly captured Oda's attention was the goblin's origins. Damn, a malevolent deity. What the hell? Oda erupted in a string of expletives directed at the air in the dining hall, under the astonished gazes of the little green-skinned onlookers. Chapter 25. What strange encounters await? Upon receiving the shared examination results from the demon girls, Oda could no longer maintain his previous nonchalance. The mention of the malevolent deity within the examination data had struck a nerve, prompting him to abandon playtime with the little ones. Given the proximity of the incident to Oda's village, he resolved to investigate the scene personally. He entrusted Lilith and the undead behemoth to guard the village and hastily departed. Just as Oda intended to transform into a large lizard and dash forward, obliterating all obstacles in his path, he suddenly halted. What the hell? Does this wretched forest ever end? What kind of bizarre entities are lurking about? Oda found himself distanced from the village's warm glow, the towering walls casting shadows that confined the flame's light to the village. Outside, the meager illumination from scattered torches barely penetrated the encroaching mist. The delay caused by the corpse had pushed the team into the night. The night in the perilous forest belonged to monstrous beings, yet it was also Oda's domain, for he was a monster among monsters. Typically, both mist creatures and the undead would pose no threat to Oda, as they were merely trifling adversaries he could easily overcome. Yet tonight, luck had favored him with something novel, an entity that fell within his realm of vulnerability. Marking a fortuitous encounter right upon his departure, in the shadow of a nearby great tree stood a slender, graceful figure clad in tattered garments, revealing patches of ghastly pale skin. At first glance, it resembled the type of striking beauty that Oda favored. However, this was the perilous, forbidden realm of the perilous forest, a stunning woman amidst the dense fog. Surely, this was abnormal. Damn it, how frightening is this at such a late hour? At present, Oda finds himself devoid of any surprise at the sight of beautiful women. Instead, he is engulfed in a profound sense of gloom. He harbors an aversion to the macabre and possesses a rather mild taste. Yet the pale entity before him appears frightfully cadaverous, evoking a sense of revulsion. Before Oda could react, the eerie figure abruptly vanished from his sight, only to reappear unexpectedly before him, seamlessly passing through his corporeal form. During this time, Oda had rapidly evolved into a being of higher caliber, endowed with formidable dynamic perception and swift mobility, as these attributes are standard for advanced transcendent beings. Nevertheless, Oda was unable to respond to the woman's movements. It was not due to her speed, but rather an inexplicable ability akin to teleportation. The strange woman passing through him left no trace of injury. Oda was perplexed, for the sensation was entirely different from that of being assailed by a spirit or phantom. He raised his hand to caress his chest while lowering his gaze in observation. To his astonishment, he discovered that his hand had lost its color. Unbeknownst to him, he had reverted to his previous featureless, blank state. The horror of his current appearance was no less than that of the bizarre, pallid woman. Behind him, a figure that had seemingly vanquished Oda awaited to bask in the aura of fear. Striking a pose for a moment, suddenly, the woman, her face obscured by bangs, pivoted abruptly, her vacant and hollow eye sockets peering at Oda, who had transformed into an even more abstract version of himself in the blink of an eye. The woman appeared to experience a moment of confusion, hesitating to make her next move. Oda, still reeling from the shock of having his invulnerable shell breached, found himself utterly unaware of being in a horror film. Even in his blank state, Oda retained omnidirectional vision, enabling him to perceive the scene behind him without turning. Although he could also pivot 180 degrees like the woman, Oda despised horror but was not genuinely cowardly. Despite the peculiar entity seemingly launching an attack that overloaded his resilient shell and reverted him to his original form, Oda felt no sense of imminent danger, nor did he perceive any warning signs. However, this strange being's bizarre assault did indeed breach the Demon King's shell, causing a slight decrease in Oda's stamina. Yet, this decrement swiftly restored itself, along with the recovery of the Demon King's protective shell and human guise. Oda once again assumed the appearance of a handsome young man with black hair. At this moment, his spirits were far from high. Were it within his power, he would gladly relocate from this desolate, chaotic place. However, beyond the forest lay the domain of those so-called new gods, which promised to be as wretched as the forest itself. Why did Oda harbor such resentment when attacked by this peculiar being? It was because he had initially invoked an appraisal, eerie, vengeful woman level, low description. This is not a specter, but an anomaly born from the influence of some polluted source from another realm. Immune to the vast majority of physical harm, possessing instant death characteristics and unique attack rules, it harbors intense malevolence towards anything associated with goblins. Recommendations. 1. A fully developed Demon King possesses a high status and can easily annihilate this feeble anomaly. 2. Its intelligence is limited. As long as one is not recognized as related to goblin concepts, one can evade its damage. 3. Weak fire, weak lightning, weak light. Due to the elevation of appraisal level, Oda, who had appraised the woman earlier, obtained a wealth of information. Initially, he felt a sense of relief, for he was not a goblin but a Demon King. Then he was attacked, which reminded him that he was indeed the Goblin King. This entity must have been lurking outside the village for quite some time. Behind him loomed a substantial goblin nest. The green-skinned creatures fawned over him daily, addressing him as their king, making him the very embodiment of a Goblin King. Even if the appraisal indicated that this creature was dim-witted, it should have recognized him as a prime target for slaughter. As Oda resumed his guise, the woman's attack struck him instantaneously. Despite possessing omnidirectional visual perception, he remained unresponsive. In that moment, he was seized by a pair of bloodstained, pallid hands, lifted off the ground with immense force. Then came the inexorable pressure of a palm, contorting Oda's neck unnaturally, akin to dough being strangled. With a sickening crack, the sound of his spine fracturing echoed. Oda's neck had been broken. Yet, he did not perish. In fact, he did not revert to his original form this time either. The entity known as the Vengeful Woman once again experienced a moment of stasis. This situation exceeded all expectations. The dark hollows beneath her bangs fixated on Oda's drooping head. Oda, endowed with the statuses of Demon King, ultimate life form, guardian deity of a traveler, and blessings of ancient gods, possessed an exceptionally high status, rendering him entirely indifferent to the anomaly's instant death characteristics. The entity's attacks, repeatedly launched under the assistance of rules, transformed into mere physical damage. Oda had not yet truly been born. He existed as an embryo protected by the Demon King's shell. This implied that although his blank form appeared humanoid, his guise remained that of a human. Yet, at his core, he was merely an egg capable of movement, eating, and jumping. His spine was merely a decorative feature of his guise. As long as the Demon King's shell remained intact, the inner Oda would sustain no harm. Thus, the Vengeful Woman had merely attempted to strangle an egg. This allowed Oda to indulge in vehement curses, fervently lamenting the sheer absurdity of the desolate wasteland he found himself in. What trials had Oda truly encountered? The Goblin's ghastly silver cavern, a den of squalid ignorance within a primitive tribe, is perpetually shrouded in nightly mists, phantoms, and an array of grotesque creatures, alongside the fallen interlopers who meet their demise. Now, even the bizarre has made its presence known, resembling a refuse heap that cannot find respite. Oda finds himself reminiscing about the tranquil days of his former life. Chapter 26. On the Dark God. The Vengeful Woman did not linger long in her hesitation before making another attempt to assail Oda. Yet, Oda remained motionless, as pliable as clay, allowing her to mold him at will. He discerned that the harm inflicted by the Vengeful Woman was diminishing with each encounter. After the seventh sudden strike, she could not even revert him to his original form, failing to breach his defenses. With the eighth sudden strike, an event occurred that caused the Vengeful Woman to falter. A resounding crash echoed as she collided with Oda's visage, failing to pass through him as she had previously. In that moment, Oda smiled, for he beheld a new entry on his personal interface, with the combination of adaptive evolution and ultimate life form. Although he could not articulate the principles behind these terms, it did not hinder his ability to wield their powers. An entry entitled Anomalous Resistance appeared on the panel, indicating his adaptation to the peculiar traits of lower-level anomalies. He seized the Vengeful Woman's pallid right hand and delivered two resounding slaps. If, before, he had regarded her threat with a modicum of seriousness, she now appeared as nothing more than an ordinary undead to him. Her physical immunity had become ineffectual against him. Oda, no longer inclined to verbosity, transformed his head into that of a colossal lizard, opening his cavernous maw to consume the Vengeful Woman whole. Fiery flames erupted from within the lizard's mouth, incinerating her body, composed of unknown materials. Subsequently, the lizard's head morphed back into Oda's youthful visage. He leaned against a nearby tree and spat a few times. Wearied by the encounter, it seemed the anomalies of this otherworldly pollution did not align well with the local extraordinary systems. Perhaps due to Oda's insufficient level, the anomalies possessed no blood, appearing as flesh yet embodying an inscrutable essence. Oda did not absorb any skills, nor could he assume the form of the anomaly. With a countenance marked by disappointment, Oda pressed onward toward the location where he had detected the Dark God's acolytes. Meanwhile, the demon tribe girls waiting for the arrival of the creatures grew anxious. Realizing the passage of time was excessive, the Demon King should have arrived by now. Before they could initiate a mental inquiry, the gray mist in the woods abruptly dissipated. The ambient magical energy solidified, an invisible pressure permeating the atmosphere. A figure clad in pitch-black armor appeared near the salt-gathering party. Oda himself, that moment. Oda had transformed into a dark, armored humanoid, with horns adorning his head and a fearsome mask upon his face. Featuring red eyes and golden pupils, the goblins in the salt-gathering party, illuminated by their torches, reflected the metallic sheen of Oda's heavy armor, which had been enhanced with the properties of the golden-eating hunter's carapace. Following his earlier encounter with a ghastly foe, Oda had perused the mimetic database while walking, layering his armor to achieve an appearance befitting a demon king. He was confident that even if he were to face another low-level anomaly, standing still would only amount to a mere scratch. Throughout his journey, Oda, exuding the might of a demon king and wielding his mental prowess, encountered no further disturbances. The gray mist appeared to avoid him. Though the reason eluded Oda, "Master, you have finally arrived," exclaimed the demon tribe girls with joy. Oda merely nodded at the two girls, choosing not to elaborate. He turned his gaze toward the gruesomely mangled green-skinned corpse. It was unfortunate for the lowly goblins, who lay prostrate on the ground as if burdened by immense weight. Yet, they did not drop their torches. Instead, Oda's almost tangible mental power gathered their flames, intensifying the illumination. Under the bright glow, the details of the corpse became starkly evident. Oda, however, did not require the torches for light. This was merely a subconscious habit from his past life. The lower half of the green-skinned corpse was a bloody mess. The overall injuries indicated that the assailant had not acted with the intent to hunt, but rather to inflict torment. Oda immediately thought of the anomaly, the vengeful woman. His superior identification skill confirmed the identity of the perpetrator. This creature had indeed fallen victim to the vengeful woman within the gray mist. Yet, these revelations did not concern Oda. After completing his assessment, he extended his right hand, from which a small mouth bristling with sharp teeth split open. A torrent of searing flames erupted from it, incinerating the corpse into vapor. "Let us depart. We must return," he said, burdened by thoughts as he led the way, mindful of the goblin's plight, and thus moderated his aura. The goblins, feeling as if liberated from a great weight, hastily followed suit. The distance was not far, and soon the party returned to Oda's village. The sentinels, skeletal figures, strained to pull open the heavy wooden gate. The noise drew the attention of the goblins, who had just finished their meal and returned to their quarters, all of whom emerged, curious about the returning group, bathed in the light of the braziers lining the main path. The green-skinned goblins were the first to behold the imposing armored figure striding ahead. However, having been marked by the aura of their king, they quickly recognized Oda as their sovereign, overawed by Oda's commanding presence. The goblins instinctively knelt before him. Oda paid them no mind, disregarding even the rare flame serpent as he left the matter to Lilith, who had come forward and made his way directly to his study. He dispelled the armor's mimicry, reverting to his favored human guise, then sank into the exquisitely crafted wooden chair fashioned by the young artisans. With a furrowed brow, he fell into contemplation. Through his identification, he had discerned the origins of the unfamiliar goblin. Unlike the faithless green-skinned wildlings he had encountered, this goblin hailed from a prominent tribe known as Obsidian, one of considerable strength. Yet, the size of the tribe held little significance to Oda. Even a kingdom of goblins posed no threat in his presence, for he was the bane of goblins, and none could defy him. However, this tribe harbored a blasphemous belief, worshipping a loathsome dark god. Oda, indifferent to the faith of otherworldly beings, found this particular devotion to a dark god to be a transgression that encroached upon his own interests. As the demon king, he belonged to the ancient pantheon of deities. The so-called dark gods were, in fact, part of the new pantheon of gods from another realm, an aberration among the new generation of deities, shunned and ostracized. In Oda's words, they were akin to a group of lunatics, entertainers, and perverse beings, dragging down the quality of divinity to an unacceptable level. Oda's understanding of the dark gods originated from a supplementary course in the dreams of ancient deities, where these abstract beings, caught in a state between life and death, relentlessly inundated Oda with an overwhelming amount of information. Oda struggled to fathom the experiences of other demon kings. Surely, this group was not merely a breeding ground for madness. It is worth noting that there exist numerous types of demon kings, and with the addition of interloper cores, the variations multiply. Adaptive evolution was Oda's unique boon. It was through this skill that he preserved his intellect and identity. Did other demon kings possess such fortune? Thus, Oda perceives the demon lord as a troublesome entity, particularly due to the ancient gods' tutoring sessions which possess an exceedingly strong subjective bias. Within dreams, the ancient gods harbor intense malevolence towards the new deities and the emerging civilization of the new era. This has a profound impact on the demon lord. Furthermore, the ancient gods' portrayal of the malevolent deities is rife with scathing criticism, inundated with venomous curses and invectives. Thanks to the extensive vocabulary accumulated over eons, the ancient gods' insults are remarkably unique. In Oda's view, their profanity embodies significant literary merit. Uncommonly, Oda finds himself in alignment with the ancient gods' vehement denunciations. The malevolent deities indeed represent a repugnant collective, utterly devoid of decency. The degradation of goblins stands as a testament to the malevolent deity's handiwork, being the principal culprits behind the ruin of the Jaburians and the women of myriad races. The malevolent deity revered by the Obsidian tribe is known as Jakila, who has orchestrated the curse and ideological branding responsible for the degradation of the Jaburian bloodline. Although the majority of the malevolent deities involved in this affair were torn apart by the ancient gods during the divine conflict, this mastermind has astonishingly survived to this day. The goblin's range of activity is quite limited, indicating that this malevolent deity's affiliated tribe resides in close proximity to Oda village. This presents a formidable dilemma for Oda, jeopardizing his very existence in the pursuit of a joyful life. Oda is determined to eliminate anything that threatens his objectives. Chapter 27. Prelude to player arrival with a ticking time bomb lying at his feet. Oda would rather detonate it himself than allow it to explode unexpectedly in the shadows, delivering a fatal blow. This matter must be resolved promptly. However, the malevolent deities are akin to filth. He cannot afford to engage with them directly, as it poses too great a risk. Not only do the ancient gods express hysterical disapproval of the malevolent deities, but even the god of transcenders holds a negative view of them, as those who have encountered the malevolent deities typically meet a grim fate. Oda must devise a prudent strategy to confront this suddenly emerged tribe of malevolent deities. In the outer regions of the forest, Oda's military strength is formidable, comprising over 1,000 skeletal warriors and tens of thousands of animal spirits, particularly 3 demonkin and 1 silver undead. Judging solely by the figures on paper, Oda is confident he could sweep through the periphery. Yet, in this world, especially within the dire forest, many matters cannot be assessed merely by superficial appearances. Take, for instance, the bizarre creatures that pose significant threats to Oda. The abstract concept of malevolent deities is particularly troublesome. A moment's carelessness could result in a curse intertwining with Oda through the undead and his magical arts. These are uncertain variables, and Oda is unwilling to take such risks. Currently, he has only encountered one mysterious entity, and his primary adversary remains the malevolent deity tribe that may be lurking nearby, contemplating in his study. Oda paced back and forth until his gaze fell upon the pitch-black gaming console quietly resting on his wooden desk. A sudden realization struck him. I've got it. Holding the gaming console, Oda stepped out onto the balcony. Gazing toward the farmlands outside the village, he observed a special plot of land enclosed by towering wooden fences. This was the cultivation area for goblin flesh spores. During the day, a small craftsman had erected a shelter, covering 100 unhatched flesh culture dishes. This wooden shelter features movable mechanisms that allow the roof to be opened during daylight, enabling these flesh spores to absorb solar energy through leaf-like organs, thus maintaining their vitality. The embryos, devoid of consciousness and yet to fully develop, remain in a dormant state. Oda can issue various commands regarding these biotechnological products through the authority of goblin royalty. He can even produce desired biological troops by providing ample magical energy and corresponding genetic elements. 18 night. A squad of skeletal warriors stands guard outside the cultivation area. As Oda observed the wooden shelter, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Initially, he intended to prepare for the summoning of players over a longer period, although he needed these destined workers to assist in constructing his new homeland. He had yet to devise a detailed plan. However, he could no longer afford to delay. He urgently required the players. The game Dominion system functions like a firewall, a golden finger bestowed upon him by the summoning ritual of transcenders. This hierarchy is not something a mere malevolent deity, torn asunder by ancient gods, could breach. It is an invincible firewall. Indeed, Oda intends to employ the so-called players against the malevolent deity's kin, thereby shielding himself from contamination. No matter how abstract or entertaining the malevolent deities may be, they cannot affect the player's true essence. Players influence this world indirectly through the game Dominion system, without engaging in genuine interactions with it. Oda is a man of action. Although he enjoys leisure, he promptly acts upon decisions made. He immediately issued commands through his authority to accelerate the hatching process of the 100 flesh culture dishes. Before long, the dormant flesh eggs began to stir, their surfaces pulsating with life akin to a network of blood vessels. The culture dishes had long stored sufficient magical energy and nutrients, rapidly injecting them into the core of the flesh eggs, causing the curled-up humanoid embryos within to rapidly take shape. In approximately 3 days, Oda would be able to harvest 100 soulless flesh vessels. Once selected via the gaming console, these soulless flesh puppets would serve as perfect vessels for the players. However, Oda was not simply waiting idly. Lilith knocked on the wooden door of Oda's study. "Come in." Oda gently beckoned. While Oda and the demonkin he created could communicate silently, he preferred to converse. Lilith entered, followed by a small figure, this little green-skinned girl, with soft light brown hair and sparkling eyes filled with curiosity about the world, respectfully bowed to Oda, performing an ancient Jabirian gesture. Great King. Yuli is always at your service. Through a mental connection, Oda instructed Lilith to summon the chief coordinator of a particular project from their nest. During the night, all factories cease operation, and the little green-skinned beings return to their safe nests to rest. This arrangement is convenient for Oda, as the little green-skinned kin can be summoned at any moment. The little girl, named Yuli, currently holds the highest level of carpentry skills in Oda village, so Oda appointed her to oversee a specific project. Come with me to the wooden puppet warehouse. I wish to assess the effectiveness of the finished products, as I will require them tomorrow. Great King, the completed wooden puppets shall not disappoint you. Little Yuli confidently patted her barren chest and spoke in a delicate voice. Accompanied by 3 demons and a petite girl, Oda arrived at the village's warehouse district. He came to a halt in front of a tall wooden warehouse. Before the perceptive girl, Musi, could push open the door, Oda utilized his mental prowess to move the heavy warehouse door. With the creaking sound of wooden pulleys, the substantial door slowly shifted to the right. The interior of the warehouse was shrouded in darkness, though not entirely devoid of light. A ghastly green glow flickered, and with a snap of Oda's fingers, the stone braziers within the warehouse ignited into roaring flames. Oda had consumed the flesh and blood of the Crimson Flame Serpent, conveniently acquiring the skill of Fire Magic level 3. Simultaneously, Oda's village gained a new silver-tier combat force, further solidifying his confidence and expanding his influence in the periphery. Due to the impracticality of lighting a fire to ward off evil spirits within the warehouse, Oda decided to place a multitude of animal undead to physically repel any malevolent entities. Illuminated by the flickering flames, over 20 skeletal wolves lay prostrate on the ground within the dimly lit warehouse. These wolves exhibited 2 distinct sizes, arranged in 2 rows, one large and one small. This was a mixed squad of wind wolves and forest wild wolves, serving as the security detail for the warehouse. Oda glanced past these emotionless guardians and looked deeper into the warehouse. 250 humanoid figures stood silently in an orderly formation, presenting a somewhat grand spectacle. Oda approached one of these figures, running his hand over the smoothly polished wooden construct, coated with tree resin. Nodding in satisfaction, he was particularly pleased with the design of these figures. These were the novice teaching tools prepared for new players, also referred to as training dummies, wooden figures that could be manipulated without remorse. The flow of time in this world differed significantly from that in Terra, with the pace here being considerably faster, unlike the rudimentary wooden dolls crafted by the previous inexperienced owners of gaming consoles. The wooden puppets prepared by Oda's skilled craftsmen were exquisite in workmanship, scientifically structured, and possessed a high degree of joint mobility, clearly robust and durable. Overall, they resembled wooden robots, strikingly impressive, akin to scaled models of mobile suits. Oda found them immensely appealing and believed that the Terrans, similar to himself, would undoubtedly appreciate them as well. Excellent. You've done splendidly. I truly admire this. Lily, please move this to my study, Oda commanded, utilizing his formidable mental energy. He conducted a meticulous examination and selected the best-crafted wooden figure, instructing Lily to carry it to his study for safekeeping. He then smiled and lowered his gaze to Yuli, affectionately stroking her little head. You've completed the task admirably. I must reward you. Speak your wish, but let it be known, this king is rather impoverished, so do not ask for too much. With a sense of self-awareness as the impoverished ruler of a remote mountain valley, Oda set forth his limitations. Little Yuli beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she spread her arms wide. Your Majesty, could you please hold me? Oda was momentarily taken aback, but then, with a smile, he extended his arms beneath Yuli's armpits, first lifting her high, and then, amidst her melodious laughter, cradled her in his embrace, affectionately rubbing her smooth little face. Oda was reminded that Yuli was the very infant he had first held in his arms. Trembling with fear on that fateful day, despite her innate wisdom, she was, after all, merely a precocious child. Originally, according to the ancient design of the Jabrillians, rapid growth and innate skills, along with inherited memories, were merely intended to enhance the survival rate of descendants during interstellar colonization. These swiftly maturing children would still be nurtured and educated within Jabrillian society. Little did the Jabrillians anticipate that one day, these descendants would toil laboriously in their impoverished mountain valley using these outdated classical techniques. After all, they were once so advanced and powerful. Chapter 28. The dream of radiant heaven. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Oda found himself at the hour of slumber. Although he still allowed the demon girls to warm his bed, he refrained from engaging in their usual amorous activities. Oda lay quietly upon the soft mattress, closed his eyes, and dulled his senses. guiding himself into a state of repose. Yet, as soon as Oda genuinely wished for tranquility and sleep, the vibrant and lively demon girls transformed as if a switch had been flipped. Their flirtatious or innocent expressions vanished, and all vestiges of human-like micro-expressions and physiological responses dissipated, swiftly morphing from living beings into lifeless dolls devoid of presence. They stared intently at the slumbering Oda, utterly still, not uttering a single sound. Ensuring that they would not disturb their master's sleep, the dim light of burning animal fat flickered gently in the bedroom, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The room was enveloped in silence, entirely unlike a space where four individuals were supposed to be resting. This was due to the presence of four non-human entities within the confines of the room. As Oda slipped into slumber, even their mimicry was maintained at its bare minimum, for Oda had no need to breathe, rendering their decorative respiratory systems entirely redundant. Although the demon girls exhibited a high degree of mimicry, even simulating breathing so convincingly, they ceased all respiratory activity upon Oda's descent into sleep. The entire village of Oda lay in hushed stillness. After the earlier commotion, the lowly goblins had retreated to their respective dormitories, slumbering on piles of straw. Due to their unhealthily frail bodies, some goblins snored, but within the rudimentary dormitory, the soundproofing was sufficient to keep these noises contained. In the silent village, the only sounds were the crackling of wood burning and the braziers scattered about. Occasionally, the rhythmic sound of bones scraping against one another could be heard. That a platoon of skeleton warriors, unburdened by the need for rest, patrolled the corners of the village, their ghostly green flames illuminating their paths. Periodically, they would gather the firewood piled beneath the braziers and toss it into the nearly extinguished flames, ensuring that the fires continued to burn brightly, casting light across most of the village. A thin gray mist drifted outside the towering earthen walls. The mist was less dense near the farmlands, where a few braziers were also situated, and where numerous spirits from Oda wandered. In particular, the greenhouse housing flesh cultivation was equipped with numerous braziers and intermediate-level undead. Beyond these civilized domains lay a primordial jungle, where the gray mist grew thick and suffocating, swirling ominously in the night, concealing countless strange and terrifying entities. Some malevolent beings lurked within the light of civilization, observing from the shadows. The vengeful goddess had once been among them. Oda awakened within his dream, fully aware that he was dreaming. Since his first slumber in this otherworld, he had gained a clearer consciousness of his dream state. Habitually, he steeled himself, preparing for an onslaught of messages from the ancient gods. However, after a brief wait, Oda was astonished to find that those indescribable and abstract ancient gods did not materialize. He sensed a difference in the dream, a change in the environment that he had previously overlooked. Unlike the chaotic and unfathomable dreams of past lessons with the ancient gods, he now found himself in a boundless expanse of pure white. There was a tangible sensation beneath his feet, remarkable and wondrous. Suddenly, a wave of intense warmth and brilliance radiated from behind him. An inexplicable sense of security enveloped him. Oda turned abruptly. He beheld light, endless light. This illumination was not blinding, rather, it was warm and gentle, evoking positive and uplifting emotions within him. Bathed in this radiance, Oda finally glimpsed a colossal figure of light. The moment he beheld this giant, the term radiant heaven emerged in his mind. Oda could not ascertain the proximity or size of the giant, as it appeared both infinitely large and infinitely distant. Behind the giant, shrouded in its luminescence, were endless halos, within which lay boundless worlds and universes, innumerable in their expanse. Oda held a deep fondness for radiant heaven, as the guardian deity of all traversers. Bathing in its brilliance brought solace to the soul. This sensation was profoundly comforting. Unlike the loquacious ancient gods, the appearances of radiant heaven in dreams were rare, manifesting only during a few training sessions for traversers. Delving into overly complex theories of the outer realms would be futile. Oda could only summarize, based on his understanding, why the assistance granted by radiant heaven was so limited. This world was akin to a remote backwater, far removed from the Emperor's reach, resulting in poor signals that rendered radiant heaven's powers ineffective. The vastness of infinity was indeed infinite, yet even so, the mere fact that radiant heaven could reach out to him in dreams spoke volumes of the deity's greatness and worth. Thus, traversers could only rely on themselves. Radiant heaven afforded surviving traversers a singular training session in hopes of increasing their survival rates. Oda awoke, his mimicry manifesting as he beheld the bright sunlight, the wooden ceiling, and the three girls staring at him with somewhat unsettling expressions. The gentle rustling of the wind through the forest filled his ears. This time, Oda felt no discomfort upon awakening. Instead, he was invigorated, for the chatter of the ancient gods had been forcibly curtailed by radiant heaven last night, allowing it to dominate the entire dream. Although Oda had yet to establish effective communication with Radiant Heaven and could only receive its one-sided education, the knowledge imparted by Radiant Heaven was far gentler than that of the ancient gods. As the deity of traversers, Radiant Heaven possessed knowledge of all matters related to this world and its connection to traversers. Consequently, Radiant Heaven was privy to many secrets unknown even to the ancient gods. It was in this dream that Oda became aware of certain advantages he held over other traversers. It seemed he shared a closer bond with Radiant Heaven. For other traversers, their training sessions were the pinnacle of their experiences. Thereafter, they could only rely on themselves and their golden fingers. Radiant Heaven's assistance was limited. However, Oda was different, under the bombardment of information from the ancient gods. His mental fortitude and capacity for divine information had undergone a qualitative transformation. His golden finger, the ultimate life form and adaptive evolution, played a crucial role. Radiant Heaven could maintain its connection with Oda by enhancing signal output, without concern for Oda being tainted by higher-tier information. Thus, each time Radiant Heaven reached out in dreams, it could address Oda's uncertainties and continuously update his worldview. For instance, the origins of the bizarre phenomena, or the mysteries surrounding the fall of the ancient gods. Oda had initially imagined these would be profound secrets, truths about the world he could only explore after attaining great power. Yet, Radiant Heaven simply provided spoilers. In this world, traversers were countless, hailing from various professions and time periods. Scattered across the globe, Radiant Heaven understood many occurrences in this world far better than the majority of its native inhabitants. For instance, the bizarre entities that fed on the fear of sentient beings, more terrifying than the undead, actually hailed from the same world as the otherworldly beings currently dominating this realm. The divine warrior was not merely an invasion by these otherworldly beings. Unbeknownst to the ancient gods, this world had already been tainted by the forces of the bizarre. Chapter 29. The Armor of the Demon King. After finishing breakfast, Oda stood upon the terrace of the little Demon King castle. Gazing down at the village that was gradually becoming bustling and vibrant, goblins skilled in combat climbed the watchtower above the well, beginning their duties. The night watchmen among the undead had long since departed, and several similarly skilled little ones brought along a few unmotivated adult goblins to take over the positions vacated by the undead. The adult goblins atop the earthen wall remained as disheveled as ever. Despite their continued ugly appearances and stooped postures, they had undergone a qualitative leap in their looks compared to the past. No longer clad in tattered grass skirts, they were now much sturdier, each wearing a crude leather hide and wielding finely crafted stone spears with sharply honed heads and straight shafts. These adult goblins, still bleary-eyed, clutched their finely crafted stone spears and stood in a sparse line, listening to the instructive lectures and guidance from a few native younglings. Though some of the more temperamental goblins occasionally displayed signs of impatience, none dared to flee or resist the commands of the native younglings. This was primarily due to the subtle bloodline suppression emanating from each native youngling. Despite appearing to be adorable, resembling the legendary human race, these little piglets were far from fragile. After a rapid growth spurt in their initial days, they entered a slower developmental phase, boasting an average strength level of 9, on par with the rare elite goblins like the Hat Man. Those rosy little circles could easily knock most adult goblins in the village into submission. This assessment excluded inherent skills in the legacy of techniques. Even the little darlings from the fabric workshop could easily overpower these adult goblins swathed in animal hides. Moreover, although the combat-oriented native younglings were fewer in number, each donned blood cowhide armor and wielded iron weapons, their innate skills rendered them exceptionally powerful in battle. Adjacent to the well tower was a brand new stone processing workshop, thanks to the influx of rock salt. The workshop was finally able to process the substantial stockpile of meat. Such intricate work was beyond the capabilities of the degraded greenskins. Presently, a multitude of native younglings, equipped with the necessary skills, had gathered there, each fulfilling their roles and establishing a rudimentary assembly line to expedite the meat processing. Oda even spotted a few little greenskins crafting ham. Today, Oda was dressed very formally, adorned in a full suit of armor that was a blend of pitch black and iron gray components, complemented by a scarlet cloak draped over his shoulders. A few little engineers and blacksmiths assisted him in donning the armor while providing information about the equipment. Indeed, this was genuine armor, not merely Oda's mimicked monster shell. While his mimicked shell represented his strongest combat form, the act of wearing real armor imbued him with a sense of ceremony, and he found himself far more intrigued by the authentic gear than by his mimicry. Having never encountered such items in his past life, this new suit of armor had taken the little craftsman several days to complete, particularly the large red cloak, which had been hastily fashioned from the leather of a blazing serpent. Despite its rough craftsmanship, The quality of the material maintained a high equipment level, offering resistance to magic and fire, as well as exceptional durability against cuts and punctures, while also enhancing fire magic and physical attributes. To elevate his presence, Oda's once brown eyes transformed into striking golden orbs. This was the color of his innate magical eyes, capable of amplifying the resonance of the Demon King and his mental prowess. Exerting a degree of influence over any being of lower status, Oda accepted the horned helmet handed to him by a little greenskin and placed it upon his head, lowering the faceplate. The imposing image, highly reminiscent of Oda's armor mimicry, was now complete. In the room where Oda donned his armor stood a tall floor-length mirror. Oda's village lacked mirrors and copper, although the little craftsmen were capable of smelting glass. They were too busy to expand upon this technology as of yet. This floor-length mirror was a unique offering from the village's caverns, crafted from a rare material known as mirror stone. This mineral, polished by the little stonemasons, had been presented to Oda with great enthusiasm. The simple yet clear reflection from the mirror revealed a striking suit of armor, characterized by hand-forged solid steel plates. Combined with extraordinary materials from monsters, including the finest scales of silver undead lizards and bones, as well as the shells of high-level gold-eating beetle undead, although the ordinary steel plates, remelted and reforged, were somewhat of a hindrance, this armor was still formidable, on the cusp of entering the silver tier, with appraisal skills confirming it as such. The levels of extraordinary equipment corresponded to their transcendent status. Thus, the synergistic effect between the equipment and its wearer could significantly enhance the wielder's combat prowess. Once fully clad, Oda struck various poses in front of the mirror. Admiring his magnificent armor, he felt akin to a masked hero. Reveling in the sheer coolness of it all, the sensation of being enveloped in tangible armor was entirely different from the feeling of growing scales as part of his mimicry. His mimicry always left him with an odd sense of vulnerability. Oda's vocabulary was not particularly extensive, leaving him momentarily speechless in awe. Meanwhile, the demon girls surrounding him, endowed with high intelligence and a natural talent for flattery, were nevertheless limited by their mimicry, which only related to the low-tier adventurers and village girls. The girls, eager to praise their master's gallantry, soon found themselves overshadowed by the throngs of little craftsmen, possessing knowledge of an ancient civilization. These little ones far surpassed the Demon King and the rustic demon girls in terms of scholarship. They merely lacked practical experience and application, and now was their opportune moment for practice. Thus, the demon girls were gradually pushed out of the circle, while Oda found himself inexorably ensnared in the overwhelming flattery of the little darlings. At that moment, the leader of the blacksmith group, a female little goblin named Daff, entered the room, carrying 2 swords and accompanied by several little followers. Upon seeing the fully armored Oda surrounded by 3 or 4 little ones in front of the mirror, Daff's expression immediately shifted to one of envy. "Your Majesty, I have brought weapons. I also wish for a hug." Daff, as a blacksmith, possesses a relatively cheerful and straightforward disposition, thus boldly clutching 2 weapons that are quite substantial in comparison to his own stature as he rushed towards Oda. Very well, Oda exclaimed, setting down the few small ones cradled in his arms, and instead lifting up this new little one. He held these chosen laborers in high regard, showing them considerable leniency. Whether he would indulge in delicacies and luxuries depended entirely upon them, and he was open to any demands they might have. "Wong, the sword you requested has been completed," Daff exclaimed, hastily lifting the 2 sheathed swords cradled in his arms. Feeling quite uncomfortable due to the hard armor pressing against him, Oda promptly initiated an appraisal. The first was a hand-and-a-half sword. Sword of the Abyssal Demon King type, hand-and-a-half sword level, silver intermediate skills. Chill of the Undead. Armor piercing, sharpness, demon breaking, bleeding, sturdiness description, an extraordinary weapon crafted by the native goblin blacksmith Daff, alongside other blacksmiths. Utilizing the exquisite ancient techniques of the goblins for the Demon King, OT is primarily made from the scales and bones of a silver-level abyssal undead hunter lizard and the carapace of a high-level abyssal undead golden-eating insect. The other was a greatsword. Greatsword of the original abyssal demon type, greatsword level, silver low level. Upon finishing the appraisal, Oda silently expressed his gratitude to the 2 hard-working undead in his heart and sincerely anticipated the contributions and gifts that the newly arrived silver great serpent might bestow. Oh, it seems contributions have already begun. Oda instinctively grasped the crimson cloak he was currently wearing, which still bore the fresh scent of the undead. Chapter 30, Player Login. Welcome, player, to the Otherworld. As the brief darkness dissipated, a glimmer of light entered Li Yuan's field of vision. What greeted him was a dimly lit scene, illuminated by greenish light. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, This appeared to be a warehouse, with sunlight streaming in through a row of windows at the top of the tall wooden walls. In the sunlight, numerous tiny specks of dust floated in the air. Directly in front of Li Yuan stood a row of towering wooden shelves, upon which a series of intricately crafted wooden puppets were neatly bound with straw ropes. How incredibly lifelike! Li Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Following his past experiences with fully immersive games, he attempted to move forward. No response. Is there a delay in this fully immersive game? Could it possibly be a bug? Even in the internal testing phase, such errors shouldn't occur. However, recalling that the first test had collapsed due to an important NPC being attacked, he felt somewhat relieved. Nevertheless, this game boasted the most realistic graphics among current immersive games, leaving him utterly captivated, and he did not wish to abandon it so soon. Thus, he resolutely focused his will, attempting to move once more. Yet, there was still no response. Feeling a wave of frustration, Li Yuan instinctively raised his hand to scratch his head, only to realize what he saw. Before him was a right hand resembling a gauntlet. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a highly biomimetic wooden arm filled with mechanical structures. Li Yuan glanced up at the wooden figures bound to the shelves across from him. Ah, so I am a wooden puppet. He then noticed a wooden figure on the opposite shelf, bound with straw ropes, its eyes glowing red, flailing about as if in AFIT. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a line of text in the upper left corner. Newbie vessel wooden puppet has been successfully loaded. Connection stable. Initiating newbie guidance. Please, player Li Gao Shou, complete the newbie task. Please attempt to untie the straw ropes binding the wooden puppet. Completing the task will yield rewards. Li Yuan immediately looked down at his body. Indeed, he saw his wooden body bound by straw ropes, as well as his legs moving in place. It was then that he realized something was amiss. Ah, is there no sense of touch? Indeed, due to his past experiences with immersive games, he had grown accustomed to tactile feedback, which made it difficult for him to notice that he had not experienced any tactile sensation since logging in. Initially astonished by the groundbreaking graphics that captivated all his attention, he only now realized the absence of tactile feedback. How shocking! Li Yuan instinctively exclaimed, but no sound emerged, not even a voice simulation. Gradually acclimating to the realistic visuals, he began to notice other game function modules appearing in his field of vision, aside from the task information. First was the discussion box in the lower left corner. Player channel effective within 150 meters. Player Li Gao Shou. How shocking. Player Li Gao Shou. There's not even a voice simulation. Player Lu Pao Pao. This is incredibly realistic. Player Orange Cat Girl. Is this a horror game? So many wooden puppets. Player Lu Dolly. Wow. Player Chinibu Outyan. Wow, such a handsome puppet. Li Yuan observed that there were precisely 5 players. It was astonishing to discover that only 5 chosen ones were participating in this internal test. Such an extraordinarily small number of participants was unheard of. Li Yuan began to comprehend the situation. The characters controlled by players were wooden puppets. He knew that in the first test, the characters controlled by players were even more pitifully referred to as wooden logs. In the first test, those similarly unfortunate internal testers struggled immensely, ultimately leading to one frustrated player venting his anger by stabbing an NPC with a wooden stake. To their dismay, that NPC turned out to be exceptionally fragile. Not only did the NPC display an extraordinarily realistic expression of despair, but even the internal testers were left in shock. Given this vulnerability, their newbie task was to protect him and ensure he survived to see the dawn of the next day. The first test had also lacked tactile and sound features, offering only visual and auditory experiences. This second test evidently underwent significant optimization. It appeared that lessons had been learned from the first test. While the characters remained wooden puppets, their appearances had become much cooler and trendier, resembling wooden robots. Furthermore, their reaction times had improved considerably. Li Yuan concentrated. The wooden arm that was not bound by straw ropes began to execute numerous agile movements. Akin to a living being, with every finger joint moving freely and nimbly, the discussion box in the lower left corner seemed to serve as a substitute for a voice function. Within 150 meters of players, their thoughts would be displayed in text form in the discussion box. Li Yuan noticed that the wooden puppet player with the nickname Lu Pao Pao had ceased its frantic movements and began to explore the ropes binding it. Thus, he set aside these details and began to untie the ropes binding his own body, drawing upon his extensive experience with fully immersive games. He understood that the experiences of being a mere observer and an active participant were vastly different. Li Yuan, true to his nickname of Gao Shou, skillfully maneuvered his intricately jointed wooden arm, deftly untying the straw ropes. As the ropes fell away, he landed with a thud, his wooden legs making contact with the ground. Li Yuan attempted to take a few steps. This time, he distinctly felt the shift in visuals. He was truly walking. Congratulations. You have achieved the milestone. Pioneer, earning experience points 30, reputation 10. Task completed. Experience points 10. New task. Please exit warehouse number 10 and proceed to the Demon King's castle to meet the Demon King and receive your newbie equipment. Li Yuan paid no mind to the wooden puppet beside him, which was still struggling to free itself, and instead enthusiastically made his way toward the open warehouse door. The wooden puppet with the ID Lu Dali emitted a faint red glow, and although its wooden face betrayed no expression, its body language indicated it was shouting. The player dialog box was indeed filling with messages. Player, Lu Dali. Brother, help me out. Player, Lu Dali. That wicked designer created a deadly knot. Player, Lu Dali. Help, player, Lu Dali. Don't leave me behind. It may be attributed to the fact that everyone is a role-playing enthusiast. Typically, when engaging in games, they communicate through entirely immersive dialogue, rendering the antiquated practice of typing and textual exchange rather jarring and unfamiliar. The players who gradually untangled themselves from the ropes of the beta test remained oblivious to the incessant stream of information flashing in the lower left corner. One by one, players trailing behind the ID of Li Gao Shou stepped through the radiant gateway illuminated by sunlight. Only Lu Dali lingered in the shadows, writhing in darkness. It was not until the carpenters awaiting outside the warehouse noticed the discrepancy in the number of wooden puppets that they entered to investigate, thereby liberating this unfortunate soul from his predicament. Chapter 31. Players as wooden figures. The players emerging from the warehouse were immediately captivated by the authentic and exotic scenery outside, completely unaware of the absence of one individual. Adjacent to the warehouse stood a row of similarly sized, towering structures with ochre walls. Surrounding the warehouse were orderly rows of diminutive houses, all featuring wooden windows, doors, and thatched roofs, their walls also painted in earthy tones. Such primitive dwellings had become a rarity in Terra. At that moment, a peculiar group of individuals had gathered outside the warehouse. These figures bore the degrading label of Goblin above their heads. The diminutive, grotesque green beings curiously gazed at the warehouse area, yet hesitated to approach. The players, filled with wonder at their surroundings, took in the sights. Li Yuan estimated that the average level of these green NPCs ranged from 5 to 6. Player Zhong Air Aotian exclaimed, "Wow, goblins, how classic." Player Lu Pao Pao remarked, "Not only is the scenery realistic, but even the goblins here appear more authentic than those in other games." At that moment, a player identified as Orange Cat Girl noticed a few green little ones near the warehouse entrance that were slightly different from the surrounding goblins. The little creatures, under the watchful gaze of Orange Cat Girl's glowing wooden head, were equally intrigued. They had recently heard from Wong that the wooden puppets within the warehouse would serve as vessels for the spirits summoned from other realms, thus becoming animated. Consequently, the skeptical carpenters had arrived early at the warehouse entrance. Awaiting further instructions from Wong to their astonishment, they indeed witnessed lively wooden figures adorned with red glowing decorative eyes crafted from mirror stones. Logically, these wooden puppets, devoid of any magical essence or energy source, should not have been able to move, yet they were indeed animated. This sensation was akin to discovering that one's toys had come to life after watching the animated film Toy Story. Utterly surreal. They truly are moving. It is no wonder that Wong possesses such incredible power. However, Lu Dali pondered, but why are there only 4? Wong mentioned 5. Did one perhaps not emerge? Let us venture inside and investigate. Lady Lily is coming. We must hurry. Despite their childlike curiosity towards novel phenomena, the little carpenters were exceedingly attentive to Wong's directives, disregarding the wooden figure that had been observing them, and hastily scurried into the warehouse in search of the final otherworldly warrior. Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed, "Oh my, what an adorable little creature. Is this also a goblin?" Player Li Gao Shou remarked, "They are all goblins, but the disparity in their appearance is quite striking." "Is it not? Is this reasonable?" Li Yuan, under the guise of Li Gao Shou, also took note of these so-called primitive goblins. They were even shorter than the already diminutive goblins, yet their charm was undeniable. Their attire was more respectable than that of the unkempt goblins, featuring sturdy work uniforms and gloves, with some of the little ones wearing thick hats or wind goggles. Overall, they resembled the super cute Lolis and Shota characters often found in charming games. A stark contrast to the goblins encountered earlier. The only commonality was their green skin, albeit a more pleasing shade of pale green. Suddenly, a series of muffled footsteps echoed nearby. The wooden players, still engrossed in their observations of the environment and NPCs, turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld a woman wielding a long-handled weapon, accompanied by a group of diminutive warriors. Li Yuan immediately glanced at the text hovering above their heads, LV-19. Lily, original Demon Clan LV-9. Goblin Militia player Li Gao Shou noted. They are significantly higher in level than the other goblins. Player Lu Pao Pao added. That lady is level 19. And she is a demon. Player Zheng Er Aotion inquired. Is she an important NPC? Player Orange Cat Girl remarked. This girl is stunning. As Lily approached, she regarded the wooden figures with an indifferent gaze. Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed. Oh no, is this NPC unfinished? Her expression is so cold. Player Zheng Er Aotion commented. The happy bean effect is about to kick in. While Li Yuan also found the expression of this high-level NPC to be somewhat discordant. As a seasoned immersive player, he was more concerned with the NPC's equipment. The demoness named Lily donned a simple long dress typical of village maidens in Western fantasy, yet wielded a distinctly Chinese-styled halberd. Intensifying the game's abstract nature, the goblin militia trailing behind her appeared far more conventional, with lively expressions and standard issue attire of sturdy red leather armor, brandishing standard iron-tipped short spears. However, Li Yuan soon noticed an eccentric figure among the militia, a character clad in a conical hat and straw cloak. Player Li Gao Shou speculated. Could this be a special NPC at that moment? Lily spoke, her voice devoid of any emotional inflection. My master has informed me that you are the otherworldly warrior summoned by him, yet you require training and guidance to contribute to his grand ambitions. As Lily spoke, the four players listened intently. They were all seasoned immersive players, particularly fond of role-playing, and hence averted their gaze from the NPC's skirt, refraining from any inappropriate behavior. Moreover, they had their immersive devices recording, streaming their gameplay at accelerated speeds on video platforms. They were responsible content creators and would not engage in our 18 content at such a moment. Furthermore, many immersive games strictly regulated NPC interactions. In this game, following a tumultuous first test, penalties for players were notably severe and unforgiving. NPCs possessed the authority to kick players and revoke their titles. While curious about the efficacy of such authority, Li Yuan preferred that those who tread upon dangerous ground were other players, not himself, as he cherished his account. In fact, even in earlier times, games employing programmatic checks to enforce mass bans were not particularly novel. Thus, Li Yuan remained cautious, refraining from any reckless antics, and the other players, being equally seasoned role-players, mirrored his approach. He was confident that this game would emerge as a dark horse within the realm of immersive experiences. The realism was unparalleled. The visuals alone were worth the experience. First, according to my master's command, you shall familiarize yourselves with your current vessels with the assistance of the militia. As Lily's words concluded, a notification chimed. Engage in combat with the goblin militia of Oda Village. Completing the battle will yield rewards. The four wooden figures observed a goblin wearing a conical hat stepping forth from the ranks. Li Yuan glanced at the text above its head. LV-9. Hatman. Goblin militia. He then turned to his fellow wooden figures. Player Li Gao Shou asked. It seems we must take turns. Who will go first? Player Zheng Er Aotion declared. I will. Without hesitation, one wooden figure raised its hand, and seeing no objections, swiftly approached the Hatman. The remaining wooden figures formed a line, with Lu Pao Pao at the end. That moment, Lu Pao Pao seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned to look behind him. His wooden head complied with this thought, spinning around to face the rear. Much like an owl, to his astonishment, he discovered a wooden figure that had not been present before. A.D. Ludoli, the newly emerged Ludoli, having just positioned himself, was startled by this bizarre occurrence. Reflexively, he swung a punch. With a resounding thud, Lu Pao Pao was struck and lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Warning: please refrain from attacking allies. Wooden puppets are the property of the Demon King. Do not cause damage recklessly. You have been marked by the system. Please do not attack allies again. A series of alerts appeared on Lu Deli's personal interface. Player Lu Deli exclaimed, What the heck? Brother, you betrayed me. I've been marked by the system. Player Lu Pao Pao exclaimed, What the heck? Brother, I've dropped wood chips. What should I do? My head seems a bit loose, as he walked towards an open space in the crowd. The self-proclaimed Chinibu glanced back at the lively companions behind him, then redirected his attention to the uniquely shaped goblin before him. Gaga gaga, gaga. The subtitles read, I don't need weapons, just a gentle touch. Oh great warrior. Chinibu stared in a daze at the cackling figure in the conical hat and the subtitles within his view. However, being unable to speak, he could only nod in response. Dropping his iron-headed spear, he gently placed the short knife bestowed upon him by the king down, The conical hat man, upon seeing the nodding wooden figure, was suddenly invigorated. It seemed that this warrior from another world could understand their deformed language. In the past, not to mention the noble-blooded native little ones, even many of his own kind in the same degraded category often failed to communicate, resulting in a cacophony of misunderstandings. Chinibu Outyin observed the conical hat man, who was inexplicably brimming with excitement, but paid it little mind as he took a moment to examine his wooden puppet's status panel.id. Chinibu Outyin level, LV5 vessel, Oda wood puppet health, 10 magic power, 1 strength, 8 agility, 6 skills, none description, crafted by the ancient goblin carpenters under the command of the Demon King Oda. This exquisitely made wooden puppet is fashioned from the hard ironwood of the dire forest, boasting a sturdier body and greater strength than flesh and blood. It contains 1 point of magical power from the Demon King, making it a wondrous wooden being. As a novice in this game, Chinibu Outyin was uncertain about the gap in capabilities between the wooden puppet and the level 9 militia goblin, not to mention the advantages it might possess. Gaga, the subtitles proclaimed, "Let the battle commence." At the conical hat man's command, the battle began. He surged forward with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Chinibu Outyin realized that if an average Terran stood before the conical hat man, they would surely be caught off guard. However, remarkably, Chinibu Outyin could perceive the movements of the conical hat man clearly. Yet, seeing and reacting were 2 different matters. Fortunately, being an experienced full immersion player, despite being a reclusive otaku in reality, his combat awareness was commendable. In other full immersion games, combat scenarios were strikingly realistic, and the battle movements were meticulously crafted. Thus, Chinibu Outyin managed to adopt a defensive stance, crossing his forearms in front of him. In an instant, the conical hat man appeared before Chinibu Outyin, delivering a powerful punch. With a dull thud, Chinibu Outyin staggered back several steps, yet felt no pain. He could only assess his condition through the health data, reminiscent of his childhood days of gaming with a mouse and keyboard. "Has your health decreased?" asked player Lu Dali. "What are you waiting for? Hit him." "Did you lose health?" player Li Gaoshou inquired. "How much?" "I haven't. No health lost," Chinibu Outyin replied. Bewildered, is it possible that there's no health loss in the tutorial? Just as Chinibu Outyin was lost in thought and conversing with other players, the conical hat man's expression tightened. His right hand, which had just struck the wooden puppet, trembled slightly, and the green skin began to swell and redden. Behind him, Lily clutched her halberd, her face expressionless, silently observing the goblin's folly. In such a low-level encounter, striking the sturdy ironwood with a mere flesh and blood body was akin to punching a steel block. The greater the strength, the more detrimental the effect. However, Lily exhibited no signs of impatience, for unless tasked with a special infiltration mission, the original demon race held little regard for masquerading human traits beyond pleasing the Demon King. Resembling a biological automaton in her demeanor, she simply watched everything unfold. The commotion attracted a growing number of curious deformed goblins, and as the crowd swelled, the cacophony of their chatter resembled that of a bustling marketplace. The goblins wielded an array of tools, hoes, sickles, shovels, and axes, each more varied than the last. Meanwhile, in the small Demon King's castle, Oda observed the 5 newly arrived players through a pitch-black gaming device. With this device, he could monitor every action of the players, including their first-person perspectives. The sights seen by the players in first person were also visible to Oda. Many of the functional modules were set up by Oda's simplistic auxiliary workstation. Thus far, Oda was pleased with the behaviors exhibited by these 5 players, as none of the bizarre individuals he had feared had emerged. In reality, these players were the result of Oda's selective intrusion into the Terra network, meticulously chosen for their roles as seasoned full-immersion role-playing gamers, possessing impeccable morals and character, and even serving as perfect tool users unafraid of wielding weapons. They represented the minority who maintained their standards even while gaming. However, Oda still needed to select nearly 100 internal testers. This second batch of testers would be quite different, to expedite the development of his influence. Oda had loosened the criteria for selecting tool users, allowing for a more radical approach. These second-round players might not possess the same high standards, but each was a talent with unique skills that could astonish others. Chapter 32. How adorable the bunny is. Slap. It's dead. Illustration of Chapter 32. The otherworldly version of waiting for a rabbit ultimately. This battle training designed for novices concluded with the conical hat man's bruised and embarrassed demeanor. It was evident that the ironwood puppets demonstrated astonishing performance. Against these humanoid puppets made of ordinary wood, the unarmed low-level beings were clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, through his careful observation of the battles via the gaming device. Oda understood that these puppets, crafted from non-supernatural materials, undoubtedly possessed shortcomings and magical resistance. At this moment, seeing that each wooden puppet had engaged with the conical hat man, Lily stepped forward to announce, "Next. You shall embark on your next task. To help you familiarize yourselves with this world, you may explore the village surroundings freely. During this time, you must gather enough task items. Only then will you earn the right to meet the master." Ding. A new task. Familiarize yourself with the environment around Oda Village and collect 10 units of food and 10 units of wood. Completing the task will yield rewards. As the wooden puppets received the task prompt on the street, several small and adorable carpenter figures huffed and puffed as they brought over 5 large baskets. Gaga gaga, the subtitles read, "Follow me." Seeing the wooden puppets carrying the baskets given by the little craftsman, the conical hat man, having consumed the potion concocted by the native herbalist and feeling rejuvenated as the swelling subsided, excitedly called out to them. The wooden puppets, equally eager, followed closely behind the conical hat man, continuously observing their surroundings. Yuan had been closely monitoring the conical hat man when he suddenly noticed him shiver as he approached a relatively low warehouse, casting a glance at it filled with trepidation. The other players, having passed by the low warehouse without any sense of touch, felt no chilling aura of terror. However, the side of the warehouse door was adorned with otherworldly inscriptions, which players could decipher through the system's translation. Number 8. Undead Warehouse. Silver Undead, Crimson Flame Serpent. Do not enter without permission. Player Lu Pao Pao remarked. Undead? Player Chinibu Outyin wondered, could it be that the Demon King's forces also include the undead? Player Orange Cat Girl asked. Are we the villains? Player Lu Dolly replied, pretty girl, we are the Demon King's army. The man in the conical hat, striding ahead, remained blissfully unaware of the animated conversation taking place behind him amongst several wooden figures. Despite having endured a beating that left him bruised and battered, the presence of a group that could comprehend his words filled him with joy. While in other races, being in one's teens might still denote youth. In the realm of short-lived degraded goblins, he was already considered an adult. From the perspective of the man in the conical hat, his lengthy existence of over a decade had been fraught with the frustrations of deciphering the garbled, low-accuracy speech of his kind. Thus, the experience of conveying his thoughts clearly and receiving accurate responses from others was nothing short of wondrous. As the group traversed the monotonous, uniformly styled small houses, they finally arrived beneath the towering earthen walls. The city gate creaked open, revealing a vast expanse of fields before them. A gentle breeze swept through, causing vibrant greens to dance in the landscape, akin to emeralds adorning the earth. Soon, their attention was drawn to a massive wooden shed encircled by stakes at the edge of the fields. As seasoned players, the uniqueness of the structure ignited a fervent curiosity within them, hinting at untold stories or secrets waiting to be uncovered. Gaga gaga, came the subtitle. Caution, do not pick the red mushrooms. The red fruits are safe to eat. If you encounter a large rabbit, you may hunt it, but all its skin, blood, flesh, and bones must be surrendered, as the demons have a special need for these bones. The man in the conical hat babbled incessantly, his cawing voice echoing in the players' minds, almost forming a hypnotic chant. They soon reached a lumberyard, where mountains of timber lay stacked. Numerous grotesque goblins busily toiled away, some seemingly slacking off, with sufficient wood reserves to meet current demands. Further logging was merely a precaution for future needs or to expand activity space, rendering the task non-urgent and devoid of stringent quotas. The demon girls mostly chose to turn a blind eye to this scene, for such behavior was typical of the lower-tier goblins. Only goblin militia and mid-tier goblins exhibited any semblance of distinction. Upon entering the clearing, the man in the conical hat instantly caught the attention of the unattended green-skinned lumberjacks. Those goblins, previously lounging lazily on the ground, sprang to their feet in a flurry, feigning industriousness by swinging their axes at tree trunks with feeble force, as if believing this charade would deceive others. The man in the conical hat disregarded these antics, simply issuing a low grunt to summon them forth. In a cacophony of goblin sounds, they engaged in a mysterious exchange, devoid of clear textual subtitles. Subsequently, to the bemusement of the wooden figure players, they handed over 5 pristine iron axes. Thus commenced the players' venture into a tree-felling simulator. The green-skinned goblins ceased their labor, drawn in by the spectacle of the 5 wooden figures wielding axes with fervor. The rhythmic chopping echoed through the surroundings, creating a captivating cadence. The 5 seasoned players approached the task of logging with evident ease, their wealth of survival game experience evident in their efficiency. United in purpose, they soon felled a towering tree with a thunderous crash. Each player successfully collected 10 units of timber, marking the conclusion of this small challenge. This achievement was largely attributed to the wooden puppet's ethereal physique, impervious to fatigue, coupled with players who regarded the endeavor as a game, displaying an unwavering resilience to toil and exhaustion, bolstered by the power of the Demon Lord. Their productivity surpassed that of the lower-tier goblins by a significant margin. After returning to the village's lumber warehouse to deliver their 10 units of wood, they received notification that the timber collection task was complete. Only the food gathering remained to fulfill the entire quest. As they crossed the vast agricultural fields, bidding farewell to the bustling lumber area, the players found themselves in an expansive, lush forest woven from countless green plants. The intricate, hyper-realistic forest scene left the 5 players in awe. Regardless of the angle from which they viewed it, the visuals remained flawlessly fluid, free from any lag, stutter, or blurriness, with a realism that was truly astonishing. This unparalleled sense of authenticity evoked a surreal feeling. Despite Terra's advanced full simulation technology, even the most cutting-edge systems inevitably bore flaws. After all, achieving a perfect simulation of the real world with current technological capabilities was akin to a fanciful dream. Yet, this dissonance of otherworldly realism, under the influence of some mysterious force, was intentionally or unintentionally overlooked by both the players and the countless viewers of Terra's live broadcasts. The man in the conical hat, stepping into the forest first, intended to impart to the somewhat dull-witted wooden warriors the survival wisdom accrued through the lives of his kin, such as which plants were edible and which concealed dangers. However, just as he began to speak, he was interrupted by the faint sounds of foraging behind him. Upon turning, he was astonished to see the 5 wooden figures darting through the intricate woodland with remarkable agility. Adeptly gathering bountiful fruits and tender vegetables, and accurately identifying edible mushrooms and herbs. Comparing his meager harvest to the nearly overflowing baskets of the wooden figures, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled the praises often uttered by the noble little ones, and echoed, "Ga-ga-ga, truly the mark of a king's warriors. Is this the power of the king?" Unlike the other unremarkable low-tier goblins, the man in the conical hat, being of a sharper mind, quickly devised a rationalization that allowed him to feel justified. Meanwhile, the players had already noticed a plethora of icons appearing in the forest, long before the man in the conical hat had finished his ramblings. Following the guidance of these icons, they could easily identify the types of resources available and swiftly decide whether to collect them. Everything became strikingly straightforward. Li Yuan had already completed the collection requirement of 10 units. Yet this fully immersive game did not restrict players from continuing to gather resources. Consequently, a fiery determination ignited within the 5, pledging to not cease until their baskets were brimming. After all, this was a non-deletion internal test version. The more they achieved within the game, the greater their accumulated advantages would be. Such advantages would help them distance themselves from other players in subsequent gameplay. And this disparity in a fully immersive game would not only yield immense satisfaction, but also translate into substantial wealth. Excelling in the game could indeed lead to a bountiful fortune. Ginseng, edible. Potato rice, edible. Blood snake fruit, edible. Little man mushroom, toxic. LV2 desperate wild rabbit heart vegetable, edible. Lacquer tree, industrial material. The player, Orange Cat Girl, exclaimed, "Ha! What is that?" The multitude of information icons, while facilitating the classification of resources, also somewhat clouded the player's judgment. Engaged in cyber labor, Orange Cat Girl found herself somewhat dazzled by the icons. Momentarily distracted yet seemingly discovering something unusual. As her focus shifted away from the materials, the icons gradually faded away. Soon, a gigantic rabbit came into view. "Hey everyone, look! There's an adorable big rabbit." The others were engrossed in their tasks, their awareness of the chat box lacking. However, Li Yuan took notice. The game's functional modules possessed a high degree of customization, allowing players to effectively reposition modules on their personal interface with a mere thought. Li Yuan promptly relocated the inconvenient chat box to the center of his field of vision, aligning it closely with the subtitle display. Thus, although the wooden figures could not speak, Li Yuan was the first to catch Orange Cat Girl's words. He glanced up towards her direction and found her looking back, her glassy, glowing eyes shimmering with excitement. Concurrently, as his gaze sharpened, the words LV2 desperate wild rabbit materialized from the underbrush. He then observed this colossal creature grinning widely, emitting a series of high-pitched squeaks. "Hey, pretty lady, do you think that might be a wild monster?" Li Gaoshou queried. Li Yuan observed the large rabbit, now bearing a crimson hue that starkly contrasted its formerly verdant name, and couldn't he help but utter a remark. The player, Orange Cat Girl, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a mere level 2 cutie. I have faced off against a level 9 Straw Hat Man, a true warrior." Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air. Orange Cat Girl felt a slight tremor in her perspective. Devoid of tactile sensation, she was momentarily perplexed by the situation. Not far off, Li Gaoshou witnessed a rather comical scene unfold. In the instant Orange Cat Girl became distracted by the chat box, the colossal rabbit launched a fierce assault on the wooden figure she controlled. With a valiant leap, it crashed down upon the subtly curvaceous ironwood front armor of the Orange Cat Girl's puppet, and then it met its demise. Indeed, it was a powerful blow. Brain matter splattered, flesh obliterated. Fortunately, at the moment the rabbit burst forth in a gory spectacle. Some mysterious force obscured its vision, leaving only a crimson mosaic in sight. A small line of text appeared, automatically harmonizing violent and bloody content. Customization of harmony level available. Curiously, Li Gaoshou mentally adjusted the settings, reducing the harmony to its lowest point. Meanwhile, in Terra realms, Li Yuan experienced a wave of nausea, as if subjected to a cross-dimensional mental assault. It was then that Orange Cat Girl beheld the gruesome scene before her. Though a thick mosaic concealed all the gore, nevertheless, she was startled. Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed, "Ah, the puppet, resembling a wooden automaton," were a whimsical design that starkly contrasted with the rustic charm of the backward village of Oda. At that moment, the cute wooden automaton, drenched in blood, sprang up from the bushes, distancing itself from the decapitated corpse of the large rabbit. "Ding, you have slain a LV2 desperate wild rabbit. Experience 5. Congratulations on achieving the title of Initial Slayer. Experience 10. Reputation 3. Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed, "Wow, I earned an achievement." Despite being a seasoned player, she had little resistance to horror games and often shrieked in fright. Now, she gestured a peace sign with her adorable wooden puppet towards the other players who were watching. Following this, after Orange Cat Girl had executed a waiting ambush to claim the first kill, other players gradually encountered various wild animals considered as monsters, such as snakes, mice, and large insects, each yielding a modicum of experience points. Time slipped away as the players diligently engaged in their tasks. The afternoon arrived, yet due to the differing flow of time between Terra and the other world, the players remained invigorated, under the lead of the bashful Straw Hat Man. An overloaded bounty of materials and prey was dragged back to Oda Village. The sight of the wooden figures returning triumphantly caused quite a stir in the small village, once more capturing the attention of numerous goblins, who became an eager audience. Li Gaoshou and his companions pondered how to submit their quests. A group of uniquely clad green little creatures parted the crowd and approached the wooden figures. Adorned in compact yet sturdy red leather armor, with iron weapons at their waists and some in exquisite overalls, despite their diverse attire, they all exuded an undeniable charm that resonated well with earthly aesthetics. Given the notable resemblance between the Terra inhabitants and earthlings, these little beings were naturally beloved by the denizens of Terra. "Greetings, warriors from another world. We are here to collect the task materials." Though their manner of conversing with the otherworldly warriors was somewhat peculiar, the little ones did not dare to show any slackness in executing the royal command. Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed, "Wow, how adorable. Your voice is so delightful." Not only did these little beings possess top-tier looks, but their melodious voices were also captivating, a testament to the ingenuity of the Goblin's technology. This design ensured that, in unexpected situations, the natives could win the affection and protection of foreign inhabitants. "Hey, please wait a moment. We are about to begin the inventory. One little creature, clad in overalls and dusted with a hint of grime, effortlessly maneuvered the overloaded basket of Orange Cat Girl with a level 9 strength. The basket creaked under the strain, yet fortunately, the skillful craftsmanship of the little artisans prevented it from collapsing. Player Orange Cat Girl asked, "How cute. Can I pat her head?" "You wish to pat my head?" The floating text above her head read, "LV9. Grit, the green-skinned little girl in overalls, who gazed at Orange Cat Girl with sparkling, watery eyes." Player Orange Cat Girl replied, "Can you hear what I'm saying?" Orange Cat Girl was astonished. Her puppet body was incapable of speech, and all communication among players was limited to text, which was rather odd. They had previously tested this, and the Straw Hat Man had been unable to hear the players' voices. Indeed, this is a gift bestowed upon us by the king, allowing us to hear the voices of the warriors. The little girl nodded vigorously, her adorable demeanor reminiscent of a lively little rabbit. With her bright, expressive eyes, she excitedly continued, "And, dear warrior, the vessel you are currently using was crafted by my own hands." With that, Grit tightly clenched her delicate hands into tiny fists, slightly bending her slender arms. her cherubic face radiating joy and pride. In that fleeting moment, Orange Cat Girl felt a clear revelation. Among all the NPC characters in this otherworldly game, this innocent and crafty little girl, Grit, was undoubtedly her favorite. No contest. Chapter 33. The player's first night. While the little ones busied themselves with the inventory, the other wooden figures, except for Orange Cat Girl, who was enchanted by the charming green-skinned girl, formed a group to begin wandering around the village. Although the task interface indicated that the quest was complete and they could now meet the Demon King, no NPC was available to guide them. It seemed that the coordination between the quest and the NPCs was lacking this time, leading to inefficiency. Li Gao Shou and the others were not in a hurry and dared not intrude upon the building marked as the Demon King's castle on the minimap, which resembled a typical two-story villa found in rural areas. Upon completing the quest, the players unlocked the minimap feature in their interface. The map of Oda Village and its surroundings appeared in the upper right corner. During the day, they recalled that the villa, bearing the sign Little Demon King's Castle at the entrance, was guarded by two languid red-armored militia. As evening approached, and the players approached once more, they spotted a massive, pitch-black creature lounging in the square outside the Little Demon King's Castle. A row of glaring green text deterred the players. LV-30, Silver Oda, Undead, Desperate Hunting Lizard. A level 30 boss monster. The players hesitated to proceed, knowing the game imposed severe penalties, and none of them were inclined towards reckless or whimsical behavior. They had no intention of provoking their fans, as such actions could lead to backlash. Their followers were fixed and favored immersive gameplay. Of course, they did not mind watching others take risks, as that was where the true amusement lay. While the flow of time differed, they had previously tested the logout option, discovering that exiting was impossible due to the hyper-realistic graphics, which compensated for the lack of tactile feedback. This brief exit had also revealed to them that the official website had opened an additional 100 beta testing slots. Among those 100, there would surely be some who delighted in chaos and absurdity. Eventually, others would embark on the reckless endeavors they dared not pursue, allowing them to witness firsthand the freedom of the otherworldly game and the extent of NPC autonomy. Attacking a level 30 undead monster could easily lead to instant death, and even without attacking allies, they risked account suspension threats. Simply dying in such a manner would be a significant loss. Before their wandering began, the players had already familiarized themselves with the currency of Oda Village, mirror coins, crafted from a material known as mirror stone. They had received their quest rewards of 10 units of wood and 10 units of food from the little ones. Several wooden figures had tied belts around their waists, each adorned with a small pouch that clinked with the sound of coins. Player Ludali remarked, "This is too realistic. Carrying game currency around is such a hassle." Indeed, it is quite troublesome. The mere thought of players having to carry an enormous sack of coins as they traverse the realm, at risk of theft, loss, or even total ruin upon death, brings a sense of dread to several players. The rewards for quests are fixed and do not reflect the valuation of materials. As the diminutive NPC has stated, rewards are dispensed in accordance with the estimated worth of the materials, yielding a compensation of 20 mirroring coins. However, the cost for a wooden player to resurrect is 5 mirroring coins, which, given the current wealth of players, is a considerable expense, as so far, players have not experienced death. This resurrection cost has been gleaned from intel provided when the Orange Cat Girl and the little lowly, Gretel, shared their findings. In this game, the demise of a wooden player signifies the total destruction of the wooden avatar. Resurrection essentially involves re-embodying oneself from the inventory of wooden avatars stored in the warehouse. Upon resurrection, logistics personnel under the Demon Lord arrive to collect the fee for the avatar. The set cost of 5 mirroring coins is merely the game's designated base price, primarily expensive due to the glowing red-eyed materials known as mirroring stones, which are purportedly crafted from extraordinary materials. Ironwood, found in the area known as the Abyssal Forest, holds little value, only fetching a high price within the territories of the human race. In Oda Village, ironwood is commonplace, and the small hamlet lacks any trade demand. Currently, only players possess mirroring coins, while other villagers and militia do not. Beyond the cost of resurrection, players must also contend with the perilous mechanic of equipment loss upon death. After the initial novelty wore off, players began to perceive the monotony and dullness of Oda Village. Everywhere they looked, they encountered indistinguishable green-skinned savages, and the architecture was stripped down to the barest simplicity, with identical designs that felt exceedingly tedious. However, this boredom was soon to be alleviated, as the scenery along the village's main thoroughfare grew increasingly somber. The glowing red eyes of the wooden beings became increasingly conspicuous against the darkened backdrop. The once boisterous goblins had retreated into their lowly abodes, tightly securing their doors and windows. Those goblins who had previously gathered around the wooden beings to gawk at them had vanished without a trace. Player Ludali inquired, "What is going on? Have we stumbled upon a special event?" Player Zhang Er Aotian mused, "Could it be that something dangerous is afoot tonight?" Zhang Er Aotian turned to the more composed Li Gaoxiu and Lu Paopao. At that moment, Lu Paopao was found clutching a stick made of ironwood, seemingly acquired from nowhere, while Li Gaoxiu exhibited a rusty machete, dubbed the tetanus blade. Zhang Er Aotian queried, "Where did you procure your equipment?" Lu Paopao replied, "I picked it up from the ground." Meanwhile, Li Gaoxiu, whose ID was Li Yuan, glanced at a lowly dwelling overflowing with firewood, its door wide open, and his eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. Li Gaoxiu stated, "I borrowed it from a local. I shall return it before logging out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Er Aotian and Ludali hastened to that generous local's home to borrow a few sticks of ironwood themselves. Ludali held a stout ironwood stick in each hand and remarked, "If the local inquires later, we shall simply say we are the brave warriors of the Demon Lord, and your sticks have been requisitioned." "Do you think we might be apprehended by the militia?" As the players moved toward the central square of Oda village, a charming sound of panting and heaving echoed through the gloom. A few diminutive yet remarkably strong green-skinned children were busily pushing wooden carts laden with firewood along the main road, replenishing the braziers along the way, and soon after, one of them produced a box of matches to ignite the flames. As the light of civilization flickered to life, the village, which had previously exuded an eerie ambience, transformed into a warm, orange glow. The players followed closely behind these little ones, keenly observing the NPC's actions. However, due to the players' lack of tactile perception, they remained oblivious to the fact that the unsettling atmosphere was not solely visual. Had they possessed the sense of touch, they would have felt an ominous chill in the air. The little ones igniting the fires bore expressions of caution and vigilance, while the suspicious wooden beings lurking behind them were disregarded, for they recognized those as the king's summoned entities, akin to the three demons. Today, the indigenous species and militia had received a warning from Lady Lily of the demon race, stating that the night would grow increasingly perilous, with rumors of a new menace known as the Eerie, which was said to be more fearsome than ghosts. Those below intermediate level were deemed certain to perish upon encountering an Eerie. Having completed their task of lighting the braziers, they intended to return to the king's side, for only he could provide them with protection. The diminutive leader of this logistical squad, observing the glowing red-eyed wooden beings stealthily trailing them from behind a wall, contemplated the situation. If he were not aware of their allegiance, he might have thought they were Eerie. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Player Zhang Er Aotian exclaimed, "Oh no, we've been exposed." "Retreat!" Player Lu Paopao echoed. "Withdraw! Withdraw!" Player Lu Dali shouted, "Go! Go!" In their playful antics, the four inadvertently forgot that the small NPCs known as indigenous goblins could hear their chatter. The agile logistical leader swiftly approached the retreating players, blocking their escape route. Li Gaoxiu, glancing at the towering green level indicator above the leader, which read LV9, felt a pang of inadequacy when comparing it to his own meager LV5, refraining from joining his teammates in their jesting. "I've seen you all along, warriors of the king. Might I request your assistance?" The logistical leader recalled the king's words from that morning regarding how to communicate with otherworldly warriors, noting their affinity for labor and their willingness to assist others. The king had also mentioned that as long as one was under his command in Oda, he could invoke a limited cost to summon otherworldly warriors for aid. Furthermore, the king had already paid a price. Thus, each of his subordinates possessed a finite quota to seek assistance from these otherworldly champions. Should they exceed this quota, they would need to provide additional rewards from their own pockets until the otherworldly warriors were satisfied. Ding! The logistical leader, Cuss, fearful of the impending night, sought the otherworldly warriors to undertake the task of lighting the braziers. Would they accept? Task reward. Favor of the logistics team. Experience 3. Without a moment's hesitation, all four players accepted the quest. The wooden beings nodded eagerly, and the logistical leader, along with his companions, beamed with delight. The players, now well acquainted with their surroundings, commenced the task of igniting the braziers. Due to the quest, the locations of the braziers were even marked on their minimap, saving them the trouble of needing an NPC guide. After a brief observance, the logistical children were astonished to see the wooden beings working more efficiently than themselves. They surrounded the industrious wooden beings, showering them with gratitude before joyfully hand-in-hand racing toward the Demon Lord's castle. Meanwhile, what was Oda up to? He was dining in a well-lit restaurant, igniting oil lamps as he savored a hamburger. Listening intently to the little choir singing ancient songs passed down from bygone eras, I can never escape this vibrant world. It turns out I am but the intoxicated butterfly. After the initial astonishment, Oda took a sip of freshly squeezed juice and began to relish a hamburger. He found himself at a loss for words, feeling that his fellow time travelers were far more abstract than the players of Terra. Yet, this sense of familiarity elicited a positive response within him, alleviating much of the frustration he felt from being stood up by players. The gathering tasks he had anticipated seemed easily manageable, and it was only a matter of time before the players would complete them. Considering that they were among the first 5 players, possessing significant commemorative value, he felt compelled to make an appearance early in the game, showcasing the true leader of the faction, allowing him to indulge in a bit of posturing. After all, he had been watching the live broadcast of these 5 players today, connecting through the game console to the Terra network. It was akin to a nostalgic revival of his otaku life, transcending the boundaries of time, greatly fulfilling Oda's spiritual existence. Thus, when Oda donned the armor meticulously crafted by his little companion, transforming into a figure befitting a serious demon king, accompanied by a fully armed demon entourage and an array of fully equipped intermediate humanoid skeletons, he made his way to the modest grand hall on the first floor. As Oda settled upon the stone throne, his subordinates lined up in 2 rows, awaiting the player's audience. However, he found himself languishing on the cold stone seat for what felt like an eternity, the simplicity of the throne proving quite uncomfortable. The players behaved like wild huskies returned to the countryside. One named Ludali even waded into the river to catch fish, nearly losing a floating wooden figure to the current. It was only thanks to the desperate efforts of the straw hat-wearing man that the figure was salvaged. Otherwise, Ludali would have become the first player to drift away from the perilous forest, inadvertently achieving the wanderer accomplishment designed by Oda. The players showed no inclination to return for an audience, and after waiting for what seemed like ages, Oda's interest in posturing waned. Noticing the time, he began to call upon his little companions to prepare dinner. Seeing Oda's enjoyment of hamburgers and their songs, the diminutive servants beamed with delight, their faces radiant with joy. As Lilith wiped Oda's mouth with a clean cloth, he picked up the nearby game console, initiating the selection of the second batch of 100 players. Under the influence of the ancient god's whispers, Oda's computational power was remarkably enhanced at that moment, allowing him to access vast amounts of information in a short span with the aid of the game console. While the internet could not provide a comprehensive understanding of an individual, Oda did not require such depth. He was merely recruiting workers. He discovered that the performance of the wooden figures combined with the players exceeded expectations, enabling him to devise more audacious strategies. While he was uncertain whether the players could vanquish the evil god's tribe, conducting a reconnaissance mission was certainly feasible. The peculiar occurrences in the surrounding forest piqued his interest. He believed the players might have the potential to confront the anomalies. He realized it was essential to expand the production of player vessels. With this thought, his gaze shifted from the game console to the corner of the dining hall, where enormous figures were voraciously devouring food, fed by the petite chef. These were 5 level 9 robust windwolves, summoned by Oda on the night of the anomaly. He had selected the 5 strongest to track the scent of the goblins from the evil god's tribe. When the time came, these creatures would lead the players to the evil god's tribe, sparing the demon girls from perilous adventures. Meanwhile, the players outside the Demon King's castle would soon be astonished to discover that the night in this alternate world was akin to another game, a horror game. The landscape was dotted with numerous braziers, casting bright and warm light over a square where an orange cat girl awaited alongside a squad of red-armored goblin militia and native red-armored goblins. At that moment, the materials brought back by the players had been thoroughly sorted and stored, leaving only a few goblins guarding generations of mirror coins. The orange cat girl had already received her reward, carrying a basket gifted to her by Grit. She was now fervently tagging players in the chat box, exclaiming, "Brothers, we are heading to the Demon King's castle to meet the Demon King. Hey, NPCs are dishing out rewards. Hurry back." Coincidentally, a few diligent players who had ignited the braziers arrived near the square, and upon seeing the orange cat girl's message, they rushed over. As several goblins handed over bags of coins to the wooden figures, they vanished in an instant. The native goblins hurried towards the Demon King's castle, while the militia returned to their homes. One of them realized he had misplaced his axe and, without a second thought, slammed the door shut. This left a few players staring blankly into the night. Chapter 34. Skill Module Unlocked. You have finally returned. A group of wooden figures stood together, their eyes glowing red as they engaged in silent communication. The wooden figure with the ID Li Gao Shou opened a sack allocated to him, and, after a cursory count, discovered it contained 100 mirror coins, presumably the equivalent currency for the materials. Currently, the players were unaware of the purchasing power of mirror coins and had yet to find a means of utilization. However, players are inherently collectors, and thus, they welcome the abundance of game currency. Believing that more is always better, with the coin pouch secured at his waist, the wooden figures followed the orange cat girl towards the small demon king castle. In the darkness, the clinking of coins echoed as the wooden figures walked. Their movement slightly hampered by the weight of the 2 bags of coins, yet the sound was too loud. This game was exceptionally realistic. Such noises could easily scare off prey. The massive lizard undead that had once loitered near the small demon king castle was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, 2 skeleton soldiers stood before the gates of the small demon king castle. One a level 13 intermediate skeleton warrior, and the other a level 15 intermediate skeleton swordsman. The wooden figures and the skeletal soldiers, with their ghostly green flames flickering in their eye sockets, exchanged bewildered glances, creating an awkward silence. In reality, the players' chat channel was abuzz. After much effort, they confirmed that the 2 skeleton soldiers were completely deaf to their voices. Seemingly only the diminutive ones were exceptional. Fortunately, just as the players were about to disperse in frustration due to the halted progress, a melodious female voice shattered the stillness. "Brave warriors, the night has deepened, and the master has concluded his duties. You may schedule an audience with the master again tomorrow. However, your tasks have been settled, and the rewards lie at the feet of the undead. You are free to roam now." The voice paused momentarily before continuing. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your accommodations have been prepared, and you are welcome to move in. These lodgings are subject to rent, if you do not wish to pay. You may voluntarily relinquish your assigned quarters." Ding. The audience with the Demon King task has been modified. Task completed. Congratulations, you have gained 10 experience points and 2 reputation points. The novice gift pack has been issued. Please collect it. Ding. Level up to level 6. Hooray. I leveled up. The ID-bearing orange cat girl, now resembling a lively mechanical puppet, bounced with newfound agility. Shedding the previous stiffness of the wooden figures. Li Gaosho tentatively stepped past the imposing skeleton soldiers. Discovering that they merely moved their skeletal head slowly, their hollow eye sockets silently observing his actions without further response. Subsequently, following the markers on his interface, Li Gaosho retrieved his designated package from among the 5 laid out on the ground behind the skeleton soldiers. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden impulse drove him to reach for the packages belonging to others. Before he could touch them, urgent alerts flashed before him. Warning: unauthorized action. Cannot retrieve. Warning: cannot retrieve. Li Gaosho found himself momentarily losing control over the carrier. Retracting the wooden arm he had extended, control swiftly returned to his mind. This reminded Li Gaosho of certain games he had played in the past, which employed similar mechanisms to constrain player actions. For instance, in those games, there were no invisible walls in the map, but if a character ventured beyond designated boundaries, the game would seize control, automatically bringing the character back within limits. Subsequently, Li Gaosho shared this revelation in the chat box, prompting several players to curiously attempt it, yet none touched each other's novice gift packages. However, when all players received their gifts, the restriction seemed to lift. Li Gaosho then retrieved a stone-tipped arrow from his package and threw it like a dart, landing it with a thud near Ludali's feet. Ludali, bewildered, jumped back, and, visibly displeased, picked up the arrow without any intention of returning it to Li Gaosho. At this moment, Li Gaosho realized that the protective protocol of the novice gift had vanished. He then instructed the orange cat girl to feel the large sword in his package, and she complied by picking it up, receiving no indication that it was unpickable. The players delightedly played with the items in their novice gifts. Each package contained identical items: a small knife, a long sword, a wooden bow, and 10 stone-tipped arrows. Soon, the wooden figures were equipped with long swords at their waists and wooden bows on their backs. Meanwhile, Li Gaosho additionally donned a rusty machete at his side. It was at this juncture that the players noticed the red notification bubble on their personal game interfaces. A new feature. The newly introduced module was titled Skills. Upon seeing this name, the players' eyes sparkled with excitement, and certain individuals' eyes would automatically adjust the brightness of the red glow in response to their emotions. As their thoughts stirred, a window unfolded beside the Skills module, revealing a dazzling array of skills. These skills were provided by Oda. For reasons unknown, the game console itself did not grant skills to players. Instead, skills required a tangible entity for scanning and replication, which would then be stored in the database and assigned to players. This indicated that the game console possessed the extraordinary ability to replicate skills, surpassing even Oda. However, this ability was not without its limitations. The target for replication could not resist, as any form of resistance during the process could lead to failure. The game console itself remained stationary, serving solely as a supportive system, necessitating the user's own efforts. Only Oda, the Dark Lord, could fully exploit the console's capabilities. Otherwise, the previous owner, a mere traveler devoid of any power beyond the console, would be unable to provide players with game skills, forcing them to rely on their survival skills in the fantastical wilderness. If fortunate, they might obtain initial skills from slimes.I. In the brief span of a month, the Oda faction had traversed the outer forests, presenting these beta players with an impressively lavish selection of skills. The players were overwhelmed with choices. Necromancy, earth, fire, ice, swordsmanship, marksmanship, archery, and life skills. Even the seasoned player, Li Gaoshou, found himself hesitating, as he was still quite unfamiliar with the game and had no clear direction. Wow, there are just too many options. It's so difficult to choose. Why can we only select one? The orange cat girl lamented in the chat box. Chapter 35, Player's Night Walk in the Small Dark Lord's Castle. Oda, who would typically be preparing for sleep at this hour, had no intention of resting. Although the game console could connect to Terra's network, the latency was significant. Accelerating the network would require Oda to bear the cost himself. The energy supply for cross-dimensional information transfer, along with the mental burden, amounted to an astronomical figure that the infant Dark Lord could not withstand. Moreover, Oda's reckless ambition to replicate the undead calamity further strained his mind, as he was already burdened with a multitude of undead units. The daily expenditure of magical and mental energy was tremendous. Therefore, Oda did not succumb to becoming a gaming addict, maintaining a disciplined routine that he refrained from engaging in inappropriate games with alluring demon beauties at night. This evening, even with players arriving, Oda remained steadfast in his habits. The monotonous life of a primitive tribe dictated that nights were meant for rest. Yet tonight, Oda's transcendent instincts signaled a warning. Something extraordinary might occur. Though he sensed no imminent threat to his life, leaving him unconcerned, even guiding the situation. Have my warriors received their gifts? Oda inquired of a petite girl attending to him. The little girl responded with a smile and a nod. That's good. You may leave now and join your siblings in the nest. Remember to keep the lights bright. After the little girl respectfully bowed and exited Oda's study, he remained with 3 fully armed demon girls. Holding the game console, Oda observed that it was not monitoring the players, but rather displaying certain information about the game system. He then glanced at the 3 girls and suddenly felt their powers were somewhat unstable, particularly with the emergence of peculiar creatures in the periphery. Although the original demon race possessed innate traits that were terrifyingly formidable compared to those lesser aberrations, these oddities exhibited bizarre abilities that adhered to certain rules. Confronting such creatures, aside from exploiting elemental weaknesses, one could only rely on sheer strength to suppress them. Currently, the demon girl's abilities were still lacking. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Oda decided to expend some resources to enhance the girl's powers. Outside the small Dark Lord's castle, 5 players strolled joyfully through the night. In the tranquil darkness, they shone brightly, the sound of their wooden feet echoing against the hardened ground, with their spirits high. The vibrant red glow intensified in the flickering orange light of the torches, rendering them strikingly radiant. Following the map's guidance, the players made their way toward an area labeled Warrior Dormitory. Carrying all this equipment is such a hassle. Will this game eventually have banks? Lou Dolly complained in the chat channel. You could store it in the dormitory, suggested the orange cat girl. This game feels so realistic. There might be thieves, right? The dormitory might not be secure unless there are anti-theft measures in place. The overly dramatic player rebutted. The game likely does not prohibit theft, Lu Pao Pao chimed in. How do you know that? Lu Pao Pao, typically quiet, piqued the curiosity of the wooden figures in the group with his ID hovering above. Look, the money pouch in his hand belongs to Dolly. Lu Pao Pao casually pointed to the 3rd pouch in Li Gaoshou's possession at the edge of the group. Lu Dolly, astonished, glanced down at his waist. Discovering a pouch of money was indeed missing that moment. Li Gaoshou returned the pouch to Lu Dolly, stating, players lack tactile sensation, making theft quite easy. What a nuisance. The self-absorbed individual, reminiscent of a character from a fantastical tale, appeared to harbor a distinct aversion to such circumstances. He harbored a profound disdain for the prospect of his possessions being usurped by others, merely contemplating the future influx of players, many of whom might covet the wealth amassed by him as an early participant. Sent shivers down his spine. It seemed he was also aware of the potential chaos that might ensue under conditions of extreme freedom, leading to a palpable silence among the 5 players. Just then, The rhythmic sound of synchronized footsteps disrupted their reverie. They had arrived at the vicinity of the dormitory area. Drawn by the noise, the players turned in unison towards its source. The procession of flickering green will-o'-the-wisps danced along the dimly lit path. As they approached, the players beheld green inscriptions: LV-17. Intermediate, Skeleton Spearman LV-10. Intermediate, Skeleton Swordsman LV-9. Low level, Skeleton Swordsman LV-9. Skeleton. A regimented yet somewhat worn-out assembly of undead marched forth. The players hastily cleared a path. Pausing to observe the eerie procession, they counted no fewer than 20 undead, led by 2 intermediate-level specters. Unlike the daylight, the nighttime atmosphere around Oda Village exuded a chilling and austere ambience. Although the puppet-like beings lacked any tactile senses, the mere visual impact of the patrolling undead conjured a sense of coldness. "How many undead are there in this novice village?" Lou Dolly exclaimed, astonished. "Well, this is the 3rd squad we've encountered. There must be around 60. Li Gao remarked, crossing his arms as he watched the skeletons recede into the distance, uncertainty lacing his tone. "How can you ascertain it is the 3rd squad?" Chu Zhongyaoyan inquired, puzzled. "It's simple. Each undead carries different equipment. While I may not recognize the subtle variations in their skeletal forms, as I lack expertise in that area, their tattered gear displays a remarkable diversity in style and condition," Li Gao explained. Before long, the players found themselves near their designated dormitory. A wooden sign illuminated by a nearby brazier revealed inscriptions in an otherworldly script: "Warrior's Dormitory." Yet, this dormitory area was enveloped in darkness, rendering the wooden beings devoid of night vision, utterly blind to their surroundings. The faint red glow emanating from their eyes proved insufficient for illumination, just as Chu Zhongyaoyan prepared to showcase his newly acquired skill. The small orange cat girl rummaged through a basket gifted by the young Greta, emerging with a box of matches. "Perhaps you should save your meager fireball spell for another day. Watch and learn," she proclaimed with a sense of pride. With a flick, the flames ignited. The orange cat girl swiftly lit the brazier in the dormitory area. Curiously, the brazier had not fallen within the parameters of the player's ignition tasks, leading it to be overlooked. This corner of Oda Village remained the sole area untouched by the light of civilization. Viewed from above, the village resembled a burnt patch on an orange-yellow pancake. Chapter 36. Is the game still lacking a mascot? In the desolate forest of the night, a rolling gray mist of unknown origin enveloped Oda Village, only to be repelled by the flickering flames in the essence of civilization. Nonetheless, a thin veil of mist still drifted into the village. Upon the walls, numerous green lights flickered in and out of the haze. Undaunted and impervious to the elements, the diligent undead stood guard and patrolled their posts. Occasionally, a skeletal archer would release a precise arrow into the shadowy forms lurking within the fog, causing the agitated mist to settle momentarily, until new phantoms emerged. However, the limitations of their level meant that the undead on the walls could not thwart every incursion, allowing a few to slip through the cracks into the well-guarded village. A certain entity, neither living nor dead, evaded the undead's ability to sense all life forms. Silently, it traversed the towering walls imbued with the power of the Demon King. These fortified walls effectively barred any spiritual entities from passing through, forcing even high-level specters to confront the skeletal defenses head-on. The instant a small mouse infiltrated Oda Village, for beings became aware of its presence. A formidable psychic force enveloped the entirety of Oda Village. Emanating from Oda himself, after expending substantial magical energy to enhance his abilities, the newly emerged silver demon, Lilith, along with 2 slumbering silver behemoths in the storage area, stirred from their rest. Within the confines of the warehouse, a fearsome creature awoke, its fiery soul burning brightly. A green luminescence pierced through the dim space, revealing a colossal serpent coiled within. Its hollow eyes shimmered with a mesmerizing green light, covered in thick, pale red scales. This was a silver intermediate fire-type giant serpent, transformed into the undead. Its level soared to 35, surpassing the former champion of Oda Village, the Great Lizard, to become the new leader. Yet, as this newly crowned champion lifted its massive head and pushed open the warehouse doors to greet its first kill in its undead form, it suddenly halted, turning to gaze at the still bright lights of the Demon King's castle, and retreated in silence, the warehouse door closing with an unseen force. I in the small Demon King's castle, transformed into a bomb shelter. The flickering light of braziers warmed the space with comfort. Oda strolled through the corridors, inspecting the little one's activities. Some industrious youngsters, skilled in crafting, were busily working in the makeshift workshop. Refusing to sleep. As Oda prepared to open the door to another workshop, he paused, sensing something beyond the wall. Glancing towards the castle walls, the slight smile graced his handsome features. It seems it's time for something intriguing to emerge. Otherwise, my players may find themselves in a state of ennui. He mused with a chuckle. Subsequently, he paid no further heed and pushed the door open. Although the wooden puppet, serving as the player's vessel, possessed only a rudimentary performance limit and lacked extraordinary abilities. The players, undaunted by the specter of death akin to the undead, combined with Oda's demonic power, could unleash formidable combat prowess. Presently, Oda's demonic energy had developed a highly versatile characteristic, capable of enforcing health deductions even in the face of strange adversaries. No entity could evade Oda's assault. Consequently, he strategically placed bait within the player dormitory area. Players would not perish, and Oda's losses were merely the inexpensive wooden puppets. The true value lay in the equipment and the precious mirror stone eyes adorning the players, all of which were recoverable as for the wooden puppets. They were in abundant supply. Players in their wooden form were indeed the optimal low-tier soldiers. Upon entering the brightly lit auxiliary workshop, dozens of diminutive figures congregated, crafting various components for the wooden puppets using their homemade machinery. Although Oda had not issued a demand, the little ones were fervently devoted to their king's affairs, diligently working overtime to produce wooden puppets. At this rate, the industrious little craftsman could manufacture 50 wooden puppets in a single day. Naturally, not all the small carpenters were engaged in puppet making. Some of the more nimble newcomers, while still loyal, exhibited a lively spirit reminiscent of children. They expressed greater freedom, establishing independent workstations in the corners of the small assembly line, tinkering with unique trinkets. Oda approached little Gretel's workstation with a gentle demeanor. There, she was skillfully crafting a pair of animated cat ears and a tail. During the day, Gretel had a relatively pleasant exchange with the orange cat girl, who had revealed her fondness for felines. In a burst of inspiration to deepen their friendship, Gretel conceived the idea of enhancing the orange cat girl's vessel with distinctive accessories. The cost-effective wooden puppets could indeed animate, their movement entirely unrelated to the scientific principles of bionic design. Instead, it was the projection of player consciousness, empowered by the game console, that imbued the wooden puppets with vitality, while the demonic power further amplified this vitality, endowing the player vessel with formidable attributes. The strength of the player vessel largely depended on the might of the game master. Thus, wooden puppets need not adhere strictly to a human form. Even with added accessories, players would experience no cognitive burden and could maintain effortless control. As for why she desired to cultivate friendships with players, the little one's reasoning was straightforward. Fostering good relations with otherworldly warriors was simply a means to ensure their loyalty, thereby encouraging them to serve the king with greater enthusiasm. Oda affectionately patted the little girl's head, and Gretel, with a charming smile, handed him the finished intricate cat ears and tail. Oda, intrigued, accepted them and examined the creations. Nodding in approval, he then addressed the other little ones at nearby workstations. Gretel has done splendidly. You may also embark on this venture. Aside from the specific warriors you wish to befriend, remember to charge a fee for others. Understood? Understood, came the harmonious chorus of youthful voices in immediate response. As for the means of friendship, offering free accessory installations served merely as a lure for players, enhancing their engagement. The charm of Oda's youthful subordinates was undoubtedly captivating to the players, reflecting on their allure. Oda pondered his past gaming experiences and realized that his game seemed to lack a key figure, a sufficiently two-dimensional mascot. Many players were purely visual creatures. Gameplay quality was secondary, as long as it was visually appealing. They were willing to participate, even if the game was fraught with calamities and absurdities. So long as the characters were aesthetically pleasing, all was well. Oda began to contemplate his skills and whether any of his subordinates could fulfill this role. The creation of a unique mascot seemed imperative. Suddenly, Oda glanced at the pitch-black game console in his hands. As unknown monsters besieged the player dormitory area, Oda sketched in his study, and a preliminary design for a mascot emerged on the paper. Meanwhile, in Terra Star, due to the differing flow of time, a significant duration had passed within the game, nearly a day, while outside, it remained daytime. The live broadcast from the otherworld had concluded its build-up, and the popularity surged dramatically. At this moment, the official account of the Barrage website updated with a new video titled Confirmation of the Otherworld Game Mascot. Chapter 37, Players and Monsters, Oda Village. Warrior Dormitory Area. Players, guided by visual icons, arrived at the designated dormitories as they ignited the braziers. Oh, one room each. How splendid! Exclaimed Chinibu, clapping his wooden hands together with a resounding smack. The houses in the warrior dormitory area were not crude. earthen structures but rather exquisite wooden edifices. Unbeknownst to the delighted players entering their respective abodes, these seemingly modest dwellings, crafted in bulk through Oda's earth magic, contained potent demonic energies. Perhaps the magical potency was minimal. Yet the inherent characteristics were far from lacking. A certain monster instinctively avoided these lowly structures. Despite the fact that their wooden doors could be easily penetrated, it showed no inclination to enter. Furthermore, the ignorant green life forms prevalent within held little allure for it. It preferred to hunt more intelligent beings. It could distinctly sense a wealth of high-quality prey at the end of the village. Yet that destination radiated a force that elicited instinctual repulsion. Thus, it reluctantly redirected its focus towards a place with minimal flames, a relatively subdued atmosphere, yet exuding an enticing aura of high intelligence. It stood before a wooden house, knocking softly on the door. Before it could enjoy its prey, meticulous preparation was necessary. The fear of high-intelligence beings represented its sustenance for advancement in this mist-shrouded forest. Civilization had long since vanished. It remained oblivious to the duration of its hunger. However, regardless of how it sought to satiate its cravings, the process of preparation was indispensable. Patience was essential. Fear. The only thing capable of alleviating its hunger was fear. The rhythmic knocking resounded through the night. Yet, the intelligent beings within the house showed no intention of opening the door. Asleep? Impossible. Its knocking possessed a compelling awakening effect. Anyone within would rouse at the sound. As it continued to knock, suddenly its body froze, its head swiftly turning to the right. It turned with such rapidity that it appeared to stutter. To its astonishment, it beheld two immobile wooden puppets standing beside it, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling red glow. It was taken aback. This was peculiar. The concept of fear was familiar to it, yet the experience of being afraid was entirely alien, lacking any notion of mechanized aesthetics. It found the wooden puppet's appearance exceedingly bizarre. The source of its trepidation stemmed from the puppets, which harbored the very force that suffused this strange village with an instinctual aversion. It encountered an unforeseen situation, akin to its initial encounter with Oda's vengeful female figure, becoming momentarily paralyzed. The ritualistic hunt encountered an error during its execution. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that the players had inadvertently instilled a sense of forced fear within the monster, they were engaged in fervent discussions in the chat box. Player Lu Dali exclaimed, "Holy cow! A ghost!" Player Chinibu replied, "That's terrifying." The players, having located the keys to their rooms, placed their belongings and some trinkets inside, thus securing their doors. Lu Dali, the poorest among them, was the first to step out and lock his door. Following him was Chinibu, who was also in dire straits, possessing only a few wooden sticks and some coins. The others fared differently, particularly the orange cat girl, who appeared to be a fortunate one, having amassed an impressive collection of treasures in her basket. And this was merely the first day of the game. "Brother, that was fast." Lu Dali initiated a conversation with him. However, Zhong'er Aotian did not respond. Instead, he gazed into the darkness behind him, remaining utterly still. Lu Dali felt a twinge of confusion, although the wooden figure, with its wooden visage reminiscent of a Gundam, exhibited no facial expressions. Its two gem-like eyes radiated a plethora of vibrant light effects. The crimson glow of the wooden figure's eyes fluctuated in response to the player's emotional state. After a day of play, Lu Dali had garnered some insight into interpreting the player's feelings based on the flickering and intensity of the red light. Undoubtedly, while the precise emotions were indiscernible, it was evident that Zhong'er Aotian was experiencing intense feelings at that moment. Following Zhong'er Aotian's line of sight, Lu Dali turned to look behind him, and he too froze. A vague silhouette flickered in the night, moving through the dim shadows. Lu Dali initially thought he was hallucinating. However, the apparition of indistinct red text in the darkness confirmed that he was not imagining things. An inexplicable aura of dread settled in his heart. Typically, the appearance of a monster's nickname would dilute such a terrifying atmosphere. Yet, the hyper-realistic nature of this game rendered the ominous text above the creature all the more grotesque. Was it a person, or something else entirely? With his limited literary prowess, Lu Dali found it challenging to articulate. The monster's visage seemed to shift constantly, striking at the very core of human fear. A bloodied face, a body torn and mangled, with eye sockets that were dark and cavernous. Blood oozed beneath its feet. As the two stared at this creature, experiencing horror for the first time in such a realistic setting. Even in the absence of tactile sensation, they were subjected to a profound visual shock. Suddenly, the entity jerked its head around abruptly, a movement so jarring it resembled a frame drop in an animation. Transcending the bounds of reason and unleashing a torrent of accumulated fear, the two began to scream in the chat box, only to be drowned out by a flurry of more intense messages. Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed, "Ah!" Player Orange Cat Girl exclaimed, "Ah!" This bizarre scene inadvertently shattered their immersive experience. The two exchanged speechless glances at the back, where a wooden figure, imbued with distinctly feminine traits, exuded an air of endearing mechanical charm, clutching its face in a pose of terror, its red eyes flickering at an alarming frequency. They genuinely feared that those gem-like eyes might shatter under the strain. Chapter 38. The pay-to-win warrior. The Orange Cat Girl, who had been striking a pose behind the two, soon ceased her cries. The system reacted quickly. She had only glimpsed a terrifying, blurry figure, and before she could discern the monster's true form, it became increasingly indistinct, eventually morphing into a mosaic barely recognizable in outline. Moreover, lacking the sense of touch, players felt no chill or eerie atmosphere. The mosaic was far from terrifying. Above this mosaic hovered a line of red text symbolizing hostility. LV8. The Awakening knockered AT that moment. The wooden figures controlled by Li Gaoxiu and Lu Paopao emerged, having learned of the commotion through the chat. They were unarmed, carrying only a sword, having left their bows and other belongings behind in the dormitory. As for why they didn't bring bows, it was a given, as they had no skill in archery. Although seasoned players, this game was so realistic that much of their previous experience with fully immersive games was rendered obsolete. Yet, there were many wonders, such as discovering that after learning swordsmanship in the game, they truly knew how to wield a sword. However, the remaining skill points were insufficient to learn archery. Li Gaoxiu also noted the level of the monster before him and instinctively checked his own status. He was level 6, capable of utilizing his swordsmanship skill twice, which felt precarious. Li Gaoxiu did not wish to die. The death penalty was severe, and the cost of a single demise was a significant loss. "Aren't you a seasoned player of fully immersive games? Why so timid?" Lu Paopao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Just because I play horror games doesn't mean I won't get scared," Orange Cat Girl retorted with dissatisfaction. The other four men remained silent, for the mosaic from their perspective indicated that they too had been frightened, warranting the system's protective intervention. Enough chatter. How do we defeat this thing? In typical horror games, aren't ghosts immune to physical attacks? Zhong Aotian extended his right hand, palm facing upward. Soon, a radiant glow coalesced in his palm, forming a fireball the size of an egg. "Are you ready?" Zhong Aotian inquired in the chat channel. Li Gaoxiu raised his sword, focusing on the mosaic, and declared in the chat channel, "Let's do this." The first to initiate the attack were not Zhong Aotian, but Lu Dali and Orange Cat Girl. Soil entanglement. Freeze. Earth surged forth, enveloping the lower half of the entity, while frost rapidly crystallized on the surface of the soil. Initially, the Awakening knocker paid no heed and showed no inclination to evade. The low-tier extraordinary attack had no effect on it, merely serving as futile attempts at scratching the surface as it prepared to slip away like a specter. An unexpected situation arose that it found itself unable to instantaneously break free from the constraints of earth and ice. It was not that it could not escape, but rather that it could not do so swiftly. Due to being rendered a mosaic, the players could not witness the horrifying, penetrating expression of the knocker, which revealed a flicker of human-like astonishment. "Now," Zhong Aotian shouted in the chat box. Immediately, a small fireball shot towards the ensnared knocker. At that moment, Li Gaoxiu and Lu Paopao also unleashed their swordsmanship skills. Blade/X2. Two invisible sword energies reached the creature even faster than the fireball. Blood, which had also been reduced to a mosaic, splattered forth. This was not blood, but rather the manifestation of the creature's fear, the sustenance for its awakening and ascension. Upon seeing the blood, the knocker, devoid of any humanity, whose thoughts revolved solely around slaughter to harvest fear, experienced a catastrophic failure in its core thought process. It was actually injured. Boom. Flames engulfed it, instantly evaporating the viscous, foul blood that flowed from its body. The barrage of attacks had not augmented its fear energy, but rather diminished it further since its awakening from the mist. "Hey, did we even breach its defenses? Are our attacks effective?" Lu Dali inquired uncertainly. Lacking a health bar, they had no idea of the consequences of their strikes, as their opponent was merely a mass of mosaic. Furthermore, even without the mosaic, the creature was not sensitive to pain. It would merely feign indifference when struck. Skipping over the incomprehensible thoughts, its core thought process initiated the next course of action. Having been attacked, It opted for retaliation. In an instant, it broke free from the constraints of earth and ice, the fragments of soil and ice scattering in all directions. Like a flash, the knocker evaded the second wave of concentrated attacks. With sword energies, fireballs, and ice projectiles striking, Li Gaoshou's attention remained fixated on the skill module. Neglecting the airborne CH in ODN.IT was evident that the cooldown was in effect, meaning he would have to wait until the following day to utilize the Chi Blade / once more. Having reached level 6, he found his capacity to deal with the wooden dummies considerably limited. However, he had unlocked the skill module, and his magical power had seen a slight increase, now amounting to 2 points. Li Gaoshou was yet to grasp the relevance of these 2 points of magic. After using his skills twice, his magical power remained unchanged at 2 points. Furthermore, beside the cooldown icon, a line of small text read, "Accelerate cooldown." At this moment, Li Gaoshou realized the situation was dire. The monsters were at least level 8, yet the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. This led to suspicions that the hat-wearing man, who had been mercilessly beaten by the newcomers, might have intentionally held back. Unbeknownst to the players, the combat prowess of the eerie entities could not be measured by levels alone. After knocking the door, the eerie creature sent CH and ODN flying once more, and with a swift motion, it appeared behind the retreating Lu Paopao.IT executed another knocking motion, causing Lu Paopao's head to be violently struck forward, colliding with the wooden dummy of the orange cat girl. Sending both tumbling to the ground, Lu Dali activated Earthbind, attempting to delay the knocking creature's actions. However, he was unsuccessful, unable to pinpoint the creature's location, just as the knocking entity prepared to employ its trick again behind Lu Dali. An invisible Chi blade tore through the air, slicing through with a whoosh and interrupting the creature's spellcasting. Blood infused with fear energy erupted forth, dissipating once more in the presence of the inexplicable suppressive nature of the eerie beings. The knocking entity immediately abandoned Lu Dali, shifting its focus to Li Gaoshou.IT discovered that these wooden puppets possessed a strange force in their attacks, capable of inflicting damage on its body made of fear energy, forcibly disrupting its stable structure. The wooden dummies resembled robots, devoid of pain. As long as their structure remained intact, their actions would not be hindered. Players, separated by a realm, were impervious to harm, and under the influence of the player's thoughts. The battered CH and ODN and the orange cat girl's wooden dummy stood upright, as if nothing had happened. Both were too preoccupied to notice the battle-worn state of the wooden dummies, and unexpectedly gazed at Li Gaoshou, who was unleashing his third sword energy. With a heart full of excitement, Li Gaoshou's trembling hand clutched his iron sword, simultaneously pressing a confirmation key in his mind for the second time. Consume 10 mirror coins to accelerate skill cooldown. Confirm. Consume 20 mirror coins to accelerate skill cooldown. Confirm. As the knocking entity sought to blink behind Li Gaoshou, it suddenly found its spellcasting sluggish. Before it could complete its blink, a blade of chi struck it squarely in the face. From Li Gaoshou's perspective, he could see the text above the mosaic figure, which had been violently injured by the air blade, changed to transform to LV7. Injured knocking entity .IT had been downgraded. Meanwhile, CH and ODN, who had just raised his head after crashing into the adjacent room, caught sight of the scene through the shattered wooden door. A wooden dummy, its eyes glowing red, was wildly swinging a sword, unleashing a barrage of chi blades that mercilessly cleaved through the mosaic figure, causing it to erupt in a haze of red mosaic. The level and status above that mosaic figure were rapidly fluctuating. LV6, LV5, LV4. Injured, severely injured, weakened, near death. Goodness, is Gaoshou this formidable? Has a bug emerged? Only Li Yuan, identified as Li Gaoshou, felt a flush of embarrassment as he observed the escalating costs of the cooldown acceleration. He also noted that his magical power had finally changed, now reduced to 1 point. Fearing he might soon be unable to pay his dormitory rent, he hastily mentioned the cooldown acceleration in the chat box. Oh wow, look at the might of my fireball god cult. CH and ODN was unconcerned about the expenditure of mirror coins. He was more eager for the exhilarating sensation of continuously casting fireballs. However, captivated by the limited interface, he failed to notice a figure that had remained motionless throughout in the house behind him. Chapter 39. The making of the signboard girl. CH and ODN first glanced down at his chest, which had been struck. The ironwood chest that had merely borne scratches from the game's ferocious beasts was now cracked. Simultaneously, the data regarding his health displayed a change. After a full day of struggle, his health, which had remained constant regardless of the player's efforts, had now decreased to 8 points. Previously, upon reaching level 6, he had enhanced his magical power and unlocked the skill module. And even the responsiveness of his avatar seemed to have improved. Yet, the health of the wooden dummy avatar did not increase at all. It appeared to be a fixed value. Now he understood that this health metric represented the extent of the wooden dummy's battle damage. Minor scratches were inconsequential. Only significant damage would result in a loss of health. Outside in the corridor, financially constrained Li Gaoxiu had to cease his consecutive chi blade strikes. At this moment, the knocking entity made no attempt to launch an attack, for it had reached a dead end. Its form had begun to waver, akin to flickering light. Just then, CHNODN, hastily exiting the house, hurled a small fireball. The knocking entity stood motionless, struck by the fireball. Flames erupted, engulfing it in a blaze. In the eyes of the 5 players, a mosaic silently transformed into ashes. Phew, finally done. Ludali exhaled a sigh of relief. Ding. Congratulations to the player for defeating a mysterious monster beyond their level. Experience 30. Earned the first kill achievement. Banisher of Eerie Beings. Experience 20. Reputation 5. Please pay the required mirror coins for skill cooldown in the allotted time, or enforcement will be enacted, Li Gaoxiu joyfully observed as he leveled up to 7. With his magical power increasing to 3 points, he could now learn another skill. Yet, upon seeing the prompt to pay mirror coins, his good mood remained unchanged, having earned this money on the first day. He thought that with a little effort tomorrow, he could break even. Other players also received varying amounts of experience rewards and achievements, though they were still a bit short of leveling up. Immersed in the exhilarating aftermath of battle, they failed to notice a figure silently departing from the house with the shattered door. A blonde woman clad in chainmail and hardened leather armor appeared as if materialized outside the small Demon King city. And the skeleton soldiers outside the door opened the gates for her. The woman walked in with familiarity, quickly arriving at Oda's study, gently knocking on the door. "Come in, Lilith," Oda's voice called. Lilith entered the room. Inside were not only Oda, but also a dozen or so small figures. They appeared to be busy with some tasks. Oda did not raise his head, continuing to tinker with the object in his hands. However, the little ones gradually looked up to greet Lilith. Due to Oda's presence, Lilith responded to the small ones with a touch of humanity, shedding the inorganic indifference she had maintained while outside. Has the rat been dealt with? Oda inquired while still engrossed in his work. The refuse that trespassed into the Master's domain has been eliminated by the Master's warriors, Lilith replied in a cold tone. Oh, are players truly this formidable? Oda was genuinely astonished. His original intention was to provide players with a bit of amusement and excitement, thereby attracting more Thais to work for him and contribute to his splendid life. He envisioned a scenario where Lilith would reap the rewards after the player's defeat, yet he did not anticipate the remarkable performance of the players' avatars. Inexpensive and powerful, they proved to be exceptionally competent cannon fodder. It is conceivable that players could be even more fearsome than the undead army. However, it is unfortunate that, despite the low production cost of wooden puppets, he could currently only recruit 500 players. The reasons for this limitation are twofold. Firstly, there is a constraint imposed by the game system, which requires players to engage more deeply with this world and interfere in its affairs over time. The game system undergoes a mysterious transformation that may unlock additional slots. Secondly, the user bound to the game system also presents a limitation. After all, the game system is merely a golden finger born from the ancient gods crossing, and not a creation of great power. Ultimately, it is constrained by the capabilities of its users. Thus, Oda's current power can only support 500 players. Nevertheless, for now, 500 is sufficient, as Oda has several thousand undead, 3 silver-tier subordinates, and 3 high-ranking subordinates. Silver is not as common as cabbage, and only Oda, this unique demon lord, is capable of mass-producing such formidable beings. Oda eagerly anticipates the arrival of 100 new players the following day. Currently, Oda is working through the night with a group of small skilled craftsmen to hastily create a figurehead. Chapter 40. After the players log off after a thrilling and exhilarating battle, a few players, still lingering in their excitement, conspired to take a stroll outside the village, intending to explore the nocturnal wonders of this alternate world. Suddenly, a game notification interrupted their plans. Ding! The game is about to update. Players are required to log off within the allotted time. The time is... What a buzzkill, complained the orange cat girl in the chat channel. The players, with no other option, returned to their assigned dormitories. And just before the system forcibly logged them off, they willed themselves to click the logout button. As the red light in the puppets' heads faded, it was as if the 5 puppets instantly lost all vitality. Toppling in various poses, some lay on the beds, Others sat awkwardly on simple wooden chairs with their necks askew, while some simply collapsed onto the ground. With the player's departure, the nighttime tranquility of Oda Village was restored. Broken only by the crackling of the firewood in the braziers, the goblins, previously agitated by the sounds of battle, soon returned to their carefree slumber, rolling over in the hay and sinking into a deep sleep. Their discordant snores becoming part of the night in Oda Village. Occasionally, patrolling undead squads braved the light and heat that restrained their skeletal forms, adding firewood to the braziers to maintain their flickering flames. The passage of time in this alternate world is far swifter than in Terra. While the 5 players still savored their gaming experience, the new 100 players awaited their login as they watched the game broadcast. Oda Village welcomed the dawn of a new day, as sunlight pierced through the clouds and mist, enveloping the Demon Lord's village in warmth and radiance. Many goblins, still fast asleep in their haystacks, were roused by the clamor. Some groggy green-skinned dwarfs pushed open the simple wooden doors, only to find a bustling crowd of diminutive native beings energetically constructing new houses at an astonishingly rapid pace. Their efficiency remarkable. They were motivated by the sight of their mighty king standing among the little ones. Reflecting on the king's extraordinary power that had erected Oda Village overnight, building a house seemed a trivial feat. The goblins, whose curiosity towards novel phenomena had been somewhat dulled by their experiences with Oda, were hardly surprised by the occurrence, seizing the opportunity while the overseer had yet to arrive and urged them to tend to their farming duties. They hastily retreated to their abodes, intent on indulging in a brief nap. Oda, having expended a considerable amount of magical energy, utilized earth magic to establish the foundation of a house in the center of the player's dormitory area. This edifice boasted 3 subterranean levels, featuring a high-density architectural structure that contained more demonic power than the small Demon Lord castle. Even a silver-tier powerhouse would find it a daunting task to directly breach or invade the structure with extraordinary strength. For instance, mid to low-tier aberrations and phantoms could not penetrate the earthen walls crafted by Oda. Through adaptive evolution, Oda's magical essence had already acquired remarkable properties capable of counteracting such anomalies. He was exceedingly pleased with this adaptive evolution, which exemplified a classic case of becoming stronger in the face of adversity, brimming with boundless potential. After swiftly creating the foundation, Oda stepped aside, allowing the diminutive craftsmen to commence their renovations. After a flurry of hammering and sawing, the resourceful little artisans completed the construction of a grand house. Before Oda stood the tallest building in Oda Village, 3 stories high, though it appeared to be a fragile wooden structure. In reality, it was a sturdy magical creation of wood encasing earth. Subsequently, several little ones approached Oda, brandishing a pristine plaque. A gentle breeze tousled Oda's dark locks as his golden eyes fixed upon the sign. Eliciting a smile. To his astonishment, the plaque floated up, seemingly defying gravity. Oda's mental energy absorbed the sign and accurately affixed it to the entrance of the new building. In reflective paint, it proclaimed the Oda Savings Center. This hastily constructed building essentially functioned as a bank. Naturally, establishing a bank in a small village might seem excessive. However, players required such a facility as they existed independently within this world, constructing essential functional structures around the players. Though somewhat abstract, was undeniably necessary. Players could store room keys, precious materials, and a staggering amount of mirror coins within this savings center. The official guarantee provided far more security than the players' relatively accessible dormitories, where anyone could come and go freely. Moreover, while adventuring, room keys were easily misplaced or damaged. As for the staff of the savings center, Oda did not intend to employ the industrious native little ones, as they were already stretched thin, often multitasking beyond reasonable limits. Oda could not impose additional burdens upon them. Likewise, the deteriorated primitive beings who had failed their prenatal education were excluded. The undead were also unsuitable. Ultimately, Oda decided to select temporary workers from the second batch of 100 players. Those afflicted with the game system's projection and mysterious suggestions would make for ideal candidates for labor. As working would feel akin to playing a game, their enthusiasm would be assured. Should they lose interest, they could simply resign, as the players would have ample reasons to simulate labor within the game. Furthermore, under the all-encompassing regulations imposed by the game system, players would be incapable of causing significant disturbances, such as exploiting customers, embezzlement, or data errors. As players were not genuinely employed as cashiers, many tasks would be assisted by the game system, such as calculations and record-keeping, which could only be accessed by the players as game information. The working players merely needed to follow the game's instructions to act as porters, earning experience and mirror coin wages. When they tired of work, they could venture into the world of adventure. As Oda reveled in the joy of simulating management, eagerly preparing to welcome new players alongside a group of little craftsmen. A team of carpenters equipped with spare keys and a logistics team arrived at the dormitories where a battle had erupted the previous night. A squad of carpentry artisans, burdened with various tools and components, unlocked 5 houses belonging to players who had logged out and began repairing the wooden avatars of several players. Among them was Gretel, who specifically sought out the orange cat girl's avatar. Deftly adjusting the heavy ironwood puppet and retrieving many tools crafted by her own hands using various monster materials to disassemble and repair the orange cat girl's avatar. Her movements were swift and fluid. The wooden puppet disassembled and reassembled in her hands like building blocks. Suddenly, she paused, gazing at the newly added slots on the puppet, which bore a form reminiscent of a mechanical girl, with a cheerful demeanor. She retrieved a newly crafted component from her backpack and seamlessly installed it into the reserved recesses. Effortlessly completing the repairs, she restored the avatars of the 5 players from their battle-damaged states to pristine, fully functional conditions. The little carpenters then returned the wooden avatars to their original positions, maintaining their previous postures. With light-footed steps, the little craftsmen, burdened with their moderately heavy toolkits and components, exited the dormitory and relocked the doors. Meanwhile, the logistics team was not as swift. They needed to replace the damaged wooden doors and repair the severely damaged floors. Just as Oda seemed to find enjoyment in simulating management, eagerly preparing to welcome new players. The differing flow of time within the Terra network had yet to generate significant traffic in the alternate world, though it had still captured the attention of many netizens, particularly the 5 seasoned players Oda had initially selected, who already possessed a substantial fanbase, were still broadcasting the actual footage of the game through their devices, although the discrepancies in the flow of time were obscured by the powerful mimetic suggestions of the game system. The remarkably authentic visuals of the alternate world created a sensation among the fans, despite their absence. Among this vast fanbase, Oda selected 100 skilled players with unique talents to participate in the second round of testing. They would serve as the vanguard and main force of the Meat Scout Evil God tribe. Oda was confident that 100 players could easily overpower 100 low-level undead and a small squad of mid-level undead. As the players' unexpected performance and combat prowess were already sufficient, the 5-man team could even eliminate aberrations single-handedly. Although this was partly due to the influence of demonic power, nevertheless, recruiting players remained a sound strategy. Ultimately, that unknown tribe was merely a collection of low-tier adversaries in the surrounding forest, while the total combat power possessed by Oda Village was already somewhat overpowered for the Outer Woods. Chapter 41. New players log in a rural area on the outskirts of a certain city. Advanced technological creations were ubiquitous despite the countryside setting. Within a beautifully crafted building resembling a small villa, a young boy was lying in his room, engrossed in watching a video on his computer. The title of the video read Alternate World Update, referring to a game that had been silent for several years, suddenly resurfacing for testing. The video was produced in a rather simplistic manner, starkly contrasting with the polished promotional videos of other fully immersive games on the market, merely showcasing actual gameplay content. However, this raw gameplay footage was sufficient to overshadow any shortcomings in production quality due to its authenticity. Fully immersive games do not rely on the hardware performance of players' gaming devices, as the burden of this aspect falls upon the game developers. Thus, players need only focus on the game's realism, leaving the concerns regarding the developers to the side. Undoubtedly, the boy before the computer screen was an avid fan of fully immersive games, and the realism of the alternate world deeply resonated with him. Without finishing the video, he promptly registered for the testing qualification. As a fan of Li Gao's show, he had seen the gameplay footage and was unperturbed by the game being from Mianbei. He simply hoped to be selected. The developers exhibited remarkable efficiency. The boy assumed the selection process would take some time and resumed watching related videos about the alternate world. Little did he expect that within this short interval, a text message arrived on his phone. The message informed him that he had been chosen to participate in this testing and instructed him to log into the game within the specified time frame. Hooray! Yes. Wow. This is fantastic. The young boy suddenly clenched his fist and leaped joyfully around his bedroom, soon bouncing onto the bed to exuberantly express his delight. However, his raucous antics quickly drew the ire of his family. A humanoid household robot gently rapped on the boy's door, and with a deft motion of its mechanical arm, pushed it open. Its silver-gray head, exuding a sense of avant-garde technology, peered into the room. Equipped with an embedded camera that surveyed the surroundings, After multiple scans confirmed that the young master was unharmed, it silently closed the door once more, having relayed the information to the Guardian's terminal. The boy, accustomed to such occurrences, paid little heed and immediately rummaged for his gaming device. He glanced at the countdown displayed on the Alternate World's official website, realizing that he would soon be able to enter the game. Unable to contain his excitement, he activated the device. Alternate World. Initiating. Connecting. The login interface unfolded. Please log in. Welcome, brave warrior of the Demon King's realm. Game announcement. A new storage center, ODA, has been added, allowing players to securely store dormitory keys, mirror coins, equipment, and other personal belongings. New customization services for the player vessel, the Ironwood Puppet. Introducing the game's mascot, Mysterious Doll of the Monsters. New campaign mission, Shadow of the Evil God. Vessel selection in progress. Vessel loading complete. Before the warrior, Zhanlong, lay a pitch-black void, which was soon pierced by a ray of light. A brand new world materialized before him, resembling the footage from the game's content he had been following. He found himself in a vast warehouse filled with towering shelves, which housed a multitude of wooden puppets. Yet, there were some notable differences. Zhanlong awkwardly maneuvered the wooden puppet to survey its surroundings. As expected, there is no sense of touch. Although he was aware that the current version lacked tactile feedback, a sense of disappointment washed over him. However, he quickly became captivated by the vivid environment. Zhanlong spotted weapons and armor. This was where his spawning point diverged from the live recordings of his peers. The weapons were primitive, a carbonized wooden spear and a wooden shield, both crafted from the same textured material. As Zhanlong focused, two lines of text appeared next to the equipment. Novice equipment, carbonized ironwood spear, excellent. Novice equipment, lacquered ironwood shield, excellent. Indeed, these were novice items, a marked difference from the treatment received by the prior batch of players. Having watched the live recordings, Zhanlong's thoughts prompted the puppet under his control to respond without delay, as if its wooden hands were deftly untying the grass ropes that bound it. With a solid thud, it landed on the ground. Just as Zhanlong reached for the novice equipment beside him, the novice guide belatedly chimed in. Ding! Dear warrior of the alternate world, please untie the grass ropes binding you and proceed to gather outside the warehouse. Grasping the spear and shield, Zhanlong lightly swung the spear and tightened his grip on the shield before making his way towards the door. Along the way, he glanced at the towering shelves surrounding him. Each row reached 3 or 4 levels high, with each tier secured by grass ropes, displaying intricately crafted puppets. However, only the first tier, closest to the ground, housed the novice weapons, and only this tier would serve as the player's vessels. As Zhanlong walked, he noticed more and more puppets with drooping heads suddenly lift their gazes, their glass-like eyes, crafted from mirror stone, glowing red. The warehouse echoed with the sound of thuds as puppets fell to the ground. Zhanlong even spotted a few puppets that, due to their awkward landing positions, toppled over comically. Approaching the warehouse's entrance, Zhanlong encountered the most amusing sight, a puppet entangled in grass ropes, struggling valiantly against its bindings atop a shelf. After a considerable effort, the wooden puppet players, wielding their spears and shields, noticed this outlier, captivated by its comical antics, gradually gathering around the stranded figure. Oh ho! A double delight. What luck is this? Ha! Lou Dolly's legacy continues. I'm dying of laughter. What is happening? How did one get so hopelessly tied up? Could it be the same NPC that bound Lou Dolly's puppet? Hey, who will go help him? How can we assist? These ropes are quite sturdy. Besides, we have no knives. By the way, doesn't this spear seem rather meager? It doesn't even have a spearhead. The player ID ensnared by the stubborn knots of grass ropes was wholly Saonian. But Zhanlong's attention was elsewhere. He discovered something far more intriguing. He could hear the voices of other players, not merely read their words in a chat box. Each voice was distinct, immersing Zhanlong in an experience akin to being amidst a real crowd. This was yet another divergence from the recordings of the first batch of players. Meanwhile, Oda remained in Little Demon King's castle. Showing no intention of welcoming the new players. He preferred to observe the actions of the players through the game system's hosting device. Upon witnessing another player ensnared by the grass ropes, he promptly assigned a task to 5 veteran players who had just logged in and opened their dormitory doors. Ding! Esteemed warrior of the alternate world, please proceed to Puppet Warehouse number 7 to assist the newly inducted warrior in distress. The 5 seasoned players who had just gone online were momentarily taken aback. Then, as if on cue, they made their way towards the bustling warehouse district. In the study, Oda observed every move of the players with keen interest. Feeling quite pleased that none of the newly selected players were absent this time, many players swiftly activated their gaming devices, eagerly awaiting the game's commencement, resulting in nearly 100 newcomers logging in simultaneously. The increase in player numbers, coupled with the presence of the 5 veteran players, slightly enhanced the capabilities of the game system. This enhancement manifested in a change to the player's voice functionalities. Previously, Oda had implemented numerous cost-saving measures, such as a text-only communication system where only special NPCs could hear the player's thoughts, and players could only communicate via text. However, had Oda disregarded costs and resource consumption, the game system's remarkable capabilities could have allowed for wooden figures to be animated, able to see, hear, and even possess a sense of touch. Yet, even after the game system's enhancement, Oda only enabled voice communication among players, without implementing the ability for their voices to be heard by other beings in the game world. Chapter 42. Assault on the Evil God Tribe. Nonetheless, Oda was not entirely miserly. Sensing the peculiar occurrences, he felt compelled to accelerate development to bolster the strength of the new players to this end. He bestowed upon all players a set of foundational skills. These skills were granted upon login, allowing players to engage in combat akin to characters in typical games from the outset. The origins of these skills lay in the combat techniques of battle-hardened warriors from the realm of the undead. Representing extremely practical combat techniques honed through countless trials. In the warehouse district, players emerged from the storeroom, their equipment in tow, greeted first by the somewhat outdated scenery that mirrored the A-game content. They also encountered a primitive gathering of green-skinned onlookers. However, what truly captivated the players was another group. Initially, a cluster of diminutive red-armored warriors drew little surprise, but it was the petite figure standing before them that captured the majority of players' attention. With waist-length black hair glimmering softly and striking red eyes, her porcelain-like face was enchanting. The white gown she wore was adorned with diamond-shaped mirror stones, reflecting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. On her shoulders rested a crimson mantle, while her hands, clad in black gauntlets made of scale armor, peeked out from beneath flowing white sleeves. Her slender legs were likewise enveloped in black leg armor. The expressionless beauty bore a title above her head, LV-28, Advanced, the mysterious puppet of the Demon King, Xiaohong. This was the result of Oda's overnight collaboration with the Little Craftsman to create an iconic character. Infused with a high concentration of the Demon King's power, ancient divine knowledge, and the classical alchemy and engineering of the Jaburi people, the materials used were of exceptional quality, including components derived from the undead silver-hunting lizard and the gold-devouring hunting insect for her skeletal structure and gauntlets. The mirrorstone eyes, hair, and skin were derived from Oda's mimicry, boasting a high degree of realism and sharing the same formidable resistances as Oda himself. The only factor that limited the puppet's level was the use of ironwood materials akin to those of the players. However, this was merely the initial prototype hastily crafted by Oda, with minor imperfections that were inconsequential. Crucially, the puppet was actually controlled by the game system. Its design did not stem from Oda's preferences. Despite its broad appeal, the puppet's likeness had been inspired by the iconic character from the Black gaming console, which also featured a character on its main interface. This character was quite intelligent, but merely served as a figurehead without the power to influence the game system. When Oda sought to introduce an iconic character to attract players to his otherworldly game, he immediately thought of the console's character, Xiaohong. The game system proved to be remarkably adept, capable of achieving numerous feats as long as Oda was willing to invest. For instance, it enabled Xiaohong to manipulate this high-level alchemical puppet. Unlike the player's budget options, this puppet was a genuine alchemical construct, possessing notable combat prowess and agility even without the game's intervention. Thus, the resource consumption for Xiaohong to control this puppet was minimal. As players marveled at Xiaohong's beauty, the elegant figure, standing with her hands gracefully folded, slightly turned her head. Her crimson gaze swept across the crowd of players before she spoke in a melodious and lively voice. Esteemed warriors of the otherworld, welcome to Oda Village. An unknown threat approaches, and now is the time for you to showcase your prowess. Please, adhere to the will of your master and vanquish the foes threatening Oda Village. I, Xiaohong, shall serve as your guide for this adventure. As Xiaohong's words echoed, the players appeared outwardly calm, yet the chat channel erupted into a flurry of activity, with various remarks rapidly refreshing. Sounds reverberated within the players' unique auditory perceptions. Wow. A beautiful girl, a black-haired, red-eyed loli. Strange. This is different from the actual game. Are we starting the fight immediately? Isn't this the character from the PV? Incredible! A boon for XP fans. What are you waiting for? Screenshot it. Indeed, Oda had no intention of allowing the new players to acclimatize to their surroundings. Given the performance exhibited by the first 5 players, he planned to launch an immediate offensive. Thus, during the players' login period, preparations for a small-scale expedition had already commenced in the warehouse district. Ironwood carts pulled by blood cows laden with goods rolled out from the storeroom. Although the ironwood puppets limited the players' level cap and combat capabilities, there was a silver lining. Players did not need to consume food. The carts were filled with spare puppets and novice equipment, essentially making each cart a respawn point for players. Only one cart carried some provisions, designated as sustenance for the Vanguard Wind Wolves. Asli Gao Show and the other 4 veteran players made their way to the warehouse district. They spotted the impressive procession of blood cows pulling enormous carts. Wow, these are new units we haven't seen before, remarked the orange cat girl, gazing in wonder at the massive crimson bulls. Li Gao Show focused on the shadowy figures guiding the blood cows, surprised to read the text above one of their heads. Undead. I thought they would be those little green Lolas, Lu Pao Pao remarked in astonishment. I can hear their voices. Communication will be much easier now. Lu Dali chimed in, moving closer with a sense of admiration. Only Chinibu Outyin was fixated on the orange cat girl, not because of her charming voice, but rather her transformation into a cat girl. With a high degree of freedom, her cat ears and tail swayed with agility, embodying a delightful wooden cat girl. Hey, cat girl, what's up with your ears and tail? Did you get a membership? Chinibu Outyin asked enviously. No, I don't know either, replied the orange cat girl, tilting her head as her wooden cat ears wiggled in response. They even move. Several onlookers were drawn in, and Lu Dali reached out to poke the orange cat girl's cat ear. Due to her lack of tactile sensation, she was unfazed. In truth, the orange cat girl was equally puzzled. Unable to perceive her appearance without touch, and thus unsure of how her form had changed, after a moment of contemplation, she grasped Chinibu Outyin's head and forcibly adjusted it, leaning in close to gaze into his mirror-stone eyes. Through the reflection, she caught a glimpse of her own head's appearance, a cat-eared girl. Whoa, what are you doing? Chinibu Outyin exclaimed. You're quite cute, meow, the orange cat girl purred, accustomed to incorporating meow into her speech as a streamer. Li Gaoshou and the other male streamers had developed considerable immunity to such charm, feeling neither overwhelmed nor awkward. With their experience, they understood that as long as the streamer remained unembarrassed, it was the audience who would feel the discomfort. The 5 continued their light-hearted banter as they arrived at the warehouse district. After being equally astonished by Xiao Hong, they meandered into the storeroom, discovering a fiery young man abandoned amidst the supplies. Resembling a fish ensnared by a grass rope, this fellow was live-streaming, enduring a barrage of playful taunts from his audience. Everyone else is off playing. Guess who's still here? Young man, struggle. There are beautiful girls outside. Move. Why aren't you moving? The fiery youth remained motionless, utterly surrendering to despair. He fixated on the notification in the upper right corner. Detected player encountering irresistible force. Please be patient while awaiting assistance. Players equipped appropriately have been dispatched. Kindly await further developments. Why haven't they arrived yet? He mused. The flowers have wilted. The fiery youth was at a loss for words. He had directly entered the game, yet could only watch other players' live broadcasts on the website. Chapter 43. The Obsidian Tribe. The precise history of the Obsidian Tribe has become untraceable, with their recent centuries' history being gleaned from the accounts of captured humans by the Elder Shaman. Otherwise, the Goblin Tribe, often suffering from cultural discontinuity due to the natural deaths or untimely demises of elder sages, would be utterly oblivious to its own historical legacy among the deteriorated goblin populace. The presence of sagacious thinkers is exceedingly rare, with each tribe boasting no more than a handful. Furthermore, even in the relatively safer periphery of the forest, the average mortality rate among goblins remains alarmingly high. The few thinkers who manage to survive and lead their tribes to endure are truly exceptional. The goblin community persists through the tenacious vitality of individuals and the continual fragmentation into smaller tribes. The elder shaman of the Obsidian Tribe is a prodigy among the deteriorated kin, arguably a mutant exhibiting ancestral traits, who, upon transcending the intermediate stage, acquired wisdom that ranks remarkably high among thinkers. Armed with this wisdom, he has steered the Obsidian Tribe, precariously afloat for countless years, akin to a resilient cockroach, thriving through repeated tribal divisions on the fringes of the perilous forest, experiencing growth in recent decades. Due to its proximity to human territories, the Obsidian tribe frequently engages with adventurers, engaging in a battle of wits and courage. Each victory yields considerable rewards, and over the years, they have amassed hundreds of iron weapons, along with numerous bows and staves. Nevertheless, the tribe primarily relies on sharp stone tools crafted from obsidian, deriving its name from the nearby obsidian deposits. Additionally, owing to their closeness to humans, they possess various female beasts as breeding stock, as well as several female humans. The Obsidian tribe possesses formidable strength, starkly contrasting with other goblin tribes in the surrounding forests. Boasting a total population of 5,000 with robust martial ethics, they stand in stark contrast to the barbaric tribes typically found in the forest's periphery. The emergence of such a mid-sized barbarian tribe near human territories ought to have aroused the apprehension of human powers. Even without sending formidable warriors, one would expect military forces to be dispatched for extermination. Yet, the Obsidian tribe stands proudly in the outer forest, thriving by siphoning resources from the neighboring human villages. In truth, the various inherent shortcomings of the deteriorated goblins, curses deeply rooted in their bloodlines by the gods, have doomed them to a fate of fragility, rendering them akin to flotsam. The elder shaman of the Obsidian tribe, during its initial rise, faced catastrophic calamities brought forth by human adventurers, although he ultimately outsmarted and annihilated this band of adventurers, capturing some of the female humans among them. This battle inflicted severe losses on the tribe, reducing its status to that of a typical goblin tribe. This harrowing experience led the once proud Obsidian shaman, whose wisdom surpassed that of his kin, to confront the stark reality of their weakness and recognize the fearsome nature of humanity. It was within this shattered state of resolve that the Obsidian shaman fell under the influence of the malevolent deity. Kira, the adventurer team that had nearly obliterated the Obsidian tribe were, in fact, devotees of the malevolent gods. The Obsidian goblins grew increasingly intimate with the captured women. The whispers of the malevolent god began to permeate the tribe. The despondent and fearful deteriorated goblins, already burdened by ancestral curses from the malevolent deity, succumbed instantaneously to the corruption inherent in direct contact with the followers of the dark god. By the time the ancient god's shaman recognized this insidious development, it was far too late. Lacking steadfast faith in the ancient deity, he offered little resistance and willingly pledged allegiance to the malevolent god. The perilous forest is steeped in ancient god worship, with most barbarian tribes venerating these deities, leading to the widespread existence of ancient god shamans. Depending on the races involved, the capabilities of the various shamans differ vastly. The ancient gods, existing in a nebulous state between life and death, are often ambiguous, providing minimal aid to their ancient followers and frequently exhibiting severe strictures. As descendants of the goblins, the deteriorated kin are not favored by the ancient gods and are often met with disdain. Consequently, the ancient god shamans of the goblins, heirs to a once magnificent and powerful civilization, stand as the weakest among the barbarian tribes of the perilous forest. Upon completion of their duties, they attain at most the rank of elemental fire magic and rudimentary herbalism and classical medicine. Their most significant spell is the fireball, with a few additional tricks akin to mere parlor tricks. Following the Obsidian tribe's overall shift towards the malevolent deity, the ensuing decades saw the tribe flourish as if guided by divine fate. Under Kira's guidance, the Obsidian tribe consistently seized the opportune moments to strike human villages with minimal cost, deftly evading the retaliatory attacks from formidable human adventurer parties and armies. The elder shaman, Zeiss, awakened from his meditation, his aged, wrinkled green visage revealing a perplexed expression. The malevolent deity had bestowed ominous omens, yet unlike previous instances, the sinister and profound oracles were unequivocal. As a devout follower, Zeiss had always been able to interpret these divine messages accurately. However, this time was different. From the depths of the dark and profound oracle, Zeiss sensed an indistinct yet palpable foreboding, pressing heavily upon his heart, as if calamity loomed, yet he could not discern its origin. Could it be those enigmatic, foreign creatures? Emerging from his meditation chamber, clad in a robe unmistakably influenced by human designs, Zeiss strolled languidly into the heart of the nest. The air was punctuated by the occasional lewd howls. Yet Zeiss paid them no heed. Accustomed to such sounds, he proceeded to summon the various shamans of the tribe's priesthood. placing great importance on the tribe he had toiled for most of his life. Like other goblin tribes, the Obsidian tribe constructed its nest within a vast cavern, establishing dwellings outside the cave to accommodate the excess population, much like the erstwhile Oda village. However, unlike the rudimentary and drafty huts of Oda, the structures of the Obsidian tribe are solid wooden houses and animal skin tents, all reflecting human architectural styles. Surrounding the village is a robust wooden wall, shielding the Obsidian tribe from the mists and beasts beyond. Throughout the tribe, numerous wooden racks and iron braziers serve as illumination, with the smoldering remnants of last night's fires still lingering, casting a warm glow that dispels the encroaching fog. However, recently, some bold entities, undeterred by the flames, have begun to appear. Leaning on his staff, Zeiss observed a group of lowly goblins hauling away bodies, his aged countenance contorting with displeasure. Most of these corpses belonged to low-level goblins, with a few being human women, each death more grotesque than the last. Among them, he even spotted the corpse of a goblin warrior, igniting a surge of rage within Zeiss. "This is outrageous. This is simply intolerable," Zeiss exclaimed, forcefully striking the ground with his staff, leaving deep impressions in the earth. "Damn it, the goblin warriors, unlike the ignorant lowly goblins, hold a position akin to that of the elite in Oda village. They are the elite goblins, the rare intelligent aberrations, and the reserves for ascending to the intermediate stage. The loss of even one is a grievous blow to the tribe." Overwhelmed with frustration, Zeiss made his way to the largest building in the settlement, the site of the Obsidian Priests' Council, where the beast shamans collectively pray to and offer sacrifices to the malevolent deity Kira, serving as both administrative center and temple. The Obsidian priesthood comprises 8 shamans, with Zeiss as the high priest, having attained a rare advanced level among goblins, while the other 7 remain at the intermediate level. Why was there no alarm last night? Upon entering the meeting room, Zeiss's anger erupted as he confronted the assembled shamans, who cowered in response, exchanging glances, unable to provide an explanation. "High priest, we received no alarms last night, nor did we perceive anything amiss." One of the highest-ranking intermediate priests responded with a heavy heart. Shishi let out a resigned sigh, fully aware that no one was to blame, for he too had sensed nothing amiss the previous night. He speculated internally, could the ominous warning from the monarch be referring to the bizarre creature that had mysteriously appeared last night? Long before Oda encountered the vengeful woman, many powerful barbarian tribes in the outer regions had faced these unprecedented monsters. These barbaric tribes, with their severed ancestral ties, were ignorant of what they were dealing with. However, players from the Oda tribe, upon seeing them, would recognize them as the creatures known as the Eerie. In recent days, the Obsidian tribe had suffered several bizarre attacks emerging from the gray mist, each resulting in significant casualties. These incomprehensible monsters resembled phantoms, yet were far more troublesome than mere ghosts. With the presence of high-ranking priests, the Obsidian tribe could dismiss the wandering souls and feeble skeletal undead of the outer regions. Initially, the Obsidian goblin warriors on night watch, along with the intermediate priest, did not take the first monster attack seriously, despite the loss of over a dozen low-level goblins. It wasn't until a goblin warrior, armed with an obsidian weapon blessed by the evil god's priest, launched an assault on the twisted creature and was instantly slain that the intermediate priest began to pay heed, initiating a serious counteroffensive against the monster. However, the outcome of the battle came at a grave cost to the intermediate priest. Had it not been for Shishi's timely rescue, the Obsidian tribe might have lost a valuable intermediate priest. Even so, the creature that attacked the Obsidian tribe merely sustained injuries and fled into the mist, escaping death. In the following days, various unfamiliar monsters continued to launch nighttime assaults, completely disregarding the illuminating fires that burned throughout the night in the Obsidian tribe. Each time, they were repelled by Shishi, who possessed advanced strength, leading all the priests, even managing to slay the weakest of the fleeing monsters. These creatures were exceedingly difficult to kill. Even the weakest among them drained immense energy from Shishi, which was why he would spend entire nights meditating in the stone chamber. Just when it was thought that these monsters would quiet down, an alarming number of tribe members were killed under the cover of darkness. Without alerting any priests to injure or even kill these twisted creatures, ordinary soldiers were utterly ineffective. Only the relentless flames could inflict a modicum of damage that it was only through the obsidian weapons blessed by the evil god's power and priestly spells that effective harm could be dealt. Yet even this damage was diminished. Only high-ranking priests like Shishi, at a tremendous cost, could succeed in slaying the weakest among them. The 8 official priests of the Obsidian tribe gathered in the meeting room to discuss the peculiar attacks. A diminutive figure clad in white stood atop a hill adorned with towering trees, 500 meters away from the Obsidian tribe. This figure quietly observed the Obsidian tribe, resembling a human settlement. The wind rustled through the heights, lifting her pristine gown, adorned with a row of diamond-shaped reflective stones that shimmered with a dazzling spectrum of colors, revealing the menacing black leg armor beneath. This figure was none other than the scout leading the reconnaissance mission, Xiaohong. Xiaohong gently brushed aside her wind-tousled black hair, her crimson eyes, enhanced by reflective stones, scanning the surroundings, sensing the extraordinary aura within a kilometer through the alchemical array inscribed within her doll-like form. Simultaneously, she transmitted everything she observed to the Demon King far away in Oda Village via the game system. The game's mascot within the Black gaming console. Her connection to the system was far more profound than that between players and the system, enabling her to harness greater power. Meanwhile, Oda, who remained indoors in the small Demon King city, was able to experience the benefits of informational reconnaissance firsthand, witnessing the true nature of the evil god tribe. To date, Oda had only encountered 3 barbarian tribes, and this one before her was the most advanced. Though lacking farmland, it resembled a human settlement in many ways. However, none of this mattered to Oda. What she truly cared about was how many native spore goblins this tribe could provide. For goblins that worshipped Kiro were targets that must be eradicated, with her expertise being quite relevant. Oda had specifically inscribed several intermediate skills on Xiaohong's doll through the game system. This way, Oda could finally gauge just how formidable her unused abilities truly were. 7 intermediates. There's even one advanced. Although the unknown tribe's strength seemed trivial compared to Oda Village, in the broader context of the Outer Forest and the average strength of goblin groups in this area, this tribe appeared somewhat out of place. They were too civilized. Such civilization, coupled with the existence of high-ranking goblins, surely attracted the attention of the Eerie, right? Subsequently, Xiaohong indeed sensed the residual power of the Eerie, although the remnants of this power were exceedingly subtle. Xiaohong's doll-like form, implanted with Oda's mimetic hair and skin, responded slightly to the Eerie's presence. Possessing remarkable intelligence, Xiaohong would not overlook such minute details. Under Xiaohong's scrutiny, Oda deemed this tribe a suitable target for attack. Thus making a decision, Xiaohong, let the players commence their assault. As Xiaohong continued to observe the Obsidian tribe, a kilometer away, within the woods, a mixed team of players and Oda's undead lay in wait. Accompanied by 5 robust wind wolves, this distance ensured that they would not be detected by any wandering obsidian goblins, as beasts served as a safe distance from the player's respawn point. While to outsiders, this group of wooden beings appeared exceedingly quiet. Save for the sound of the enormous blood ox chewing grass, the undead were notoriously silent warriors. Furthermore, due to the significant gathering of the undead, there were no birds or insects chirping nearby. Thus, the scene depicted a chilling yet silent tableau, composed of the menacing blood ox demons, the lively yet eerily still hundreds of wooden beings, and the motionless undead skeleton army. In this chaotic assembly, the 5 large dogs, nourished by the small Demon King's city, appeared remarkably elegant. A few wooden maidens tasked with caring for the monsters fed the dogs with jerky, carried by the blood ox. The monsters displayed commendable intelligence. The dogs, having been tamed by the Demon King, recognized these players as their providers and playfully interacted with them. Their adorable antics led several female players to lavish them with jerky, even consuming their still warm reflective coins excessively. Contrarily, within a soundscape only audible to players, a cacophony akin to a spring outing erupted. Li Gaosho, Lu Pao Pao, and the Orange Cat Girl, 5 seasoned players, became the center of attention. Surrounded by numerous new players. Chapter 45. The Duet of Calamity. Everyone is a wooden person. Why are you so out of place? Wow, so cute. Where's the pay-to-win channel? I want to become a cat girl. Big shot, big shot. How do you possess a tetanus blade? Is it a hidden weapon? This battle task hasn't even begun, yet there's already a windfall. How generous. Let the enemy experience the might of the full-strength Demon King army. I want to skip ahead. I want to kill, kill, kill. I report. There's a traitor here. Everyone stay away from him. The more composed Li Gaoshou and Lu Paopao, having experienced the silent world on the first day, found the current raucous atmosphere rather jarring. The five, equipped with full sets of iron weaponry, drew the attention of many players, but the orange cat girl's unique appearance, distinct from the standard machine girls, captivated even more new players. This created a striking effect, elevating her popularity as her follower count surged. At least a dozen streamers were broadcasting her live. Of course, not all players behaved like model citizens. Boasting and banter could no longer satiate their desire for entertainment. Some players began to explore the world, such as examining the physical reactions of trees. Others collected anything that appeared useful, seeking to profit beyond the battle tasks, as these players approached the game with a survival mindset. Additionally, some attempted to stray from the designated area, repeatedly teetering on the edge of rules. Warning: please do not leave the designated area. Warning: penalties for desertion will incur a fine, deducting 20 reflective coins. Warning: you are about to be marked by the system. Please return to the designated area, deducting 30 reflective coins. Warning: amid the increasingly stern admonitions, several players have finally recognized their missteps. It is not fear of monetary penalties that drives them, for in this fully immersive game, many affluent players are even willing to pay for their virtual labor. Nothing can bind the free spirit of the players. Their sole apprehension lies in the possibility of account suspension, a predicament that cannot be alleviated with wealth. The creators of this fully simulated world are not lacking in funds. As the campaign commences, the system registers a savings account for each player and dispenses a handsome sum, 100 mirror coins for every individual. Some players guard this fortune as if it were a treasure, while others have seen their initial windfall evaporate before the battle even begins. For instance, a few female players, having overfed 5 wind wolves, lament, "Oh no, I'm out of money. Me too. Where can I recharge? Let me check." No luck? The demon lord in Oda village observes the swift return of mirror coins with a puzzled expression. Oda has no need for Terra's currency. The creation of mirror coins serves merely to enhance the player's experience and deepen the triadic interaction between players. The system, in this alternate world, thereby augmenting the level of intervention to strengthen the game mechanics. Since players exhibit interest in pets, costumes, and earning money, Oda is keen to develop these services, compelling players to diligently serve this demon lord in exchange for mirror coins. Thus, players chattered excitedly as the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the horizon. The vibrancy of the chat channel diminished, with many boastful players feeling creatively spent. Some even lounged in the grass, cradling their rotund dogs in apathy. Although not much time had elapsed in Terra, this wait in the alternate realm felt interminable. That moment, Lu Dali, accompanied by a few newly recruited underlings, exchanged glances with the Blood Bowl. Suddenly, a petite figure leapt down from the treetops, landing with a resounding thud as the dust settled. The players beheld the long-absent mascot, Xiaohei. "Warriors, it is time to battle." With Xiaohei's melodious voice, the system announced the commencement of the mission. Ding! The campaign mission has officially begun. Players are instructed to slay the red-named enemies alongside their allies. Rewards for this mission include experience points for kills, military achievements, and the opportunity to exchange military honors for mirror coins. Outstanding performers will receive commendations from the Demon Lord and extraordinary weapons. Oh, finally it begins. Though I know not the reason for the fight, or whom we are to battle, I shall slay with abandon. The mission guide has appeared. Charge, brothers. Without a designated leader, players remain strangers to one another, lacking any semblance of organization or clear directives from the system. Thus, the hundreds of players brandishing wooden spears and shields resembled a disorganized mob more than a disciplined army. They surged from the woods towards the Black Obsidian tribe, akin to a rabble. Meanwhile, behind them, 2,000 human skeletons and 1,000 beast skeletons marched in orderly formation, gradually quickening their pace. The 5 players, merely a day more seasoned than the new players, did not rush out blindly. Those unshod were often impulsive, but the 5, having spent an extra day in the alternate realm, had donned their footwear. The quintet engaged in private conversation within their team channel. Xiaohei, I presume that is your name? Li Gaoshou asked, casting an uncertain glance at his companions, though they were popular streamers, not socially inept. The sudden appearance of the mascot left them unsure of how to navigate this role-playing dynamic. Hearing the players' voices, Xiaohei turned her gaze towards them. Brave warriors of the Demon Lord, do you have any inquiries? Finding Xiaohei surprisingly amiable, Li Gaoshou straightforwardly voiced their request. Can we store our weapons? As he spoke, he gestured towards the enormous cart being carried by the Blood Bull, which was adorned with intricately crafted wooden boxes. Ah, I see. The Blood Bull's cart provides storage services, guaranteed by the Demon Lord. Fear not, Xiaohei confirmed, prompting the five to exhale in relief. Splendid. The five proceeded to store their iron weapons and bows. Additionally, purchasing novice gear, which consisted of carbonized spear tips and wooden shields. Upon exiting the woods, they found hundreds of players already embroiled in combat with a throng of diminutive green foes. Are we battling goblins? Aren't we on the same side? Our demon lord is, in fact, a village chief. Engaging in conflict with another village, they mused as they charged into the fray, while the haphazard wooden players clashed with the bewildered goblins beneath the walls of the Black Obsidian tribe. The Undead Legion maintained a disciplined formation behind the players, the skeletal warriors poised with melee weapons. The variety of arms wielded by these skeletons was contingent upon their previous lives and Oda Village's arsenal. With many humanoid undead unable to afford iron weapons, resorting instead to bone weaponry conjured through necromantic magic. However, the skeletal archers boasted superior equipment, uniformly utilizing standard longbows crafted by native artisans, bolstered by the Demon Lord's power. Oda's undead exhibited significantly greater strength than their counterparts of similar rank. They continuously drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows imbued with a chilling aura. Even the standard carbonized wooden arrows proved effective against unarmored targets, inflicting considerable damage. Many lower-tier goblins, having ventured out in search of food, were the first to encounter the players, resulting in a chaotic skirmish. The undead archers dispatched these lower-tier goblins with remarkable efficiency, each arrow finding its mark. Chapter 46. Goblin. Monster, stay away. Though the skirmish was chaotic, the Ironwood puppets' hardware capabilities were evident, their average performance sufficient to leave Oda Village's elite goblins battered and bruised. Even without the assistance of the skeletal archers, a horde of lowly goblins struggled to contend with the Ironwood puppets controlled by players. The player, named Zhanlong, witnessed a rather timid female player besieged by 4 or 5 ugly green-skinned goblins. The beleaguered player, perhaps overwhelmed by the realism of the situation, instinctively curled into a defensive posture, despite feeling no pain. The goblins, wielding clubs and stone axes, pounded upon her relentlessly. However, strength is reciprocal. The goblins soon found their arms trembling from exertion. Gasping for breath, the female player, initially perplexed by the chipped exterior of her puppet, noticed her health bar remained intact, and glanced at the exhausted goblins surrounding her, realizing the vulnerability of these grotesque figures clad in animal skins. She summoned her courage, and the eyes of her puppet, crafted from mirror stones, glowed with fervor. The once crouching wooden puppet slowly rose, towering over the goblins, casting a shadow that instilled fear in the cowardly creatures. As the goblins recognized their inability to inflict meaningful damage, they shrieked in alarm and fled. Don't run. This must be it. Throw. A sweet voice echoed in the private channel only audible to players. The female player's puppet executed a throwing motion akin to a seasoned warrior, hurling the spear with precision. The spear whistled through the air, striking true and piercing the fastest fleeing goblin. The female player then pursued the remaining goblins, but in her haste, she collided with one, inadvertently slaying it. In the ensuing chaos, her puppet engaged in a bumper car-style melee with other players' puppets, the wooden figures colliding with resounding thuds, showcasing the durability of the ironwood. Observing the battlefield, Zhanlong noted numerous such blunders, reflecting the chaotic nature of the players, akin to a disorganized mob. Had a flesh and blood individual been in their place, would they not have been reduced to pulp by the lowly goblins? The werewolf harbors a distinct aversion to the brutal confrontations involving cold weaponry, for his inclinations lean towards the more violent nature of firearms. Fortunately, this latest update has introduced fundamental skills to aid combat, allowing players to adeptly wield all manner of weaponry. For instance, with a spear and shield in hand, the werewolf finds 2 skills, named Throw and Shield Bash, appearing in the lower right corner of his field of vision. These skills are strikingly realistic, devoid of flamboyant maneuvers or ostentatious sound and light effects. By employing these skills, players can exhibit combat techniques akin to those of seasoned warriors, a devoted gamer. The werewolf is particularly enamored with replicating epic-defining weaponry capable of delivering firepower from a distance within this hyper-realistic game. While efficiently dispatching errant goblins with his fundamental skills, he resolves that, given the game's authenticity, he must procure genuine firearms, as the heat weapons he previously crafted in other hyper-realistic games fell short of his expectations. Even in sci-fi-themed hyper-realistic games, the heat weapons or similar contraptions produced are abstract and lack substance, rendering them disappointingly unrealistic. The village gates were soon breached by this ragtag band of players, accomplishing the feat in a mere 15 minutes. The werewolf delivered a powerful blow to the head of a lowly goblin with his ironwood fist, the overwhelming force transforming the goblin's prominent Mediterranean cranium into a concave basin. With the notification of Goblin Kill 10 experience, 20 merit ringing in his ears, the werewolf disregarded the system prompt and followed the throng into the village. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a group of hastily arriving obsidian warriors. These stout, green-skinned diminutive figures stood in stark contrast to the frail goblins outside the village, clad in iron helmets and a variety of armor, some in leather, others in iron, and even chainmail. Each wielded an obsidian weapon emanating a foreboding aura. While players could not perceive this aura, they could certainly see the effects shimmering on the surface of the obsidian weapons. "Brothers, I want that dark weapon," exclaimed some players, their greed ignited upon witnessing the extravagant armaments far superior to their own novice gear. With eyes ablaze, they charged recklessly towards the obsidian warriors, a goblin tribe that had developed far beyond the quaint Oda village. Their combat prowess had significantly eclipsed most goblin tribes in the surrounding forests. The strength of the obsidian warriors surpassed even that of the Oda goblins equipped with bloodhide armor. The thrown ironwood spear from the fastest player ricocheted harmlessly off the armor of an obsidian warrior. The warriors raised their sharp, black stone axes to strike down the incoming wooden figures. Some quick-reacting players raised wooden shields in an attempt to defend themselves. Yet the flimsy ironwood shields were cleaved open by the wickedly blessed axes of the dark deity. The player at the forefront was sent flying backwards, followed in quick succession by the second and third, as players were repeatedly knocked away by the obsidian warriors. No. How are they so strong? Aren't they low-level monsters? The astonished cries of players echoed in the werewolf's ears, surged forward by the throng. He too was taken aback, only to quickly realize that many of those sent flying simply bounced back up, continuing their frenzied assaults. The unfolding scenario mirrored previous encounters. Players exhibited no signs of fatigue, nor did they feel pain. Even those who had fingers severed or limbs cleaved by the sharp black axes remained undeterred in their fighting spirit. Not far away, Xiaohei stood atop the towering ancient tree's crown, observing the battlefield. Oda was also monitoring the skirmish through the system, noting the elite goblin warriors akin to the scarecrow and recognizing the dark aura emanating from their obsidian weapons. Oda's demonic form abhorred such an aura. As he was exceedingly familiar with the essence of foreign deities, he soon concluded that this was merely an ordinary tribe corrupted by dark forces, one that had not garnered much attention from the deity Jacola. Thus, he felt no divine gaze upon him, as a demon who had undergone scrutiny from 666 ancient gods and attended various divine tutorial sessions. Oda's understanding of the divine far surpassed that of It was a certainty. Xiaohei, send forth the undead. It is time to conclude this. Oda was confident that no taint of the dark deity would manifest, allowing him to boldly showcase the might of Oda village. Although he could remotely command the undead, such labor-intensive tasks were best delegated to subordinates. Xiaohei, possessing the most formidable computational abilities in Oda village, was ideally suited for the role of commander. The battle at the village entrance seemed to stretch on for ages, yet it transpired in a flash. The greater the output, the quicker the consumption. Players found themselves utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the obsidian warriors, who, blessed by the sacrifices, soon began to falter, their strength waning. The players' combat skills were woefully inadequate, once detached from their fundamental techniques. Their true abilities aligned more closely with that of ordinary goblins. However, the players proved exceptionally difficult to kill. They were a relentless force. The obsidian warriors, capable of evenly matching human adventurers of the same level and even triumphing over them, now found themselves in a state of utter frustration. These unfamiliar humanoid monsters were terrifying, They could not discern any apparent weaknesses. Only by completely obliterating this laborious approach could they hope to vanquish these wooden foes. Despite several waves of reinforcements from the Obsidian warriors, their plight became increasingly dire as they began to retreat under the relentless assault of the players. During this time, over 30 Obsidian warriors fell victim to the players' relentless attacks, their armor unable to protect them from piercing strikes, transforming the Goblin warriors into bloodied pincushions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, victory appeared to favor the players. However, this situation swiftly reversed with the emergence of a mid-level priest. Once a bane to the Obsidian warriors, the ironwood bodies now crumbled effortlessly under the priest's spells, rapidly decaying and splintering into a flurry of wood shavings, with a single strike from the priest. A player was downed. Damn, are mid-level monsters this powerful? What the hell? How do we fight this? What are we afraid of? Revive brothers, quickly, let us overwhelm him. Do not hesitate to spend your mirror coins. We are not short on funds. Currently, the cost of revival was based on the materials of the ironwood vessel, which was quite inexpensive. Players had managed to accumulate military merit, making the revival fees a mere trifle. The unfortunate soul who fell to the mid-level priest's wrath was none other than the werewolf. In a nearby grove, within the enormous cargo box pulled by the blood cow, a multitude of wooden figures stood silently lined up. Suddenly, one of the wooden figures emitted a red glow from its mirror stone eyes. Rising as if animated, a line of green text gradually materialized above its head. LV6. Werewolf. The werewolf emerged from the cargo box and approached another cart laden with weapons, purchasing a new set of novice gear through the system. Other players were similarly engaged in the same actions, and the number of revived players continued to swell. Damn, this is madness. Is that guy a mini-boss? Let us go. I've leveled up, and I have skills now. I leveled up too. What skill should I choose? Of course, fireball. I'm choosing swordsmanship. Do you even have a sword, you scrub? Just because you don't have one doesn't mean you can't choose swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is so cool. Look, this twig resembles a holy sword, doesn't it? The werewolf paid no heed to the raucous chatter around him, for he too had leveled up and promptly selected alchemy. Having watched videos from the 5 great masters, he had already familiarized himself with the current skill tree. Thus he resolved to pursue firearms within this alternate world by choosing alchemy. Moreover, even if it were not for the purpose of crafting firearms, alchemy was an essential skill for any devoted gamer. According to the official PV video, the mascot was a product of alchemy, a dedicated gamer. The prospect of creating his own alchemical beauty doll was simply exhilarating. If not for his parents' disapproval, he would have long since ordered a custom beauty skin for the robot at home. At this moment, the intermediate goblin priest, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Despite his considerable strength, he was, after all, merely an intermediate-level foe, while the players numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, he failed to notice that the total count of wooden beings had not diminished at all. The priestly order had initially concealed themselves, waiting for the opportune moment, believing that the Obsidian warrior corps could easily handle these low-tier, low-magic wooden creatures. However, as a seasoned high-level warrior, CC sensed that there were equally formidable enemies lurking outside the tribe. This made him hesitant to act recklessly, fearing that vanquishing these insignificant foes might waste too much energy, which could then be exploited by the enemy. Yet, the priestly order had miscalculated. Although the players possessed only 1 or 2 points of magic, the power they wielded was that of the Demon King, its might immeasurable. Moreover, it was the system's power that compelled the players into action, defying conventional understanding, coupled with the resilient properties of the ironwood material. The players proved to be as troublesome as the undead of Oda. Thus, when the Obsidian warrior corps, still categorized as ordinary beings, began to retreat and suffered significant casualties, it marked an unprecedented crisis for them. While the death of a few low-level goblins could be tolerated, the priestly order could not bear the heavy losses inflicted upon the warrior corps. Consequently, they dispatched an intermediate priest to stabilize the situation. While the entire priestly order remained on guard against unseen foes, however, they were oblivious to the true nature of their adversaries. They were engaged in combat against an army of the Demon King, a fearsome force composed of 2 types of calamities. In the heart of the battlefield, the intermediate goblin priest surveyed the dark wall of wooden beings before him, his already green visage growing even more pallid, summoning what little magic he had left. He uttered a brief incantation, sweeping his staff in a hasty motion. Corrosive touch. A thick tendril of black mist lashed out, striking a row of players. Amidst the debris of splintered wood, the intermediate priest quickly sought refuge within the ranks of the warriors, intending to signal for a replacement from the other intermediate priests. Yet, before he could issue the signal, a chilling presence enveloped him. This was soon followed by the ominous sound of piercing air. Thud. The intermediate goblin priest's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his thick-skinned chest armor, now pierced by a bone spear, blood staining the priestly garb beneath. He lifted his gaze to utter a word, but was instead choked by the blood surging from his mouth, ultimately collapsing within the ranks of the terrified warriors. Caw. Caw. Subtitle. Beware, it's arrows. The warriors, unable to accept the horrifying reality of their priest's demise, were soon bombarded by a rain of arrows. Although these wooden projectiles lacked arrowheads and could inflict minimal damage upon the armored obsidian warriors, they exacerbated the chaos among them. Caw. 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 Subtitle. Monsters. Monsters. Endless monsters. Flee. Flee. The bewildered players quickly became aware of the situation behind them, that a regiment of skeletal soldiers, arranged in a professional formation, pushed through the disordered players and charged towards the goblin ranks. Leading the charge were fully equipped skeletons, their weapons emanating a chilling glow of necromantic magic. These were intermediate undead, 15 intermediate Oda undead, 5 of whom had been mages in life. The icy bone spears, akin to giant bolts from a crossbow, were unleashed by the skeletal mages, and with a single strike, 5 goblin warriors were skewered in a gruesome display. Possessing magic power commensurate with intermediate levels, the Oda undead unleashed spells one after another, creating a series of impaled goblins before the melee undead engaged in close combat. The wails of the goblins turned into a cacophony that shattered the morale of the warrior corps, who began to flee towards the heart of the tribe, seeking solace from the great high priest Sisi. However, before the intermediate skeletal swordsmen, their speed of retreat resembled that of a tortoise. The skeletal swordsmen cut down goblins with ease. As if slicing through vegetables, the skeletal mages advanced at a slightly slower pace, surveying the battlefield littered with corpses. Had it not been for the Demon King's need for the active corpses of these goblins, the skeletal mages would have followed the tactics imparted by Oda, raising the fallen goblins to swiftly bolster their ranks of the undead. At this juncture, Sisi could no longer restrain himself. The entire priestly order was mobilized. He could no longer afford to seek out the lurking high-level foe. The Obsidian tribe was in dire straits. Even if it meant incurring some costs, he would cleanse these detestable enemies. As a devout follower of the evil deity, he possessed numerous forbidden methods to turn the tide, and he held confidence in overcoming adversaries of equal standing. Previously, he had hesitated at the thought of the costs associated with acquiring extraordinary power. But now he found himself devoid of such reservations. Becoming a follower of the evil deity was an inevitability. Whether sooner or later, Sisi's aged green visage bore a fierce glare towards the wooden beings and undead that had invaded his tribe. You have forced my hand. Chapter 47. The doll girl takes the field. Due to the player's inability to communicate verbally, most undead had little need for speech, resulting in a chilling silence on the battlefield as the attackers advanced. The shrieks of the goblins echoed throughout the Obsidian tribe. Crimson blood seeped into the earth of the village. A silent skeletal soldier pierced through the heart of a goblin warrior who had lost the will to fight. The bone spear shattering the subpar iron armor. The combat prowess of the Oda's skeletal soldiers far surpassed that of the players at this stage. The iron armor that could deflect wooden spears crumbled before them like paper. However, donning armor was not without merit. At least the goblin warrior, impaled through the abdomen by the bone spear and hoisted aloft by the undead, did not suffer a fatal wound, still writhing in agony upon the spear. The skeletal soldier paid no heed to his struggles, its hollow eye sockets, ablaze with green soul fire, silently observing the goblin. Then the bone spear came crashing down. Thud. The goblin, armor and all, was forcefully slammed to the ground, unable to even emit a cry before falling silent. The skeleton extracted the bone spear embedded deep within the goblin's body, showing no hesitation as it pursued the other fleeing goblins. Thousands of skeletal soldiers were engaged in the same relentless pursuit. While countless skeletal beasts infiltrated the nooks and crannies of the Obsidian tribe, dragging out hidden goblins to their demise. Some goblins were even torn apart by 4 or 5 wolf-like skeletons. The battle quickly devolved into a one-sided massacre, the scene drenched in blood. Some players, lacking self-awareness of their endurance, watched the feral slaughter of the beastly skeletons while adjusting the opacity of the system's mosaic filter. Unlike the swift and efficient combat of the human skeletons, the battle of the beastly skeletons was imbued with primal savagery and brutality. Limbs flew, entrails splattered, and blood painted the ground, far more horrific and nauseating than a slaughterhouse. Many players who manually adjusted the mosaic filter found themselves involuntarily retching in reality. The consequence in the alternate world was that most players with high mosaic settings appeared dazed and stunned, while a portion of players controlling dolls suddenly lost their vitality, the red glow in their mirrored stone eyes dimming rapidly, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground like true puppets. This was the result of the players who had vomited being forcibly logged out. Among them was the Wolf Warrior, who had once boasted of his fondness for dragons. This moment, the Wolf Warrior was being tended to by a housekeeping robot. Cleaning the remnants of his vomit, the robot cleared away the soiled bedding. The Wolf Warrior eagerly grabbed his freshly cleaned gaming device and re-entered the game. However, when the doll he controlled rose again, it was not to witness a victorious scene. The undead were retreating in an orderly manner, while the players were fully immersed in their roles as fleeing soldiers, running chaotically from the village. The Wolf Warrior was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Unsure of the situation, wooden beings brushed past him. "Brother, run! The boss has appeared," shouted a player with the ID Inverted Heaven Runner, pulling him along. "Run? Why? We should fight him," the Wolf Warrior instinctively retorted. The Inverted Heaven Runner showed no intention of stopping. Only a distant voice replied, "That guy is level 29. Level. After a moment of contemplation, the seasoned warrior, known as Jean Long, disregarded the shabby equipment of the novice beside him and swiftly turned to fleet. As he pivoted, he caught a fleeting glimpse of crimson letters in the distance. LV-29, Advanced. Obsidian, although he could not discern the name that followed. The glaring level of 29 was unmistakable. The players were not intimidated by a mere game boss. Rather, they deemed the encounter unworthy. Most players would not engage in a game that offered no chance of victory while also risking financial loss. Particularly for Jean Long, who had his own plans for growth and development, he was unwilling to squander his initial funds on a single boss. However, there were indeed reckless affluent players, or perhaps those indifferent to the expenditure of coins in the game. For them, gaming was a pursuit of relentless slaughter, a quest for exhilarating battles. These individuals rallied together, over 100 ironwood puppets charging forth, only to be obliterated in an instant. There was no experience to be gained. After reviving and charging 3 times, they found the boss showing no signs of weakening, and thus they retreated, the rear ranks of the Oda side in relief, narrowly avoiding a depletion of their puppet stock due to the reckless consumption by this group of players. Suspended in midair, the entity known as CC surveyed the surroundings with a fierce glare, enveloped in a swirling mass of dark, fog-like magical energy. Though advanced transcendent beings could not fly, they could temporarily hover in place. Below, the priestly order and the mid-tier undead squad of Oda were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although the malevolent sorcery of the evil god was treacherous and unpredictable, leading to many unexpected outcomes in battles between the obsidian priests and human adventurers. The inherent malevolence of the undead was itself a formidable dark sorcery. The priest's various vile traits proved useless against the powerful Oda undead. In fact, the chilling aura of the mid-tier Oda undead often eroded the vitality of the living priests. Logically, the battle between the mid-tier Oda undead and the obsidian priests should have been one of overwhelming dominance. Yet, the Oda undead had to intermittently evade attacks from CC, preventing them from fighting at full strength. Suddenly, a leaping skeleton swordsman, attempting to evade, was inadvertently struck by CC's divine magic. The black mist emanating from CC coalesced and exploded upon contact, transforming into a mass of writhing tendrils. These grotesque appendages, sharp-toothed and menacing, swiftly ensnared the skeleton swordsman. The sound of bones cracking under pressure echoed as the swordsman struggled against the constriction. In a moment of desperation, the swordsman unleashed his most potent undead magic. Akin to the detonation of a high-explosive grenade, the shockwave erupted with a deafening roar. However, the chasm of disparity in strength was insurmountable. The black tendrils weakened significantly, yet still clung tightly to the skeleton swordsman. A look of astonishment crossed CC's ancient green visage. Impossible. A mere mid-tier undead could disrupt my divine magic. Just as Cece prepared to amplify his magical output to eradicate these undead, an intense sense of foreboding surged within him. Instinctively, he stirred the magic within him, activating a passive divine spell that a barrier of black mist materialized, enveloping him as he rapidly descended into that moment. A blinding flash erupted from the treetops outside the village, followed by a searing column of flames, striking towards him like a beam of light. The fiery column narrowly missed Cece, and his previously grim face was now etched with shock, sweat soaking through his robe. His gnarled, aged wrist tightened around his staff as he gazed in horror at the black mist shield that had been partially vaporized and melted away. Suddenly, he realized that he had lost connection with the divine magic that had ensnared the mid-tier undead. He looked down in alarm. The skeleton swordsman, now riddled with cracks across its skeletal frame, had rejoined the fray against the priestly order, while the black mist tendrils had vanished without a trace. Standing in place was a diminutive figure clad in a white dress. Cece's pupils constricted. When did this happen? For the first time in decades, he encountered such a bizarre battle, with an overwhelming number of unexpected events unfolding. He still remained oblivious to the identity of the force assaulting the tribe. This was certainly not the human adventurer's army. Could it be a power from the depths of the forest sea? Meanwhile, players lurking at the edge of the battlefield witnessed this scene unfold. That it's the puppet sister. Yes, we have advanced combat power too. Did anyone see Little Black's movements? I couldn't see clearly. I recorded it. I recorded everything. I just logged off and slowed the playback to 5 times to finally catch Little Sister's actions. We're set. We're set. Hey, do you think we can snag a bargain? Wow, an advanced boss. There can't be many in Oda Village, right? If we snag this kill, won't we instantly level up to mid-tier? Leveling up is nothing. The rewards and military merits are the real prizes. Little Black could hear the players' voices, but she chose to ignore them, maintaining the formulaic smile programmed into her. She gazed intently at the floating goblin elder in the distance. The elder, on high alert against the sudden appearance of Little Black, had no time to spare for the priestly order being overwhelmed by the mid-tier skeletons below. He sensed an overwhelming threat of death, akin to the foreboding he had previously felt from countless despairing adventurers and abducted humans. For the first time, he experienced this ominous premonition with such intensity from within himself that it was unfamiliar to that moment. Little Black leisurely and elegantly unfastened a black mask from her waist belt and placed it upon her face. The sinister mask, resembling the visage of a lizard, seemed to come alive with the sound of clicking mechanisms. The interlocking dark fangs slowly opened, and her previously closed eyes synchronized to reveal a bright red glow emanating from the gaping maw and sharp eyes. Little Black lifted her lizard-like head, her obsidian hair flowing as if caught in an unseen breeze, her glowing red eyes fixated intently on the green-skinned elder, with a slender right leg clad in armor. She forcefully stomped the ground, shattering it as though struck by a massive drill. She slightly bent her body, her hands, resembling lizard claws adorned with dark gauntlets, gradually extended. Combat mode activated. Boom. Fragments of rock flew as a crater was left in her wake, and Little Black's figure became a blur. The rainbow-reflecting gems on her dress left behind a trail of vibrant colors in the air. Damn it. Sensing an immense crisis, Cece hastily cast multiple layers of black mist shields, frantically stacking them, but he realized he could not keep pace with her speed. Chapter 48. This is the strength of the mascot. As Cece layered 4 shields of black mist, transforming himself into a floating black sphere in midair. He anticipated a fierce impact that never came. The puppet girl, trailing a rainbow afterimage, halted just below the dark sphere at this moment. The petite girl, resembling a fearsome beast, radiated a terrifying magical aura from her slender form. Fiery breath, flame projection, light emission, emotionless, a triple female electronic voice resonated at a torrent of magical energy surged toward Little Black's head and hands. Finally, Cece, encased in his stacked shields, reacted as he sensed the astonishing magical fluctuations below. This was an attack far exceeding that of advanced transcendent beings. If struck, the consequences were unimaginable. Yet, it was too late. The puppet girl's casting speed defied logic. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding light erupted from the puppet girl's head and the palms of her outstretched hands. 3 radiant pillars of light sliced through the heavens, erupting from the puppet's center. The air, reverberating with the explosive force, swept through the village's dwellings like a tempest. The puppet girl was propelled backward by the immense recoil, her dark leg armor carving deep furrows into the ground. Everyone on the battlefield witnessed the three dazzling pillars of light. A dreadful, piercing wail erupted from the elder goblin in mid-air. Ah, ah, ah. The wailing echoed like that of a living pig seared by flames, sending chills down the spine. A wave of scorching heat swept through the entire village, plunging it into the depths of a great furnace. The massive black sphere, struck directly by three beams of light, was reduced to nothingness. The rays dissipated. A charred, carbonized body fell amidst the ruins of the devastated houses. Xiao Hei's eyes, glowing with a fierce crimson light, gazed upon the now lifeless figure of Shishi. Resembling a piece of charcoal, despite being hit by a magical force potent enough to vaporize flesh and blood, he had not succumbed to death. With her keen senses, Xiao Hei detected a flicker of life still pulsating within the charred remains. This outcome diverged from her calculations, prompting her to maintain her combat stance. Meanwhile, the stunned onlookers, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, reveled in the spectacle of a reality-defying performance, their hearts racing with excitement. Hey, did you see that? The shopkeeper is incredible. That boss is clearly not meant for us to defeat. It's part of the storyline. Those who rushed in and got obliterated truly suffered a loss. Didn't they? But isn't the essence of a fully immersive game all about participation? Huh? Brothers, what an opportunity. Why whisper? Speak up. Holy smokes, the boss isn't dead. Hurry and strike. Ha, the kill is mine, from the player's perspective. The ominous red name above the seemingly lifeless charcoal figure remained strikingly vivid, indicating that the boss had not perished. The players, driven by a fervent sense of action and lacking organizational discipline, were quick to act. A level 6 player brandished a branch resembling a sword, unleashing a blade of air towards Shishi's position. Others hurled fireballs into the fray. Xiao Hei did not intervene to restrain the players. Instead, she quietly gathered her energy, perhaps provoked by the players' feeble attacks or stung by the forced damage imbued with the power of the demon lord. Shishi began to convulse violently as carbonized matter splattered around him. Just as Xiao Hei prepared to strike, a blood-soaked mid-level priest disregarded the skeletal swordsman's assault and charged toward the doll-like girl. Long live Lord Jakila! Soul-devouring curse. The goblin's already grotesque green face grew even more terrifying. The priest, chanting a vile incantation, gripped a dagger saturated with despair and the curse of soul consumption. This curse, ineffective against high-ranking beings when cast by a mid-level priest, was intended solely to torment the weak. Nevertheless, even a slight effect was deemed worthwhile, as the mid-level priest aimed to buy time for the high priest. However, Xiao Hei, lacking a soul and possessing an elevated status as the shopkeeper of a mysterious game system, remained unfazed in her combat form. Exuding a fierce aura, she paid no mind to the charging mid-level priest. Instead, she commanded the skeletal swordsman to abandon the chase and instead besiege the remaining goblin priests. Xiao Hei's master, Oda, was a bane to goblins, a goblin slayer capable of executing precise strikes against them. No goblin could survive close combat with the demon lord Oda. This characteristic had been transferred to Xiao Hei's framework through the game system. The rapidly advancing goblin priest, caught up in his fervor, failed to notice Xiao Hei's indifference and was oblivious to the surrounding details. Closer, closer, almost there. Wait, the priest saw his own body in his fading vision. He belatedly realized he was collapsing to the ground. Losing balance, he was dead, his eyes flooded with crimson as blood gushed from his neck. Xiao Hei effortlessly brought her hand down like a blade, her movements precise and swift like that of a finely tuned industrial robotic arm. The mid-level priest's life was extinguished as easily as crushing an ant, had the enemy been of another race. Oda might have needed to exert more effort. However, facing goblins was within his expertise. The Odavaya model of the Demon Lord was designed specifically as a vanguard for the physical eradication of the once rampant degraded goblins. Despite their current plight, they had once basked in glory, albeit at the expense of the descendants of the ancient god civilizations and the newly emerged god civilizations. Oda possessed considerable knowledge of the evil gods, a group loathed by the ancient gods seeking their annihilation and marginalized by the new gods. They were the terrorists of the divine realm. The new gods held no power over these wicked kin, but the ancient gods would strike with a heavy hand. The ancient gods not only had records of resurrecting and slaying evil gods, but also developed specialized demon lord models aimed at goblins, effectively quelling their rampant existence and reducing them to mere fodder. Regrettably, in later stages, the ancient gods became somewhat deranged due to their non-alive, unknowable circumstances and failed to revive the Grubrians or native species. The subsequent production of demon lord factions also fell into a state of madness until Oda arrived. Oda, a demon lord unclouded by thoughts of exterminating goblins, a mutated demon lord impervious to the ancient gods' whispers. Originally, Oda intended to install the magical eye capable of instantly slaying goblins into Xiaohei's doll, ensuring absolute certainty in combat as long as the opponent was a goblin, even with formidable hidden tactics. They would be no match for such an overwhelming demon lord army, allowing Xiaohei to unleash the magical eye for a swift victory. Unfortunately, the golden eye possessed a singularity, a bound equipment exclusive to the Oda Via model. Upon extracting the golden eye, it disintegrated into ash, only to regenerate within Oda in less than a second. Although lacking the golden eye, Xiaohei's combat prowess was that of an invincible warrior of high rank. Besides amassing a plethora of powerful monster materials, Oda had replicated the skills of two formidable silver undead into the doll that at this moment, Oda was channeling magical energy to Xiaohei through the game console. Should a silver adversary compete with Xiaohei in terms of magical power, it was entirely plausible to exhaust the silver powerhouse. Xiaohei sensed a malignant aura emerging from the decaying remains of Shisi. She promptly dismissed her previous offensive strategy and began to accumulate energy. Great, Lord Jakila, the humble. Me here. Here. A hoarse, decayed voice emanated from the charcoal. Sacrifice. As the elderly voice roared, a sudden change occurred. The defeated priests, on the brink of execution, who had been battered by the skeletal swordsman, heard this proclamation. Their eyes turned blood red, as if experiencing a moment of revelation, and they collectively shouted, "Sacrifice! Sacrifice!" except for the priest beheaded by Xiaohei. Every goblin priest, including Shisi, was enveloped in a dark, malevolent mist. Beneath the veil of darkness, their flesh writhed rapidly. Roar! Roar! The priests began with anguished cries, eventually devolving into incomprehensible roars. Ding! Final phase of the battle. All players are free to attack the evil god priests. Additional rewards will be distributed based on output after the battle. Xiaohei possessed the authority to autonomously assign system tasks, a privilege that enabled her to better command the players, faced with the grotesque amalgamation of flesh and tentacles before her. She remained impassive, merely directing the players to hold them off, while simultaneously issuing a retreat command to all undead as the players charged toward the 7 grotesque monsters. Thousands of undead methodically retreated from the battlefield, carrying goblin corpses in the opposite direction. Are we fighting the Phase 2 boss? Respect the rules. I'm level 6 now. It's time to showcase the power of my investment. Brothers, I'm Li Gaoshou. As long as the currency is sufficient, let the boss experience the taste of overwhelming firepower. After a fierce battle, novice players generally ascended to level 6, acquiring an extraordinary skill, even with lifestyle skill users like the Warwolf among them. A significant number of combat players still opted for offensive skills. The recently transformed and disoriented Sith immediately sensed the increasingly potent magical aura emanating from the puppet girl. He was struck with the realization that an attack far more terrifying than the 3 fiery pillars that had previously left him incapacitated was imminent. As he contemplated reciting the malevolent incantations of Jakala to unleash a blasphemous and obscure assault to interrupt the puppet girl's energy accumulation, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, instilling a fleeting confidence to confront this fearsome humanoid monstrosity. Yet, this power was ephemeral and illusory. Ultimately, he would lose everything. The thought of his life nearing its end, even if he were to survive, left him as nothing but a husk, no different from death itself in the abyssal forest. Contemplating these grim realities, Sith's grotesquely contorted visage, now a twisted mass of flesh, mirrored the shape of a chrysanthemum. Perhaps his way of expressing extreme rage and loathing. Dark, distorted, destructive, great Jakala, smack. A small fireball interrupted his incantation. Though his body was warped and deformed, his mind remained astonishingly lucid. However, he would have preferred to be lost in a dream, transformed into a truly blind and foolish monster. Why? Why was he being interrupted by such a feeble spell? Unbeknownst to him, while his consciousness waned, he had been relentlessly struck by sporadic skills. Sith felt waves of magical energy crescendoing, each surge undermining his confidence in victory. The lifeless humanoid monster was accumulating an astonishing amount of magical power. Ignoring the player's distractions, he acutely felt the urgency of time and attempted to summon a powerful divine spell once more. Fearing another interruption, he began to chant his prayers while charging forward. His deformed limbs whipped through the air, creating a gust as they struck towards the puppet girl if divine magic failed him. Then the power summoned through sacrifice possessed formidable melee capabilities that he had to disrupt the monster's spellcasting. Whoosh, whoosh, smack, bang, clang, pain. A relentless barrage of pain assailed Sith. What was happening? In that moment, he felt as though he was under attack from an entire battalion of mages. Though weak, these attacks bore some bizarre properties, their cumulative damage escalating endlessly, seemingly unceasing. A flurry of small fireballs, dense sword energies, and numerous ice spikes and earth shards assaulted him. An incomprehensible phenomenon unfolded as his body grew sluggish. And he found himself suppressed, charging to 95, shall we, adorned in a mask reminiscent of a black lizard, radiated a fierce red glow akin to that of the sun, heralding the imminent critical point of the immense energy she had amassed. Although Sith could not comprehend Shao Wei's words, alarm bells rang in his mind. Death was approaching. He attempted to summon other priests, but received no response. Amidst the overwhelming and diverse extraordinary firepower obscuring his vision, he spotted other priests similarly targeted by concentrated attacks. Unlike Sith, who had sacrificed advanced realms as fuel, these priests, though similarly empowered, lacked his resilience. Despite having vanquished a large number of players, they ultimately became a disjointed mass under the onslaught of the Demon Lord's characteristic collective attack. Haha, this is exhilarating. Hey, come help me out. I'm running low on funds. This big boss is so tanky, I can't even deal damage. Damn it, I'm out of cooldowns and funds. I should have joined in on the main boss fight. Charging to 100, the Inferno Explosion Fireball seemed to have completed its energy accumulation, with Shao Wei emanating crimson magical particles. No. Sith sensed the looming presence of death, his terrified screams echoing as he failed to notice the player's assaults. His tendrils flailed erratically in sheer panic as he attempted to distance himself from the petite figure radiating overwhelming heat. Meanwhile, the players were equally stunned, the guidance system's alerts occupying their vision. Warning, high-energy reaction. Please evacuate the battlefield. Warning, high-energy reaction. Ding. This death will exempt resurrection fees. Huh. The blinding white light engulfed all players present. Cherishing her catgirl outfit, the orange catgirl at the edge of the small forest, who had never died even once, stared in astonishment towards the village. She witnessed the flashing white light followed by a tremendous explosion, thick plumes of smoke, then a mushroom cloud. Of course, she did not see the entire sequence. As the shockwave sent her flying, crashing through several small trees, the ironwood puppet enduring the impact. The respawn point's blood cow trembled, mooing, while the wind wolves lay whimpering on the ground. Trees swayed in the force of the shockwave, and leaves scattered. The numerous undead that had long retreated remained indifferent, tending to goblin corpses, gathering blood, and refueling. The remaining puppets in the cart simultaneously looked up, their eyes glowing red. This signified that they had perished at the same moment. What the hell? What just happened? Huh? Why did I die? Huh? Black man ? Revived players rushed to the forest's edge, encountering some idling players or those engaging in lifestyle skills. What are you looking at? Then the revived players were equally dumbfounded. The battle target had vanished. It had completely evaporated. The site remained shrouded in a lingering mushroom cloud. Wow, how spectacular. Ding, the battle concluded. Mission accomplished. Calculating rewards. In Oda Village, the Little Demon King Castle. Study. Oda set down the gaming console, gazing out at the sunset's slanting rays. The entire battle had not lasted long, and it was still close to dusk. Did I overdo it? Oda mused, after acquiring immense power. Anyone would desire to unleash it. However, Oda's rationality restrained him. Most importantly, he had not found a suitable outlet for his release. The lives around him were too fragile, and he was not a bloodthirsty individual. When the opportunity for a confrontation arose, he became somewhat overexcited, primarily due to inexperience, he was unsure of the appropriate level of power to wield. This time, dispatching the demon army, he had been quite cautious and restrained. First, he did not personally participate. Otherwise, the battle would have been even more exaggerated than shall we-est. Second, other high-ranking subordinates and the formidable silver undead did not engage in combat. He had shown considerable restraint. Ultimately, shall we-est combat prowess still surprised Oda, as he was astonished by the alchemical puppet's astonishing capabilities. The supernatural was both wondrous and perilous. Through this battle, he gained a deeper understanding of his own power. I am incredibly strong. Standing before the window, Oda raised his right hand to chest height, manifesting a gauntlet of pitch-black, menacing scales. His palm faced upward, and crimson particles rapidly coalesced within it. Was this the power of the Inferno explosion fireball? Watching the ultra-compressed orb of light forming in his palm, he gazed at the mini fireball resembling a small sun with fascination. This was one of the spells he had acquired from the Crimson Flame Serpent. Oda possessed many similar abilities, yet he seldom dared to attempt them, fearing he might inadvertently cause Oda Village to ascend en masse. Among the skills obtained from monsters and those acquired in the ancient gods' cram schools, these spells held absurd power under the immense magical and mental energy he wielded. Having toiled in the fields, aspiring for a simple life, Oda had not truly grasped his own strength. However, this battle had inflated his confidence immensely, leading him to consider that perhaps he could take action and have more people serve him, allowing him to enjoy a better life. This battle had eliminated a potential threat, and the resources obliterated by Shao Wei were of little consequence. After all, iron could be reforged, and nothing could compare to the products of Oda Village. The most valuable spoils were indeed the flesh and blood of the goblins. Oda placed utmost importance on the blood spores provided by these thousands of goblin tribes. He could already envision a scene where thousands of adorable creatures would cheer for him. Damn, this is exhilarating. Meanwhile, the players diligently clearing the battlefield were excavating the collapsed entrances of goblin dens alongside the undead. Unbeknownst to Oda, who awaited the triumphant return of the Demon King's army in the small Demon King town, his village would soon be graced not only by thousands of green-skinned creatures, but also by several hundred human spoils. Having traversed to this realm, Oda was on the verge of encountering living humans for the first time. Chapter 49. The Goblins' mining warehouse at the ruins of the Obsidian tribe. The daylight gradually dimmed, and the temperature began to drop, revealing the side of the night fog forest that belonged to the desperate Tree Sea. The puppets controlled by players ambled across the charred remnants of the village, their sturdy ironwood feet crunching against the carbonized timber. This moment, the players transformed into scavengers and junk collectors, digging deep to salvage discarded items from the wreckage. These salvaged goods could be sold to the Demon King's faction in exchange for mirror coins. Occasionally, a player would unearth melted and deformed ironware or fragments of obsidian stripped of their sinister blessings from the ashes. They would then scamper off to the grove, where the ox cart convoy was stationed to claim their rewards. There, the doll-like girl Wenwen, having removed her mask, stood quietly beside the ox cart, playing the role of an NPC responsible for collecting items and distributing quest rewards. Upon interfacing with Xiaohei, the mirror coins would be deposited into the players' accounts at Oda's savings bank. Thus, players were spared the burden of carrying vast amounts of mirror coins. Ding! You have submitted severely damaged ironware and received 30 mirror coins. Behind the doll-like girl, skeleton soldiers transported the mountains of refuse amassed by the players into the vacant cargo hold of the ox cart. These cargo holds had once been filled with numerous puppets, wooden spears, and shields. However, following this battle, the inventory was nearly depleted, perfectly accommodating the materials scavenged by the players to be returned to Oda Village. The players moved back and forth between the grove and the ruins like industrious ants. Yet, the majority of players instinctively avoided a particular area. It was where the undead slaughtered goblins. The players were perplexed as to why the undead engaged in such brutality. Yet the scene was gruesomely bloody and terrifying. The realism of it all was overwhelming. Even those accustomed to games rife with splattered blood and dismembered limbs found the stark authenticity of this alternate world to be unparalleled. Having learned their lesson, players raised the opacity of their visual obfuscation as they approached the slaughterhouse. Xiaohei arrived at another enormous cargo hold, which was also bustling with numerous undead. She observed the undead packing bottles filled with blood and organ-like structures into mirror stone glass containers, cushioning them with hay to absorb shocks. These were the spoils Xiaohe cared about most, as her master required these materials to augment the population. After confirming that all the flesh and blood materials were loaded, Xiaohe then proceeded toward the obsidian village. The ruins that had been scorched by Xiaohe had yielded nothing of value. The players had dedicated all available hands to excavating the den's entrance. Clang, 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 clang. A few players wielding borrowed iron picks struck at a section of the cave-in, weakening the stone wall's support before retreating. To clear the area, 4 or 5 players stepped forward, casting minor earth magic at the wall. The magical particles coalesced at the same point and began to interfere with one another, rendering the spell ineffective yet damaging the wall structure. This little trick had been discovered during a previous raid on a boss. With a deafening crash, the wall crumbled, sending plumes of dust into the air as the murky daylight filtered into the dark, profound cave. Unencumbered by the need to breathe, and with eyes made of mirror stone, the players disregarded the dust and darkness, flooding into the cave like a swarm. The lively scene diluted the terror of the cramped, shadowy environment. At this moment, the players with glowing red eyes were the true source of fear. Charge! Go! 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 Bang! Clatter! Oh my paint is getting scraped off. Don't shove. Ah, I've fallen. Stop. No. Watch your feet. Don't step on me. This is my new vessel. Due to Oda's insistence on economical production, the player's vision was rather poor, unable to keep pace with the rapid movements of mid to high-tier individuals. This also explained why most players opted to linger on the fringes during mid to high-level battles, as they could only perceive a flurry of afterimages darting around, rendering them helpless. Ultimately, the players managed to strike the boss by covering a wide area, causing it to fall into a prolonged state of rigidity, thus providing an opportunity to focus their attacks on these mid to high-tier foes. With visibility exceedingly low, chaos ensued in the dark cave, resulting in players colliding with walls, falling over, and even trampling one another. Which brother can light a fire? There's a brazier here. Li Gaoshou did not rush to the front lines but instead sauntered along the cave wall with 4 leisurely companions, eventually locating a brazier stocked with firewood. Zhong Outyin attempted to snap his fingers with his puppet to show off, but failed. Nonchalantly, he extended his wooden hand toward the brazier, causing red particles of fire magic to coalesce and manifest a small fireball. Immediately, the light illuminated the dim cave, and the players precariously stacked like clowns around it. As the fire magic players spotted the brazier's location, they grumbled and scrambled to ignite the other braziers. Standing quietly outside the cave, shrouded in a dark cloak, Xiaohe awaited patiently, accompanied by a group of skeletal figures. Soon, the first batch of players laden with supplies emerged, congregating in small groups as they noisily deposited large and small boxes resembling treasure chests before Xiaohe. Xiaohe approached, waving her small hand in the air, causing the boxes to automatically open under the influence of her magical power. The silvery and golden hues gleamed brilliantly even in the dim light. After calculating the value of mirror stones in the human faction, Xiaohe settled the rewards for the players. They cheered and immediately dashed back into the den, eager to continue their efforts. The cloaked undead promptly transported the treasure chests onto various ox carts. The players exhibited formidable scavenging abilities, with their efforts yielding an astonishing array of human garments, goods, armor, and weapons from the cave. This underscored the wealth accumulated by the Goblin tribe, which had prospered by preying on the human territories bordering the nearby forests. Undoubtedly, all of this was thanks to the protection of the Dark God. Otherwise, the goblins would have been left to scavenge in the wilderness. Ga, ga, ga. As the players scurried about the cave, occasional stray goblins charged from the shadows, launching swift attacks against these unwelcome intruders. However, such uncoordinated assaults were merely a nuisance to the players, as the mid to high-tier enemies were swiftly dispatched, rendering these stragglers enticing targets in the players' eyes. Li Gaoshou, armed with an iron sword, plunged it into the chest of a goblin warrior, indifferent to the creature's wide-eyed death throes as he kicked the body aside and withdrew his sword. Hefting the corpse toward the cave's exit, in the dimly lit cave, now illuminated by the lit braziers, he was not alone in carrying a corpse. The players' efforts to scavenge and eliminate remaining foes proceeded smoothly. But upon reaching the cave's depths, they encountered a bewildering sight that a relatively spacious mining area unfolded before them, filled with bodies marked by the system's automatic censorship. This severely hindered the players' vision, causing them to cluster at the entrance, hesitant to venture further. Goodness, Is that butter? TSK. Hey, there's a female rogue here. Clear out. Let me see. What's there to see? It's all censored. Ugh. Why are there men here too? Although the players could not discern what lay beneath the thick censorship, they could see the mysterious NPC labels and hear various sounds emanating from within. If they had a sense of smell, they might even detect the pungent odor of stone heather in this alternate world, where nudity and mating were commonplace. Once players possessed their physical forms in this realm, they too would witness their own bodies. However, if players engaged in or witnessed indecent acts in public while recording, the system would automatically impose censorship, resulting in rampant pixelation. In the future, when Oda is ready to provide players with corporeal vessels, they will inevitably uncover the game's hidden mechanics. At this moment, the players, who remain oblivious to these realities, are still engaged in discussions about their next steps. The cleansing of the cave has concluded, and the esteemed warriors are free to depart, while the enigmatic figure known as Xiaohei will conduct the final tidying up. Suddenly, the ethereal and melodious voice of Xiaohei resonates within the dark cavern, accompanied by a cohort of shadowy, hooded puppet maidens. As of now, no foolhardy players have dared to challenge the GM-authorized NPCs of the faction, leading the players to prudently exit the cave. Once the players have vacated, the hooded specters enter in an orderly procession, laden with garments. Xiaohei also strides into the goblins' breeding grounds. Caw-caw. A discordant sound pierces the air, and Xiaohei turns to see a hooded skeleton grasping a green-skinned infant by the neck. With a soft crack, silence ensues. The hooded specters efficiently administer a merciful end to all the green-skinned infants within the breeding chamber. If Oda were still attentive, he would surely pray that among these infants, there are none unfortunate enough to be reincarnated travelers. However, Oda, preoccupied with his delightful dinner, has not contemplated the fate of the infants. A lapse in his attention. Thus, the fully empowered Xiaohei performs a swift and efficient neutralization of these tainted progeny, blessed by the malevolent deity. Meanwhile, Oda is relishing a delectable meal, the ancient earthbound travelers, who impart knowledge without restraint, and the Jaburians, who dare to inscribe everything into their bloodlines, have collaboratively crafted a charming array of garments suited to the constitution of earthbound travelers. Oda speculates that perhaps in the boundless realms, there exist countless versions of Earth, or that even if travelers hail from the same Earth in the same time, their arrival in this alternate world may differ. The truth remains elusive to Oda. Neither the ancient gods nor the radiant heavens have imparted such wisdom, rendering it a foreign subject for him. The reason Oda finds himself pondering such profound, yet ultimately inconsequential matters is that, at this moment, he is savoring his yellow, braised chicken rice. Though the seasonings may lack authenticity, it is undeniably delicious. Nonetheless, Oda must acclimate to the occasional discoveries of earthly culture that the native beings unearth from their ancestral legacies. However, when his young choir begins to sing the unreachable river of love, he can hardly contain himself, nearly spitting out the potato rice in his mouth. Oda's strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of Lilith's, is now smeared with rice and sauce. As he listens to the abstract melody, he finds himself at a loss for whether to laugh or to critique. That he flips open the faded pages of his photo album, where the colors of the rainbow are no longer visible. The legendary river of love has been inundated by his tears, transforming into a river of sorrow. Lilith hastily approaches, using a finely crafted cloth to dab his mouth. The little musicians harmonize beautifully with the choir's performance. Yet, Oda recognizes this melody. Is this not the unreachable river of love? Chapter 50. The return of the Demon King's army within the cave. There are over 300 human beings, of which more than 50 are male. Xiaohei does not pause to ponder why there are so many male humans in the goblin's lair. Instead, she instructs the specters to gather all the living humans and transport them away. As the heavily laden blood carts, guided by the spectral drivers, depart the ruins, Xiaohei stands at the center of the devastation, gazing back toward the cave. The aura of the malevolent deity still lingers within. After a brief period of contemplation, Xiaohei devises a plan. She raises her hands, gathering magical energy. The potent magic, transmitted from the game's ruling system, floods in like a torrent. The wooden staff in Xiaohei's grasp emits subtle cracking sounds. Soon, a ghostly green magic spreads from her, creating a tidal wave of energy that surges forth. Boom! Boom! Skeletal hands burst forth from the earth, Under the influence of necromantic magic, the scattered bones reassemble into skeletons. Their ghastly green soul flames ignited that a multitude of skeletal soldiers emerges from the ground, all of them human skeletons. The chilling aura of the undead envelopes the malevolent deity's dark and sinister energy. Thousands of human skeletons stand upon the ruins of the Obsidian tribe, while the cave continues to yield a steady stream of skeletal soldiers. The accumulation of human remains over the years in the Obsidian tribe is substantial. Excluding those corpses that cannot be resurrected as undead, the remaining suitable skeletons still number significantly. Xiaohei shows no signs of halting her efforts. However, far away, Oda, who is thoroughly enjoying his meal, suddenly experiences a tremor in his hand. An inexplicable sense of emptiness washing over him. Then, Xiaohei ceases her incantation, as the immense magical energy transmitted from the system is abruptly severed. Xiaohei remains unperturbed by this shift. In response, she devises a new course of action. No further undead emerge from the cave, while outside, the skeletal figures have amassed in great numbers, over 10,000, in fact. However, these specters lack the strength of Oda's undead, and due to the imprint of Oda's behavioral template, they are incapable of forming a cohesive military formation, resembling more a disorganized throng of refugees. Their combat prowess pales in comparison to the earlier generation of Oda's undead. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. Awakening and transforming them is not the primary goal. The rich aura of the undead is what Xiaohei truly seeks. Subsequently, these ragtag skeletal soldiers are driven by Xiaohei's necromantic authority towards the caravan. Ensuring they distance themselves from the Obsidian tribe, the disjointed assembly of skeletal soldiers trudges towards the caravan, among them a dozen or so intermediate skeletons, stripped of their gear by the goblins in life. These intermediate skeletons appear quite bare, their dark bones marred by bite marks and decay. Only their skeletal weapons, conjured from necromantic energy, gleam with a pristine whiteness, such as bone swords and bone spears. Although these undead cannot compare to the older generation of Oda's undead, they possess a slight edge over the conventional undead of the outside world, as Oda's transformed minions embody an extraordinarily exceptional system. Typically, upon successful transformation, the extraordinary powers of undead would autonomously convert into necromantic powers. Oda's undead, however, defy this norm. They retain the extraordinary abilities from their previous lives atop their undead foundation. This means that a fire affinity mage, for instance, can wield not only the necromantic fire corresponding to her level, but also genuine fire magic. Oda often finds himself curious about what a light affinity individual would manifest upon their transformation into the undead. When the last of the undead has departed from the ruins, Xiaohei observes the still potent aura of death intertwined with the gradually encroaching essence of the malevolent deity. She raises her hands towards the direction of the lair. Magic connection request in progress. Denied. Denied. Finally, having finished his meal in peace, Oda perceives Xiaohei's connection request through the game console. First, he glances at his panel, within the brief span of enjoying a bowl of rice. His previously depleted magical energy has replenished by half. Connection approved. Once Oda consents to the magical transmission, Xiaohei embarks on her usual straightforward and forceful plan. First, she gathers magical energy in preparation for a powerful spell. A torrent of immense magic coalesces between Xiaohei's hands, still in the familiar crimson hue, an all too recognizable formula. Charge complete. Blazing wind flame. Release. A searing wave of heat engulfs the entire ruins, coalescing toward the Goblin cave, where the energies of the undead and the malevolent deity intertwine. The continuous, high-temperature purifying flames incinerate everything. Unlike the explosive fireball that releases immense energy in an instant, the blazing wind flame is a detailed and thorough searing heat that permeates every nook and cranny. Xiaohei is conducting a final disinfection of the battlefield. The flames, imbued with the might of the demon lord, expel all malevolent entities and the essence of the dark deity, leaving this area molten and devoid of any anomalies. In a short span, this place will become the cleanest location within the abyssal forest. Before departing, Xiaohei kindly and thoughtfully erects several warning signs outside the cooling glass-like ruins. Warning: no trespassing. Warning: malevolent deity contamination. Warning: this territory belongs to Lord Oda. Consequences are to be borne by those who enter. After the battle, Instead of suffering a decrease in numbers, the army of the Demon King swelled by tens of thousands, resulting in a somewhat unwieldy force as they embarked on their return journey. It was a crushing victory. However, the atmosphere among the predominantly undead troops was devoid of any celebratory spirit, as the undead possessed no concept of morale. They continued on their path in silence. In stark contrast, the players' realm was abuzz with excitement. The majority of players bounced along with the colossal caravan, occasionally disappearing into the pitch-black woods, engaging in playful antics. It was not that the shadowy figure known as Little Black refused to allow players a ride. Rather, the players were anything but composed. With the battle concluded, Little Black showed no inclination to restrain them, as any costs incurred from their demise would be borne by the players themselves. Some players, having spent a brief time on the ox carts, witnessed their peers frolicking joyfully like unchained wild dogs and eagerly leaped off to join the ranks of the huskies. Even at the forest's edge, night posed extreme dangers, with encroaching fog obstructing visibility. Within this mist lurked various malevolent entities, poised to strike. Yet, at that moment, the Demon King's army truly resembled a gathering of countless specters. The lowly demons, who could only flaunt their bravado in the outskirts, shrank back in fear upon encountering this formidable force, too intimidated to reveal themselves. Of course, the vastness of the forest ensured that all manner of creatures existed, including fog-dwelling monsters as stubborn as the player's .1 player, playing hide-and-seek with a new friend near the caravan, witnessed a shadow rush towards his approaching companion, who then vanished into the swirling gray mist. Having been abducted right before his eyes, if it had been humans or goblins, they would have started contemplating whether to prepare a feast. However, players were different. The abducted player frantically called for help in the voice channel, while several others monitored their mini-map, pursuing the shadow without regard for the fog. Soon, this mist creature found itself surrounded by the players. Before they could clearly discern the monster's appearance, it was shredded by a barrage of vibrant attacks. The unfortunate player managed to narrowly evade most of the strikes due to the friend injury prohibition, yet his puppet lay in tatters. The ox cart convoy showed no intent to pause, steadily advancing towards Oda village. Meanwhile, the players, who had transformed the horror of the night into a comedic escapade, remained full of energy. The newly formed Demon King's army continued to brazenly trample over all fog monsters bold enough to obstruct their path. Returning safely to Oda village, that night, the well-lit village saw no one able to sleep, save for Oda. Chapter 51. A world of turmoil. For the transmigrator Oda had long since delegated many matters, and Oda village, as a settlement, had developed a remarkably complete system. Aside from the rigid yet resolutely obedient primal demon kin executing the Demon King's orders, the inherently wise little green beings managed the village's operations adeptly. They were capable of handling most situations independently. Although Oda was somewhat taken aback by the influx of several hundred human inhabitants, he trusted that the little green beings and the demon kin could manage the affairs. Even if among these human survivors there were one or two mid-tier individuals, they could not stir any significant trouble within Oda village, especially since the mid-tier transcendent, having been tortured into a half-wrecked state by the obsidian goblins, posed no threat. The only source of concern for Oda lay with the group of players, but he was assured that Little Black would keep a watchful eye on the exuberant players. As the players delved deeper into the game, they began to bring unexpected joys to Oda. For instance, while the main force had already returned to the village, dozens of exuberant players remained lost in the night's gray fog. These wayward souls, some banding together in small groups seeking survival, found themselves pursued by strange entities, with no escape in sight. That a few players, resembling sweet beasts, even huddled with ferocious beasts in a den. Avoiding the monsters lurking in the mist, these lost players were engaged in a different game than those following the main storyline, bringing much laughter and joy to the viewers of the Terra network. Initially, Oda intended to guide these players back to the village, but upon realizing that their wandering could serve the purpose of map exploration, he simply issued them an exploration quest and left them to their own devices. All he desired now was to sleep. While Little Black's unleashed power brought temporary exhilaration, Oda, akin to a living battery, felt a bit drained, despite cultivating delicious native children and enjoying a life of ease. With diverse demon kin warming his bed each night, it may have appeared as though he lived a life of luxury. In reality, Oda bore significant burdens, enduring responsibilities far beyond what a young demon king should. His mental load encompassed tens of thousands of undead, including 2 at the silver level and 1 high-tier. At this moment, Oda was merely a high-tier young demon king. In contrast, conventional necromancers in the outside world would need to maintain such a scale of undead by employing thousands of necromancers, burning through 10 each day, which was no easy feat. Furthermore, Oda had to sustain the mental load of 3 demon kin, 1 silver tier and 2 high tier. Simultaneously, he managed the energy consumption for certain functions of the game system. Initially, the game system could accomplish very little, many tasks executed rather crudely. However, different masters could reverse the situation, allowing for a boost in capabilities. Oda could enhance the signal output of the game system across realms by expending vast amounts of energy. Due to this multifaceted, colossal burden, even though Oda had rapidly ascended to high-tier status in a short time, boasting an impressive mental strength of 1,200 points and an astonishing magical power of 610 points, he still felt the pressure. In terms of other races, Oda's stats were akin to a walking nuclear power plant. Low-tier transcendent spellcasters possessed merely a dozen or 20 points of magical power. Mid to high-tier casters saw significant increases, yet compared to 600 points, they were but fireflies to the moon. A mental strength of 1,200 points was also an extraordinary figure. Had Zeiss stood before Oda, he could have obliterated Zeiss into a pulp, relying solely on his superhuman mental strength. Recently, Oda realized he had become somewhat inflated, inadvertently transforming himself into an energy core. To put it plainly, the entire Oda faction was built upon his continuous energy output. Moreover, Oda was still paying for the whims of his past self, who had transformed into a master builder a month ago. The earthen walls and the earthen structures in the core area, established through earth magic, still required Oda's magical power to sustain their existence. After all, these architectural units, imbued with Oda's power, effectively prevented the intrusion of malevolent entities and strange occurrences. Currently, Oda needed to consolidate, to thoroughly settle down. After a period of consolidation, he would only grow stronger, and the current burden would become trivial. The present consumption was indeed rather excessive. Following Little Black's battle, he had unleashed his abilities 3 or 4 times, nearly exhausting Oda. Although a single night's rest could rejuvenate him, it still made Oda acutely aware of his own inflation. The rapid development of Oda's faction was too swift, leaving him feeling somewhat ungrounded. He had come to enjoy life, not to toil away. He arrived in this world utterly destitute, yet within a mere month, he ascended to the status of a formidable mountain king, commanding tens of thousands of departed souls and thousands of green-skinned minions. Subsequently, he could indulge in the pleasures of life, for he harbored no intention of engaging in any more mischief. Thus, Oda suppressed his desires and began selecting suitable females from among the human survivors as templates, nurturing the alluring idea of creating a new demon race, while the entire Oda village thrummed with merriment and illumination, celebrating the triumphant return of the Demon King's army. Oda nestled into the warmth of his bed, embracing Nana's soft form, that he relaxed his weary spirit and swiftly succumbed to the embrace of sweet slumber. The newly appointed silver-ranked Lilith and the esteemed Lily were presiding over affairs, leaving only Nana with the leisure to serve as the Demon King's pillow. In his dreams, Oda still did not encounter the ancient gods. As a vanguard of these deities, Oda shared a mysterious connection with them and sensed their vitality waning. The ancient gods were entities of immortality, and in the past, even when they succumbed to madness, they retained a semblance of activity. Yet now, they seemed to have fallen into a profound silence, not dead, but rather exuding a sense of diminished vigor. Oda could not help but draw parallels to the eerie occurrences surrounding him. The timing of the ancient god state closely coincided with his own encounter with the strange phenomena in the outer forest. Perhaps there was some connection, though Oda could not ascertain it. So he diverted his thoughts back to this pristine dreamscape. In this dream, the radiance of the divine radiance still illuminated him. In the pure white expanse, all weariness was swept away. When Oda awoke once more, it was conceivable that all his exhaustion would be replenished. He gazed around the featureless white space, but did not behold the towering figure of the giant of light. Suddenly, a distortion and ripples emerged in the immaculate space. Strange images began to materialize. Towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, advanced new energy vehicles traversing the streets, and pedestrians flowing by. Oda felt a surge of excitement. He recognized this scenario.it was the revelation of radiance. It was through this very revelation that he had previously discovered the gaming system. The revelation did not manifest as images. Rather, the scenes within the pure white space were merely projections unconsciously conjured by Oda. The revelation transmitted memories directly into Oda's mind on this bustling thoroughfare. A slender girl clad in a thin sports uniform, with long hair cascading to her waist, walked among the crowd, carrying a backpack. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, striking the girl in an instant. The space warped again, and she vanished amidst the throngs of people. Strangely, the surrounding crowd remained oblivious. As if they had not noticed this bizarre occurrence, the girl had evaporated into thin air, yet no one recognized it. The girl had traversed dimensions, unwittingly targeted by a gravely injured monster on the brink of death. She had been randomly struck by a parasitic entity that could masquerade as a system and was whisked away from her original world. This parasite referred to the traveler as its host. This represented a mysterious prohibition within the endless realms. The parasite could not perfectly impersonate a genuine system, for the existence of such systems was tied to a great terror. Thus, the parasite could not refer to the host as a user or master, but merely as a host, a basic term to tentatively gauge acceptance. If the host did not question this designation, they would be deemed to have accepted the parasitic relationship, leading to their irrevocable doom. The parasite would compel the host to continually interfere with the progress of other worlds, drawing upon the mysterious powers generated by such interferences to strengthen itself. When the host evolved into a super life form, it would be time for the parasite to reap its rewards. Everything belonging to the host would then serve as sustenance for the parasite's growth. At this juncture, the parasite would shed its guise of a system, emerging as a butterfly to seek out another victim, subsequently laying the foundation for another parasitic system. However, before this parasite, which referred to the traveler as a host, could threaten the unfortunate girl with its classic line of annihilation, it encountered a Waterloo, already injured from the pursuit of its natural enemies. The system parasite expended its final strength to randomly traverse dimensions with the girl, only to find themselves in the boundless void of a certain world's space. The girl perished on the spot. The death of the host ushered the parasite's already flickering life into a countdown to demise. The parasite, barely managing to preserve the girl's soul and body adrift in space, appeared to bear the weight of all its kin's misdeeds. Misfortune followed relentlessly. After drifting through space for a time, the girl's corpse was ensnared by the gravitational pull of a black hole. Within the edge of that black hole lay the remains of a long-dead beast king, also caught in its grasp. The girl's body, along with that of the beast king, was devoured by the black hole. Yet at that moment, the automatic operation of the ancient god's traveler mechanism anchored onto the girl's soul. The mechanism's immense power summoned not only the girl's soul and body, but also portions of the beast king's remains, along with the dying parasite that clung to the girl's essence, into the realm of the mechanism. This transpired 30 years prior to Oda's birth. A meteor detached itself from the unfathomable domain of the mechanism, streaking across the sky before plummeting into the treacherous forest, a graveyard for travelers. Upon witnessing this, Oda found himself at a loss for words. The mechanism certainly had a peculiar knack for selecting locations. Those travelers randomly transported to the perilous forest were indeed unfortunate. However, for that pitiful girl, the automatic mechanism may have been her salvation. The mechanism ensured that travelers would successfully traverse dimensions while alive, aggregating the mysterious powers generated at the moment of their crossing into a golden finger to bestow upon them. This entire process was a program set in motion by the ancient gods, as the mechanism wielded powers that even the gods themselves could not comprehend. The rigid mechanism would only faithfully execute the commands of its divine creators. For instance, this young girl's soul, laden with an array of peculiar traits, descended into an abandoned dragon's lair within the treacherous forest. Inside lay an ancient dragon egg, preserved within a cryogenic chamber, a stillborn that was fortuitously suited for the traveler's soul to inhabit. Selected by the mechanism as the vessel for the soul's passage, the mechanism, being an antiquated relic without maintenance, was prone to errors. The young girl, while traversing realms, inadvertently brought along a plethora of traits that should not have existed. This scenario was unprecedented for the mechanism. The ancient gods, presently devoid of the capacity to rectify the mechanism's bugs, could do little to intervene. Within the stillborn dragon egg, the girl's soul, the parasite's consciousness masquerading as a system yet on the verge of death. And the cells of the beast king that had consumed the girl's remains exhibited extraordinary vitality. Too many elements were crammed into one egg. The mechanism might activated the dormant life force of the ancient dragon race, prompting the lifeless stillborn to attempt to assimilate a soul and become a new life. However, the chaotic state within the egg hindered this process. Before the mechanism, all obstacles beneath the ancient gods were insignificant. Much like all creations of the ancient gods, the mechanism, akin to the demon race, was inflexible, resolutely adhering to its creator's programmed directives. Consequently, the mechanism, with its overwhelming strength, forcibly advanced the summoning process of the traveler. Disregarding the bugs, utilizing boundless power, it consolidated all unstable factors within the egg around the girl, designated as the primary consciousness. Thus, a terrifying monster was birthed from the shell, beastly, human, inhuman, a trinity. This creature, possessing a fractured psyche and a hazy awareness, meandered through the treacherous forest for 30 years, still lost in its wanderings that it possessed no life goals, engaged in minimal contemplation, expending most of its energy on mental turmoil, alternating between eating and sleeping, and occasionally succumbing to fits of madness. Numerous tribal savages residing in the forest glimpsed its terrifying silhouette amidst the mist, thereby spawning a chilling legend that had persisted for nearly 3 decades. Perhaps due to proximity, the revelation of Radiance transmitted information about this traveler to Octavia's for how to proceed. That was Oda's decision, much like whether to pick up a game console or to utilize it. The choice lay solely with Oda. Oda had yet to determine whether to seek out this perilous entity. He felt a sense of disorientation, a touch delirious. Before long, he was astonished to discover that the revelation of Radiance had not yet concluded. Another unfortunate traveler's information was transmitted. There's still more? Oda's lamentation was interrupted, for this unfortunate traveler's golden finger turned out to be a dual traversal gate. This unfortunate individual is not merely a hapless victim summoned by the ritual, but rather an exceptionally rare autonomous traveler. Regrettably, his fate is rather bleak, akin to that of the gaming enthusiast. At least the gaming enthusiast met his demise while being live-streamed to thousands on the Terra network, maintaining a semblance of dignity, and he was even granted a proper burial by Octavia. In stark contrast, this dual-traveling brother's end is far more tragic. His death went unnoticed, fading into obscurity. He didn't survive even a single day. The gaming enthusiast managed to endure hunger for 3 days. After all, this dual-traveling brother engaged in numerous foolish actions characteristic of protagonists in mindless dual-traveling novels, much like many amateur adventurers who fancied themselves experts in mountaineering. He was utterly unprepared, with no equipment, no protective gear, and no weapons. Venturing boldly into a foreign world, Oda admired his audacity and contemplated inscribing a few words of tragedy upon his tale, seeking suggestions. The alternate world and continent remain nameless. Chapter 52. The Perilous Journey of the Traveler. The god of travelers, Huang Tian, possesses all knowledge concerning travelers, thus enabling him to perfectly recreate the true scene of the dual-traveling brother from the moment of his arrival. Oda, through the information, glimpsed a door materializing in the dense forest, its existence starkly incongruous with the surrounding scenery, much like a texture glitch. Beyond this door, Oda discerned an unremarkable modern room. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a thin shirt and trousers, his feet adorned with flat shoes, stepped through the door. With a look of curiosity and excitement, he ventured into the perilous forest, armed only with a camera and a caged, protective suit. No armor, no weapons, no mask, no gloves, no drones. Completely unprepared. His face bore the stubble of neglect, and his eyes reflected a clear, albeit foolish, naivety. Just as this dual-traveling brother was caught up in the thrill of taking photographs, Oda too felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a dual-traveling door. He yearned for this dual-traveling phenomenon, undoubtedly the most coveted boon for the involuntary traveler. However, it quickly became apparent to Oda, through his knowledge and the examination of the flora and fauna surrounding the door, that this brother had unwittingly positioned himself deep within the perilous forest. What dreadful luck! The depths of this treacherous realm are places even the most cautious of demon lords tread lightly. Only those ancient clans possessing remnants of advanced, primordial technology could endure in such a location. This was a battleground untouched even by the powers of the existing outer gods, a site where countless mighty deities and ancient gods once fell. Now it is rife with strange phenomena, the origin of foggy monsters, and still haunted by powerful, ancient autonomous weapons. The depths of perilous territory could be likened to a hell within hell. This realization swiftly extinguished Oda's aspirations of seeking out the dual-traveling door, compelling him to relinquish the idea for the time being. The brother had barely spent 20 minutes taking photographs when symptoms of discomfort began to manifest. The once dull expression on his face contorted into a frown. As he appeared to struggle with his breathing as he attempted to return to that door, it seemed his luck had run dry in a location teeming with monstrous threats. The mere fact that the brother enjoyed a 20-minute grace period astonished Oda. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a fearsome creature leapt from the underbrush, blocking the only escape route available to him. Oda recognized this beast. It was a velociraptor. Indeed, dinosaurs roamed the depths of the perilous forest. The velociraptor, relatively weak among its kin, possessed high intelligence, rendering it exceedingly cautious in combat. If this brother had opted to confront the creature, he might have safely returned to the modern world behind the door. Perhaps the velociraptor's fearsome appearance intimidated this unprepared traveler. The brother's face contorted in horror as he instinctively fled in the opposite direction of the door, careening chaotically through the labyrinthine grove. The velociraptor, having discerned the brother's vulnerability, pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, this brother perished. His demise stemmed from various factors. The velociraptor ultimately succumbed to a terrifying upright ape, failing to catch the brother. Yet, the forest harbored more than just velociraptors, poisonous insects, toxic vegetation, and an atmospheric environment laden with harmful substances distinct from that of the world behind the door. He never even encountered the true terrors lurking in the depths of peril, and thus met his untimely end as a meat-bound traveler, lacking localized adaptation through ritual, and acting blindly, faced such a fate. As Oda lamented the elusive dual-traveling door, another traveler's information surged into his consciousness. Another skilled individual? This event transpired 3 years prior to Oda's birth. On the periphery of the perilous forest, within an ordinary goblin tribe, 2 travelers existed. However, the circumstances of these 2 travelers left Oda somewhat speechless, prompting him to marvel at the vastness and peculiarities of the world. The concept of immortality, a common narrative device in many novels, also surfaced here in web literature. Each immortal protagonist either observes the ever-changing tides of fate with a smirk, mourns the passage of time, engages in theatricality, or merely scrapes by. In this goblin tribe, there resided a remarkable figure embodying the essence of late-game power, an unfortunate female traveler endowed with the gift of immortality. She arrived on the outskirts of the perilous forest and, by fortunate chance, was rescued by adventurers before being devoured by savage beasts. Initially, she followed a conventional path, akin to any typical fantasy heroine, seeking sustenance in the adjacent principality to the perilous forest, becoming a novice adventurer. If she were clever and fortunate enough, she might have found solace in a corner, experiencing the eternally brutal yet romantic life of the Middle Ages. Until one fateful day, she encountered a benevolent and magnificent demon lord, emerging from the forest's depths with his loyal demonic army. Yet, she was not an ancient being who had lived for eons. She was young and made grave errors. Like many naive and weak young adventurer maidens, she made a poor choice. Much like Oda's biological mother, she inadvertently stepped into the perilous forest, unlike other forests imbued with magic and monsters. This perilous realm served as a sanctuary for adventurers. This land, filled with the malice of the gods towards humanity, be it ancient gods or outer ones, was no place suitable for novice training. Regardless of how feeble the low-level monsters and barbaric tribes may appear. For instance, even if you could defeat 10 goblin tribesmen, what would it matter? Perhaps this tribe was favored by an evil god. Or perhaps its leader possessed extraordinary wisdom, or even stumbled upon ancient artifacts. Within the human domains surrounding the perilous forest, a saying persists: in the land of despair, one may encounter the most astonishing of phenomena. If you are particularly unfortunate, you might even cross paths with a demon lord. Most significantly, a remote village within the forest indeed housed a demon lord. In summary, This female traveler was defeated and readily surrendered to the humiliation of defeat. Subsequently, something even more abstract transpired. The gift of immortality enabled her to endure the tribulations inflicted by the goblins. This was merely a tribe of excessively fortunate, dim-witted goblins, lacking even a mid-level intellect. The breeding grounds here could be described as hellish, a stark contrast to the civilized, clean breeding grounds of the Obsidian tribe. Amidst this dismal and terrifying environment, the woman bore a savior capable of breaking her chains of despair. She gave birth to the chosen child of the degraded goblin clan. This chosen goblin was unlike Oda, who is a divine construct parasitically linked to goblin bloodlines. He was a genuine goblin, a unique individual of reversion, neither original nor degraded. However, such distinctions held little significance. The crux of the matter is that this unfortunate soul was also a traveler. In response, Oda could only lament that the flaws in the ritual were indeed rather numerous. The traverser, known as Marcus, had been dealt an unfortunate hand at birth. However, his extraordinary golden finger was nothing short of remarkable, named stronger when facing adversity, with his combat prowess remaining uncertain on his very first day. He tore apart the other goblin offspring that sought to claim his mother's nipple. The following day, he dispatched a lowly goblin who attempted to encroach upon his mother. By the third day, he had annihilated the entire goblin tribe that had expended all its luck in capturing this traverser. But on the fourth day, he ventured into the surrounding forest with his inept mother, striving for survival in the wilderness. Due to his goblin identity, he was unable to depart the forest to seek opportunities in the realm of humankind, remaining instead in the outskirts. Presently, his dwelling was not far from Oda's village. Yet Oda remained oblivious to his whereabouts, as he had been living the life of a hunter in the outskirts. In contrast, the location of the woman was relatively fixed and had been pinpointed by Oda. At the age of 1, Marcus encountered a forest fairy from the depths of despair while hunting at the forest's edge, resulting in a fierce battle. The fairy, adept in offense, and Marcus, tasked with enduring blows, faced a formidable foe. Despite his young age, Marcus could not prevail against the forest fairy's overwhelming power. After all, even the concept of becoming stronger when faced with adversity has its limits, although diminutive. The fairy wielded powerful magic as if she were a monster, allowing Marcus to experience despair for the second time in his new life. The moment Marcus realized he had been reincarnated as a green-skinned goblin marked the pinnacle of his despair. Intrigued by Marcus's mysterious combat prowess, the forest fairy chose not to slay this peculiar goblin. Instead, during their conversation, she was persuaded to take him as her apprentice and assisted in caring for the female traverser while Marcus embarked on his hunting expeditions. After all, in the late stages, the golden finger in the depths of despair forest was akin to a discarded pawn in a sewer. Without the fairy's protection, Marcus would likely have had to send his not-so-bright mother to live among humankind. Marcus was unwilling to do so. He did not wish to part ways with the woman. Like Oda, Marcus craved affection, cherishing this mother, who was also a traverser. To him, what distinction existed between the people of this alternate world and goblins? There was none. Both faced the same risks of becoming mere commodities. The only difference lay in the transformation from breeding mines to legal poultry farms, and it was even possible that they could end up as cherished possessions of some perverse noble lineage. To be continued. Chapter 53. Freya and Aaron. While the little demon lord slumbered, others were plagued by sleepless nights. Freya was among the restless souls. Freya Imes, age 15, was a noble lady of the nation of Monster Defense, the Northern Night Kingdom. The Imes family was a noble lineage, albeit a relatively modest one, without vast territories, relying mainly on commercial ventures to uphold the family's dignity and strength. The Imes family boasted a powerful trading guild named after the legendary rare monster, the Crimson Serpent, said to roam the depths of the Despair Forest. Freya was the second daughter of the guild's president. As she had reached the age for marriage, Freya needed to attend numerous social gatherings. Thus, a few days prior, Freya and her brother Aaron set out, escorted by a contingent of mercenaries from the Crimson Serpent Guild and family guards, to attend a gathering hosted by a family involved in a marriage alliance. However, an unexpected incident occurred. As the caravan traversed a secluded road near the Despair Forest, a surge of malevolent, pitch-black mist suddenly enveloped the entire traveling party. This ominous fog possessed a terrifying corrosive power. Regardless of their status as seasoned mid-level transcendent beings or lower-tier transcendent individuals, The members of the party found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming erosion of the black mist, leading to a significant reduction in the strength of the elite guardians. Subsequently, the ambushers, who had long concealed themselves in the shadows, launched a shocking assault. They were a horde of green-skinned goblins, emitting harsh and grotesque cries that Freya's caravan was ambushed by hundreds of goblins wielding iron weapons. These goblins were markedly different from the feeble and primitive ones found outside the Despair Forest. They were better equipped and possessed a far more fervent fighting spirit. Even as the Crimson Serpent and Im's family guards valiantly fought against the onslaught of the peculiar goblins amidst the debilitating black mist, they gradually began to show signs of defeat. The affluent Crimson Serpent Guild, after enduring heavy casualties among its heavily armored guardians, managed to withstand the initial wave of goblin attacks. However, as the family guards prepared to break through with Freya and Aaron in tow, they ultimately failed. The final straw that broke the camel's back was the terrifying figure that emerged, equipped with formidable gear. The mercenaries of the Crimson Serpent and the family guards fell like harvested wheat, only to be ruthlessly torn apart by the savage goblin minions. It was then that the caravan's members were shocked to discover that among the goblins lurked a high-ranking foe, while the Imes family also had a newly ascended high-ranking being in their service. This was merely an outing for the family heiress. How could they possibly summon the family's esteemed protector to accompany them? Faced with a high-ranking adversary, the inadequately sized and disorganized guardians were utterly annihilated. Thus, Freya and her twin brother Aaron became captives of these grotesque goblins. Fortunately, the goblins had gone to great lengths, risking enormous peril to capture a pair of noble twins, not for the sake of mining, but due to the Imes family's illustrious ancestry, which boasted commendable bloodlines. They had unfortunately caught the attention of Zeiss, a high-ranking goblin shaman who intended to offer the rare twins as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity Kikora, hoping to attain a further ascension in power. Consequently, although Freya and her brother Aaron bore witness to the suffering and humiliation of many in their prison, such torment ultimately did not befall the twins themselves. Just before the sacrificial ceremony could transpire, the Demon Lord's army surged forth, ruthlessly invading the goblin tribe and dismantling the once mighty Obsidian clan. When the well-trained skeleton soldiers, cloaked in black robes, stormed into the breeding grounds, Freya was filled with excitement. Believing the kingdom's army had arrived, she thought that, as the daughter of the Imes family, she could seek assistance from these individuals and perhaps return home with her brother. However, those soldiers, whose faces were shrouded in dark hoods, remained silent, showing no inclination to engage in dialogue. Cold and unyielding, they paid no heed to her lavish noble gown. Instead, they crudely wrapped the frail Freya in thick fabric, securing her tightly with sturdy ropes, as if she were merely a sack being hoisted onto a shoulder. Freya, still weak and unable to resist, found herself entirely enveloped in the heavy cloth, revealing only her small face. Though she could glimpse some surroundings during her abduction from the lair, the darkness and limited perspective prevented her from discerning much of value. However, she could hear the occasional harrowing screams of goblins echoing from the depths of the cave. Ultimately, she was placed in a facility resembling a cargo box, filled with hay. Shortly after, Freya was subjected to the sounds of massive wheels turning outside and violent jolting, confirming her suspicion that she was indeed in a vehicle, and perhaps on the verge of rescue. The interior of the vehicle was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sources of illumination, and the jostling hay tormented her. Yet, bound as she was, Freya found herself powerless against it. In the darkness, she could discern the breaths of others, indicating that she was not alone in the vehicle. The air was thick with silence, akin to a breathing horde of the undead. Having witnessed too many brutalities in the lair, Freya lacked the leisure to converse with her fellow captives, remaining resolutely silent at that moment. She remained bewildered, uncertain of the situation and unaware of Aaron's fate. In the stillness, Freya's thoughts drifted to her brother. They had been separated and imprisoned, and it had been several days since she had last seen him. Each morning, upon awakening, she was confronted by the grotesque visages of goblins and the plight of the unfortunate women around her. She could only silently pray for her brother's safety. Little did she know that praying to the new gods in this forest could yield adverse effects. The jolting motions in the darkness left Freya in a state of disorientation and discomfort, until the jostling finally ceased, rousing her from her stupor. The heavy doors of the cargo box swung open, allowing warm light to seep through the cracks. Shadows cloaked in black robes began to enter the compartment, methodically removing the passengers, swathed tightly like zongzi. These faceless soldiers cradled survivors retrieved from the goblin lairs and arranged them in neat lines on an open square. Due to being held in the embrace of one of these black-robed figures, Freya could not see any peculiarities in the soldiers behind her. Although she sensed an unsettling chill emanating from them, she attributed it to the coldness of their armor, had she been able to look back. Despite the constraints of the thick fabric and ropes, she would have glimpsed the indifferent, greenish flames of life in the hollow sockets beneath their dark hoods. That moment, the sky was as dark as ink, the clouds twisting under the moonlight like monstrous shapes. However, numerous braziers encircled the square, dispersing the cold and darkness. The procession of black-robed figures advanced. After a brief interval of waiting, Freya discerned faint voices emanating from the shadow ahead. She could not catch the words clearly, but it seemed they were posing questions. Soon, she observed a black-robed figure step out of the line, cradling a woman whose face was tightly wrapped in cloth, save for a small portion exposed. The woman's gaze was vacant and dazed. Once the obstructing figure departed, Freya finally beheld the interrogator, clad in armor and wielding a sword at her waist. The cold, detached woman possessed a cascade of golden hair. When her emotionless gaze fell upon Freya, an inexplicable wave of panic and dread washed over her, as if she were being targeted by some primordial adversary. "Look into my eyes," the golden-haired woman commanded in a frigid tone. Freya, compelled by an unseen force, found herself staring into the depths of the woman's eyes, which radiated an arcane brilliance. Wait. Arcane? Could it be a mental suggestion? As the second daughter of the merchant guild and a well-educated noble, Freya, despite her modest abilities, was not naive. In a flurry of alarm, she attempted to summon her inner magic, but the binding spells imposed by the goblin priest had dissipated with the goblin's demise. Logically, as a mid-tier extraordinary being, she should have been able to resist mental suggestions. Yet, Freya's panic and resistance came to an abrupt halt. She stared vacantly into Lilith's eyes. The rarity of silver beings at the borders was well known. Near the perils of the abyssal forest, there was but one newly appointed silver guardian tasked with safeguarding the frontier and eliminating the monsters that escaped from the forest. Freya had never encountered such a formidable figure before. The strongest individual she had ever seen was her family's patron, a being of advanced rank. Thus, she was unable to perceive or counter the overwhelming presence before her. Lilith, an original demon of silver rank, a nemesis of humankind, and a harbinger of the demon lord. Did I ask? You answered. Do you understand? Yes. Please proceed with your inquiry. Following an unreserved exchange that stripped Freya of all her secrets, Lilith regarded the girl before her. Cocooned in bindings, save for a tuft of silver hair peeking out, this girl bore a stark contrast to the female humans who had been exploited in the mines by goblins, or the male humans who had been overworked to the brink of death. Though she bore dark circles under her eyes and appeared slightly haggard, she remained strikingly beautiful, merely a bit odorous. It was evident that, as a sacrifice, the goblins had taken care to provide sustenance for her and her brother. They had not gone hungry. In stark contrast, the other humans brought back were nothing but shells of despair, gaunt and exhausted, many on the verge of death, in desperate need of the urgent care of native healers. As one well-versed in how to please the demon lord, Lilith considered this girl as a potential gift to present to her master. Thus, she arranged for the girl and her equally delicate twin brother to be placed in a relatively more comfortable and warm wooden cabin. Chapter 54. The dog-headed goblins. 3 days had quietly passed since the obliteration of the Obsidian tribe. In the realm of Terra, 3 days felt fleeting, for to the inhabitants, the otherworld was still a nascent game in its testing phase. Yet, in that brief span, the otherworld witnessed a plethora of events. For instance, players who had previously lost their way in the game had inadvertently engaged in another adventure, concocting their own limited-time events. They transitioned from roles as minions in the Demon Lord's army to drifters in a survival wilderness. Indeed, the lost players had yet to rediscover the path back to their village, having transformed from villagers into wildlings. Coupled with the exploratory tasks issued by Ada, the players found themselves utterly stranded, with only death offering a return. Consequently, some opted to meet their end in the vast, untamed forest, returning to Ada village to avoid missing crucial game narratives. Their deaths were as varied as they were bizarre. with recordings of their demise edited into compilations that became a trending topic on Terra's bullet screen website. Their existence not only reshaped perceptions of the Otherworld game, but also expanded the boundaries of Otta Village and the vision of the Little Demon Lord. Many players even encountered other barbaric tribes within the surrounding forests, such as the Minotaurs, Gnolls, and Ogres. For example, a party of 5 wandering players was pursued by a band of ogres, ultimately managing to slay 2 of the hulking brutes. However, unwilling to expend too much in-game currency on fighting wild monsters, they chose to abandon their resistance and return to town. Players who could unleash skills without cooldowns through monetary investment remained formidable even in lower-tier battles. Due to the players' lackadaisical approach, the ogres pummeled several of them into a pulp with their massive clubs. Believing they had dispatched their prey, the ogres eagerly began to gnaw on the bodies of these non-bloodied, unfamiliar humanoid forms, only to spit out the hard, ironwood fragments. Despite being omnivorous, the ogres could not consume such extraordinarily dense wood. Yet, some ogres persisted stubbornly, attempting several times, with a few even injuring their stomachs and rolling in agony on the ground. Confusion and curiosity filled their murky eyes. These humanoid beings, capable of running and jumping, were clearly alive. Why could they not be consumed? This comical scene was captured by a player who had not yet perished. The obstinate ogres, despite their circumstances, remained fixated on devouring the wooden puppet. They disregarded the corpses of their fallen kin. Although they are known as ogres, they are omnivorous and do not consume their own kind. A principle ingrained in their heritage. The ogres, towering at 3 meters in height, transported the remnants of the players back to their tribe. The player, who was still alive within the wooden vessel, utilized his mini-map to scan the rough terrain and coordinates along the way, relaying this information to the system. Unbeknownst to the ogres, the once protective forest had transformed into a one-way transparency, placing them within the gaze of the minor demon king, in addition to the players who met their demise in battle. Others experienced far more perilous adventures. They encountered bizarre entities in the wild, far more terrifying than any vengeful specter or harbinger. The intensity of these encounters exceeded what the current players could withstand, plunging them directly into a horror game mode. Among the entities that players recorded were anthropomorphic beings masquerading as puppets, as well as shadowy figures lurking behind them, various forms of sudden death. These entities employed an array of devious tactics to instill fear, causing the unfortunate players to scream in terror. However, most of these entities lost interest in the players after a single scare. Some would disdainfully destroy wooden figures, while others would vanish in a flash. The players were perplexed by this phenomenon, yet it significantly enhanced their gaming experience. At least some fortunate players managed to survive. They assumed that the developers had actively adjusted the survival difficulty in the wild, unaware of the underlying truth. Yet, Oda understood the reality. These entities thrived on fear to grow, even if players were terrified out of their wits. It held no significance, for they were not truly in another world. Processed would harbor no fear, and lifeless objects devoid of fear were worthless within the entity's rules. Warwolf was a wanderer who had survived a terrifying assault. Unfortunately, he had strayed from his caravan in search of teammates lost in the fog, only to become disoriented amidst the gray mist that he failed to locate his companions, and the main group had vanished, transforming him into a lone wolf. Although it was merely a game and death was not a consequence, the horror was still palpable. No amount of mental preparation could shield him from fear. After all, the game was exceedingly realistic. Thus, the joy-inducing effects of those entities specializing in fright were indeed formidable. During his days as a solitary wolf, Warwolf fumbled to construct a shelter, clumsily hunted, and gathered resources. He discovered that this world was shockingly real. Every task required meticulous execution, devoid of any shortcuts typical in games. The lack of survival experience among wandering players was mitigated by their wooden forms. Had they been flesh and blood, they might have bled out and perished on the spot. Somewhere in the forest, Warwolf, with his wooden body marred by bloodstains and scars, returned to the makeshift nest he had occupied for 3 days. A grass hut built against a natural cave, drafty and exceedingly rudimentary. Yet, Warwolf was neither cold nor hungry. This grass hut sufficed. At least in terms of ambience, he needed to hunt frequently to elevate his player level while completing tasks specifically assigned to wandering players. Known as energy tasks, the wooden vessel was not a perpetual motion machine. While players did not require sustenance, the wooden vessel needed to replenish energy, magic, to be precise. When players achieved success, they received experience rewards along with corresponding energy supplies. Fortunately, Warwolf had triggered a hidden storyline that yielded a bounty of energy points, relieving him of energy concerns. Now he hunted solely for the sake of leveling up. Currently, Warwolf had reached level 8, becoming a minor elite. With his level increase and the acquisition of new skill slots, he learned an auxiliary skill named mining, which led him to discover that his current location was, in fact, a nitrate mine. This revelation granted him an abundance of task rewards, with the system notifying him that the village's NPCs would dispatch a mining team, transforming his mission from wandering to guarding. The discovery of the nitrate mine brought Warwolf great joy, as his grand plans required such resources. Bark, bark, bark. As Warwolf finished dismantling the wild boar with the iron knife he had scavenged from the battlefield, a peculiar yapping sound echoed from outside the hut. Peeking out, he spotted a white terrier, quite adorable. Ignoring the fact that it stood upright, clad in leather armor, and wielding a spear, it was indeed charming. Warwolf had grown accustomed to such encounters, even reaching out with his wooden hand to pat the terrier's fluffy head, vigorously rubbing it. Hum, hum, hum. The fully armed terrier continued to yap, appearing quite content. "Hey, can you not be so noisy?" Warwolf quipped, while the terrier, unable to hear, merely perceived him as a silent treant. However, Warwolf's audience could hear, and the presence of the terrier, also known as a dog-headed creature, significantly boosted the viewership of his recorded videos. His commentary on the noisy dog was equally entertaining as was customary. Warwolf shared most of the wild boar meat with the white terrier. Excited by the fresh meat, the terrier eagerly handed over its spear to Warwolf in a gesture of trade. Since Warwolf did not need to eat, aside from a few essential materials, he had produced an abundance of smoked meat he planned to sell it once the mining team arrived, the previous day. A sociable white terrier had come to his door, seemingly expecting to share a meal, treating him as a friendly presence in the forest. Warwolf was indeed friendly. After all, the Terra people also appreciated cute creatures. And the fluffy terrier was undeniably adorable. The key point was that the terrier's status was green. Unless it turned red, it could not attack. Players who encountered ogres did not provoke them. Rather, the ogres initiated the assault. Prior to the ogre's attack, the system had detected malice and marked them red, leading to the conflict between players and the tribal savages. "Thank you, Wooden Lord. May I bring that little one to play? She adores you." As a member of the tribe, the dog-headed creature naturally spoke imperfectly, but with a hint of charm. With the system's translation, Warwolf could only nod in response, unable to speak. Both Warwolf and his audience hoped the terrier would bring its pup, for it was truly adorable. The memory of the first encounter with the terrier pup lingered vividly in Warwolf's mind. He felt a twinge of guilt for accepting the Trent's food. Even though he knew the Trent did not consume meat, the strangely minded terrier intended to trade its pup for food, displaying a mindset akin to that of wild beasts. Initially, Warwolf found the idea agreeable. Having additional companions could prove beneficial. However, upon witnessing the actual pup, he hesitated. It was undeniably cute, but he feared infringing upon the autonomous regulations. At that moment, the white terrier donned leather armor and an oversized cloak, proudly producing a small creature from within the folds of its robe. It was a wide-eyed, innocent, beast-eared girl, a small dog girl with white hair. Ultimately, Warwolf reluctantly declined the white terrier's kind offer. Although the terrier seemed puzzled, wondering if its pup was unappealing, it still returned with a weapon the following day, eager to see if Warwolf was interested. Warwolf, on the other hand, uploaded the video of his playful interaction with the white-haired dog girl to a streaming platform, prompting a considerable response. Many lamented Warwolf's Sigma behavior. However, Warwolf had grand plans for his journey to the other world, not to engage in a nurturing game. After enduring several days of hardship in the wild, the health of the wooden vessel had dwindled by half, its condition comparable to that of Syria, with even the paint chipped away. Thus, Warwolf had come to grasp the game's stark realism. The NPCs were undoubtedly as alive as human beings. After all, he was but a child himself. Raising a little sister filled him with trepidation. Surely, one cannot allow a game to lead to despair. Moreover, raising children demands a significant financial commitment, and the exquisite care of dogs is an immense burden. In the game, the battle wolf is but a poor lad. After completing the transaction, Baitushang jubilantly returned to the tribe, clutching a bundle of dried meat, his fluffy tail wagging exuberantly. Upon his next appearance, he cradled two beast-eared lolas in his arms. How did they multiply? The battle wolf admonished himself that this was all for the fans. And then he picked up the two canines, their faces dusted with grime, yet adorably charming. The playtime quietly slipped by. When Bai Tushang departed with his two daughters, he left the battle wolf behind, who was now alone, tidying up the mess left by the dogs that had gnawed on the wooden shell, leaving numerous bite marks and saliva. His rickety grass hut had been dismantled by 3 mischievous dogs. Glancing at the murky sky, the battle wolf hastily ignited the fire pit with alchemy, intending to dispel the fog and ward off evil spirits. He gazed in the direction where Bai Tushang had vanished, feeling a twinge of concern for the pups, yet he reassured himself that he was overthinking. The dog's level was 19, and the tribe was nearby, rendering it relatively safe. The battle wolf knew he could not best that cunning canine. The dog appeared to hold a respectable position within the tribe, adorned with leather armor, clothing, cloak, and weaponry. This seemingly adorable creature should be capable of single-handedly dispatching a squad of obsidian warriors. The battle wolf had also watched videos online of others encountering wild goblins. In comparison, he realized that obsidian was merely the pinnacle of goblins, while the wild goblins beyond the novice village were truly the bottom of the food chain. They were as lowly as the sewers. To date, no player had ever been killed by goblins other than those of obsidian. The battle wolf pondered, how could such feeble goblins capture so many maidens, until he stumbled upon a video online, where a player hid in a corner of the forest capturing footage of a human team venturing deep into the dire forest. They were besieged by a peculiar horde of goblins and struggled to fend them off. Ultimately, the team managed to escape thanks to a powerful artifact resembling a scroll, wielded by a wealthy young man among them. In the video, those goblins wielded crudely crafted yet incredibly potent weapons. Exuding a shimmering glow, those rough weapons cleaved through the low-tier magic of the humans and shattered the aura of novice warriors. Surprisingly, these green-skinned creatures, which should have been evenly matched with the human team, were overpowering them. Thus, the battle wolf understood. It was a classic case of survivor bias. According to the official updates on the Dire Forest backstory, it was once the capital of an ancient civilization, making it a wondrous place where barbarians wielding ancient high technology were not uncommon. Encountering such peculiar tribes would spell trouble for the human maidens. It was akin to a lottery. Chapter 55. The Flourishing Novice Village 2 days later. In Little Demon King City, Oda maintained his guise as a black-haired youth, donning exquisite garments crafted by the native children. Seated in his study, he meticulously sketched on a map with a charcoal pencil, recording his observations. The joyful exploits of dozens of vagrants outside the village piqued the curiosity of other players, prompting them to form parties and venture into the wilderness. Those who returned alive could become instant millionaires in the game, while those who perished would resurrect in town, losing all their equipment and resources, leaving them destitute. This evoked a sense of déjà vu in Oda, reminiscent of those treasure hunting or survival games. Regardless, this was advantageous for him. The minerals he desperately sought were gradually being uncovered by the wandering players. Oda had already dispatched 3 mining teams, with one set to return today laden with copper ore. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a gentle knock interrupted Oda's reverie. Come in. With his assent, the pristine wooden door creaked open, revealing a striking girl clad in a black and white maid's dress gliding into the study. She gracefully held a tray adorned with beverages and snacks, all prepared by the cute little green-skinned chef. This maid, with flowing silver hair, was Freya. The maid's attire was one of the treasures amassed by the Obsidian tribe after plundering countless merchant caravans. Though Freya maintained an elegant demeanor and a respectful smile, Oda keenly sensed her nervousness and trepidation. Place it here. Without waiting for Freya to speak, Oda instructed her to set the snacks on the table. Freya complied, standing beside him with her hands clasped. Oda regarded the adorable and beautiful silver-haired girl next to him. Her striking appearance, complemented by the finely crafted black and white gown, was quite pleasing to the eye. Freya, come here and do a spin for me. Okay, my lord. Under Oda's gaze, Freya's cheeks flushed as she initially froze, then obediently turned around as she twirled. Her dress swirled, showcasing the grace of youth. Unlike Oda, who felt a surge of joy, Freya's blush was not born of shyness, but rather from an accelerated heartbeat, driven by fear. This heightened pulse was not due to Oda's youthful beauty or any romantic feelings. As the daughter of the Red Serpent Merchant Association's president and a noblewoman, she had encountered many handsome men, including her brother, who bore a striking resemblance to her. She was not easily swayed by superficial charm. The reason for Freya's racing heart was simple. Feared in the presence of those three peculiar women close to her lord. She instinctively felt anxious. Yet, despite this, she mustered the courage to confront them. However, facing this seemingly harmless young lord, Freya could not summon any rebellious thoughts. The golden-haired woman had compelled her to become a maid, and the thought of escaping never crossed her mind. This perplexing sensation was difficult to articulate to Freya. If that formidable golden-haired woman was an arch-nemesis, then her lord represented a tangible calamity in comparison. Human power seemed utterly insignificant. Originally assigned to serve a minor landlord in a small village, Freya regarded it merely as a temporary measure, firmly believing she could escape with her brother. Yet, when confronted with the so-called minor landlord, all her senses cried out in despair, and an ancient terror surged through her veins. Freya nearly lost control. The composure of the president's daughter and noblewoman crumbled entirely. She dutifully followed the beautiful green-skinned children, who were said to be goblins but resembled little elves, learning the skills of serving her lord. Freya, how is your brother faring in the city guard? Is there anything inconvenient? As one of the two surviving human twins who had not succumbed to the demon lord's hypnotic resonance, Oda, a connoisseur of beauty, was genuinely concerned. Freya was the first living human he had encountered since his birth, and she was a stunning beauty. Though she had been rather unpleasant before, Oda's concern for them was genuine. However, in Freya's ears, his words took on a different tone that it felt as though he were subtly implying. You wouldn't want XXX to happen, would you? Aaron is doing just fine. He is working hard. Please don't worry, my lord. Freya initially responded nervously, then quickly bowed, appearing exceedingly humble. Before being captured by the goblins, she had exuded confidence, and even after her capture, she had not relinquished her pride. However, after being rescued by this unfamiliar force, she had been entirely dominated by her primal instincts. She vaguely realized that her situation was far more complicated than mere rescue. She had likely fallen into a dire predicament far more terrifying than the goblins. In just 5 days, she had begun to sense the powerful magical reactions that pierced her magical perception, emanating from formidable beings. Their presence was unmistakably powerful, with some even surpassing the high-ranking entity her family spent vast fortunes to support annually. Freya understood that her lord was a high-ranking individual, as indicated by the waves of energy he emitted, yet the pulsing of her blood and her biological instincts urged her to remain vigilant, warning her not to be deceived by appearances. Before her stood something inhuman, something terrifying, something despairing, a presence that was utterly unassailable. Despite the inner turmoil of fear, the silver-haired young lady, who outwardly feigned composure, bore an extraordinary allure for Oda, accentuated by the layers of her predicament. Primarily, her beauty captivated him. This was a distinctly different charm compared to the emotionally vacant, performative demons of his past. It was marked by authenticity and genuineness, offering a pure taste of the other world. However, Oda's somewhat lecherous inclinations were merely remnants of his earthly mindset, akin to a simple hobby rather than any overwhelming desire. He often self-deprecatingly remarked. He was merely an unhatched egg. When curiosity struck, he playfully pinched Freya's recovering, delicate face in her fearful gaze and embraced the trembling girl to gauge the sensation. After satisfying his curiosity about the otherworldly maiden, he dismissed her, recognizing that their time together was plentiful and not to be rushed. In comparison to the enchanting otherworldly beauty, the map held far greater allure. Observing the mineral resource points identified by players not far from the village, Oda's eyes sparkled with delight. The golden glimmer in his pupils shone brilliantly in harmony with his emotions. Could it be that this was the geological park of the sacred domain? A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him as he gazed at the map, leading to an epiphany. Encountering minerals at every turn was a common occurrence in games with limited maps. However, experiencing such phenomena in reality warranted deeper contemplation, as it bore the marks of human intervention. Oda was aware that the desolate forest had once been a sacred city under the dominion of ancient gods, and the region governed by this sacred city constituted the sacred domain. In the chaotic, data-driven workshops of the ancient gods, Oda absorbed only a fraction of the information that passed through his ears, yet he gleaned numerous powerful, unique skills and learned much of the bygone tales submerged in the annals of history. Once, there had been a puzzle initiative for youth within the sacred domain, a man-made geological park filled with artificially recreated terrains, including various minerals. Time had transformed this geological park into a part of the desolate forest. Only when the mining team brought back the first batch of assorted minerals could Oda's village take its first step towards genuine development. Dreaming of the future, Oda chuckled foolishly in his study. Of course, his mirth was not for his grand ambitions, but rather for the potential indulgence that an increase in power might bring. Such base pleasures filled his heart. Oda was indeed a hedonist. The essence of his existence lay in simply living, and living well. Meanwhile, Freya, after departing the study, made her way to the kitchen of the little demon king's castle, although the lord had just touched her inappropriately. It felt less like lewdness and more akin to fondling a pet. She sensed no element of desire. Due to her fear, Freya's legs wobbled slightly, and she leaned against the wall to catch her breath before straightening up to continue on her way. "Oh, little Fufu, why do you look flushed and out of breath? Are you unwell?" Freya turned to see a small figure in a white coat gazing up at her with hands behind their back. She recognized her, Nina, the village's most skilled healer, chosen by the demon clan to serve the little demon king. "If you're feeling unwell, I have medicine. Here, drink this." Nina produced a vial of potion from her coat, holding it at Freya's chest level with her small hands. "Thank you, Nina." Freya smiled as she accepted the potion, uncorking it without hesitation and gulping it down in one go. Freya was unaware of the concepts of native species or innate wisdom. However, she had already realized that these seemingly small, truly juvenile goblins, some not even a year old, were all prodigies. This revelation shattered her long-held worldview. Had anyone told her before that goblins, resembling elves and possessing innate knowledge, existed, she would have questioned their sanity or wondered if it belonged to some fantastical narrative. After all, a recently popular author from the Night Nation had gained fame for a wildly imaginative novel that challenged conventional perspectives. Yet, that was merely fiction. Reality ought to adhere to reason. But she was mistaken. Goblins, deemed insignificant, proved to be formidable, surpassing even the strongest guards in battle. This was the first event to shake Freya's established worldview. The second was the peculiar goblins residing in this village. Unlike the already absurd Obsidian tribe, this place, known as Oda Village, was an enigmatic settlement that may or may not classify as a goblin enclave. It was not just the sweet, adorable, diligent little green-skinned beings. There were also those Oda Village goblins who remained indifferent upon seeing human females, devoid of desire or ambition. Moreover, there were the numerous puppets, exhibiting low magical responses yet behaving quite oddly. Night. Countless terrifying undead roamed the area. It was as if she had entered a realm of magic. Although Freya harbored doubts about whether the woman named Lilith and the Lord were indeed demons, given the instinctive reactions akin to encountering a natural enemy, a hallmark of demon kind, she dared not express her suspicions. She had always believed herself to be a courageous girl, yet in the face of the Lord, her thoughts and bravery were forcibly overridden by instinct. This starkly contrasted with her prior education. No one had ever informed her that humans would be subjected to such terrifying oppression when encountering demons. As a border noblewoman, Freya's perspective was still limited. She could hardly fathom the concept of primal demons or demon lords. Such notions were too frightening. Observing the silver-haired young lady's expression ease after consuming the potion, Nina, with her black pigtails and pointed ears, felt a surge of happiness. "Well, I'll be off then. If you need anything, just come find me in the infirmary, and I'll help you." Nina, with her childlike exuberance, bounced away, despite possessing the highest healing skills in the village. Many other children also had medical skills, so Nina was not irreplaceable. Moreover, the Demon King hardly fell ill, leaving Nina without a chance to treat him. Watching other little green lemons being embraced and kissed by the king, she felt a pang of envy. As a product of goblin technological advancements, green-skinned beings rarely fell ill. A modern human, whose deterioration paralleled that of goblins, was considered frail in this monster-infested village. Thus, as the only individual in the king's residence requiring Nina's ongoing treatment, she was exceptionally warm and close to Freya. In truth, Oda quite liked Nina, though he found her stubbornness somewhat vexing. She insisted on making a contribution to feel justified in accepting rewards. Oda was left somewhat helpless by this. If an egg fell ill, it would simply become a rotten one, wouldn't it? Oda harbors a profound affection for Nina, and to elaborate, Nina possesses an innate charm reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. Despite her fundamentally gentle nature, akin to other endearing green-skinned beings, she exhibits a remarkable degree of understanding. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the legacy etched into her lineage has bestowed upon her a demeanor and behavior that unconsciously resonate with the allure of a whimsical enchantress. This seemingly innocuous disposition, if one were to describe it, mirrors the disingenuous portrayals found online, where individuals feign a similar whimsicality to please specific demographics, as Oda revels in the pleasures of life. Let us shift our perspective to the dog-headed tribe. A day's journey from the village. The esteemed chieftain of the Hound clan, a dog-headed figure reminiscent of a German shepherd named Yarrow, finds himself grappling with the darkest hour of his existence. This canine leader, commanding a following of over 10,000, now kneels in reverence before a woman strikingly akin to the human race. Rewind the clock by an hour that a formidable woman, accompanied by a fearsome entourage, has arrived at the tribe, demanding their submission. Despite the presence of numerous undead, exuding an oppressive aura, the Hound tribe, not a mere small faction, under the leadership of the seasoned Yarrow, does not cower before a newcomer merely at the threshold of advanced strength. Yet, the tribe's sage intervenes, halting Yarrow's refusal with palpable dread, imparting the alarming revelation that the woman is of demonic descent. And not just any demon, but a being of terrifying stature. Upon hearing the sage's warning, a sense of trepidation grips Yarrow, causing him to hesitate. However, the woman offers him little time for contemplation. Without waiting for a response, she leaps onto the head of a massive crimson serpent amidst the throng of undead. As the serpent elevates its colossal head, it casts a vast shadow, obscuring the sunlight and enveloping the Hound tribe in a shroud of darkness. The serpent then releases a formidable aura of silver, washing over the courage of the Hound tribe like a tidal wave. Yarrow promptly kneels, followed swiftly by all the dog-headed beings, leaning on her spear. Lily observes with indifference the dog-headed tribesmen bowing in submission beneath the serpent's shadow. Soon, she shall complete her master's mining task ahead of schedule, perhaps even transporting the first batch of minerals by day's end. Chapter 56. The Positive Energy Demon King. In this chapter, we explore the therapeutic effects of the Demon King's echoes on mental ailments. As players become increasingly acquainted with this world, the immense freedom afforded to them opens up countless opportunities for creative endeavors. The walls of Oda Village are interspersed with vast farmlands, delineating the boundary with the encroaching forest. Under the daylight, a pastoral scene unfolds, with hunched green goblins toiling in the fields. Suddenly, a whistle resonates from the tallest tower in the village. Upon hearing the signal, the goblins instinctively abandon their tools and dash toward the city gates without a backward glance. Moments later, several wooden figures burst forth from the forest, appearing somewhat disheveled with twigs and debris clinging to their wooden forms. In their wake follows a horde of low-level monsters, the ferocious boars. The enraged boar herd charges forward, stirring up a cloud of dust and exuding an intimidating presence, even causing the ground to tremble slightly. At last, I see the village walls. Hurry, hurry. This group of players is a participant in the recently emerged phenomenon of mischief gaming. Upon discovering that they could earn experience points even from enemies they did not personally slay. As long as a causal relationship existed, players began to experiment with drawing monsters into the fray and then seeking assistance from NPCs. When the NPCs dispatched the creatures, the players would also reap the corresponding experience. However, this approach carried certain risks, as it could easily be classified by the system as murder of NPCs. Thus, the NPCs needed to possess sufficient strength. Ultimately, this gaming style splintered into two factions. One faction aimed to lure monsters into the territories of other beasts, inciting a chaotic melee among the wild creatures while the players reaped the rewards. The other faction continued to exploit friendly NPCs, shifting their focus to the guards stationed atop the city walls. Although these wall guards might not be particularly formidable, their safety was assured, alleviating concerns about being accused of murdering allied NPCs. Consequently, players discovered certain characteristics, or rather, mechanics, of the novice village. Wild beasts were loath to breach the city gates. Even the enraged tusked wild boars seemed to fear an unknown terror that awaited them within that time. This gaming style yielded minimal returns, as there were hardly any goblins stationed during the day. While the native child goblins were indeed strong, their numbers were few, resulting in a slow pace of monster extermination that allowed many creatures to escape. By night, however, the presence of undead allies increased. Yet players found themselves unable to compete with the undead, relegated to the role of mere lackeys in the formidable undead forces, thus yielding little benefit. Following the Obsidian campaign, the novice village welcomed a new human troop. These human soldiers significantly addressed the issue of insufficient defensive NPCs during daylight hours, accelerating the pace of monster eradication and leaving no opportunity for the wild beasts to flee. This influx of experience greatly benefited the monster-luring faction. In addition to the players focused on grinding for experience expressing their delight over the new NPC guards, many visually oriented players were equally thrilled, as the new human NPCs included numerous attractive young women, as well as handsome young men at the city walls. Players on the verge of being gored by massive tusked wild boars rushed into the open city gates. The enormous wild boars, emboldened, sought to charge through the gates as well. Yet, an aura of dread emanated from within, causing the boars to abruptly halt, stumbling and crashing into one another to that moment. The human guards atop the walls were swift to deny them any chance of recovery. Powerful arrows and spells rained down, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. The villagers had grown accustomed to the horrific sounds of dying boars that echoed from beyond the walls. When the onslaught ceased, most of the low-level monsters lay slain. A few wooden figures, peeking out from the gate to witness the carnage, quickly dashed outside, ready to deliver the finishing blows to any surviving wild boars with their obsidian spears. Meanwhile, others began to expertly dissect the fallen tusked boars with their scalpels. Even those who had never killed a chicken in real life had transformed into competent butchers through frequent practice within the game. Fortunately for the players, there was no need for them to clumsily learn the ropes of butchery from scratch. When they wielded their blades, along with their seasoned attack skills, they also acquired proficient butchery skills. This greatly facilitated their efforts, allowing many players to either max out their graphics settings or close their eyes, enabling them to operate like automated machines on an assembly line, efficiently breaking down their prey. As for the players exploiting the village's defensive mechanisms to farm monsters, Oda paid them little mind, recognizing the benefits it brought to the village in the form of abundant meat and materials. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Aaron, clad in chainmail, slightly out of breath, lowered his bow. Beads of sweat glistened on his delicate face. This was already the third wave of monsters summoned by these peculiar wooden puppets that day. He did not understand why these automatons acted as they did, but he was aware that they were summoned by Lord Oda, perhaps as a trial bestowed upon them by this enigmatic figure. Despite being a level 9 swordsman, Aaron, who had lived a life of luxury, found the intensity of this combat somewhat overwhelming. As the wooden puppets summoned the fourth wave of monsters to assault the city, he gritted his teeth and raised his bow once more. He could not afford to slack off, for his sister was serving as a maid within the Lord's residence. He had no intention of fleeing with her, for he understood more profoundly than Freya the unfathomable power harbored by this strange village. From the very first day he entered the village, a subtle yet profound mysterious force had begun to affect his kin, regardless of gender, rendering them in a state of emotional numbness and despair. Unlike Freya, who lived and worked within the Lord's manor, Aaron had a broader exposure to the village and its inhabitants. Except for a handful of individuals lacking combat prowess or still in need of healing, all capable fighters had been assigned to guard duties. Aaron observed that his fellow villagers changed markedly from day to day. Their previously despondent demeanor visibly shifted towards a more positive disposition. Some girls, who had nearly lost their ability to speak and whose eyes had grown dull, were now able to articulate words. Meanwhile, those grizzled men, whose spirits had been crushed by relentless labor to the point of forgetting their identities as adventurers, began to reclaim their long-lost combat skills on their very first day of duty. Aaron found the transformation of these individuals utterly bewildering. Hundreds of souls, once shattered, had mysteriously recovered without any interaction with others, emerging as spirited guards, indistinguishable from the rest. When he heard them occasionally murmur praises for Lord Oda, expressing sentiments such as "I must repay Lord Oda's kindness," and "Lord Oda is my light," Aaron felt a chill run down his spine that he had come to realize that the true master of this mysterious village was a boy named Oda. However, as one educated in nobility, Aaron understood that in a world rife with mysterious occurrences, one must never judge the strength or nature of an unknown entity solely by appearance. Lord Oda appeared youthful. But who knew what he truly was? Perhaps he was merely a facade for a monstrous being. Aaron had only encountered Lord Oda once, and due to the lack of close interaction, he did not know this enigmatic figure well. Yet, he knew with certainty that these hundreds of his kin had never laid eyes on Lord Oda, nor had the imposing female attendants exchanged more than a few words with them. How had they transformed into staunch devotees of Lord Oda? In addition to the inexplicable shift in the mental state of his kin unsettling Aaron, the village harbored a spine-chilling undead army. Under Oda's directive, the weak goblins and native child creatures were exempt from night shifts. The former were simply too feeble to be considered even as fodder, while the latter were cherished by the demon lord, thus not required to serve on perilous nights. Humans, however, were different. They were sufficiently strong, with a low-level adventurer capable of defeating 10 goblins as expendable labor. Oda did not place great emphasis on them. Consequently, these human guards, marked by the resonance of the demon lord, were assigned to take turns on night duty under the supervision of the demon girls. Yet, night duty was not particularly dangerous. Rather, it allowed Aaron to witness the terrifying power of Oda's village by night. He had personally witnessed the horror of 3-headed behemoths charging through the swirling gray mist, accompanied by an overwhelming legion of the undead, as they slaughtered the fog-dwelling creatures, countless glowing green orbs, each representing a single undead entity, formed an ocean of emerald amid the thick fog. The sheer magical pressure radiating from those 3 colossal creatures was suffocating, surpassing even that of high-level champions. Such circumstances have utterly extinguished any rebellious spirit within Aaron, and he even contemplated persuading his beloved sister to lower her pride and faithfully serve that esteemed individual. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that the frail borders of the Knight's kingdom would be unable to withstand such formidable power. Unbeknownst to Aaron, Otto, who languished lazily in the little demon king's city, had been keeping a watchful eye on this group of humans that in truth, as long as one remained within the sphere of Otto's mental prowess. Everything was transparent to him, allowing him to possess an intimate understanding of all matters concerning the village. He could effortlessly discern which young lady possessed great thunder and which was akin to a delicate dumpling. Of course, his intentions were not base. He was merely sifting through potential prototypes for the new primordial demon race. While other attributes were of little concern, beauty held paramount importance, as it would significantly reduce the effort required for the new demons to adapt their forms, necessitating only minor adjustments later on. The emergence of these humans also led Otto to discover alternative applications of the Demon King's echo. Not only could it slay through the voice of the mind, but it could also heal the wounds of the psyche. The Demon King's echo was an extraordinarily powerful ability, a congenital skill of Otto's, embodying various characteristics such as control, enslavement, destruction, suggestion, guidance, and hypnosis. Currently, Otto was in a state of employing the Demon King's echo in its normal mode, utilizing only its guiding aspect. This particular feature was not overly forceful, yet it could subtly influence those within its range. The closer one was, the stronger the effect, and the greater the disparity in status. The more pronounced the impact. For individuals whose strength was significantly inferior to Otto's, the effect was nearly overwhelming. Although he was a demon king, Otto did not consider himself a villain, despite having dispatched numerous goblins. He regarded himself as a savior of the green-skinned folk, striving to restore the goblin race to greatness. Thus, he harbored no malice towards these survivors who resembled earthlings, both in appearance and demeanor, and who possessed commendable looks. While lacking any ill intent, he would not take any risks to send these humans back home, nor would he allow them to enjoy free sustenance and lodging. Yet, while physical ailments could be treated with medicine, the scars of the mind and spirit could not be healed by the classical materialistic techniques of the little green-skinned folk. Consequently, Otto pondered for a considerable time over the densely packed skill bar that had accumulated unbeknownst to him. Ultimately, he rediscovered the Demon King's echo, which he had previously regarded as a mere tool for unobstructed communication and ostentation. This skill was indeed quite impressive. Otto could project his voice into the minds of any living beings without uttering a word. However, Due to his rapid growth, or, rather, the swift expansion of his subordinates as a demon king, he had inadvertently grown complacent, and the mimicked human form of Otto had developed a fondness for verbal communication. He had not utilized this skill in ages, allowing it to gather dust. Therefore, Otto's development of the Demon King's echo was lacking, since the Demon King's echo was a skill that acted upon the mind. Otto attempted to employ it on these lifeless survivors. To his surprise, the results were quite favorable, albeit with an unforeseen side effect: loyalty. Otto did not instill any strange ideologies. He merely provided a slight mental nudge, encouraging them to remain positive and to reciprocate the benevolence of Lord Otto by working diligently. The more perilous and laborious tasks were primarily handled by the undead, leaving the humans with relatively easy work. Upon realizing the efficacy of the Demon King's echo, Otto allocated a portion of his surplus magical energy to permanently empower this skill, allowing it to operate continuously. From henceforth, Otto would no longer fear any Yandra or lunatic. Should they dare to appear before him, he would promptly correct them. Chapter 57. The blooming Iron Fire days passed, and what was once a mere facade, cold and desolate, had transformed Otto Village into a veritable large settlement. The numerous vacant houses that had stood empty were now filled to capacity that it could no longer be referred to as Otto Village. Otto prepared to rename it Ottotown. In any case, with no higher authority overseeing Otto Village, he could name it whatever he wished, unencumbered by oversight. Alongside the first batch of mining teams returning, there were not only the battered remnants of lost players, who had never perished throughout their exploits, but also a substantial number of barbarian tribes forcibly conquered and collectively relocated by the mining teams. All three mining teams were led by the primordial demons. The barbarian tribes, accustomed to the harsh environment of the desolate forest, had no means to resist the overwhelming pressure exerted by the high-ranking demons and the undead army, and they submitted to Otto's banner without hesitation. Otto's banner was a meticulously designed blood flag crafted by the primordial species. The crimson flag, adorned with golden edges, featured an intricate golden eye. The blood flag was a magical artifact embedded with Otto's spiritual will and the power of the Demon King's echo. Gazing upon this blood flag was akin to gazing into Otto's magical eye. Each primordial demon was also assigned a silver-grade undead behemoth as their steed. The three teams roamed freely through the surrounding forest, returning with vital mineral resources and a burgeoning population. Lily brought back over 10,000 kobolds, Nana returned with 20,000 rabbit folk, and Lilith destroyed 5 goblin tribes, bringing back 5,000 carefully selected elite goblins along with over 10,000 makeshift weapons. Additionally, there were more than 300 human survivors, when factoring in the recently hatched second batch of 5,000 primordial species through the flesh spore incubation. Otto was astonished to discover that his influence had experienced explosive growth. Including the soon-to-be activated third batch of players, the population of Otto Village had reached an astonishing 36,000, and this was merely the living population. The undead constituted Otto's regular army, comprising a full 10,000 human skeletons and 6,000 monster skeletons, alongside countless beast skeletons, which were so numerous they hardly needed counting. These feeble beast skeletons required minimal load from Otto, as for every animal slain, a corresponding skeleton was retained, once the active number of beast skeletons reached a certain threshold. The majority were stored away in several vast cellars as makeshift cooling units, conveniently entering a dormant state. That a massive quantity of bones was also stored in warehouses, awaiting transformation into fertilizer. Currently, Otto had no surplus to conduct large-scale enhancements for the undead. There were barely over 1,000 intermediate skeletons, and none of higher rank. The only advanced undead being, the gold-eating hunter, had been reluctantly upgraded to the silver tier as for the human remains that could be transformed into undead. There was an abundance. The forest was relentless, annually consuming countless humans, ranging from those who strayed in by accident to the abducted and the adventurers. Thus, this was Otto's limit. That, of course, should Otto choose to exert himself, he could potentially control many more undead or even forcibly increase his load capacity through adaptive evolution. However, there was no need to torment himself. He currently had no enemies. Instead, he allocated his additional capacity to creating a better living environment for players. Demons and the incubation of primordial species. Recognizing that the undead could not be strengthened through sheer will alone, Otto decided to approach the issue from a technical standpoint. undead were the finest source of soldiers. Or rather, Otto's undead were the best warriors by merely inputting predetermined behavioral templates. Training was rendered unnecessary, and they could be summoned in droves. Initially, upon discovering iron ore, Otto intended for the little craftsmen to forge enchanted armor and weapons to equip the lower-tier skeletons. However, this costly plan fell through upon the discovery of the sulfur mine, prompting him to pursue more intriguing endeavors. Meanwhile, among the players, some had already taken the initiative. One fine, sunny morning, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Instantly startling the birds in the woods. What the hell? What on earth was that? Was that a gunshot? You must be hearing things. Where would a gun come from in another world? A few wooden figures engaged in battle with monsters looked up in astonishment at the flock of birds flying overhead. In a concealed clearing outside the village, two wooden figures with IDs Wolf Warrior and Firepower Youth were gleefully toying with the smoke-emitting flintlock in their hands that 100 meters away lay a pierced leather armor. This armor had been a gift from a kobold to Wolf Warrior. Clumsily, Wolf Warrior attempted to load the flintlock he had crafted through alchemy. Why was there no auxiliary function? I don't understand. After the Wolf Warrior and the Firepower Youth crafted their matchlock guns, they discovered that the system had not provided them with corresponding skills. The player known as Oda, observing this predicament, felt somewhat helpless. Firearms were hardly mainstream in the kingdom of Norse knights. One could even say they were a rare curiosity. No undead had ever wielded firearms, particularly matchlock guns. Although a former adventurer had once utilized a powder keg, he met his demise due to it, rendering his skills utterly unremarkable if self-detonation could be considered a skill. That is, the players were specifically chosen by Oda, and the Wolf Warrior and Firepower Youth were selected to meet Oda's expectations. Thus, the emergence of the matchlock gun aligned perfectly with his intentions. While primitive, it was still a firearm, and that sufficed. After all, this world is tangible. It defies the nonsensical logic that allows bladed weapons to function while firearms cannot. At the very least, flesh and blood bodies below silver rank can be harmed by swords and spears. The ancient civilization's firearms were on par with those of Earth and Terra, and in certain respects, even more advanced. Consequently, the Firepower Youth and the Wolf Warrior quickly achieved the title of pioneers of iron and fire. Shortly followed by a substantial influx of coins into their accounts as the system notified them of a hidden quest to establish the first arsenal of Oda with the financial backing of the Demon King. While the two players were still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, a throng of diminutive green figures found them hiding in a secluded wasteland, leading them with great enthusiasm to select a site for the factory. In the small Demon King city, when Freya entered the study with a drink in hand, she found Oda engrossed in a stick-like object. It was a matchlock gun that a little craftsman had procured from the players. Oda squeezed the trigger, the match igniting the powder chamber. Bang! Smoke immediately enveloped the room. Startled, Freya instinctively gasped, yet her status as a mid-level extraordinary being allowed her to maintain her composure while holding her drink. Although Freya had never seen one, she recognized it as a type of firearm that as the daughter of a guild leader, she had heard some well-informed employees describe firearms. Oda, akin to a child with a new toy, eagerly watched the bullet, held in place by his mental power, as it prepared to be discharged. The bullet was not made of lead. It appeared to be crafted from iron due to the unavailability of lead, and its excellent workmanship was a result of alchemy. Meanwhile, the news of the Wolf Warrior and Firepower Youth's creation of matchlock guns spread rapidly among the player community, sparking considerable interest. Some like-minded military enthusiasts were particularly inspired. Even before the first arsenal received official orders, it was inundated with purchase requests from eager players. The Wolf Warrior and Firepower Youth consulted with the factory's advisor, or supervisor, Dafu, before accepting the players' orders. Dafu understood the king's needs and saw the value in having a group of guinea pigs to test the waters, with the classical craftsmanship of Oda's thousands of innate artisans. Producing matchlock guns posed no industrial challenge at all. Since matchlock guns were not advanced and gunpowder was readily accessible, one merely needed to employ alchemy. Quite a marvel, isn't it? And if that were not sufficient, why not inquire about the internet? The hastily produced matchlock guns, rough in construction and prone to bursting, were quickly shipped out. This was not due to the craftsman's lack of skill. Rather, it reflected the opinions of the Wolf Warrior and Firepower Youth. The factory's leaders. Why would a bunch of wooden figures require such finely crafted items? The majority were merely seeking novelty and entertainment. Moreover, items that dropped upon death, especially those with the risk of exploding, were even better, as enemies who picked them up and perished would grant experience points to the players. Due to the prolonged absence of a level cap increased to level 10, the third batch of players had just come online. While the 5 veteran players from the internal test and the second batch had already reached level 9, that the players began seeking breakthroughs in equipment, and the emergence of firearms perfectly catered to their needs. While matchlock guns might not rival the archery skills of the players, their introduction marked a significant milestone, heralding the arrival of even more advanced firearms. After all, these were firearms. Who wouldn't find them intriguing? Who wouldn't want to give them a try? In gaming, practicality often takes a backseat to enjoyment. The 5 veteran players managed to procure 5 guns through their connections, if anyone was particularly pleased. It was the Orange Cat Girl, who valued her limited edition Cat Girl dearly. She would never engage in close combat, preferring to kite her enemies from a distance. The 5 of them, armed with firearms, joined forces with a 100-strong team, preparing to embark on a player-initiated expedition. This game truly offered remarkable freedom. Players even attempted to seek permission from the little black figure, which was granted. The Oda Demon King's army within the game would even provide them with logistical support. As for the target of this expedition, it was none other than the band of players who had been decimated by the ogres last time. Among that makeshift band of wanderers, one member had not been completely killed. After all, the game did not feature a suicide function. This individual had been captured by the ogres to serve as food, only to be discarded in a corner after being drenched in saliva. In his boredom, he produced a documentary titled Ogre Culinary Box, showcasing the various aspects of life in the ogre tribe from his perspective. The video, of course, went viral. This naturally piqued the curiosity of other players. But given the previous players' embarrassing predicament, they decided to form a group and venture to the ogre tribe for some exploration. Oda had already contemplated conquering the ogre tribe, but he had not anticipated such fervent enthusiasm from the players, who had beaten him to the punch. Due to the need to accommodate the newly joined population and the lack of free time, he had postponed plans regarding the ogres. Oda had recognized the ogres' robust physique as a valuable source of soldiers and labor when players first encountered them. They were regular visitors in the Demon King's army, based on the extensive memories provided by the undead of the human race. Oda had also gleaned some insights about other Demon Kings. Apart from a few who indulged in abstract pursuits due to the influence of reincarnated souls, most Demon Kings adhered to a more orthodox style, acting as pure heresy exterminators. They were the type who would shout, "All heretics who worship foreign gods must perish," while effortlessly eliminating dissenters, only to be slain by heroes, or to slay heroes themselves in a display of brute strength, if it were not for the existence of heroes. Oda believed he could embody such a figure himself. Although Oda was merely a fledgling Demon King, the attributes of an ultimate life form granted him many traits typically reserved for fully realized Demon Kings. To be frank, the fearsome combat abilities that caused mortals to regard Demon Kings as calamities were merely a means of self-preservation. The ancient gods, when designing Demon Kings, theoretically conceived of a stage of ultimate being. However, from the ancient gods' tutoring sessions to the memories of the human race, Oda found no record of any such ultimate being. That he believed that the high-risk nature of being a Demon King was one factor. But there was also a significant possibility that there were flaws in the ancient gods' design. After all, it was quite normal for a group of individuals in the ICU to fumble when coding, wasn't it? Although the majority of demon lords ultimately meet with failure, the exploits of these dark sovereigns still possess commendable aspects. For instance, a certain undead, in its mortal life, perused tomes concerning the demon lord's army, which chronicled the formidable prowess of ogres clad in heavy armor, laying waste to their adversaries in battle. The intermediate ogres boasted a degree of magical resistance due to their resilient hides. During the bygone wars between humans and demons, these armored ogres were akin to tanks on the battlefield. Concerned about the potential annihilation of the ogres by players, Oda dispatched an overseer to accompany the troops, namely the doll maiden, Xiaoka. Thus, a fully player-composed expedition set forth on their journey, trailed by 5 wagons laden with equipment supplies and spare ironwood puppets, along with a mobile abode. This was an intermediate magical creature, the land turtle, drawn by the summons of Oda's magical creatures. It had been tamed. While its combat prowess was modest, its substantial size and robust defense were noteworthy, even accommodating a small house akin to a caravan atop its shell. Recently, While surfing the Terra network amidst significant latency, Oda was inspired by others' caravan travels and decided to create one for himself. He summoned the land turtle, which usually served as a transport vehicle, and undertook extensive modifications, allowing the little craftsman to construct a quaint and comfortable dwelling on its back. However, the endeavor soon gathered dust, as it proved rather uninteresting, lacking the allure of frolicking with the enchanting maidens in his diminutive demon lord castle. This time, for the sake of the demon lord army's reputation, Xiaoko was specifically made to ride upon the land turtle. Players wielding firearms frequently glanced back at the imposing turtle as they marched ahead. The journey from Oda village to the ogre tribe required a full day and night. Meanwhile, Oda busily coded through the night, adapting the firearm skill modules and simulating execution cues for the players. Chapter 58. The matchlock gun battle against ogres. The departure of the players did not plunge Oda village back into solitude. The resettlement of the tribesmen forcibly relocated to Oda village was still in full swing. By day, Oda village bustled with life. The Yellow family, as the leaders of the Goblin tribe, found themselves settled in a spacious courtyard, a sturdy earthen structure far more impressive than the dwellings of the Hound tribe. Oda village, or rather Oda town, had long since shed its initial impoverished appearance. The houses in the village, along with Oda's small demon lord castle, had undergone multiple renovations and expansions by the little green-skinned folk. Numerous similar courtyards existed. Oda had expended considerable effort to enlarge the boundaries of the high-density earthen walls, incorporating a portion of farmland and an entire flesh-hatching greenhouse within the enclosure. Yellow surveyed this unfamiliar environment. A hint of melancholy flickered in the eyes of his canine visage, and he sighed helplessly while seated on a finely crafted wooden chair. Yet, his youthful progeny displayed no signs of despair. Instead, they eagerly explored the courtyard, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Only his eldest daughter, Maya, exhibited a semblance of composure, sitting beside Yellow with a concerned gaze, uncertain of how to offer comfort, with a hint of worry. She inquired, "Father, why do you appear this way? Does this mean our future days will be fraught with suffering?" Suddenly, a canine warrior entered, interrupting Yellow's impending words of reassurance. The warrior, somewhat flustered, reported to Yellow that a messenger from the royal residence had arrived. Yellow, momentarily disregarding his children and his own lamentations, swiftly composed himself and accompanied the warrior to meet the envoy. The messenger was a small, green-skinned figure, resembling a goblin from afar, yet more akin to an elf upon closer inspection, leaving Yellow with a profound sense of disconnection. After delivering his message, the envoy departed. Shortly thereafter, Maya, who had been frolicking with her younger siblings, noticed her father returning with a radiant expression. "Father, what transpired?" Maya inquired with curiosity. Yellow, with the head of a German shepherd, did not immediately respond to his eldest daughter's question. Instead, he reined in his joy and began to scrutinize Maya and her lively younger siblings at play in the courtyard. Female goblins differed significantly from their male counterparts. They possessed brown canine ears and hair, adorned with delicate human-like features, and a bushy tail that swayed rhythmically. Then, as if resolute, Yellow placed his hands on his daughter's shoulders. In Maya's bewildered gaze, he solemnly declared, "Maya, tomorrow you shall accompany your sister Suya to the royal residence to serve our new king." Similar occurrences transpired in other goblin households, as well as among the rabbit folk. Consequently, the recently settled tribesmen were thrown into a state of chaos. Meanwhile, Oda, the catalyst of these events, reveled in the dining hall of the Demon Lord Castle, enjoying the service of a silver-haired maiden while savoring delicacies prepared by the little green-skinned chef. All the while watching low-budget war films on his gaming device that a brawl erupted at the village entrance. Beside him, Freya observed Oda's unrefined manner of eating and instinctively felt compelled to correct his etiquette, yet ultimately refrained. This was largely due to Lilith, who stood behind Oda with a napkin in hand, gazing at him with affectionate admiration, occasionally wiping his mouth, leaving Freya reluctant to disturb the gentleman's grace. If Oda were indeed a creature of fearsome essence, the three powerful lady attendants exuded an indifference that instilled a chill in Freya. Locking eyes with them always left her feeling apprehensive. Shifting her gaze from observing Oda, Freya curiously tilted her head to watch the image projected by the black magical device. The scene depicted the perspective of the doll maiden, Xiaoko, after a grueling day and night of arduous travel. The players had cleared a substantial number of unruly magical creatures and beasts along the way, creating a rudimentary path leading to the borders of the ogre tribe under the colossal land turtle's tread. At dawn, Oda implemented the auxiliary functions of the firearms. The commotion caused by the players in the forest failed to disturb the ogres, who, in their unrefined lifestyle, continued to slumber soundly. It was only when the players approached within 200 meters of the ogre's refugee camp-like village that one ogre, roused to relieve itself, took notice. The players began to unload their equipment from the wagons, fervently coordinating their formations through the voice channel. The ogre chieftain, awakened by his kin, urgently called forth his tribe to rise and face the impending threat. Employing a mix of kicks and shouts, the chieftain's formidable strength inadvertently caused several shoddily constructed huts to collapse. However, the tough-skinned, muscular ogres were hardly fazed by the collapse of such inferior structures. Over 1,000 robust ogres roared, jostling and breaking through the fences of their village, charging toward the players' formation. The ogres, still groggy from sleep, had their hefty but powerful bodies quaking as they vented their frustrations, wielding clubs as thick as tree trunks to strike the ground, creating craters in the earth and sending grass flying. The two dense formations gradually drew closer, the fierce and primal energy of the ogre tribe standing in stark contrast to the silent wooden figures. In the midst of this tense standoff, Xiaoka emerged from the small wooden house atop the land turtle, subsequently levitating into the air. She did not reveal any advanced magical aura, perfectly concealing all energy fluctuations. However, the act of levitation was typically a hallmark of the strong. Xiaoka's delicate and seemingly fragile figure appearing in midair immediately captured the attention of all present. Ogres, bow before the new king. I come as the representative of the new monarch. Her ethereal and melodious voice echoed through the scene. Conversely, the player's voice channel buzzed with excitement. Battlewolf, is that thing reliable? It's all good. Have you seen that video? The ogre's blood is incredibly thick. Swords and arrows don't work well against them either, right? It took 5 guys casting spells in rotation just to barely kill one. I heard they have magical resistance. Just as several players were tinkering with hefty barrels, Battlewolf confidently replied, "They're merely carbon-based life forms, haha." Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, drawing the players' attention back. That it was unclear what part of Xiaoka's surrender proclamation had incensed the ogre chieftain. The chieftain and several elders, their faces flushed, unleashed a frenzied battle cry, baring their sharp teeth and spitting saliva. I can't understand. What is she saying? Does that little one look down on us? Let us smash her, devour her, but she can fly. The chief, in a fit of rage, swatted away the elder who had dared to voice a rational opinion, turning his attention to the wooden avatars of players lined up below. Dutifully following the game's guidance to in an instant, he redirected his fury. Pointing his ancestral, colossal wolf-toothed club at the ranks ahead, he bellowed, "Eliminate those abominations, then devour them. Roar, eat, eat, eat." The chief led the charge, and the ogres, filled with fervor, followed suit, their roars echoing across the battlefield. That a voice of reason was drowned beneath the tremors of the ground and the swirling dust. Yet, those creatures are inettable. As the highest-ranking player in the 5 Elders League, Li Gaoxiu, who had secured the temporary commander position through voting, was fully immersed in his role. He was the first to raise his ignited flintlock. Ready, click, click, click. The dark muzzles of the firearms were elevated, aimed at the approaching ogres 100 meters away. As the ogres drew closer, he commanded, "Fire!" The theatrical, magnetic voice resounded. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening cracks reverberated across the wilderness. Flames flickered, followed by a thick white smoke engulfing the battlefield. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. The ogres were not intimidated by the cacophony. However, their confusion caused them to slow their advance. The frontline ogres felt an itch all over. Looking down, they were horrified to discover 1, 2, or even 3 bloody holes gushing forth like tiny water guns. Damn, the blood is thick as hell, such dense snow, more effective than arrows, yet the impact is limited. The players relished their roles. The use of flintlocks felt exhilarating and intense. However, the results were meager, with only a handful of unfortunate souls met with a fatal blow, their massive forms collapsing onto the grass. The remaining ogres, spurred by the bloodshed and itching, roared and continued their charge. As the ogres pressed forward, the players swiftly reloaded with the assistance of their skills. Free fire. Bang, bang. The diminishing distance enhanced their shooting accuracy, causing more ogres to fall. The ogre chief stared in bewilderment at the iron projectiles whizzing through the ranks of his kin, watching as blood splattered from their bodies. He himself bore at least 10 wounds. The pain and itchiness rendering the once gray-skinned giant a veritable bloodied mess. Yet this did not deter his charge. Closer. Very close. Once they approached the enemy, the ogres would be invincible. The flintlocks wielded by the players were not the diminutive firearms of the Terra era, but rather large-caliber weapons. The ample gunpowder ensured significant power. After all, the player's physical prowess was several times that of ordinary folk that a level 9 player could naturally handle such potent firearms. Thus, against the ogres, who possessed vitality akin to elephants, they could inflict considerable damage. Nonetheless, a multitude of ogres was still closing in on the ranks. Eli Gaucho shouted, "Brothers, prepare for a bayonet charge. Warwolf, where the hell is your Italian cannon? Let us go." The players' flintlocks lacked bayonets, but they still had skills at their disposal to in an instant. Fireballs, ice spikes, and sword energy shot forth toward the wounded ogres. Most notably, 5 stationary cannons were fixed in the line. Tiger's squat cannon. Fire. Warwolf excitedly ignited the fuse. Boom, boom, boom. The ogres, bolstered by their damaged magical resistance, pressed on fiercely, only to be struck by an invisible hammer of devastation that a line of ogres exploded into a massive spray of blood. Collapsing into the pools of gore, their skins, which could withstand common arrows and magic, ultimately fell short against the searing iron projectiles of cannon fire. The shotgun's power far surpassed that of the flintlocks. Naturally, the player's moment of glory was fleeting, as the inevitable triumph of the ogres loomed that it should have been thus. Yet the players remained unconcerned, standing fearless against the approaching wall of flesh, for they knew they could regroup upon revival and continue to reap the ogres. A cycle that would repeat. Soon, they would amass a wealth of experience and rewards. Although experience could not currently elevate their levels, it could enhance their minor skills' potency. Furthermore, once the game surpassed its level cap, these accumulated experiences would facilitate rapid leveling. Thus, players valued experience highly, and slaying enemies yielded additional rewards, such as mirror coins or equipment. "That's enough," came Xiao Hei's voice from the air, accompanied by an immense magical pressure. Of course, the players were unfazed. This display was primarily meant to intimidate the ogres. The purpose of the weapon test had been achieved, and their master had witnessed the results. There was no need to continue. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" The ogre chief decisively cast aside his bloodied ancestral wolf-toothed club, now stained with his own blood. He turned to gaze at a surviving elder, whose body was spewing blood like a sieve, and hoarsely remarked, "If she had said it like this earlier, I would have understood." He then prostrated himself in the pool of blood, offering a grand gesture of submission to Xiao Hei, having suffered a purely physical blow. Dazed and dispirited, the ogre's initial anger dissipated. While ogres may be dim-witted, they were not without fear of death. Perhaps they could triumph over those sparking creatures, but they stood no chance against the diminutive figure in the air. Thus, they surrendered. Confused and unexpectedly beaten, the ogres reluctantly submitted to Oda. Oda's blood banner was planted within the ogre's tribe, and the unfortunate player, who had been documenting the class transition, was finally rescued. Chapter 59. The Linchpin Undead Army. Although victory had been secured, the players had ventured far and were not inclined to return to the city so soon, especially with the faction boss still holding the fort. A day and a night seemed lengthy. Yet in reality, not much time had passed in Terra, and the players maintained their fervent enthusiasm for the game. A leisurely land turtle lay comfortably outside the ogre's rudimentary encampment. The fallen ogres were buried on site, while those shot to pieces lay lifeless within the tribe. Ogres possessed an exceptionally robust vitality. Mere gunshot wounds could heal after some rest. There were no surgeons in the tribe, and in due time, most ogres would be left with one or several iron bullet souvenirs within their bodies. Among the players, some indeed possessed surgical skills. However, currently, the ogres were classified as neutral, denoted by a yellow tag. Not yet true allies. Should players attempt to heal the ogres, they might find themselves transformed into trained medieval doctors. Picture the gruesome scene. Bloodletting, and more bloodletting. It was a horrific sight. The lying ogres observed the wooden avatars rummaging through their camp. scratching their heads in confusion before simply rolling over to continue their slumber. As the ogres rested, some shallowly embedded bullets were expelled from their squirming flesh. Ugh, so poor. Hey, did you find anything good? Nah, nothing at all. A few players emerged from the disheveled beast-skin tents, their tones dripping with disdain. Fortunately, players lacked a sense of smell. Otherwise, they would have been even more repulsed. The ogre's tents reeked worse than a pigsty. Failed skin processing, heaps of refuse, and an overpowering stench could even drive away malevolent spirits. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. One player scoured the chief's tent and unearthed a dozen magic crystals. The presence of these crystals caught Xiaohei's attention, and she traded experience, mirror coins, and equipment for them from the players. They asked for whether these were the property of the ogre chief. Xiaohei believed that everything belonging to the vanquished was rightfully that of the demon lord, and compensating the players was merely a transfer from one hand to the other. After all, everything the players possessed belonged to the developers. It had always been this way. The notion of a game account merely granted players the illusion of ownership over their in-game assets. Eventually, when the game servers shut down, all would vanish, and ultimately, the player's wealth would still belong to the demon lord. Xiaohei was acutely aware that her master was in dire need of a substantial quantity of magic crystals. In pursuit of this objective, she summoned a blood-scented ogre chieftain, intending to inquire about the origins of the coveted crystals. At that moment, players emerged from the shadowy embrace of the dark forest, their frantic shouts echoing as they rushed back to the desolate expanse where the ogre resided. The players, having escaped the forest's clutches, occasionally turned back to fire their weapons. Suddenly, sharp, piercing howls pierced the air from within the woods. Swiftly, 5 creatures, entirely cloaked in obsidian, adorned with exoskeletal armor and possessing long, jagged tails, charged out of the thicket, pursuing the players with ferocity. These fiends were marred with splatters of green blood, with each gunshot fired by the players. The black monstrosities erupted in sprays of verdant gore. Goodness, are those aliens? This must be the wrong set. The abrupt assault from these abominable creatures sent the players into a frenzy, desperately firing their weapons. The cacophony of gunfire resounded incessantly. Startled, the ogres lying in wait jerked upright, glancing around, only to realize the gunfire was not directed at them, allowing them to relax and resume their prone positions. The primitive flintlock guns possessed a significant flaw: their slow ignition and reloading times. Many players recognized the threat posed by the black monstrosities. Some, in a fit of panic, discarded their flintlocks and unleashed torrents of sword energy. Meanwhile, players wielding fire-based skills remained composed, igniting their flintlocks before launching small fireballs. Following a sporadic exchange of gunfire, only one black creature, having endured a barrage of heavy iron shots, fell to the ground. An increasing number of players encircled the remaining black monstrosities. These creatures, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized the overwhelming odds and prepared to flee. Suddenly, a colossal spiked club, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the first retreating black creature. The impact caused it to burst forth with green ichor and shredded flesh. Stunned by the blow, the remaining black creatures hesitated in their escape. It was this moment of uncertainty that proved fatal. Boom, boom, boom. The fragile carbon-based life forms succumbed to the onslaught of iron and fire, akin to being targeted by a multitude of heavy artillery. Blood and flesh splattered.